Tek ang gutis na yun. At si KSC tapos KSC gets the 4K. KNP, yo, babe, with that spray down. Oh, for him, KSC.
This will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines Valley.
Magandang araw mga ladies at gentlemen. Ito ang ating ikanim araw para sa ating CFS Regional Finals. Kami nga pala ang inyong nasa panel for today's video. Mochi and Daydum nga pala sa inyong harapan. At kamusta naman, Daydum?
Sobrang excited ko, partner. It's gonna be another week of regional finals dito. At ito ang mainit, Mochi. Day number 7 na tayo. So, konti na lang, ilang araw, 4 na araw na lang, including today, at matatapos na ang group stage. Makikita na natin kung sino ang top 4.
Grabe, no? Little by little, may mga na-untangle ng mga usot at mga knots dito sa ating threads at naitutuwid na ang landas ng ating Final Four patungo sa ating playoffs. And not to mention, no, na meron tayong isang team na hindi sumunod sa script last week, which is MATTJESS. It's been insane. Like, no one never even thought that they will win that match against Execration.
Exactly. Not just against Execration, but also against Pacific Esports. Nakakabilib ang matches dito, no? At dahil doon, nakapasok sila sa ating top 5 spots, no, sa group stage. So naipagpatuloy nila yon, may chance talaga sila makapag-playoffs.
Yes, of course. Pero, by the way guys, no, other than yung mga panalo ng ating mga teams, alam nyo ba na meron kayong chance na makakuha ng up to 4 permanent guns gamit ang ating points na iyong i-exchange sa ating point shop. Pero, paano ba nila makukuha yun, Dadum?
Madali lang. All you have to do is log into Crossfire gamit ang ating Stove PC Client Launcher. Tapos gagawin nyo yung daily requirements para makakuha ng points that you can exchange for rewards sa ating points shop. Meron tayong, kitang-kita nyo naman, the Chaytak Dominator. Meron tayo dyang M4A1 Azure Beast Dragon na, ayun, permanent yan pwede. Later on, nakikita nyo dyan sa baba, ayun na nga, no? So, meron din tayong chainsaw. Actually, madami kang selection na pwedeng pagpilian. You can get up to 4 if you get enough points sa ating points shop. Again, kailangan nyo mag-check doon sa ating mag-login sa ating Stove PC Client Launcher. At kung wala pa kayo noon, you can go to the website cfph.onstove.com/StoveClientOfficial. Kailangan naka-migrate na sa Stove yung accounts natin bago tayo sumali dyan.
Exactly. Kaya naman, no, kung hindi pa kayo nakakapag-migrate at kami ang inyong pinapakinggan habang hindi pa nagsisimula ang laban, i-migrate nyo na ang inyong mga account. Saglit lang i-install ang ating Stove PC client. So, what you're waiting for, do it right now. Kami na ang nagsasabi sa inyo. Eh, sayang naman, no, up to 4 permanent guns, tas libre pa.
Yes, absolutely. And malulupit yung mga weapons na yan. No? Let's take a look dito, Mochi, at the tournament format. Sabi nga natin, konting araw na lang ang nalalabi para sa ating group stage where 8 teams come together in a round-robin format sa mga best of 3 na laban natin. And the next, the top 4, lilipat naman sila sa playoffs.
Grabe, no? So, they better make their chances count. Especially that when it comes to our schedule, hindi lahat magkakaroon ng 2 or 3 chances. Yung iba dyan, isa na lang yung kanilang schedule. So, they better ensure na makukuha nila itong ating punto sa mga nalalabi nating mga araw dito sa ating group stage. And syempre, yung prize pool natin, regardless of their standing dito in our group stage, is meron sila namang marireceive. So, kahit na medyo malugi, mahirapan, o medyo malaglag, okay lang. Meron pa rin silang cut dyan sa ating total of 20 Kyao dolyar prize pool.
Yes, exactly. 20,000 USD yan. Ilang pesos yan? Kayo na lang mag-compute pero lagpas 1M pesos yan, no? 10K kalahati will come to the champion. And ito natin yung team standings. As it stands, this is day number 7 tayo ngayon, no, sa ating group stage. At Stallions pa rin nangunguna dito, Mochi, with 6 series, 6 matches, and 6 wins.
what's also insane on this one is tignan mo naman yung status ni MATTJESS ngayon. After that fight that they had last week, tumalon sila patungo sa ating 5th. Unfortunately, nalaglag lalo itong si Vanguard at si Pacific Esports. Pero malay mo naman makabawi sila mamaya. But other than that, I feel like talagang magkakatalo na lang for our 3rd to 5th na placements natin because if there will be additional losses here, then they would be for sure at risk.
Exactly, no? And let's see if this week magkakaroon ba tayo ng mga upset. We have playoffs contenders sa schedule natin na makikita later on, no? Ayun na nga, makikita natin ang schedule in just a few. But yung top 4 natin, I think a lot of people would say na hindi nila in-expect yung ganong teams na nandun sa top 4.
Exactly.
Pero ito group stage tayo ngayon at what's the date today? September 27. So nakikita nyo guys, last 4 days of the group stage. So OT-OT nang nasisemento ang mga standings natin in the group standings and kailangan na maghapit ng mga gustong makapasok ng playoffs.
Once again, iilang araw na lang, iilang tsansa, iilang laban at ito na ang oras para ibigay na nila ang lahat. And after that one, puproceed na tayo sa ating playoffs which is gonna be interesting to say the least. But ito muna, ang ating today's matchup, pasisimulan yan ng MATTJESS versus NV. Naku po, may hirapan pumili si Dadong dito. And second match, we have Execration versus Vanguard. And last but not the least, one of a banger match din or series, it is Pacific versus EVOS.
And of course, Pacific yung team na may pinakamataas na kailangang habulin, no? There's upsets on top of upsets yung nilaban nila dito. They lost 2 MATTJESS in the previous day, in the previous week, no? So medyo napababa yung standings nila dito. And medyo masakit yun. Kasi syempre, madami nag-expect na Pacific ang makakapasok sa ating top 3 spot, no? Ngayon, medyo malabo na yung chance nila. Pero meron pa namang chance. And of course, we got Execration up against Vanguard as well. Mainit din tong labanan na to. And match number 1, ang dalawang paboritong team dito sa regional. Bakit kailangan sila magtapat? Pero ganun talaga. But ito, tanong ko sa'yo, Mochi, no? Can you still consider MATTJESS an underdog team matapos ng ginawa nila last week?
Interesting question. I feel like we can say that they are still, but if they can do it again, mag-iiba na ang aking opinion about how they are playing and especially how they perform. Because based on what we have seen so far, ngayon, hindi na sila nag-revolve around rails. Every single one of them already has something to offer into the table. And I feel like it is just deserving na nila na mapag-usapan natin o mahimay natin ng maigi ang kanilang players because so far, when it comes to their performance, kitang-kita naman din yung talima ni Zach, no? I feel like maraming nag-aay kay Zach ngayon. Probably baka kunin siya dito. Hopefully not. We're not quite sure. But that is a possibility because of how much impact the sniper has been able to offer for the team.
Yes, absolutely. No? And you also have to consider the rest of the squad. Dito, Ninkyu and Yaba in their series, in their matches last week up against Pacific. Actually, pulling their weight in all of the matches. No? At pinaka-surprising dito, in sub-base, Pacific, one of their favorite maps, no? One of the non-Cebuano teams, non-southern teams that are actually really good in sub-base na patumba ng MATTJESS. Not just napatumba, in a decisive 10-4 passion. Tapos nung nag-Black Widow, 10-2 naman. Ngayon lang natin nakita, side fact, ngayon lang natin nakita na natalo ang Pacific sa isang non-top 3, top 4 team in the country, which is mind-boggling. That's why tinanong ko sa'yo, Mochi, kung mau-consider pa ba natin na underdog ang MATTJESS because of their performance against Pacific?
I feel like, oo nga, no? Kung hindi man underdogs, you can call them dark horses. I'm not sure.
Pwede.
Mamaya kasi mabati natin no? But currently here in our team stats, we can also see din yung mga naibibigay dito ng ibang people natin like Ninkyu, Yaba, Rels here to the team as well as Jason. Every single one of them has been able to say, you know, to be aggressive in their own right, being able to catch up and respond into each other, which is definitely something that they would need, especially if they are trying to take down behemoths such as Pacific, which they already did.
Exactly. And the one thing I love about this team the most is just how fearless they play, no? Parang walang rookie-rookie dito, walang bago-baguhan.
Wala silang sinasanto.
Ayun na nga, exactly. At as you see here on the standings, They've had a rough start up against Gaon. Syempre, nakatapat nila Stallions tsaka EVOS Arcelia, no? But then, surprising everyone, taking 2 giants down, Execration and Pacific, in very standard maps. No? Ito yung nakagulat din sa MATTJESS in Ankara. Natalo nila ang Execration in Subbase and Black Widow. Natalo din nila ang Pacific 10-2 and Black Widow, which is something that I emphasize a lot because Black Widow is a playground ng Pacific and MATTJESS just hindi nila sinanto. Yun nga eh.
Actually, Daydom, I'm really curious then what will be the performance or yung mga paghanda dito ng MATTJESS because last week na na-interview natin itong si Yaba, ang sabi niya is hindi daw sila nag-prepare.
Sus!
No? Parang nakakaduda. Parang
Ayun na nga.
hindi totoo. And I feel like we're gonna hear from them later on just in a bit, no? And especially considering and knowing kung nasaan ang headspace ng ating players ngayon, lalong-lalo na that with the dopamine high na meron sila ngayon from their previous series, that will of course will be serving as a boost para sa kanila later on.
Exactly. Parang kumbaga pampataas ng confidence up against their next opponents. Tinitingnan ko yung schedule dito, no? MATTJESS only have 2 matches remaining. Kasama yung today, no? They will be playing against Envy later on. And then next week, Vanguard ang mga katapat nila, no? So hindi pa rin biro dito. And I think it's gonna be a definitive matchup itong mga kalaban nila ang Envy. Remember, these are the 2 teams that are considered the underdogs of regional finals. And if ma-2-0, in my opinion, if ma-2-0 ng MATTJESS ang Envy, I think that definitively says na this is not an underdog anymore. This is a team to be worried of.
Yes, indeed. Kaya naman, no, I feel like we already put our 2 cents out there. What if, let us hear from the man himself.
Alright.
Na I believe ang ating i-interviewin here is
Ayan
si
na.
Zach. Ayan, Zach, kamusta
Hello po,
naman
kamusta
kayo?
po kayo? Okay lang.
Ay, siya na namusta natin. Okay naman din kami and I hope you're doing well din. Tulad naman ng sabi mo. Ano ang inyong mentalidad ngayon, Zach? Lalong-lalo na yung natalo nyo kinalaunan is si Pacific.
Ano, same lang. Yung laro namin.
Ooh.
Yung last, yun lang.
Sticking to what works, they do.
Alright. Zach, first off, congratulations dun sa last week nyo, no? Ang ganda ng performance ng MATTJESS. 2-0 sa Execration, tapos 2-1 sa Pacific. In-expect nyo ba na manalo against them last week? Yun ang tanong ko.
Yata. Kasi wala kami practice.
Alright. Well, Zach, I'll give you the floor, no? Kung may gusto kang i-shoutout, kung may gusto kang batiin, now is your chance.
Shoutout kay Boss Mati. Yan mga kaibigan ko nanonood.
Ayan.
Alright. Maraming
Thank you so
salamat,
much.
Zach. Always love the modesty of the MATTJESS players, Zach. Good luck sa laban niyo mamaya.
Sige boss, salamat po.
Ayan, maraming salamat, Zach. No, grabe. I feel like we're seeing more and more of our humble kings.
Ayun
To
na
say
eh.
the least, no? As a biro mo, they're just gonna stay in their current headspace. Kung anong ginagawa nila, ipagpapatuloy nila, kung nakikita nila na gumagana, then of course, if they can take down itong si Pacific, I don't think na it will hurt kung gagawin din nila yung ginawa nilang yon sa Envy.
Absolutely, no? And speaking of Envy, the team they're facing today, medyo mahirap yung panimula nila dito sa standings, no? I mean, obviously, they are a team that is still very, very much talented. Ito isa sa mga niruroot for ko talaga itong Envy as a team that can be the ones to take down the Giants. But so far, haven't had the best of starts sa ating group stage. So they have a chance here today up against a MATTJESS, a team that is supposedly a team with a similar power level as them. And
supposedly.
So far, di pa tayo nakita ng big breakout performance mula kay Nomad.
Yeah, actually. I mean, he's been performing pretty fair so far naman, no, kay Nomad. There are also some calls that are definitely gonna help the team in order to secure a specific round. But sometimes kasi when you are gonna be battling it out with the stronger teams, minsan mauubusan ka talaga ng pambato o ng bala when it comes to the strategies. But at the same time though, individually here in Envy Gaming, ang daing stand out dito. The likes of Ared being able to pop off consecutive times already, being one of the clutch machines here player dito sa Envy. And also for Enel, providing the support that is necessary para dito sa kanyang mga sama. And Devil, the one and only 6-man that turned now into the main roster, definitely reaching the boundaries here in the sniper role.
Yes, and Envy, you can see the pieces naman, no? Whenever you take a close look in their games, I'm looking at their game against Pacific, their games against Stallions. Na-push nila sa overtime, dito yung Stallions and Pacific, pushing it to set number 3. Which goes to show you Envy Gaming, hindi sila biro maglaro din, no? They have the tools they need to be able to take down these giants, but something is missing from the formula, no? So this is a chance for them to kind of look for that missing piece, address it, lalo na MATTJESS yung kalaban nila, no? One of the biggest criticisms of MATTJESS is that sometimes linear yung approach nila sa mga laban nila. So I think Envy Gaming, meron silang pagkakataon dito to outmaneuver MATTJESS, especially sa mga map. Kung anong mapa yung ilalabas dito ng mga team na to, I think Envy could have the upper hand.
Totoo, no? Kung naghahanap sila ng pagkakataon na makakuha ng panalo, ito na yon. Lalong-lalo na ng susunod na kalaban nila dito is supposedly Execration and eventually Gaon. And they should seize the time here that they can get, like what you've said, yung chance nila dito. And to carry over kung ano hanggang kaya nilang gawin dito. Kasi biro mo, okay na talaga no? Parang kulang na lang talaga ng kaunting collectivity when it comes to carrying out those types of strategies. Kasi despite of having strategies, what matters is of course the execution.
And of course, meron pa naman chance dito na makaabot ng maybe top 5, top 4 ang Envy if they 2-0 all of their remaining matches. As you mentioned, sila yung one of the few teams that have 3 remaining matches, no? So in the next 2 weeks, pwede pa, kaya pa.
Kaya pa. So, I guess just in a bit makakarinig din tayo sa ating interviewee here for MB Gaming. It's gonna be no other than CJ. Ayan,
boss.
CJ!
Hello po.
Kamusta ka na?
Okay lang kayo, kamusta? Hello po.
Sorry, EJ. Ayan.
Kamusta
hello,
kayo?
hello.
Okay naman, boss CJ.
Anong preparasyon na ginawa natin ngayon, CJ? Ngayon nakalaban natin si MATTJESS.
Wala. Kanya-kanya lang eh. Kanya-kanya lang.
Alam mo, Mochi, hindi talaga ako naniniwala every time may nagsasabi na walang preparation. Pero, boss CJ, ito, gusto ko lang sabihin na good luck sa laban nyo mamaya. May isa lang akong tanong para sa inyo, no? Syempre, Envy, this is already third to the last match na, no? Last 2 weeks of group stage. Obviously, medyo nahirapan tayo sa first few matchups natin, which is understandable kasi malalakas ang mga teams natin ngayon sa regional finals. Ito, you're going up against Envy Gaming sa ngayon, former team acceptance. Anong ibig sabihin nitong laban na to para sa inyo? Meron bang deeper meaning itong matchup para sa mga players ng Envy Gaming?
Wala lang, bigyan lang namin sila ng magandang laban.
Alright.
Any
Sige,
message? Ayan, CJ. Any message para sa iyong mga supporters here for Envy Gaming former league team acceptance?
Shout out sa mga fans ng NB Gaming dyan. At saka sponsor namin nga si Boss GR Padilla.
Ayan, maraming salamat,
Salamat.
CJ. Di ka na namin na iistorbohin pa. Good luck sa
Good
inyong
luck.
Thank you
laban.
po, thank you
Hopefully,
po.
makapag-prep kayo ng maigi. Ayan.
Thank you po.
Alright, Mochi, very modest pa rin si CJ. Very similar sa mga interviews natin with MATTJESS, which is always nice to see the players na tinatago yung inner confidence nila. Kasi Mochi, alam mo naman, in Crossfire, you have to be confident. Confidence is half the battle, pero hindi nila nilalabas no? Kahit yung pagpapractice nila, hindi nila sinasabi, dina-downplay nila dito.
Yun yung nakakatakot din sa mga players natin Ganun din talaga, especially nung si Yaba yung ini-interview natin. Wala siya masyadong sinasabi. Tapos biglang mandudurog na lang sila pag nandiyan na yung mismong laban. So, most likely, yan yung i-expect natin, no? And I feel like when it comes to our maps, meron ka bang mga gustong makita dito?
Sub-base. Automatic
Sub-base
sub-base ang gusto ko makita dito. No? I mean, these two teams very much love playing that sub-base map. And let's take a look. Sino nga ba ang mga dapat nating panoorin na players dito sa matchup ng MATTJESS versus Envy? And it is the man we featured kanina, Zach. Actually, mataas nga. Siya yung may pinakamataas na kill-death ratio para sa roster ng matches. And you have to remember as well that most of their matches were on the losing side. Even so, ang taas ng KD dito ni Zach. Pero you have to address Devil. The man from NV that is an X factor. Hindi mo alam kailan sasabog to si Devil.
Yes, indeed. And I feel like despite the fact na meron tayong mga the likes of Setra na nakakatapat niya dito, minsan napapatahimik niya din no? Which is pretty crazy to witness kasi parang pinapakita nila na kaya nilang patasan ito. Specifically on the side of Devil himself, lalong-lalo na when it comes to confidence and his focus dito, pulling the trigger and anticipating any person in the way here. And in terms of positioning, may kalamangan talaga sila dito. So this is definitely a really good head-to-head, if I may say. And I'm really curious what's going to be the atmosphere, especially pag nailapag natin dito. Pero, syempre, hindi lang sila ang merong team. Tayo din meron. Kaya naman tawagan na natin si Sneaky Pragan as well as si Salvatore. Ayan. Kamusta naman ang mga kumpare natin dito?
Ayun, okay lang naman. Mochi, very excited para dito sa first matchup natin, fully knowing na medyo ma-heartbreak dito si Dadom because he's gonna have to see his two favorite kids, beat each other up dito.
Okay naman ako. Actually, di ko nga ina-expect na makasama ngayong araw na to, actually. And nonetheless, masaya yung mga laban, knowing na it's yet another day of proving grounds para sa mga teams na naghahayok para pumasok talaga sa playoffs. And onting oras na lang, inaantay, onting oras na lang actually, ina-expect na natin kung mas magiging mainit pa ba yung competition.
Yes, exactly. Parang yun na rin no? Yan din talaga yung ina-anticipate natin kasi do or die na to para sa mga remaining chances ng ating mga teams. And let us check out ano nga ba ang ating mga magiging mapa para sa ating unang match for today. Seems like aalisin ang ating compound and as well as New Mexico. And now, sub-base ang ating uunahin, followed by Ankara and been chosen by Envy. Interesting.
What?
And lastly, Eagle Eye as our decider. Any thoughts on this one, Daydum?
Ito I was about to predict na magiging map pool natin for the first two matches was sub-base and compound. Kung makukuha ng matches yung first rotation, that is sub-base. Pero mukhang pinanood nila yung match against STS dito ng NV Gaming na binan agad ng new compound, and that threat of Devil on the sniper is ever looming. Talagang ayaw ibigay ng matches dito yung compound ni Devil.
Sneak.
Actually, I didn't expect yung Eagle Eye 2.0 to pop out para dito sa map number 3, no? Kasi I was really expecting itong Envy na at least lalabanan nila sa Black Widow, where I think yung fight between itong kay Zac and kay Devil would be more equal. Pero Eagle Eye 2.0 is gonna be very interesting if ever makaabot nga tayo doon. Ankara, medyo expected as well. Power pick ng dalawang teams natin dito. Envy Gaming likes to pick it, MATTJESS likes to pick it. So feeling ko, there's gonna be a close clash dito sa map number 2.
Yeah.
Salvatore.
Tinitimbang na lang siguro ng Envy kung Black Widow nga ba o Ankara. To me kasi mas nagiging impactful si CJ tsaka si Devil kung magiging Ankara Black Widow medyo gambling, medyo sugal para dito sa side ng Envy na makakuha lang man lang ng isang magandang side. Kasi matches kaya nila kunin kahit ano pwede sila maging aggressive, pwede sila maging passive. So okay na rin yun na Ankara yung makukuha dito ng Envy Gaming. Pero ito pa rin yung Ankara ng matches na maraming ginulat na players actually So it's going to be tip of the balance kung kakayanin naman ng Envy Gaming yung aggression ng matches in the first half or yung pag-iibang plano lang talaga ng matches.
Actually, in terms of gulat, pati tayo, Lalong-lalo na. I really definitely didn't expect that Pasig will fumble that hard in front of matches as well. And little do we know, I feel like it just all boils down to the aggressive factor and as well as the sniping factor na meron ng ating mga players. Pero ito na, ang ating pinakiintay, our predictions here for matches
Pwede
and
bang last
NV
ako?
Gaming. Sige, pagbibigyan kita ngayon. I will go for 2-1 matches. Bibigyan ko ng chance itong si NB to prove ako otherwise. How about you, Sneaky Frog?
I would also put a 2-1 matches dito. Hopefully a close map too. Yun ang hinahanap ko dito.
Salvatore?
Ako, knowing sub-base and as well as Ankara, mas malaki na napatunayan actually ng matches. So, I'm gonna be putting fate on matches 2-0 for me.
At ayan na.
I'm so sorry. I'm so
Who's your
sorry,
favorite child?
NV Gaming. I'm so sorry, NV Gaming. But with the recent matches, tapos sub-base pa yung unang map ng matches, nakuha pa nila yung sub-base blacklist side nila. So I'm gonna go 2-0. I think Ankara is it's gonna be a little bit close but not close enough dito, Sneaks. So I think it's 2-0 in favor of matches.
Grabe, the great
Oh,
betrayal,
my
pare.
Yeah, 2-0 is insane, especially that both of them are your favorite teams. Hindi mo man lang binigyan ng isa dito si Envy.
I gotta be real.
I guess hayaan na lang natin sila, no?
Lungkot.
To do their thing, perform
Elephant.
here, and make the most out of their playground. And granted, with the strengths and weaknesses na nandito ngayon sa ating map dito, I am pretty sure na meron naman siguro silang paghahanda. Contrary sa mga sinabi nila kanina during our interview.
Yes, absolutely. No, I mean, a lot of the times, pag nasa interview yung mga players natin, tina-downplay nila. But I do definitely want to see NV perform. Ito lang yung prediction ko based on recent stats and how they looked on form. Parang matches, you brought up a topic kanina, Mochi, of how each and every player are now stepping up dito.
Yes, indeed. And in terms of that one, step up the guts and energy dahil si Sneaky Frog na at si Salvatore ang inyong mga kasama on the caster desk. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Mochi and Daydom. Ito na nga tayo, no, mga kaibigan. Ready na ang buong sambayanan para sa duelo ng magkabilang koponan. Pero alam na nila sa isa't isa, no, na hindi naman sila nagkakalayo ng landas. Both from Cebu, Cebu X Davao, tong NB Gaming, MATTJESS, been living their whole lives trying to catch more than third place, no, Sneaky Frog. At ito na ata yung season na pwede kong masabi na sa onting milagro at dasal lang kakayanin nga nila yun eh.
Yeah, kakayanin nga nila, especially with the context ng kanilang practice regiment, no, yung no practice, especially going into yung Pacific MACTA or Pacific Esports series natin dito. And ayun nga, it was actually very, very surprising. I always knew na malaki-laki yung talent dito ng MATTJESS. I think every single year nagpo-produce nga sila ng Super Rookie, di ba? Yun nga, CBN and sina A7J Loy included. So I just didn't expect it to be this quick yung improvement ng mga players nga natin dito, like itong si Ninkyu, like itong si Yaba, which I would also like to highlight, no, Salvatore, kasi I think ayun nga, granted maganda yung sniper matchup natin dito. It is Zac, it is itong si Devil, pero we gotta talk about the riflers too, man. I mean, a red CJ Nomad on one side and on the other side, Yaba. I mean, Rels is also starting to step up sa kanyang rifling. And ayan, Ninkyu especially, man. What a revelation sa recent games natin.
Ito na talaga yung masasabi kong matchup na parang ang ganda ng contrast nila sa isa't isa. Tsaka yung dynamic na nabubuo ng matches habang tumatagal. Mas kinikilingan na siya ng mga ibang teams para talaga respetuhin, no? From the first 2 weeks na nakita natin sa matches, parang hirap na hirap talaga sila. Paano nga ba pumwesto? Paano nga ba bumuelo? And at the same time, yung mga duels na tinitake nila, no, medyo illogical. Pero MATTJESS, parang melting pot nga talaga sila yun, no? Pinapatagal mo lang ng onte, tapos makukuha mo na yung magandang timpla, and that's how MATTJESS was able to contribute so much into the competitive aspect ng Crossfire, no? Kasi even Execration ng Pacific MACTA was no match, no? Isa sa mga salitang hindi ko akalaing masasabi ko sa panahon ngayon, Sneaky Frog, no? Pacific and as well as Execration na no match dito against MATTJESS. But let's talk about NV Gaming, no? NV Gaming continues to improve, no? Pero masasabi ko na in this current stage na parang naging stale lang nga sila ng unti lang actually, you know. Like, they can fight, pero yun na lang ata yung magiging branding ng NV Gaming habang tumatagal. They can really out-duel some players, but in terms of execution and trying to make most of their macro, parang nakukulangan talaga sila sa gulang dito, no, when you're comparing it to EVOS, Stallions, or even the likes of Vanguard. Ang kinikilala ko lang talaga dito sa NV Gaming is individually they can stand out, pero sana hindi na umabot sa panahon na individually lang natin sila makikilala. So, the NV Gaming na kilala nga natin where Devil can snipe, Arid can fight, itong matches na nakikita natin kahit papaano may buga talaga sila pagdating sa execution. It just seems to me na MATTJESS really knows the number of NV Gaming. At ito na nga mga kaibigan, Cebu versus Cebu X Davao Derby para sa una nating duelo ngayong araw na to. MATTJESS versus NV Gaming here on Subbase, ang home court ng dalawang team na to.
Yeah, and it is gonna be quite fun, no, considering, you know, both teams similar playstyles dito sa kanilang region. It's gonna be a lot of aggression, especially pagdating dito sa BL side. As we already see, no, Ninkyu early position taken already sa second mid, and usually teams mas lock down yung kanyang position na yung ganun. Pero tingnan naman natin yung Envy, no, actually they're playing somewhat far back. No info given para dito sa matches, pare.
Kailangan maklear to actually ni Ninkyu, no? Kung gusto nga nilang kunin yung Vents Control. CJ with Crossfire here on CR. Ninkyu just blows out the smoke at dinirekta niya na kagad dito lang sa may shutter. Good trade para kay Nomad as NV Gaming finds a secure opening dito lang sa may second mid. Meaning nakokontrol na nga nila to, kailangan na lang pigilan yung nasa Vents.
Yeah, tough position para sa mga NB players. No rotation possible para dito sa dalawang sites natin. Pero Ared, uy, nakita na yung pangalan doon ni Yaba. Yaba, you're gonna have to step all the way back dito sa Vents or try to
Devil
gamble itong second mid, pare. Pero Zach around the corner, Devil got his number. Pero si Jason gusto na mag-forward dito sa loob ng site. Jason does get him, pulls out the EPR. Nakuha na dito si Ared. Nomad, possibly. That's a 3K for the veteran ng MATTJESS. NL na lang natitira. Yaba on the tail ng kanyang kasama dito. Grabe, NV Gaming in a 1v2 turn dahil dito kay Jason.
Destruction, yun ang nangyari dito para sa NV Gaming. Nung nakuha na nga nila yung control dun sa may CR, pati second mid, bigla na lang talaga napabayaan no? Bigla na lang napalingon yung mga ibang members ng NV Gaming dito. And Jason was able to get that impactful of a 4K para simulan ng ating sub-base na to, no? And that is a MATTJESS that we all know and love. Yung pumapalag na hindi sila natatakot sa sarili nga nilang buhay in order to make the most out of the defense ng MATTJESS, especially in this A site, buhay talaga ang nakataya.
Oo nga. Loki, I do see etong si Jason, no, not gonna lie, medyo deep cut to pare, pero I do see him kind of like a ZQ figure para dito kay MJ pare na steady, fragging. Doesn't have to be the main leadership figure, no, pero you need a rock on your team pare, kagaya nga ni Jason dito. Someone who can just send it on the A side, can get you a 4K with the EBR, and at the same time still provide that steady backline para sa team mo. And ayun nga, one of the more underrated reasons why MJ is actually so good. Pero A-site pa na naman yung pakay dito ng MJ. It seems like outside, low-key, I wouldn't say Alcad kasi pumasok na sila dito sa woods by 1 minute 35. Jason, medyo matapang Salvatore.
Tingnan natin. Parang, alam mo naman MATTJESS, no? Pag nakakita talaga sila ng site, parang ang labo na kung magpe-fake out pa nga sila. No? The MATTJESS I know, noong 2024, lalo't si Lito ang nagko-call, pasok na kagad sa site, pero hindi na-clear ni Rels ang 4-box. Yari na nga siya. And that's the first elimination ng Envy dito, no? Now down to the 5v4. Ninkyu nakahanap ng opening dito lang sa may second mid. Jason now with a good follow-up. Ared, dugoan na nga dito. Wala pang nahanap na reinforcements dito ang Envy Gaming as it's now a 4v3. Open na rin ng luwag. Pwede nga nilang atakihin ng A-site dito. Total, mag-isa na nga lang dito si Devil. But it is still Devil, no? Yung demonyong yan na kaya ngang umangkor ng missile lang siya nga lang mag-isa. Meanwhile, Ared still trying to anchor woods lang dito. Hinahanap pa rin nila yung magandang pwesto. They could never find that opening para makapanlason. Jason now gets NL Skull at pasag ang mga bungo ng members ng Envy.
Grabe. And look at the backline coming forward dito pare. Jason, not this Devil dito sa A-site. A red out of commission pare, as well as itong si Devil. 2-0 para dito sa MATTJESS so far. And doing pretty well. I mean, 6-0 para dito kay Jason. Not much done para sa mga ibang mga players kasi they really didn't have to do anything too realistic. Pero MR push para dito sa NB Gaming. A red with his HK. NL gets 2. Pero tatlo lang ang nakuha nila dito sa NV Gaming. CJ still on the inside ng passage. Ninkyu na lang mag-isa because of that death ni Yaba. C4 na dito sa MR pare. What is going on?
Yeah, na para bang nag-adapt lang sa Naval's Dragons,
Yes,
Nikki,
sir.
no? The usual MR push. Parang nakita ng MJ, uy, kanina pa tayo nananalo sa mga laban, no? Rektahin nga talaga natin. Without any respect sa kung ano ang kakayahan dito ni Enel at ni Nomad. Pero yun yung kailangan nilang itrabaho dito, no? Now down to the 2v1. Ninkyu na has a chance para paghiwalay itong dalawang to. Pwedeng gawin ni Ninkyu actually, knowing na meron pa nga siyang utils dito, could cover lockers, open plant, tapos maglalaro nga siya ng ng passage, possibly. But knowing CJ and Devil, parang in unison na nga lang nila papasukin tong shatter na to para mas malinang si Ninkyu. So, tigi-tigi isang bala lang pwedeng kunin dito ni Ninkyu sa bungo ni Devil at ni CJ. Diskarte na lang para kay Ninkyu. Advantage para sa NV Gaming. 21 seconds left on the clock. Ninkyu nilalaro pa rin ng missile dito. And Ninkyu peaks. Hindi makakuha ng buwelo si Ninkyu. At makakuha na nga ng round ng NV on the board. 2-1 na lumalaban pa rin ang mga balyena.
And yeah, nice spacing galing dito sa last two players ng Envy, no? I mean, fully knowing na naka-HK yung last player dito, really don't want to step into shutter at the same time, pare. Dalawang ulo talaga yan. Pero 2-1, Envy Gaming finally a return dito sa kanilang depensa and it's a lot more aggressive instead dito sa loob ng woods. Pero napansin nila na meron nang nakapasok sa A-site and his name is gonna be Rels. Pero Yaba and Ninkyu around the corner para makover itong woods is actually all plan. Yaba is gonna go down as well. Hindi yata in-expect ni Rels na merong presence na nasa loob ng woods. At least not two.
Doon ka lang makakita ng Crossfire sa woods nang hindi sinasadya. Good setup para sa Envy nonetheless. At gumana na nga yun. Pumabor sa trade ng Envy doon because of their aggression. Pero di nga nila in-expect na for MJ to be able to make noise doon sa may warehouse, may mga manggagaling dito lang sa may woods. Pero mukhang MATTJESS, hindi na nga sila mag-fake out dito. Gusto nga nilang kunin ng control dito. NL1! N2 na parang nanununtok lang si NL. 1-2 punch para dito sa Envy Gaming. At iyan na nga ang headshot machine ng Envy.
Grabe, man. Something about this week ng regionals and last week as well ng regionals. Yung mga tito talaga natin na nagpapakitang gilas. Jason and NL, pare. Boss Nikong at si Boss Jason really doing it for their team. You know, EBRHK on point para sa kanilang dalawa. And it's a very exciting start dito sa subbase natin. Pwede nga natin sabihin na yung unexpected gaming na nakikita nga natin dito. Similar sa nakita natin sa round na nag-cross si Rels, obviously expectations, walang bumaril dito sa woods, and the two members ng MJ just walked in with no problem, pare. Ayun nga, it really is curveball after curveball between yung dalawang teams natin, man.
Yun yung tinatawag natin na gulat factor no? Yung parang narrative dito sa regionals natin compared to last series, masyado nang expected yung magiging resulta no? Pwera na lang dun sa naging grand finals talaga. But for this year, 2025, hindi nga natin akalain na umaabot tayo sa punto na merong match-up na kayang ipanalo ng MATTJESS, pero at the same time, magtataka ka paano sila natalo dun. So now entering into sub-base na it's such a complicated map para sa dalawang teams na to, no? But they make it work. MATTJESS was able to set up that deep of a push dun lang sa may woods. Hindi dapat gumagana yun actually, no? Kung ikaw yung Arctic, nirerekta mo kagad yung outer, buelo ka kagad sa may second mid. Pero you can definitely feel MATTJESS na tinatry nga nilang kumuha ng default dito, no? But it just really didn't work kasi naging late yung mga setup dun, nahuli yung dalawang members, and that crossfire from Envy Gaming was just too strong. May kita mo naman na Envy Gaming, onting buelo lang, onting pick-off lang, bigla na lang talaga sila gumagana, no? So, it's just a matter of who gets the first mistake talaga Doon na lang talaga bumabanking dito yung dalawang teams kung paano nga nila i-execute yun. Di ba tayo nakakita actually ng malaking sample size Sneaky Frog kung aabot nga ba sa magandang post-plant or sa isang magandang retake. So, depende na lang yun kung paano didiskartehan talaga ng matches. But for so far, stalemate tayo dito ngayon, Sneaky Frog, kasi maganda yung bato ng Envy Gaming, but for matches, they like to play it slow pero gumagana.
Yeah, this match has been very enjoyable as well considering na pareho kasi yung strengths at weaknesses ng dalawang teams natin. Yung pacing nila and then at the same time yung kanilang strong mid-rounding. I feel like yung mid-round play ng MJ is definitely one of the core reasons why kung bakit sila nanalo up against itong PE. And at the same time, ayun nga, that is also yung strength dito ng Envy, no? That's why they took yung mga stronger teams natin to the distance considering na ayun nga, Envy can also do their mid-rounding. You know, CJ and Ared really good pagdating sa mga impromptu na situations. And MJ naman, their entire playstyle is impromptu, pare. So, ayun nga, it really is a good mix dito sa sub-base at the moment. And I'm really curious now who is gonna break first between yung dalawang teams natin kasi walang walang nagpapahuli dito, pare.
Walang walang nag-extend ng braso nga nila, no? Kung pwede mo na ako hulihin. Kung ikaw yung captain, like kung ikaw si Jason, kung ikaw si Nomad, magdadalawang isip ka talaga kung okay ba tong play na to Kasi sa ginagawa ng matches, it's really unexpected na gumagawa sila ng default, pero nung ginawa nga nila, ayun, pumalya. For Envy Gaming, when they like to play for picks, parang okay na yun So bigla na lang sila mag-aggressive push tulad ng ginawa ni Devil kanina, kaya siya nahuli sa CR. So it's just a matter of like paiba-iba ng isip no? So hindi mo talaga ma-ensure kung absolute talaga yung magiging call ni Jason tsaka ni Nomad respectively. So parang ito yung laban na gusto ko, no? Yung maraming pwedeng mangyari, nakakagulat yung mga kaguluhan. At pangatlo, yung mga frags dito, no? Alam mong solid yung mga players, may kakayahan talaga sila gumawa ng highlights dito, no? And that's what I really like about this current matchup. Pero nakarinig tayo ng kalabang dito, mga kaibigan, na kailangan muna natin ng panandali ang break habang inaayos pa ng mga players yung kanilang mga setup no? Ito pa rin ang CFS Regional Finals Philippines, Salvatore and Sneaky Frog. Babalik kami after the short break. Tapos, KSC gets the 4K. KNP. Yo, Beb with that spray down. Oh! For KSA.
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines, pare.
Welcome back, Crossfire Philippines. Ito pa rin ang CFS Regional Finals Philippines. Salvatore Sige from magdadala ng aksyon para sa inyo. Pagkabalik nga natin, magsisimula na nga ang laban ng NV tsaka ng MATTJESS. Nagkaroon na ng onting pagputol ng wire at inaayos na nga ng dalawang team sa tono para magsimula na nga ang duelo natin sa loob ng subbase. Pero bago tayo matawagan ng break, kitang-kita mo Sneaky Frog kung gaano kadikit yung laban talaga.
Yeah, super dikit yung laban natin. I mean, it really is yung dalawang veterano natin that is actually sparring dito sa loob ng server natin. And yun nga, mostly been Jason and itong si NL doing the action. Rest of the team also kind of having their contributions. And I'm also very excited, no? Kasi we have yet to see yung mga ibang players also pop up as well. We have yet to see itong si Rels really get comfortable, itong si Ninkyu get comfortable. Zach, especially, no, pag naging komportable nandito si Zach, he's definitely gonna be one of yung bigger problems. But at the same time, pag nag-heat up na rin dito yung big three ng NV Gaming, which is yun na, Red, CJ, and itong si Nomad, it's gonna be a problem naman para dito sa matches kasi meron kang wrecking ball na nakikita mo papunta na sa'yo and you really have no way to stop it, pare.
And still a question, no, kung sino nga ba talaga yung tuluyang mag-iinit dito para sa matches or sa NV5 na tayo makakaramdam na pagbabago ng panahon, no? So now, NV now positioning, Europe adjustment ng Boss Devil. Teka lang. Yun, nakapasok na Boss Devil. Shumot na ang bola. At nakapwesto na nga sila dito lang sa may events, no? So, any anticipation dito lang sa may track, pwede na nga kunin to ng NV actually, no? Knowing na Yaba or even Jason, ginagawa na nga nila yun kanina pa. Taking a look at the control dito lang sa may second mid, nakabantay naman ng NV Gaming. So meron talagang magiging laban to for NV if they want to make sure na hindi makakapasok ang MATTJESS.
Actually, not that bad of a decision yung ginawa dito ng NV Gaming in terms of their defense. Pag nag-commit na ng second mid, itong matches natin, NV Gaming can actually slip on by dito sa may luwag and try to see if they can take over sa may woods, creating another space para maka-retake sila dito. But then MJ, if they can hit their shots in time and get into yung B-site na to, that's gonna be very, very scary. Pero Flash, on that second mid position, tamang delay lang, pero nasa shutter na dito yung matches. Pare, no information just yet. Jason already taken out. CJ good for shot on the HK47. And ayun na nga sinasabi ko, yung HK napakasakit. Pag pumasok ka sa crosshair dito ng NV Gaming, Nomad getting one as well. Zach with his own 2K. And Zach with his own 3K. Hold on. Highlight play after highlight play dito sa round na to. Pero si Ared tinapos na lang. And 3-2 NV. Close round. Medyo pigil hinga, no? After sa last few moments natin, pare.
Yan ang gusto ko, no? Na kahit pa paano na naapula dito si Zach. Pero it took a lot of efforts para talaga mapigilan dito yung matches. Especially yung anticipation ng NV, no? From both Shatter and as well as Lockers. Maganda actually. Yung pakikitungo ni CJ na hindi lang dapat sa isang angulo siya nakatingin, no? Yung separation dito ng NV was just that tactical na hindi na nga nila kinakailangan ng double or even triple picking, no? Inasa nga nila kay CJ kagad. Nung nawala si CJ, reposition kagad dito si Ared. So, a lot of good plays and mental fortitude lang din yung nagdala doon para sa side ng NV, no? So, good calls, left and right. MATTJESS, kamuntikan na. Pero gaya nga nasabi ko kanina, naapula lang talaga si Zach. Kung nagkaroon lang siya ng onting time para bumaba ng missile or makabuelo man lang dun sa may B-wall, siguro nakuha niya pa nga yung player dun sa may passage. But another setup here for NV na hindi nga lalayo sa ginawa nga nila last round. But the difference now is for MATTJESS, wala silang na kinikilingan dito lang sa may Lockers. Rekta kagad dito lang sa may CR.
Yeah, second try on this second mid. CR na agad ang gusto nilang pasukan dito. But they have to be very aware na si Devil ay nasa loob ng vents. Pero si Devil actually going down to vents instead. Yaba catching itong si NL headshot. NL taking 2 down with him though. Devil trying to get a shot going. Pero ang ganda ng reaction doon ng NV Salvatore. They really just held on for dear life dito sa A side knowing na si Devil ay manggagaling dito sa second mid to provide them that backup sa CR. And Yaba at Ninkyu na lang natitira stuck in a very bad spot. I mean, very winnable para dito sa NV unless they really mess up, pare.
Hindi pa talaga nakakahanap ng magandang place dito. Ang matches actually, they're having huge amounts of trouble para talaga
1 HP.
makapag-clear ng angles. Wait lang! Oh my God! Yaba! I did not expect that. Teka lang. Binawi ka agad lahat ng mga sinabi ko. Sneaky frag, MATTJESS. Kapit sa patalim. Pray to the heavens. Yaba, sinalba ang buong angkan ng MATTJESS pero hindi pa nagtatapos dito. On to the next round. Duelo kagad dito lang sa may MR. Hindi makalabas ng warehouse si Rels. Ninkyu naghahanap ng pwesto dito lang sa may outer. Devil and Ared trying to anchor it down. Sakaling gawin nga ulit ng MATTJESS yun. But would you believe it, Sneaky Frog? Naandun na sa Envy yung round na yun.
Yun nga, that was envy written all over it, pare. All they had to do was play the numbers game. Pero medyo nagka-hitch kasi
Hindi
dito sa
nila
loob ng
ginawa,
luwag,
pre.
pare. Yun lang. Hindi na napatay agad yung luwag player natin and that allowed the space para kay Yaba to take down itong si Devil who was already low. And alam mo naman, Min, pagdating sa HK 417 CF balance, one shot matters and that is the headshot, pare. And that is what happened. Nomad though with his own HK headshot para sa kanya dito.
Nomad.
Look at that
Oh
tracking.
my.
Para kay Zach, hindi man lang siya nakaalis despite the jump. 2 versus 4 or 2 versus 5 agad dito, pare.
Ginagawa niyang M14 no? Ganun niya lang kadali ginawa yung pag-defense dun lang sa may second mid. So once again, Envy Gaming gets a strong round and as well as just utilizing the strong side of the map. No, hindi nga sila nagpatinag, no? Ipupush nga ba yung second mid or kukuha ng pwesto dito lang sa may cage. Hindi na nga nila iniisip yun, no? They know that they can fight kung ipuforce nga talaga ng matches. And take a look at this replay, no, Sneaky Frog. Even the anticipation dun sa pagtalon ni Zach, nahabol pa yun ni Nomad. And just, once again, yung individuality ng Envy Gaming ngayon nagsa-stand out na, no? So, kanya-kanyang setup na nga lang to. Si CJ na mismo nagsabi na, kanya-kanya na nga lang, no? At yun yung nakikita natin dito sa subbase.
Yeah, 4-3. Envy Gaming, yung more methodical kind of style na nakikita nga natin galing sa kanila is now starting to work its gears. And despite the amount of map control na nakukuha nga dito ng matches, no, it's still Envy Gaming with a better end round strategy dito. But then MATTJESS can also catch you off guard, especially with clutches like these and shots like that, pare. Jason, headshot agad. M14 EBR online para sa kanya dito. I think he's around 9. Magda 9 frags na yata siya dito, pare.
Natin. Now, lot of members actually, no? MATTJESS gusto nga kunin tong woods na to. They just know na pwede nga nalang i-force to. Matatanggal kagad yung metal box na player. Tapos yun mahihirapan ng mag-scout out dito si NL kung makakalampas nga bala sila ng missile. And another pick-off by MATTJESS. The pre-aims are doing pretty good para dito sa MATTJESS, no? Isa sa shatter, isa lang dun sa may LR. Tanggal na kagad actually, no? So that's 2 openings para sa MATTJESS pero hindi nga nila nakikita yung pagkakataon dito lang sa may B-side. Ninkyu sinagasan si NL and another one para sa MATTJESS. Flawless of a round play for Vix Pakamo. Definition yan ng MATTJESS.
Yeah, and I like yung MATTJESS actually mixing things up dito sa game natin. They're actually putting Zach in his old role back in SBK, pare, which is that lurk, sniper / rifler, and really making that presence known on the other side of the map. Hindi niya nabibigyan ng libreng way itong si Nomad na makapasok sa backline nila.
Wait.
Pero Rels, testing dito sa loob ng DR, and pag nag-peek dito si Devil, this could be bad for him. Pero kung matimingan na si Nomad dito sa shutter, man, this is gonna be crazy. Pero buti na lang nakabantay si NL. Smelling something suspicious galing dito sa passage, pare.
May unting timing dun si Rels, no? Kung hindi nakabuelo dun si NL, pwede yung lusubin dun yung shutter. Tas yari na actually yung Envy dun. But the thing is, pwedeng maging 1-for-1 yun, tas magiging magiging lugi pa yung matches at the end. So they have to rely yet another round na kailangan nila mag-play for picks dito. Meanwhile, Envy is trying to make sure na hindi na nga sila kukuha ng deep defense dito. No? Malalim kagad yung pinapwesto nga nila like Nomad on that second mid angle. Naging yari nga yung buhay niya doon kasi tatlo yung pumig nga sa kanya. Not even a follow-up here from CJ na inaambahan na nga yung woods ngayon. Jason, onting pwesto na nga lang makakapag-entry na nga sila. Here comes the Executor, nakakatanggap na nga ng bawas. Ninkyu, dinadivert yung attention. Maraming na reglo dito lang sa may shatter. At kinuha na nga ni Ninkyu bilang pagkakataon para lusubin na nga yung base ng Envy Gaming. MATTJESS na with the Execute flawless so far. Devil, hindi nakapag-reposition. And MATTJESS, what a strong first half. Back and forth they go, but MATTJESS securing the frags.
Grabe, I mean, defying expectations there, no, pare. I mean, initial passage presence para nga dito sa matches. And I was actually expecting na since may napakadaming presence meron din dito sa may Woods position natin, I was actually expecting somewhat of a B crunch or an A crunch maybe. Baka may magte-take over dito sa Shutter as some rotations are starting. Pero wala men, matches just rolling on back, pure mid fights galing sa kanila dito. And that late push galing kay Ninkyu from that passage position and really just tinanggal niya yung pressure no dito sa may Shutter at sa DR area natin pare. And matches, yun nga, granted medyo erratic yung kanilang playstyle dito Salvatore, pero gumagana at gumagana para sa kanila dito.
Grabe talaga yung distraction no? Mag-iingay sila sa second mid, kasi Ninkyu pala naiwan no? So, kung ikaw si Devil, kung ikaw si Enel, syempre magre-respo ka kagad dun sa may CCR, di ba? Pero at the same time, hindi mo pwedeng pabayaan yung passage kasi knowing matches, kanina pa nga talaga sila nanlalason. So, Envy Gaming, out of all the rounds na ina-anticipate nyo may mga lason, dun pa talaga sa closer ng first half, no? Na least expected pa actually, no? So, maraming beses. So, parang kinondisyon ng matches tong Envy Gaming na lahat ng rounds namin, pre, hindi kami magdi-default. Talagang 4-man, 5-man execute kami. No? Kung kailan po nung dulo na Zach, oh my goodness, meron talaga sa Cebu, pre, ng mga naka-BR0 na player na mapagtataka ka talaga kung paano nga nila pinapagana yon. Pero ganun talaga dito sa kwentuhang matches. Lahat gumagana para sa kanila. Tulad ng ginagawa dito ni Zach sa pagdepensa ng missile. Nomad na on 4 box. Nakita na nga yung buo. And Zach with a stylish 4K para simulan ng second half. Matches nag-iinit.
Grabe, Zach is back in action dito on that TRG 4K immediately. No analysis needed in that one, but an immediate MR push. Rels mamamatay na agad. And Ninkyu right up on the menu, and it's a very MATTJESS response galing dito kay MATTJESS pare going into the second round of half. Jason now stuck dito sa loob ng LR, having to watch that, pero Yaba allowed away in. Devil down to low
Oh
HP.
my God.
Devil usually doesn't miss those pare, pero NL here with his homie para mapatay nga dito si Yaba pare, but at the same time HP bars para dito sa Envy, medyo scary pare.
This is still looking like it's winnable para sa matches actually, but knowing Envy, with how they play out their individual playstyles, they just have to win their own fights no? At i-distract lang talaga si Jason tsaka si Zach para hindi sila magano dito, para hindi sila mag-stack ng CR and then play for retake. So, ang pwedeng gawin dito ng Envy actually just force that B site. But, yun ang kailangan nila gawin actually, just to force the duo of matches, lusubin yung limang mga member na natitira, no? Zach gets the nade over to a red. So isang hadlang na yun para sa matches na mamawala na nga. CJ, hinahanap yung pwede dito kay Zach. Pinarkuran, dinaktakan si Zach. And look at that transfer, sneaky frag. Obra para kay CJ. And Envy Gaming cuts the deficit to 1.
Grabe, 6-5 Envy Gaming back in action dito sa laruan natin on their BL side. And yun nga, this is gonna be another DR unfortunately. Pero grabe naman yun, men. Straight up push on that A position, slight hesitation as well galing nga dito sa Envy in that initial round no, bago nga nangyari yung round na ito. And ayun nga, it's that one gap na nasa loob ng smoke. I don't think di yata kailangan ng BR0 para dun pare, kasi may that slight gap in the smoke, pangalan for a split second and pray to God na matatamaan mo yun, and sumagot yung prayers dito ni Zach pare. And at the same time, the second round response pagaling dito sa matches no pare, parang may expect mo na rin no, kung kayo yung Envy Gaming.
Feeling ko talaga sinasabi ng MJ no, na kung ikaw si Jason, kaya natin mag-execute ng isang round, tapos pag nanalo tayo, try nga natin itong MR na to, no? Like, yung ganong mindset, pre, yung kayang mag-200 IQ ni Jason, pero magbabalikan yung tao ulit si Jason para lang sabihin
Yes, sir,
na,
MR,
pre,
baby.
MR push. And that's what I like, no? Yung kaguluhan nga na nangyayari dito lang sa may Crossfire. Purong kaguluhan no?
PH only.
Hindi mo mapinta kung nagseseryoso nga ba o nantitrip lang tong mga to. Pero sa kalagayan ng laron to, pre, maniwala kayo sa hindi. Sa
Seryoso.
palagay na to, seryoso pa tong mga to. Look at the execute. Envy, Devil lang natitira dito lang sa may 4 box. Walang nagpa-follow up sa kanya. Actually, maganda yung smoke play dito ng matches actually. So a lot of defense being thrown out here already in B site. 3-man stack dito lang sa may B wall. Naghahanap ng pick-up dito lang si Devil. Nomad trying to sandwich the players. El si Reds, labas sa beds. Hindi niya nakuha yung trade. Wala man lang nakuha ang isang isda. Doon lang si Reds sa may outer. But that is now the calling here for the side of Envy Gaming para kumuha na nga na play dito. A site is now open. Zach and Ninko defense.
Badge mo pare. Di naglanding yung lineup dito pa eh. Hala. I don't know about this, Salvatore. Zach around the corner, missing the shot. Uncharacteristic para dito kay Zach pare, and he does get taken down. Ninkyu up on the task on the A site. Nomad not gonna get taken down, pero dalawa nang namatay dito sa kanilang A site execute. Yaba around the corner sa loob ng CR. Expected 7-5 or 6-6 rather para dito sa Envy. And ayun nga, is this another conversation of greed dito, Salvatore, na yun nga, Rels, feeling ko naspato niya dito ng mabilisan si Ared and he tried to catch him dito sa outside, but unfortunately, it is still there. At yun lang, even with the missed lineup, I was actually expecting na yun nga, si Zach would be killing 1 or 2 players there, pare, but that one miss, yun nga, no? Blink and you miss it, pare, wala na pala yung A-site.
Pero makikita mo, no, kahit sumala pa yung lineup ng smoke na yun, nilaban pa rin talaga ni Ared. At kung meron ka naman talagang tutok na ganun, parang mapapasabi ka na lang na, wag na yung lineup na yan, ilaban ko na nga lang yan. And that raw power na meron dito ang Envy Gaming, just so that they could ensure na makuha yung A-site na yun. Kasi wala nang oras. Tatlo ang nakastack dun lang sa may B-site. You can always get punished kung nanggaling ka ng LR tsaka ng passage, knowing na Envy Gaming, men, parang kaya nga nilang ipanalo yung mga laban na yun. No? So they took a gamble. 50-50 na nga nila yung luwag, and they got the very nice push. The thing is, hindi preparado ang matches doon. Hindi pa nga nakakapwesto sila Yaba actually, no? Si Zach, sumala nga din yung mga bala niya. So it's the matter of, sinasabi ko nga kanina, yung unang pagkakamali kung sino nga makakakuha. Nagkamali yung Envy Gaming, pero mas matimbang naman yung pagkakamali doon ng matches actually, no? Them not winning the fights and not forcing for Envy Gaming to retreat, yun yung pagkukulang nila doon actually, no? So talagang mas pumaldo ang Envy Gaming dito pagdating sa kanilang sugal doon sa may A site, no? So every amount of defense na binato ng matches, parang nawala lang talaga na parang bula.
Yun nga, no? And what was supposed to be a round really Envy should have lost heavily, no, pare? Yun nga, considering missed lineup, and obviously napaka-importante ng lineup na yun kasi ano yun, hinaharangan yun ng harap ng missile natin, and that provides opportunities para sa mga players to cross. And ayun nga, they just said, F it, pare, I'm just gonna jump to metal box. Zach misses, headshot agad, and the rest is history dito, pare. That really is yung Cebuano sub base at its core, basically. Yung the fist fighting, and I wouldn't say it was forced kasi at the same time wala na silang choice in the matter, but at the same time there is still options to go into yung CR position natin. But at the end of the day, pag wala na kayong magawa sa sub base, if you have nothing to win, yun nga, just go A side, pare, and it seems like that's the way to go.
Ang nakakatawa doon actually, Sneaky Frog, it didn't even look like a mistake, no? Parang ang linis na actually, onting hesitation lang ng Woods.
Yung
Parang
usok nasa
binaburn lang
bundok,
nila yung
pare.
utils ng matches, tas tsaka talaga sila pumasok no? Nung samala na yung smoke, tsaka pumasok si Ared, no? So it was supposed to be something that, like you said, Envy was supposed to lose. Pero talagang parang tinimbang na lang talaga ng Envy Gaming. Kung hindi tatama yung matches dito, panalo kami. Sure pa sa sigurado, 100%. So you can never really point out kung maganda ba talaga execute ng Envy o hindi, kasi talagang nakaasa na lang talaga sila sa pagpanalo nga ng duels nga nila doon. So if you're MATTJESS, kung kinakamot mo yung ulo mo ngayon, siguro granted na nga yan, no? Walang problema sa ganyan. Kung makakabawi naman kayo heading into the next round, yun yung maganda actually, no? So if Zach and as well as Yaba could just cover itong CR, tapos si Ninkyu, kaya niyang itagoy yung MR tsaka passage nang siya lang mag-isa. Yung space na makukuha ng matches tsaka yung oras na meron sila, parang ang laking ginhawa nun actually for matches, because you now have the opening para i-lurk yung outer, yung vents, and at the same time, you could really divert the attention of Envy Gaming para ilaban na lang yung mga nanlalason. So, that's a good call actually for matches. No? Kunin nyo na kagad yung space sa MR, pero knowing matches, baka 5-man stack na nga lang nila yun.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised as well kung medyo passive yung laruan ng Envy Gaming sa simula ng round na to or the next few rounds prior, no, as they're also trying to catch itong mga outliers nga ng matches. Matches, obviously, kung medyo desperado silang kumuha ng round ulit, obviously they're gonna fight for map control similar dito sa MR or dito sa second mid. So, ayun nga, if Envy Gaming, I would not blame them kung medyo hesitant sila pumasok dito sa MR or dito sa outside, as they're gonna try and see if they can, catch itong MJ in a very uncomfortable situation. Similar sa nakita natin kay Rels kanina. And ayun nga, matches, obviously, they also have their passiveness, pare, no? Kaya naman nila mag-play ng passive dito. But at the same time, why play passive when you can do that, Salvatore?
What is passive, no? Para dito sa matches, you can definitely feel na somehow, some way, iniiba-iba talaga nila yung mga anyo ng rounds. Hindi sila nagiging consistent na if this is a good execute, gagawin at gagawin nga talaga nila yun. The mind games is very obvious para sa matches. Pero that's just one part ng sub-base na talagang guaranteed na may gagawa dun no? Pero if you're putting it on Rels, 90 to 10. Most of the time, si Rels talaga makakuha na yun just because of the advantage na meron ka kung GR ka. Tapos sa LR ka pa nanggagaling. So MATTJESS, nice challenge. But for ENVY Gaming, I think it's tough no na si Ared pa talaga yung pinadala niya doon and not Devil. So kung ikaw si Devil, ilalaban niya nga ba yung Shatter? I would really put Devil sa MR na nga lang no. Kasi yung isang opening na yun, pag nakuha ni Devil yung MR, lahat susunod sa kanya.
Oh, for sure. I think yung split second din lang rin kasi yung opening, no? I mean, you and I have been fighting itong exact angle time and time again with the sniper on the other side, pare. And you know na the timing is really slim to get itong si Rels, pare. So I think you are pretty much right about that decision na ilagay si Devil doon considering he is fast enough for that equation, pare. At the same time, ayun nga, I don't think they expected that much aggression galing dito sa NJ, especially from that side. Pero Ninkyu, very forward dito sa second mid. Nakaubos na ng tatlong ENVY Gaming members. That's the C4 down. All chips were put forward dito sa second mid. Salvatore, pero mukhang bust yata.
All gas, no breaks. Hindi man lang pumreno doon ang ENVY Gaming. Not even respecting the smoke. Hindi nyo nga man lang pinaubos actually. Devil now stuck on 4 box. Nakita na nga natin to sa Ankara pero hindi mo kayang ulitin yan sa sub-base ng MATTJESS. 7-6. MATTJESS now on the momentum swing heading into the sequence. What a hold dun lang sa may second mid by Ninkyu. And that's what I like to see, no? MATTJESS, hindi na nga nila hinahanapan ng butas yung mga rounds, no? Kung kaya nga nilang simplehan to, yun ang gagawin talaga nila. Devil with a peek dito lang sa may Shatter. Wala sa outer, man. That is so good! Devil, hindi pa rin tapos sa pag-entry. Pero na-timingan siya dito ni Jason. Pero kukunin na ng ENVY yun. Maraming pasasalamat dito kay Devil. That 2-4-1 is strong para sa ENVY.
Yeah. Yun talaga yung isa sa mga strengths dito ni Devil, no? Really punishing teams when they get a bit too comfortable dito sa kanilang default, pare, where they get a bit reckless sa kanilang usual na ginagawa dito sa mga rounds. And Devil's the type of guys like, alright, I'm gonna just jump peek itong second mid area natin. Yep, I got one. Kaya pa natin makuha ng isa. Why not? He will maximize his opportunity dito sa loob ng woods in order to provide a bigger space para dito sa ating ENVY Gaming na squad. And tignan mo naman yung depensa dito ng MJ, man. Like 2F, DR, shotter at most. And yun nga, may isa pang shotter player. But numbers are still in the way dito ng ENVY Gaming. Pero kaya pa nila makapasok dito. Rels, first shot on NL. A red on the side. CJ getting itong si Yaba. And Nomad will get itong si Rels. And you can really see yung impact ni Devil, no, pagdating dito sa map control ng ENVY, pare.
Kaya nga sabi ko, no, kung hindi siya pang outer, irekta niya na nga lang dito lang sa may MR, no? Pero ENVY Gaming still not taking that advice into heart, no, as Devil really wants to challenge the hardest angles dito lang sa may woods. Isipin mo, pre, pwedeng i-double pick at anytime soon. Sa MR nga naman, isang angulo lang titignan mo, sure na may lalabas pa doon galing sa LR. So, parang si Devil, kung ano pa yung mas mabigat, yun yung kukunin niyang responsibilidad dito. And that's taking a toll actually. Pero kung gumagana naman, magandang kalagayan yun actually for ENVY Gaming. Now, MATTJESS, what can they possibly do para talaga tuluyan na nga nila makuha itong mga susunod pa na rounds? Because ENVY Gaming, time and time again, every time there's a good execute para sa MATTJESS, the next round after that, nakuha talaga kagad ng ENVY Gaming eh.
Yeah. Have yet to see a passage play, no? Galing dito sa ENVY, pare. Yung mag-backwards hop ka papuntang B site. But don't think it's in their playbook just yet dito, men. Second mid as well. Could be wide open. Pero medyo delikado considering Rels is online with that sniper. Pero wala na masyadong oras, men. I mean, 1 minute and 10 on the clock. 3 players on the A site. Medyo forward yung positions ng MATTJESS. Rels trying to check early. Pero siya pala yung na-check doon. A site gonna be underway. NL. Jason will get the headshot dito kay CJ. Jason trying to get the second one. Pero si NL pala makakuha nun. And Devil na lang natitira. Yaba coming in. Unfortunately, he will not be checking out, pare. 8-7. ENVY Gaming in the lead dito sa laruan natin. DR na naman tayo, pare.
Yeah, MJ just couldn't catch a break no? Parang hindi nga sila pinagpapahinga para lang makapag-rotate. At pangalawa, ilaban man lang yung pwesto nga nila. So, time and time again, the pickups for ENVY Gaming is just too strong. no? Na unexpected na yung mga angles. Pangalawa, parang yung buhos util ng Envy Gaming just for the singular Jason. It just goes to show no yung respeto na meron ditong Envy Gaming na hindi biro yung ginagawa nila Jason tsaka ni Zack to. So kung talagang kaya mo nga ipababain yung pagkakataon or yung odds ka mo na maging successful yung laban ni Jason tsaka ni Zack, yun yung gagawin talaga nila, no? So hindi na nga smoke sa second mid, kundi smoke mismo doon sa may luwag, sa may sikip rather, pati na nga rin sa may CR. Walang pwedeng makapag-trade kay Jason, walang pwedeng sumama para kay Zack, and that's the struggle dito para kay Layaba actually, no. Yung pagsasama, yung pagtitipon nga nila ng matches dito to make sure that their execution is united, no. Sama-sama talaga sila. Yung isa lang yung iniisip na nauudlot ng Envy Gaming dito because of the sheer peak of potential dito na meron si Devin, no. That's just one thorn. Isang tinik pa lang yan para dito sa matches. So, hirap pa nga sila dun sa mga ibang angulo tulad ng post plant, sa pag-retake. Wala pa nga sila nagagawa ng paraan dun. So, Envy Gaming, as they continue, kung pagpapatuloy nga nila tong ganitong klaseng playstyle, yung right agad sa may luwag, ismoke ang kagad nila yung sikip dito, no, and try to enact yung pressure dito kay Jason, mahihirapan ang matches dito.
Oh, for sure. I mean, especially with yung struggles nga dito na matches to try and hold itong second mid, I think Envy Gaming has been doing a really good job doing slowly setting up and also drawing out yung mga players from their position. I think time and time again, nakakatch na dito si Rels in that shotter second mid angle na nakikita natin. And obviously, Envy also has their shooters, pare. NL now starting to heat up, and itong si Nomad is now starting to heat up as well. It's a very dangerous position to be in para dito sa matches na lumamig bigla. Kasi ayun nga, it's granted, you know, DRs across the board yung nangyayari ngayon, men. Pero para naman sa MJ, they had the ball in their court at one point dito sa laruan natin thanks to Zack and some other heroics. So, siguro MJ, they need one good round or maybe someone to pop off para sa kanila dito kasi yun nga, it is looking like yung opportunity nagsislip by na dito sa kanilang kamay, pare.
Pero nakita na natin yung pattern actually, no? So the moment that Envy Gaming gets a strong round, parang they just try to even things out by being passive, pero dun sila na-expose. So babawi yung matches kung ganun. If matches gets a good execute, idadaan ng Envy Gaming sa pagpipick off, tsaka sila papasok actually. So possible dito sa second half na to, kung kailan patapos na yung mga round, kung sino yung gustong una talagang makatikim ng 10 points kaagad. Dito na tayo makakita ng major adjustment actually kung magpe-play for picks pa ba si Envy. Is matches gonna play individually now? Parang hindi na nga sila magbabody system dito, trying to force out Jason na mag-isa lang, and then Yaba and Ninkyu just go do your own thing dito lang sa may cage or even sa MR. Ganun na lang yung iniisip dito ng matches actually, no. If it's going to work in the long run, especially in the post plant, baka yun na nga yung dali nila dito, no. Kasi mahalaga na every round counts, Sneaky Frog, kasi bilang na lang yung mga rounds na meron tayo dito unless mag-overtime actually. Envy Gaming, it's just that matter of time bago nga sila talaga maging aggressive, and it's now showing how effective it is.
Ayun nga. And it seems like itong Envy, no, they do have the slightly deeper player book para sa kanila dito, and matches is more impromptu para sa kanila. I mean, granted, I feel like there is some set strats para dito sa MJ. It's still, you know, whatever they can get at the start of the round and whatever info they can get, no, dun sa round na yun, and whatever they can act upon. Pero pagdating naman dito sa Envy, they're starting now to catch yung pattern na ginagawa nga dito ng matches, no, which is aggressive one round, passive in another. Sometimes may mix up nila yon, but then at the same time, feeling ko na they've adjusted well enough to expect these things. Galing dito sa MJ noon. Alam nila na baka may lumabas ng MR, alam nila baka may lumabas ng passage. So, I feel like they're now playing accordingly, just assuming na, okay, meron tao na nasa loob ng woods, probably taking it. Playing a lot more careful is actually benefiting itong Envy.
Halo-halo na yung utak dito actually, no. So you can never really tell who's gonna throw something absolute, no. Yung talagang kaya nga natin basahin Sticky Frog from our perspective. Games like STS versus EVOS, nakikita na nga natin, no, yung yung prominence ng nila, ng mga playstyle ng nila, no, na nakita na natin to, it's very familiar, no. So magandang impression yung ganun. Etong matchup na to specifically, etong matchup lang talaga actually out of all the matches we've casted, Sticky Frog, even during last year, Envy Gaming versus MATTJESS, you can never really tell what's going to be played hanggat 50 seconds or parang 1 minute na yung nakakalipas. Just because of how Envy Gaming is trying to play the time, tapos si MATTJESS, inuutakan na lang talaga nila, no, kung magpupush kami dito, kaya nga bang lasunin ni Ninkyu or ni Yaba? So, parang ang hirap isipin dito, no, na nakikita mo talaga Sticky Frog, o nga ano, but parang hindi talaga naghanda yung matches dito. Pero I can definitely feel na kahit papaano there's still some tactical approach kung paano nga nila nilalaban yung mga duels, especially sa CR. Yun yung pinakamahalaga actually, no? NV Gaming kanina pa umatake ng A-site. Bakit hindi nila kunin yung CR basta-basta? Vents, tsaka yung Woods na threat. Yun yung mahirap para sa matches no? At ilang rounds na kasi na nakakalampas doon.
Yeah, pero to be fair, yung general core dito ng Envy going into yung last season natin, which is yung nung acceptance pa sila pare. I feel like it was actually, they were actually one of the better sub-base teams dito sa tournament natin, even making yung mga top teams natin shake. And yun nga, no, it could be no different para dito sa MATTJESS. MATTJESS, granted, yun nga, no, they probably have one of the best mid-roundings dito sa tournament natin. In Envy Gaming, I feel like yung knowledge nila pagdating sa mapa na to, and they really just know etong sub-base like the back of their hand. Pero yun lang, Devil down to 80 or tagged for 80 sa start ng round pare.
Okay. Chip damage.
Agree.
Paparamdam na naman ngayon ng MATTJESS. Parang with this early aggression, the challenges are really tough to look at for kung ikaw ang Envy Gaming, no? Kasi if it's not going to be Devil, then sino ang pwedeng sumunod at ialay mismo yung sarili niyang health bar dito para lang sa impormasyon. Alam kong ginto yung parang ganong klaseng bagay, Sneaky Frog, no? But in this time and age, Envy Gaming just needs to do everything that they can. Kung kakayanin nga nilang ilaban tong mga duels na to, Rails! And that hold sa Vents
Di siya
was so good para kay Rails. At ayun na nga, no? Envy Gaming now sacrificing Nomad for the sake of information. Pero si Ared na nga, ang susunod nga bang pasyente ni Rails? Yun nga ang mangyayari dito. Binaril pa ang bangkay for safety measures. I'm already liking this matchup, Sneaky.
Medyo personal yun pare yung pagkabaril dito ng katawan. Let's see what's gonna happen in the next few seconds. 50 on the clock already. Red para dito sa ating Envy na squad. Jason around the corner. Catching itong si NL. Running and gunning. That's what the EBR is for. Pero Devil at CJ bumawi dito. Devil down to 20 HP. Pero ramdam pa rin na kanyang impact on the sniper. But speaking of snipers, pare Rails with a rifle this time taking him down. CJ na lang natitira. The sole entry ng Envy. Spotting itong si Jason. But information has been taken already. Stuck na siya sa luwag pare. Nako po.
Like I said, NB throws a curveball, MJ throws a home run. At iyon ang isang magandang ginawang play actually ng MATTJESS, no? And Ninkyu is feeling it. Galit na galit, no? Alam mong MATTJESS para sa kanilang malaki na tong laban na to. Onting panalo na lang, pwede sila mag-top 4 Knowing na yung kaguluhan ng standings ngayon, pwedeng yumanig. MATTJESS ang may pagkakataon dito sa laban na to para ma-maximize yung run differential nga nila. And Ninkyu is definitely on fire at hindi mo pwedeng pagkailayan Sneaky Frog. Kanina pa nga gumagawa ng milagro dito si Ninkyu na kahit nga ba napipick off early ang MATTJESS, he can still make it work. Envy Gaming gets a successful elimination dito lang sa may events. But at the same time, you can never be too sure kung yung elimination na yun, malaking bagay na nga yun. There's still Jason. Nandiyan pa rin si Zach. Yaba still lurking over. Pero if MJ just gets a miracle defense dito lang sa may luwag, I can definitely feel na Envy Gaming should just try and rotate.
Yun nga, no? Envy allowed to have the 50-50 ng Vents area natin. And we Ninkyu having to be careful about that. Wala silang TRG at this very moment. I think hindi nila magagawa yung jump shot na ginagawa ni J-Bice the other day. Pero ang hirap nito, men, para sa Envy. Especially not the repeat para kay Ninkyu, men. You already saw him the first time. Pero Jason, inside of the site, taking down itong si Ared. He's gonna try to run away as fast as possible. Pero nasa loob pa naman nandito si Zach. Zach getting the shot dito kay Nomad. 3 versus 2. They're gonna have to pivot back to the B side. Pero gusto talaga nila pumunta ng A. Zach spotting itong si NL, missing the first shot. Both metal box. Sino una tatama? Yaba with the help. Devil around the corner. Zach with the flick. And Zach is gonna do it! Oh my God! 2 versus 4 defense galing sa MATTJESS!
Sabi ko sa'yo, pre, miracle defense lang. Si Yaba napabayaan nila sa may B-side, pre. At ito na nga. Oh my goodness. I can definitely feel something lurking dito lang sa may cage. Ang daming tao sa MR, pero mas marami dito para sa Envy. Nomad na-anticipate yung bet. Si Ninkyu mababasagan ng bungo. And Envy Gaming, pinigil kagad ang parada ng MATTJESS. Wala munang mananalong mga Spartans. Oh my goodness, Sneaky Frog. Bababa yung emosyon, bigla na lang tataas. Purong kaguluhan nga. Dito lang sa may CFS Regional Finals Philippines, pre. At parang ganun lang, walang seremonyas para kay Yaba at Zach. NV Gaming makes it an overtime.
There was a time na nag-OT ang roster, or at least 4 of yung roster dito ng NV Gaming in sub-base. Regionals last year, play-ins pare, Herbie Gaming team, nakalimutan ko kalaban nila, I think it was Chulanga yata. CGT yata yun, Salvatore? Or,
Ito ang deep cuts ni
ayun nga.
Gaon
Yan ang deep
Gaming.
cut, pare.
Ito pre, isa pa, Gaon Gaming versus Herbie Gaming,
Yes,
2023
sir.
Fall Qualifiers. Down 8-2 ang Gaon Gaming. Ano ang nangyari? Huwag na po natin ituloy. Pero isa sa mga bagay na kinakatakutan ng NV Gaming, kung hindi sarili nila, ay overtime. MATTJESS, every time na dumadaan sila sa OT, alam ng MATTJESS, alam ng Execration yun, they just always come out on top. But this is sub-base. Ito yung stalemate. Ito yung middle ground nilang dalawa. So, we can never be too sure kung sino yung unang magkakamali dito. But
Yun nga.
I just know MATTJESS was able to already allocate enough resources, no, na itong global risk na to, hindi tayo garantisado dito. Pero pagdating ng blacklist, pre, parang kaya pa natin pumalag. NV Gaming, I saw the balance eh. Parang kaya nga nilang kaya nga nilang pagbalansehin yung dalawang side na yun.
Galing din ang ginawa ng MATTJESS, no? Giving NV Gaming overtime in the most MATTJESS way possible, pare, which is to send it dito sa MR and see what happens. So, there is still that MATTJESS coin flip na nakikita nga natin dito. I think, Salvatore, no, you already know, pag 9-8 yung score, pagdating sa pub, and yun nga, let's say, nasa Cebu ang ating server, ikaw, anong gagawin ko? I'm holding as much as possible kung ako yung BL.
Not
kasi alam
moving,
ko may,
bro.
alam ko may paparating na sa MR immediately dito, pare. So that's a really good soul read galing dito sa NV. At the same time, MATTJESS still
No way!
momentum.
No way!
MR na naman. We're gonna hit you with your own medicine. Pero Zach is gonna hit back. And meron pang NL na naandito. Granted si Jason namatay. It's still a 3v3. Potential LR point taken, pare. Pero hindi nila kukunin.
No way, no? Kaya mong gawin yun, MATTJESS, sa alanganin na overtime, no? Total, marami pa naman tayong chances, no? Meron pa tayong 3 lifeline bago magkaroon ng puntos dito ang NV Gaming. So, bilang panimula ng overtime, nabasa kagad ng NV Gaming yung MR push na yun, actually, no? So, that was good, pero naging tabla naman yung laban. So, NV Gaming was just anticipating for a possible, like, a better trade-off. Actually, a 2-for-1. Pero, yung ginawa ni Zacton was just absolutely ridiculous, no? Yung lurk na not even a lurk, yung threat na ginawa niya sa movement pa lang. That was strong. Ninky already with the pick. 2v3. NV Gaming could just try and play this out like duos, no? Magsasama si Devil tsaka si Nomad. But I don't know, kaya nga to ni Devil mag-isa. And same goes for Nomad. But it's looking like an A-execute sneak. B-execute rather.
Uy. Nag-2F.
Sino mo si Nomad?
Oh my god, Nomad. You can save the round para sa NV. Oh, but the drop shot galing kay Ninkyu. Oh my god, that's why I put that gun in A tier, Salvatore. The M4 still pretty good in the right hands. Devil, last one left alive on the TRG, pare. 1 versus 3. Not much time para makapasok ng B-site dito.
No way, right?
No way.
Okay, Devil, oras na lang.
I spotted. Oh.
Spotted ang isa. And there goes the flash. Devil now already repositioning. Hindi niya alam na may nasa B-wall dito. And there goes the crossfire. Napakalakas. MATTJESS with a huge adjustment. Heading into the 15 seconds mark of the C4.
EVOS na
Napakaganda para sa MATTJESS. NV Gaming, hindi kinaya yung puwersa.
Kaya naman pala lakas ng MATTJESS, Salvatore. Tignan mo naman yung camera nila, men. Ang dami nanonood. That's technically a land buff. Maybe. But it's not enough to buff itong si Rels. Nako po, give him a Tylenol, pare. Napakasakit ng kanyang ulo. 4 versus 5. Jason looking to see if he can trade his boy. Pero napakalayo kasi yung kinamatayan dito ni Rels, pare.
Alam na. Marami.
Send it.
3 ang papasok dito lang sa may luwag. Atras nga ba kayo kaya Red? Hindi. Pero nilaban pa rin niya yun. And MATTJESS, Now making it even. Ared costing his life. Dalawa yung makukuha niya doon. Pero napabayaan nila yung CR dito. Nakapasok na nga. And Devil with the flick. Na para bang hospital. Dinala sa ER yung braso ni Devil. Now on the 2v2. Zack duguan. Pero TRG naman yung hawak niya. So okay lang yan. Naka-anticipate lang sila dito sa may si Kep. At si Zack sasala ng una. But with the readjustment. And through the smoke para kay Yaba. MATTJESS gets another one. Grabe naman tong sa base na to, Sneaky.
Man, time and time again, nakakalagpas dito si Ninkyu sa may second mid area natin. He's so good at slipping by dito sa rotations going in towards yung second mid. Kasi obviously si Devil is inside of the bench position. Dalawang players, nasa loob pa rin ng CR. And ayun nga, nadi-deactivate itong mga key players natin on the side of NV Gaming. Devil especially, no? Hindi niya magawa yung kanyang mga highlight play from the CR position or at least yung bench position niya ka, no? And despite that early loss dito ni Rels, pare, full belief para dito sa MJ na makuha pa rin nila tong A-side. Similar sa nakita natin in that round where they missed yung lineup. And it just worked out in their favor, pare. All at the same time. The pressure was too much para dito sa depensa ng A-side, pare.
And that's what I like, no? May defense pa rin naman yung NV actually, no? They like to challenge that post plant, no? So kung hindi nga makakayanan, for example, ni Ared or ni CJ na i-hold na lang yung A-side, sige, play tayo 4v5 retake. So umaasa sila sa picks muna ni Devil. Pero once Devil just gets caught off guard, especially from the util na tinitipid talaga ng MATTJESS, yun na yun, nagkakatalo-talo na nga no? Makakapasok nga sila ng luwag, or even ng sikip. Kailangan naman nilang ilaban yung sarili nila kay Zack na time and time again, hanggang ngayon pre, hindi pa rin nila nagagawa ng paraan na paano nga ba counterin si Zack other than a flash. Yun na yun, no? Kahit anong wide pick pa yan, kahit anong jump pick, drop shot, movement, Ared, kahit first contact na nga siya, wala pa rin na nangyayari dito sa opisina ng NV Gaming para lang i-counter ang Arctic player ng MJ, no? So ngayon, they're now trying to hold off bench once again. Ang bilis na mga pangyayari, Sneaky! And just like that, Arctic down para sa NV.
Oh my God, not again. Honestly, sasabihin ko pa lang, Salvatore, no, as soon as you got off your point, I really don't like the decision na ilalagay dito si Devil sa may vents. Granted na he might get the kill dito kay Rels, it's also very limiting as a sniper that moves around a lot dito sa mapa natin to be in such a tight space for a guaranteed pick. Feeling ko you can get more than one, pero Rels, nakita ang kanyang ulo dito sa loob ng vents. No more flank. Incoming Jason with the quick trade. CJ is gonna go down. Nomad will get itong si Zack in return. 2 versus 3. Nasa loob na sila ng B-site. Nomad will go down thanks to Jason once again. The EBR doing heavy damage to the defenses dito ng NV Gaming. NV, nasa loob ng shutter yung dalawang players natin. Will this be the full swing galing kay Jason? NL, headshot. Ninkyu around the corner. Jason, 44 HP. The spray is still there. A red now on a 1v1. Jason, the veteran, good for 3. But is he good for 4? 44 HP. And a dream. That's a 4K! By the vet, sit down, young blood! Sabi dito ni Jason.
Don't reach! Huwag niyong abutin si Jason! Masyado pang bata yung mga braso nyo! NV Gaming tried! Yun ang pagkakamali nyo! Sumubok lang kayo kay Jason, pre! My goodness, that is the most beautiful ratol na nakita ko, Sneaky. Parang kita mo kung paano niya pinaghiwalay sila Red at CJ, pre. That is insane.
Kita mo yung mukha ni Jason, pre, parang wala nangyari.
Wala, pre. Kasi
Tama
hindi na
na.
bago para sa kanya yung ganun. Araw ng Sabado lang para kay Jason mag 2v1. Oh my goodness. MATTJESS, 12-9. Yun ang pinaka-poetic at pinaka-malakas na 12-9 transition na nakita ko. At MATTJESS, nasa panahon tayo na pinagdudahan natin kung bilong ba talaga ang MATTJESS sa top 8. Kasi parang hindi na sineseryoso, pre. Pero pinalipas muna ang 2 linggo at eto na, MATTJESS now in prime form heading into the possible last round.
They all went second mid. Oh my God. Feeling ko may bumuelo sa kanila and someone got stuck. Ayun lang. Okay. Forced passiveness, and if this is what you call passiveness, Salvatore, that's what it is. Nomad, 60 HP. Dito sa start ng round. So it's a lot more quiet para sa NV, no? With the exception of yung initial 4 HEs na tinapon nila dito sa loob ng MR. And yeah, same old. Second mid control, MR control potentially, pero titignan natin, Rels having his turn this time dito sa loob ng benchman. Naku po, nahirapan na. Hala, Jason.
Boss,
Jason,
boss,
turn around, bro.
Ay, papasok na sila, boss.
Turn around, bro!
Boss,
Jason!
bilis bilisan mo! Ayan na!
Okay.
Kung
Jason,
kailan
Jason.
huli na! Nakita na si Jason!
Nakakit
Pero
na.
sure na nga sila! Alam na nasan si Reds, pero si Enel nalampasan pa rin! 4v3! What is going on? Hindi ko alam. Ganyan talaga kagulo dito lang sa may sub-base pag dalawang teams na naglalaban na alam mo sa isang syudad lang
Oh
nang
my
galing.
God!
And now a 3v2. Devil still gets the pick. Yaban nilalaban. And he gets a red skull. Now, a 3v1. Devil. Kaya mo nga ba silang patignan dito lang sa may lupa at hindi sa langit? Now, Yaban now on 30 HP. Pati silang impormasyon, missing. Walang last scene dito si Devil kung saan siya huling nakikita. Pero the distribution, actually strong, no? Isang LR at isang shatter actually, no? Puro luwag nga actually.
What a tilting way to lose. Salvatore, I'm gonna be 100% with you.
Of course.
Nakot mo na yung dalawang players na nasa loob ng CR and even they kill you in that matter, pare. At the same time, MATTJESS, narinig nila may bumaril, they just all started fighting at the same time. Meron nang nag-aaway sa passage, meron nag-aaway sa MR, and Devil will be right up next on the menu, pare. MATTJESS, tasuntukan, all around play work para sa kanila dito as they take sub-base map 1.
Kung napapaisip kayo no, kung mas maganda tignan ng Stallions dito sa base, nagkakamali kayo. Parang tumingin kayo sa direction ng MATTJESS tsaka ng NV Gaming kung paano sila maglaro ng sub-base. Makakasiguro ako na yung tawa nyo abot hanggang susunod na linggo. Kasi yun na ata yung pinaka-tactical at the same time pinaka-nakakalitong sub-base na nilaro ng MATTJESS and as the same as NV. At tutorials tong dalawang teams na to, Sneaky Prag.
For sure.
Na pag dinala mo sila sa sub-base, talagang malalim sila mag-isip. Pero sa nakita ko, Sneaky, asa ng utak doon.
Yeah, for sure. In that last round, pare, I feel like everybody
Yung
was
lalo na yun.
confused at the same time. He's like, oh, nakita ko si Jason. Takabo si Rels. Okay. Nagtaka lang ako kung bakit walang humarap ng vents.
Si Enel.
Lumabas pa rin si Enel. He's like, okay, clear na yung CR, guys. Bakit nandun si Jason? I feel like hindi na na-realize yata na nagbubuks yata si Jason kasi nakatayo na siya by the time he was actually peeked around. So, in that confusion, and alam mo naman, men, pagdating sa confusion, MATTJESS, alam mo, they love that confusion, pare, and they just start fighting all around. Literal, pare, nung nagkabarilan na dito sa second mid, biglang may namatay sa passage, biglang may nag-aaway na pala dito sa MR, and that is where MATTJESS thrives. Yung mga ganun na setup na rounds where it's just pure chaos, headache para sa observer, but great para dito sa MATTJESS, actually.
Dalawang na yan actually, no? Dalawang beses na nabasa yun ng NV Gaming. Una, may nakaangat ng beds. Pangalawa, may naglalurk sa MR. Ipapanalo na lang nila yung laban na yun. May advantage na sila kasi may impormasyon na sila. Doon pa talaga naging alanganin na hindi nag-activate yung NV Gaming. Doon hindi mo pwedeng sisihin na ping. Pantay lang sila ng ping, pre. Hindi mo rin pwede sisihin na kulang sila sa timing. Alam nyo na sa sarili nyo na kanina pa ginagawa ng MATTJESS yun. So NV Gaming, parang timing? Hindi. Like,
Timing.
talagang lahat ng ginawa nila was already anticipated at basang-basa na nga talaga kagad nila. Kailangan na lang talaga nila pindutin yung left click na mas mabilis kaysa sa kalaban para may panalo nga nila yung laban na yun. Pero, sarado na yung sub-base, sarado na yung pahina na yan. Kailangan na nga natin dumaya sa Ankara maya't maya din, pero hindi natin makakalimutan tong mapa na to, no? Kasi, for the longest time, malaki yung respeto sa mapa na to. Sa pub game lang pwede magkagulo, pero pwede pala pag naglalaban para sa top 4.
Ayun nga, no? What if the style was pubby in the first place? Yun yung tinatanong nga dito ng MATTJESS, and ayun nga, that is exactly what happened in that last round. Granted, ayun nga, no, that entire game was actually very, very good. Para sa mga riflers especially, I think yung pinaka-malaking surprise para sa akin is the way that they handled itong si Devil. Kasi I feel like Devil obviously pop off at any round, whether it is talo or panalo dito sa last round natin. I think that the way that they respect and kind of played around him dito sa game natin, at the same time kind of targeting yung riflers more, kind of benefiting itong MATTJESS natin, no? Not really giving opportunities para dito kay Devil to have that early round impact. At the same time, you know, midway ng game natin, pare, feeling ko medyo uminit na rin dito si Zach and si Rel, so they can kinda, you know, handle things dito, man.
And that is it. History na ang sub-base na to. Wala nang kaguluhan, tahimik na ulit ang syudad na to. Kailangan na natin bumiyahe sa Ankara, pero gusto ko na muna malaman ano ang masasabi ni Mochi at ni Daydum sa ating panel. Mochi at Daydum, kamusta kayo dyan?
Hello, MATTJESS. Ayan, maraming salamat, Salvatore, and as well as kay Sticky Frog. Nako, men, kung kakamustahin mo lang kami, ang masasabi namin is matindi ang aming nasaksihan, no? Nakita namin kayong mabaliw, at kung bibigyan namin ng isang salita para i-explain kung ano ang nangyari dito sa kanilang laban in Subbase, it is one heck of a circus. Kasi, men, we started off questioning the longevity of the everyman for himself na mga mindset natin dito for Envy, and as well as kung gaano kapal yung playbook na meron dito kay MATTJESS. Pero nung pumunta dito sa ating overtime, doon na nangyari lahat.
Yes, I mean, to give Envy credit, no, they did have a lot of structure into this game. Insane lang talaga yung mid-rounding dito ng MATTJESS. And this set,
Yes.
Mochi, this is why, I'm reminded of why I love these two teams. Chaos, absolute chaos and Subbase.
Yes.
Ang problema dito ng Envy Gaming lang, MATTJESS thrive in chaos. That's the whole mantra of this team. At I think na showcase naman nila yon dito sa ating overtime, above and beyond. And what can I say? The curse continues para sa Envy Gaming dito. Napag-usapan na ni Sneaky at ni Salvi kanina. But every time we go into OT, talagang hindi na nakakabawi ang Envy Gaming. MATTJESS, they were also pointing out na kung ano yung default na ginagawa pag nag-OT dito sa Subbase. Play defense, play standard, wait for your opponent to make a mistake. Pero yung MATTJESS sumugod agad dito sa MR. Parang pub game lang, boss.
I don't even know if you can even call this standard, man, because all of these players are just berserk running wild. They remembered that they can be as wild as they can be the moment that the overtime hits. You know, they got the 4K dito kay Jason, tapos had the drop shot, tapos medyo nag-pop up din, and talagang na-disable nila ng matindihan itong si Devil, to the point na hindi na alam anong gagawin dito ni Envy because of all the things na ginagagawa ni MATTJESS dito. Ideally, they are trying to make themselves a bit more unreadable, pero baliktad eh. Sila ang binasa ng matindihan ng MATTJESS.
Yes, and there was a lot of approaches from MATTJESS dito that were kind of on a technical level, not that technical, not that high, pero the way at which they approach these different ways they approach the map, talagang mapapahula dito yung Envy Gaming, and the way it was executed as well. Full firepower approach. Take a look at the numbers dito, Mochi, and look at the KD ratios na meron dito ang MATTJESS. It's a testament to just how contact heavy this team is. At yung Envy Gaming talagang hindi na nakagalaw ng OT.
Exactly. And also gives us a overview na talagang nag-shine din dito. Not only ang ating mga snipers, which is parang given and granted na rin. Level Zac and Zac is there. But also yung mga riflers natin, it's been like what you've said, proactive in terms of their encounters. Lalong-lalo na when they come into close quarter combat, and as well as not much in terms of the utility usage. But you can say na, you know what, oras na may makaharap sila, talagang hindi nila tatantanan, susugurin din nila, which is insane. Tara, let us check out sino nga ba ang nagpakita na sila ang halimaw dito sa ating laro. It is no other than Zac himself. This dude's been like the pride of MATTJESS ever since. 1.67 KT and as well as a 0.83 kill per round. And not gonna lie, man, when it comes to taking down one of the crucial members here dito sa Envy, siya talaga ang maasahan.
And I just want to say, I think perfect yung highlight natin. It's a head-to-head natin kanina, no? Zac versus Devil. Dami nilang highlights pareho, no? But I think all throughout Subbase, mas maganda lang talaga yung position dito ni Zac. It's kind of unpredictable, but also correct in all senses of the word. And then when you need him to make an impact, this is what he does. This highlight is what he does. The 3K. And there was another moment, the 2v4 na ginawa dito ng MATTJESS. That is just absolutely insane. You don't see this anywhere else, and I'm all for it. Talagang sakto itong matchup na to, MATTJESS and Envy Gaming. But when it comes to F2 OT talaga, MATTJESS just does not falter.
Yes, exactly. Even remember din sinabi ni Sneaky Frog dito na sometimes a team all they need is an anchor, and yun ang pinakita ni Zac dito sa Subbase. But I guess that's gonna be it, the entirety of our first map dito sa Subbase. We will be back after a quick short break. Ang mapa natin ang Ankara, Mochi dito nga pala, and the panel, magbabalik kami.
Stadium! At si KSA tapos, KSA gets the 4K! KNP, yo, with that spray down! Oh! For KSA!
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines, pare.
At tayo nagbabalik dito sa Regional Finals kung saan ang ating ongoing na laban ngayon ay MATTJESS and NV. And nakita naman natin, no, lahat ng mga expectations already been thrown out the window. Wherein hindi natin alam kung anong nangyayari. But what matters is kay MATTJESS, everything works.
Yep, they worked double time in that OT as well. 13-9 ang score kanina sa set number 1 natin. Now we're going into set number 2 dito, Mochi. Ankara, and I gotta be honest, I'm a little bit scared for NV Gaming because the most recent matchups na meron dito ang MATTJESS, nakalaban nilang Execration at saka Pacific Esports at nanalo sila both playing those maps.
Yeah, it's just something a bit they should be considering, no? Not only the new compound as well, pero kasi, no, malay mo, they're just feeling that they have a bit more confidence and as well as a bit more comfort dito mappinginan ka. But we're gonna find out. Kaya naman, Salvatore and Sneaky Frag, casters, pasok.
Maraming salamat, Mochi, no? Na parang narinig ko na ulit yung linya na yun, ha? Parang saan ko nga ba ulit narinig yun, Sneaky? Yung casters pasok. Pero mamaya na yun, heading into Ankara, Sneaky Frog, I think this is a matchup na pwede na nating masabi na ito yung Achilles heel ng MATTJESS, eh, no? May onting palag sila, but not enough for it to be remarkable, no? Comparing it to other teams. So, NV Gaming, ito yung pagkakataon nga nila.
Yeah, NV Gaming for sure. I feel like this version of MATTJESS isn't really, you know, the same MATTJESS na nakita ka natin from that Execration and yung PE games, no? That they are, you know, slightly weaker today. Maybe it is familiarity, pare, ng NV Gaming considering yun nga, no, both teams from Cebu and Davao. The same diaspora, no, na pwede nga nating sabihin when it comes to playing the map natin ng sub-base. And I feel like neither of them were surprised sa kanilang gameplay. I feel like pagdating nga dito sa overtime, I feel like MATTJESS were just more experienced siguro. Pagdating sa sitwasyon na yun, time and time again, they gotten into OT. So, gonna be very interesting what's gonna happen dito sa map 2. Considering na, ayun nga, no, MATTJESS, yun nga, not the highest level of play galing sa kanila at the moment para naman sa NV. Opportunity for them to produce in a map where they're also very experienced, no? But at the same time, they still got shooters nitong MATTJESS, pare. They still have, ayun nga, Zach at the end of the day, they still have Nintyu, they still have itong si Rel. So, with those three, medyo mahihirapan dito yung NV, pare.
Knowing yung nakita natin sa subbase kanina, no? Siguro naman hindi mali para sa atin na mag-expect na kung ano yung kinapab ng subbase, idodouble nga lang nila dito sa Ankara, eh, no? Parang, I just know maraming fights sa Arco, tsaka sa HM, yung LA, isa stack ng GGR, yung CA palaging may naka-lurk na BL, parang ganun, mga ganung klaseng bagay. So, possible yung ganun, no? And knowing na how Devil moves around the map, na hindi lang pwede pang LA, kaya niya ngang i-separate yung sarili niya, no, from his other teammates to try and challenge people dun sa hukay or even sa TV. Yun yung kailangan dito ng NV Gaming, no? Yung flexibility na hindi lang yung isang angulo yung pwede nga nilang ibigay, tapos hindi na nga sila dapat umasa sa post plant actually, no? Ilang beses na nga nilang inaasam yun during the sub base. Pero walang nangyari sa kanila actually, no? Mas nakuha lang ng MJ yung kakayahan at yung confidence na to make ng site.
Ayun,
knowing the complexity of the map, no? Parang I just know like medyo magiging magulo to para sa side ng NV. Pero knowing na map-pick naman nila, it's going to be the tip of the balance.
Yeah, pero ayun nga, no? I feel like it is gonna be more comfortable para dito kay Devil, pare. Considering yung sub-base, no? It really is a... Granted, ayun nga, he has done very, very good pagdating sa mga maps na, ayun nga, doesn't really particularly like the sniper, gaya nga na new compound, gaya nga na sub-base. At the same time, there wasn't much opportunity para kay Devil in that last game to really, you know, stamp his impact dito sa laruan na to. And I feel like it's not the same mind-boggling shots na nakikita nga natin from the past few days. And granted, he did have that one round though where he really dragged the entire defense papunta nga dito sa A site. It's still, you know, not the same Devil that we see from the compounds, from the Ankaras na nakikita nga natin dito from this team. So, ayun nga, with a lot more freedom and with a lot more onus, no, pagdating dito sa mapa na to, with a lot more responsibility para kay Devil, especially siya yung bahala dun sa CA Cross potentially, opening up LA. He's always actively challenging yung EA player natin. No? So, the pressure is already there. It's already given kung nandun nga si Devil sa kabilang side ng mapa. MJ, ayun nga, no, I'm kinda scared, especially sa simula ng round, especially knowing itong si Rels and si Zach gonna be willing to fight yung EA joust na yun. And I feel like kung sino man makapanalo dun, pare, especially in the early game, I feel like they're gonna have a lot of control going into yung game natin, pare.
Okay. Ngayon, Angkara, it's possible to double snipe. Pero hindi ko nakikita to actually for matches. If ever man, there is a good side para mag-double snipe dito, BL ka actually, no? Pwede mo kunin yung LA, pwede mo kunin yung market. Kung ikaw si Rels tsaka si Zach, I feel like that's a good opening para dito sa matches, no? The thing is, this is NV Gaming that really likes to roam around the map, no? Na hindi nga man na natin nakita kanina sa subbase kasi excuse me. Hindi man natin nakita masyado sa subbase, pero sa Angkara na to malaki yung pagkakataon actually, no? So I think the balance now and the contrast na binibigay ng NV Gaming entering into Angkara is if they can try na i-match yung energy ng MATTJESS, siguro aatras sila ng onte and try to play around the simplicity of the GR side. Devil! Ganun lang. And he gets the earliest pick dito sa ating seryeng to, no? With Devil already anticipating the entry ng MATTJESS dito lang sa may market.
Yeah, to be fair, no, do you expect someone to be sitting dito sa may fence on second mid at that time, pare? Syempre hindi. So Devil, once again, expect the unexpected, and Yaba not expecting na dalawa pala ang nasa loob ng vents. Nomad and Red immediately backing off. Immediate two-man advantage sa simula ng round. Tamang himay lang dito sa NV Gaming, pare.
Yun na nga parang dun sila kumuha ng success kanina sa map number 1, yung play for picks nila. So it's not just going to be Devil that's going to do, it's not just going to be Devil na gagawa nun. Kailangan nandiyan din si Nomad or si CJ na every time na may angle nga silang kukunin, they have to win those fights. And Rels already finding the HM player. Pero this is still going to be a 4v3. Any execute for matches could be good kasi tabla lang naman yung mga taong ipapadala nga nila. The challenge here is just being able to clear the corners at kung tatama nga ba yung mga bala na sa mga tamang pwesto nga, no? Arid na on the corner, Nomad on room. Still waiting for that exec, pero purong fake out lang talaga ang binabatan ng MATTJESS. Wala pang commitment.
Yun nga. MATTJESS. Uy, Red. Bit of a risky play but works either way para sa kanya dito, pero naglabas siya ng axe at the wrongest time. Ninkyu trading out itong si Red just in time. But Devil doesn't hit the shot. Occasional miss para sa kanya, pare. So 3 versus 2. Rel's actually taken down. Ninkyu na lang natitira. Ninkyu still fighting on that A site. Exit has been taken. Obvious plan para sa kanya dito. I feel like with that amount of HP, pare, you just sent it to CA and hopefully makaabot ka ng 2F, pare.
Wala Di niya mahanap yung Arctic din dito ni Zach So, thank you.
Gundo na to.
Wrapping around. Ganda ng tech na dito, pero CJ with the read. Napakaganda para sa NV. Isang magandang simula para dito sa angkaran ng NV Gaming. Ang kanilang map pick nga, no? And how many times MJ tried to fake out A site? Napakarami. But in the end, nag-full circle lang din. Doon lang din pala matatapos yung round na yun.
Yep. Ganda ng opening doon ng NV, no? I mean, immediate second mid peak. I mean, Red as well in that mid round, pare, just peeking out dito sa LA, fully knowing na meron silang man advantage. So, valuable rin naman yung information-based gameplay para dito sa NV Gaming. They're just a lot more passive about it kumpara nga dito sa matches. Uy, pero Red with the AK-47. Bit of popularity back on this gun, no? Salvatore as of recent. Despite yung, the full change of the spray. Still quite effective, especially pagdating sa mga entry fraggers. And gonna have to wait and see if that is gonna be as effective sa kamay ni Rels as it was back in the hands of tong kay Jeffrox, pare. But CJ, huge task para sa kanya, Salvatore. 3 people on that A side, fully blinded. CJ around the corner. The spray's not gonna work para sa kanyang EBR. And that's one too many players entering yung hotel natin.
Masyado ng mabigat to para sa NV Gaming. Knowing that they already have control here over at B site. At isa pa lang ang pwedeng mag-anticipate nito. NL and Nomad, nilalaban yung sarili nga nila. But Rels with a good lurk dito lang sa may CA. Nomad and NL, nagkumahog na nga. Pero the lurk has been cancelled kasi nga 1 HP na nga lang si Rels. So this is now a full-blown execute para sa side ng NV Gaming and as well as MATTJESS para lang ilaban nga nila itong B-side na to. NL speaking out and Jason gets the win. Nomad pa atras. Gusto nga bumalik ng hotel. Devil parating pa lang and Nomad gets the win over to Rels. Another elimination para dito sa MATTJESS na 3v1 na nga lang, no. And nakita na nga natin ito sa laban ng EVOS where Devil needs to do a 3v1 sa tumatakbong oras at sangkaterbang util na binabato para sa isang demonyo. Lahat ng barang hindi kinaya ng isang Devil. MATTJESS ties the game 1-1.
Yeah, that's a lot more pacing dito ng MATTJESS, no? Especially pagdating dito sa Ankara. A lot more tight-knit yung mga players natin dito. Even if they lose 1 or 2 players, they still get hotel control at the end of the day. And very set-upable itong B-site natin. But they're just gonna need to do it very quick bago makareact yung mga Aris players natin, which that they did, fortunately, with the pick na nakuha nila. So, Envy, a lot more focus dito sa may second mid area natin instead. Fully knowing na si Devil naman yung bahala dito sa TB. Pero, are they gonna go aggressive for it? Feeling ko hindi eh.
They have to.
They got CA control, man.
Oof.
Too much
Well,
control, pare. I don't like this.
Well, NV likes to gamble. Ginawa nga nilang kanina. Nakalampas si Yaba. Lalo't may player na rin sa hukay. They're still holding down dito lang sa may LA. May iwan si Rels. So that's a huge challenge there. Pero mas malaking hadlang pa to kung makukuha nga nila yung TB. Ang tanong, makaka-cross nga ba sila kay Devil kung HM nga yung kukunin nila? And Zaka with the challenge as Jason is now the next patient. Pero si Jason, niratolan na naman si Devil dito. And now a quick trade over here at TB. As NV Gaming now trying to rotate para ilaban tong B-site na to. Dalawa lang yung ipapadala nila. Ayaw nga nilang tauhan masyado. Natatakot nga sila sa angking galing na meron dito si Red sa pag-hold lang na may LA. And Arid and Nomad swing this out. Jason and Yaba nagparamdam na nga. It's now a 4-man execute. Rels hindi pa rin nagpaparamdam sa may boxes. Nakita na nga siya. Arid hindi papasok ang sinulit sa karayong. And now Arid gets the swing. And he gets the headshot. Ninkyu nahanap na nga yung threat dito lang sa may A site. Pero si Nomad naman ang susunod na target dito. Now on a 2v3. Nomad napilas na nga. Si Yaba zero miedo. Walang katakot-takot. Gusto na nga umentry. And then late to the party. Pero invited siya sa panalo ng NV.
Grabe naman, NL back in action dito sa laruan natin. He was already doing good dun sa sub-base. But that backup from him is exactly what Envy needed dito sa laruan natin. Good delay on that A side. At the same time, nakita ko yung attempt dun Salvatore, ng MATTJESS of the, pushing the entries first and then go for another late push para ma-draw out yung mga players natin from room. Unfortunately, they did not have the numbers to do so, pare. Ninkyu will get itong si Nomad. First casualty para sa Envy as he tried to play a bit more aggressive knowing na meron silang lead dito. Pero si CJ naman na magabayad, man.
Oh, nakita pa nga ni Devil.
Uy.
Pero it's a huge elimination. Naka-cancel kagad dito yung paglalurk. Zaka, nahanap na nga si Devil at hindi man lang nakabuelo si Devil on that second challenge over to Zaka. And full on execute, no? Walang harang. Purong ilaw lang nakikita dito ng members ng MATTJESS. Yaba, gusto kong kunin yung RS pero ginulo lang yung utak ni NL. Ari na lang natitira. Zak gets the crouch peek. Beautiful stuff para sa MATTJESS. Lahat ng members ng NV nagulantang sa mga nangyari.
And yeah, and this is where the BL starts para dito sa MATTJESS. Now they start to get a bit of a rhythm in this game. They start to get a bit comfortable, no, taking itong CA, taking itong mid TB. Granted na nandun si Devil, no, being a constant presence, but yeah, it is still takeable with that one swift trade galing dito kay Jason. Pero Devil wanting to go into that fence position para makuha niya yung early peak dito. MATTJESS going forward. Ang ganda ng kanilang spacing dito sa LA, Salvatore. Anyone that peak from that EA or vent smoke will be in big trouble. Pero MATTJESS, gusto pa nilang kumalat dito just in case na merong gusto mag-flank or gustong pumunta ng CA for that, for that side swipe, pare.
Okay. Defense now up here by Envy. There's a lot of time para umigot ang MATTJESS kung kakapain nga nila itong A-site na to at wala naman nag-aggressive. Nothing for Envy. Ganyan kasi disiplinado si Devil na mag-antay lang ng specific na timing dito, no?
Pwede na mag-aris? Oh, no.
Wala, actually, smoke now down. Pina-challenge pa rin ni Jason. Still, Devil. Statwa lang dito lang sa may vents. And Yaba now anticipating. Devil, can he win it? At nagulat na lang si Devil na may nakapasok nga ng vents. Ninkyu half blinded. Pero nakuha niya pa rin si Ared. Reds now has control of HM pero may nasa second mid. As Ared still loses that kahit may crossfire dun lang sa may BR pre. CJ will be getting a pick over to Reds para maging even trade na nga to. Ninkyu nakabantay. But look at the swing here from CJ. Another one wala dito sa kanya. And now, nothing Envy could do after that flawless execute ng MJ. The moment na hindi nakakapagbilang ng Envy ang members, may nanlalason dito para sa MJ.
Yun nga, MATTJESS, you know, having that old reliable player, no, old Ninkyu, doing the exact same thing as he did in that very last stint dito sa ating game. And grabe naman, you just see the relentless layers ng opensa dito na MATTJESS, man. There is the first line, which is the entry fraggers, and then there's the second line, which is the back line para finally going forward dito. So I like the more layered approach na ginagawa nga dito na MATTJESS, pare, especially when it comes to yung kanilang offense. And it offsets yung timing dito ng Envy, no, pare. Parang hindi nila ina-expect, okay, yun na ba yung push? Oh, meron pa palang pangalawa.
It's been a tough day, no, para basahin ng Envy yung isang play na paulit-ulit ang ginagawa ng MJ, which is trying to delay yung pag-i-entry para lang makabuelo yung paglalurk. That's one thing na hindi nga nila nagagawa. Zack couldn't get a drop shot and Jason nilalaban pa nga rin. Devil na with a re-engage. At hindi na ata ito yung araw ng mga demonyo as Devil losing fights left and right. Huge drop dito para sa Envy na wala ngang gumagana dito para sa kanilang Arctic player. It's just one pick. Pero nakakapasok pa rin ng MJ sa mga sites. Knowing na every angle dito lang sa may mid, especially itong TB na to. Choke point na to para sa Envy. NL now anticipating two members. Can he get one? He's gonna get two! Oh my God, NL! Getting headshots na parang ABC lang. Oh. That's how easy it is para kay Nikong. And NL finally back to earth. Zack gets pick. And Reds, mapipilas din dito. What would you believe it? A Barden burner para sa Envy. Umaangat na nga sila sa laylayan dito after multiple rounds and momentum swings para sa MATTJESS. They're 2 kills away sa magduguang Ninkyu at Zack.
Grabe, men. Tuguan talaga yung HM at yung TB area natin. At the same time, Hotel has found his fair share of casualties, pare. It's a straight-up fist fight, but a headshot could make all the difference. Ninkyu swinging around the corner. CJ, 44 HP, and that's a wallbang for him. 3-3. Envy, keeping it close. Similar sa nakita natin dito sa subbase, pare.
Grabe, man. I just didn't expect, no? NL. Rinay-pick niya yung TB, pre. Hindi na siya nagtawag ng kasama. Pwede niya katawagin si Ared dun eh. NL now anticipating the entry players mula dito sa hotel. 1-4-2 in favor of MATTJESS. As they're trying to spread out the map. Pag gusto nga nilang ilaban to, they might just take over HM na lang, no? Total, mag-isa lang ang nakahawak sa RS or pwede nga nilang ilaban si Nomad. Ninkyu now fighting. Maghahanap lang ng impormasyon. Ninkyu, can he win the fight? Pero umatras din dun si Nomad. Rels now nakapasok na ka ng EA. Nomad now cannot do anything. Wala siyang matamaan dun sa pag-e-entry ng MATTJESS. And just like that, A-site is now taken over by MJ.
Grabe, mahihirapan at mahihirapan ka talaga, no, kung kayo yung Envy Gaming dito. Yung strat nyo at the start of the round obviously not working. And ayun nga, now you're stuck in a bad situation, especially dun sa A-side. You saw how careful MATTJESS was pagdating sa pagkuha nga dito, fully knowing Nomad's capabilities dito sa room A. But then Ared and Devil, last two left alive. I don't have much hope for yung last two players dito ng Envy. The amount of guns that is staring right at them, pare. And that is the 4th round para sa MATTJESS. Can they break the monotony dito sa laruan natin, men?
It's only going to be long para dito sa Envy at MJ, no? Kung pabato lang sila ng pabato ng mga strats dito. And at the same time, nagiging ano pa rin, usap-usapan pa rin kung aabot pa ba ng mid-round or post-plant. Hanggat hindi pa nasosolusyonan ng Envy yung mga mid-round dito, iba pa rin yung mga makikita talaga natin. And Zack, just putting in the work sa pag-Arctic dito as Devil is getting put into his place. MATTJESS is continuing to win those fights. na ikaka-snowball nga nila patungo dun sa round na yun na alam nga nilang execute na lang palagi ang naipapanalo nga nila. Can Envy try to make another defensive play dito? Ayun nga ang gagawin dito ni CJ. Hindi niya mahanap yung swing as Yaba gets the trade. 4v3. Tatlo ang nakapwesto dito lang. No, dalawa actually, dito lang sa may A site. Napag-iwanan dito lang si NL. Just to try and challenge every single member. Nagkasalisihan yung mga members dito ng matches, pati si NL. As now, this might just be an opening para sa A site. 4v2 naman to.
Uy, pag may nag-peak dito ng bypass and actually no one expecting it, this could go really, really bad. And pag nabilisan na nga ang pag-take dito, that could be not good news. Yaba fully blinded, pero Ared ready sa pag-push ng A-side. Zach, not expecting na meron tao dito sa likod. Crouch shot, not gonna work. 4-4. Envy, good defense all in all para sa kanila dito. Nomad and Ared just holding on for dear life dito sa A-side. But one well-timed push galing kay NL confirmed that A-side take early, pare.
Yun na nga pre, parang pinaramdam ng Envy na defense pa rin ang mananaig dito, and that mid run was just really good, no?
Oh!
Yeah, Devil! Sabihin mo sa akin, di mo sinasadya yun. Sigurado ako pre na pinag-isipan mo gawin yun. What a shot over to Big Door, pre! Pero patuloy pa rin ang pag-lurk ng Envy dito. Di pa nagtatapos ang duelo. Patay si Yaba sa may bypass. And look at the Envy push dito lang sa may RS. Nakuha na nga nila yung control. Jason and Rels, where are you now? Pabalik sila ng RS dito, pre, para makapag-isip-isip. Kasi ang Envy, nagsusulat-sulat na.
Kailangan na nila mag-A dito, pare. I don't think B is actually safe for them whatsoever. Hotel is taken, second mid taken, HM possibly taken as well. So gagawin na lang nila dito is just to plant that A site. Has to be careful. Wary about yung 2F nga natin dito. But they still don't need to plant just yet, no? Pwede nga nila maklear dito yung LA or exit potentially. But it is gonna be a bit risky. C4 gonna be down. AK para dito kay Rels. Fully expecting that he wants to go into this exit position. NL sprayed down. 30 seconds na lang natitira. Jason around the corner. EBR spray. Rels shooting through the smoke. Pero lumagpas na nga dito si CJ. Getting both. And that's Envy Gaming. Last laugh dito sa first half, pare. And MATTJESS. Side switch, could it be the solution to their problems, pare? Or could this be the beginning of the end para sa kanilang Angkara?
Iba no? Like, ganun kadali na kinuha ng Envy Gaming ng LA, not to mention yung bypass mismo. No? So where was the coverage para sa MATTJESS, no? Nasaan si Zach? Nasaan si Ninkyu? I feel like they were trying to read off a different movement, no? Doon lang sa may B site. So yung pagsastack nga nila ng B, feeling ko yun na yung isa sa mga pagkakamali ng MATTJESS na ngayon lang din natin nakita. After flawless rounds of just pure beauty para sa MATTJESS, no? Doon na natin naisip na it's not all the time that you could be aggressive sa may B site. Devil gets the shot over to Rels. Start things off dito lang sa ating second half. 3-man stack. Heading into CA. Jason now on HM duty. Walang nakakross dito lang sa may TB. Hindi nakakapag-swing out kagad si Zach. And he gets CJ finally. Devil
He's
now.
out.
Sinasamahan na si Aren.
No way,
Si
you
Zach,
repeat,
knock-out na. Si Zach lumalaban. Pero sumali yung second shot. But the third one couldn't get any better. Devil now. Re-engaging over to Zach. Gets the fight. Si Yaba na lang natitira. Pero tatlong magdugo ang members ng Envy. But this is still winnable kay Yaba kung
Oy,
kaya niya
CA,
paghiwalayin yung
CA.
apat. And look at Envy now with the re-engage over to A site. And Ared, just like that, the headshot machine ng Envy Gaming gets it done. 6-4. MATTJESS. Tila nasira na ang ating monotony, Sneaky.
Yun nga, Envy obviously expecting yung ganun na ka-aggressive na play no sa start ng round. So Rels immediately taken out of the equation, pare. And obviously that is not good para sa MATTJESS. No first BL round para sa kanila dito. Obviously Rels trying to surprise this defense early but they weren't surprised at all. Pero titignan natin Envy. If they can get anything going, Zach good shot dito kay CJ. One of the entry fraggers dito ng Envy is already down. Now they're gonna only have to deal with 2 more entry fraggers dito, pare. And I think pwede natin sabihin na safe na tong site na to, but I don't think it's safe whatsoever. Zach with the angle around the corner. NL. There it is. Double kill para dito kay Nikong, pare. A site wide open. And it's a retake para sa MATTJESS, pare.
Ang dali para kay Enel na i-challenge yung mga ganong angles no? Yung kailangan niya i-transfer kagad the moment na mapatayin niyo yung isang target, no? That is so strong para sa Envy. The fights are just doing so good para sa kanila. And look at Ared! doing target practice dito lang sa exit. 3 down. My goodness, pre. EVOS Gaming was just quick to judge on that second half stint, pre. I couldn't believe my eyes, pre, na EVOS Gaming, all they have to do is just be aggressive. Wala na silang ibang iniisip na angulo, pre. A-site lang kung A-site. Rels now on the defense dito lang sa may LA. And he gets a second one, pero may isa pang gustong challenge dito, and that is CJ Yaba now. Gets the angle over to CJ. At ayan na nga na nahimik tila ang EVOS Gaming dito. And they're now trying to push yellow.
Grabe, and this is really Rels risking his life every single time dito sa mga rounds natin, and now he does have the sniper rifle dito sa kanyang GR side. It's a lot better of timings with that TRG. Pero Jason, do not repeat that, my friend. Matatamaan at matatamaan ka talaga dito ni Devil. The double kill on Zach. Insane shot. NL will get itong si Yaba. The Devil works hard in round number 11, pare. Grabe. Absolute shots galing dito kay Devil, but can he go harder? Ninkyu na lang natitira, and he's been known to be a bit of a lurk demon, pare. Uy, how has this happened, Salvatore?
Naku. Rels, I got my tuna. Kayo na bahala, mga kakampi ko. Pero parang hindi ata yun yung naging usap-usapan, pre. If Ninkyu is able to get NL, he just needs to get... Kailangan niya lang talaga lumampas sa gate ng gates of hell, pre.
Devil first, pare. Oh God.
Devil, oh my God. Hindi nga man lang siya makalampas sa bantay ng lupa, pre, no? Devil just fully activated himself dito lang sa second half na to. At biglang napakain ko na lang lahat ng mga sinabi ko during that first half. All he just needed was time. MATTJESS wala ng puwersa, hindi na nga nila mailaban yung sarili nila kahit gaano pa kalakas yung heroic ni Zach pati ni Rels.
Oh, but look at the setup though, Salvatore. So many players in that TB position. Zach caught off guard na nasa loob ng B-side. Pero kaya ba nila lumagpas dito? Ninkyu getting that shot on NL. Rels still on the inside. What can the IGL do? Quick scope right then and there. CJ dead. Ninkyu is gonna go down as well. Rels still well and alive. Salamat dito kay Yaba. With the cover on the HK, it's a bit of a bloodbath dito sa B-side, Salvatore, but still, MATTJESS come out with 2. Pero kalaban nila yung demonyo dito, pare.
Devil gustong crouch pick and Rels. Hindi niya alam kung saan siya duty dito. And look at the crouch pick from Devil. Just couldn't be any faster than Rels. Alam mo, inipon niya yung init na yun, pre, nung dinepensahan niya yung batteries ng siya lang mag-isa, pre. Ilang beses nang nagpadala ng EVOS Gaming na members para lang hanapin kung nasaan ba si Rels. Tower, wala. Nag-push ng slide, wala pa rin, pre. Rels now on HM. Gusto niya nga ba ilaban to? Nomad nakalampas ng hukay. So, nagsiset up na ng lason dito. EVOS Gaming and Rels. Na off-angle ka ni Boss Brian. Yan ang masakit, Kuya Eddie. MJ now stuck on a 4v5 dilemma. Kung iisipin, no, ilan ang ipapadala nila sa B-site, kung kaya nga ba kunin to ni Zach mag-isa sa may hotel, or will they just gamble stack A-site?
A lot of decisions para dito sa MATTJESS, no, already losing their first contact dito sa round, which is itong si Rels. Granted, didn't get too much. He did get some information kung saan possibly papunta itong EVOS Gaming. Still very, very difficult round to execute kung kaya yung MATTJESS dito. Gonna have to have one right read. Eventually, kailangan may mag-check sa kanila dito if ever saan nga papunta ang mga players natin ng EVOS. And utility is looking very thin para sa kanila dito. Especially Yaba and Jason, not much in the way dito ng flashes and smoke. So it's gonna have to be pure fights on the HK yung gagawin nila. CJ around the corner, already taken. Jason, pareho sila na napakanan dito. NL, first one down, spray down. C4 on the top A position. CJ around the corner, a bit slow para dito sa NB. Pero kailangan na nila kunin yung top A. Jason, low HP. Ninkyu around the corner, and suddenly it's a 1 versus 3. Zach, possibilities are endless para dito sa kanyang round. USP, TRG in hand, ball banged around the corner, buhay na buhay pero namatay rin. 9-5 para dito sa EVOS. Grabe man. EVOS on Ankara, their map picked work, Salvatore, nako po.
And like we forecasted, Sneaky, ang MJ dito sa Ankara, Hirap talaga humagilap ng momentum at paano nga ba sila kukuha ng lakas kasi lahat ng duels ng Envy na ipapanalo nga nila, and especially how Envy is able to execute plays sa HM pre bilang BL. Wala sila nakikitang harang dun sa may CA at TB. Rektahan kaagad sa pagbubuka. And now, 3 members standing para sa MJ. Para sa huling rally. Posible dito ng MJ, Devil, Lason! Manggagaling sila lahat ng exit. Saan kayo mga nakatingin? In-Q naka-anticipate na nga dito lang sa may exit. And Devil gets the kill. 1 minute and 39. Saan katerba ang oras dito ni Boss Devil?
HK, no?
But now, going back to the HK, Boss Devil. Di ko lang alam kung ito nga ba ang tamang sandata para sa'yo, Boss Devil. Yaban Jason on Crossfire duty. And Jason is just hiding it. Oh, Paul! Naku nga naman po.
What happened?
Parang
Ayun lang, ang lakas
sure
ni
ako-
Devil,
sure
pare,
ako-
pe. Tinano snap niya out of reality dito yung ano.
Ginamitan na ng Devil Powers, pre. Ayan na. Sure. Hindi ko alam sa ating
Nag-drawing na
League
siya
Ops
ng
kung
star,
ano ang
pare.
decision doon, pre. Pero yun na ata.
I think it's probably-
Okay,
yeah,
Envy
yeah, there we
Gaming
go.
win daw. Wala nang clutch na magaganap. Pinitikan lang ni Boss Devil. Grabe, no?
Binasigan na pa. Sabi niya, tagal naman matapos nito, pare.
Dinaan
men.
sa disconnected from server.
Oo, men. Ginanon lang ni Devil, pare. And boom. Wala nang internet yung buong MATTJESS team natin. And just like that, I think that's a win kasi meron ng bawas na nangyari dito sa round, men. And yun nga, unfortunately, the rules are the rules. So I think that's how it is. Pero depende talaga kung ano yung decision dito ng team. Pero ayun nga, Envy Gaming, they win this set, pare. Feeling ko doon na rin papunta, in all honesty, yung set na to, pare. I feel like MATTJESS kind of, losing control by the time na nakapasok tayo dito na second half. I feel like nung BL side, medyo, yun nga, no, they're a bit lost dito sa second half, let's just say.
Yun, parang sa pagkakaroon talaga ng direksyon, MATTJESS just couldn't get anything done dito sa angkara na to, no? We saw some monotony during the first half, no? Nang kakaroon nga sila ng isang magandang play. And then I'm just not seeing any momentum swing or even a transition para ibahin yun or i-innovate talaga ng gusto. Umaasa talaga sila dun sa mga pick-offs. Kung ano yung sakit ng Envy Gaming kanina sa sub-base na sa pag-asa dun kay Devil, I'm seeing some similarities dito sa angkara na kung wala magagawa si Yaba or even si Zach, it just feels like parang naiiba na yung anyo ng matches dito, napapressure nga sila na kahit anong gawin din ni Rels, it just doesn't seem to be catapulting into a round, no? So Envy Gaming just proved, no, na kahit papaano individuality can win you games, and especially maps like Ankara na alam naman nating tabla para sa matches and as well as Envy Gaming. The issue now with the matches is hindi nga talaga sila nakahanap ng isa pang consistent na plan para mapigilan yung layers na meron dito ang Envy Gaming.
Yeah, I would have thought a bit of patience actually would have went a long way para dito sa MATTJESS especially. I think maganda naman yung ginagawa dito ni Rels. Granted that that's his role, no, to be the opener para sa kanyang team, whether it is GR or BL side. But I think they hindi na maximize ng matches, no, yung nakukuhang opportunities dito ni Rels. Ayun nga, he was like 11 or 12 deaths at one point dito sa mapa natin trying to look for anything para sa kanyang team. And feeling ko it's not every round that you will get that opportunity kung kayo yung MATTJESS dito.
Well, that's it. Para dito sa ating Ankara, kailangan pa natin bumiyahe papuntang Eagle Eye para magtuos ang dalawang team sa tono. Hindi mo paghiwalay, kailangan talaga maging map 3 pa nga, Sneaky Frog, no? As Envy Gaming was able to secure that strongly. Ano naman ang masasabi dito ni Daydon pati ni Mochi dyan sa ating panel? Kamusta kayo dyan?
At ayan na nga, maraming salamat Salvatore and as well as Nikki Frog. Grabe naman nilaban nun, no? At ironically, kung ano ang kinatagal ng ating unang mapa, yun ang kinabilis nung ngayon because of how fast ang laruan natin dito, most especially nung nagkaroon tayo ng second half. Like, pretty similar to kung anong sinabi nila, talagang naubusan ng bala in order to answer back ito si MATTJESS.
Yes, and I think this is a perfect example of why MATTJESS struggles a lot in consistently finding success. Is that kulang talaga yung structure nila in maps like this, in standard maps like Ankara, like Black Widow for example. No, yes, they found some success in the recent matches that they had, pero dito laban sa Envy Gaming, I think na-expose ng Envy yung mga pagkukulang ng matches dito no. And when you're playing up against a team that doesn't necessarily run into a lot of mistakes, is very comfortable in this map. Nakikita na kulang yung kulang nga yung tendency na matches to rely on pickups and just rely on their firepower. And I think na-highlight lalo yon dito sa BL side nila, where yes, you can see the duels for the most part going 50-50, but it's creating space. It's getting the C4 planted and then defending it, where matches really struggle.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, no. I feel like Envy Gaming has been able to capitalize more on their strength and numbers then when it comes to their commitment din papunta dito sa mga site natin. And instead of MATTJESS resorting into a retake, hindi nilang ginagawa. They try to face them head on, which is definitely something they wouldn't want to do, especially ikaw makikita once na makapasok ito si Envy Gaming. They don't even need to use that much of a utility usage, pero of course, they've been able to do that pa din in order to segregate all of our players and make their space much more manageable. Pero dito kay MATTJESS, still commendable pa rin dito si Yaba kasi parang siya yung nagmistulang dito tagapag-salba para sa ibang mga membro natin kay MATTJESS. Just that, yun nga talaga sabi mo, kulang yung struktura, kulang ang trade-offs, which definitely led to their loss into this one.
Absolutely. And credits dito sa players ng NV Gaming, no? A red with 14 kills in the 15 rounds that we've played. An absolute unit dito sa Ankara. Sino nga ba ang MVP natin dito, Mochi?
Ayun.
Si Devil pa rin. You know what? I'm very impressed with Devil, no? Starting off the season as the sub player, pero ngayon I think he's part of the main roster na talaga, and very justified yung decision na yon for NV Gaming.
Exactly. All I can say is deserve para dito kay Devil, no? And pretty much maganda ang head-to-head kasi talagang nagpapasiklaban ng both of our snipers here, definitely serving as the anchor for the team. But at the same time, yun nga, no, we are yet to see like a clear strategy as we move forward kasi it's more on individuality, no? 50-50 high risk, high reward that we are seeing from both of our sides, but it's pretty crazy that a single person can make a difference. Yun ang pinakita ni Devil dito, where NP definitely made it a bit more easier, no? Despite of the fact na ang dami niyang responsibilidad na kinikilala dito sa kanyang shoulders, as he makes it look like natural.
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually.
Yeah, Devil, ang galing niya din mag-punish. No? Alam niya kasi yung tendencies dito ng MATTJESS. And it's very impressive to constantly do that dito sa Ankara. Ano kaya ang mangyayari sa Eagle Eye? We will find out once we come back. Magpapahinga muna kami ng konting-konti lang. This is CFS PH Regional Finals, Day 1 Mochi, your panel. We'll be right back after this.
Ang gutinis pa lang yun! At si KSA tapos, KSA gets the 4K! KNP, yo, with that spray down! Oh! KSA!
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines, pare.
Tuloy-tuloy ang kaguluhan at laban dito sa Regional Finals Match number 1 kung saan 1-1 na ang ating scoreline ngayon ng MATTJESS versus Envy from Subdays to
Yes.
Ankara, and now we are in Eagle Eye. Anong bang ma-expect natin dito?
Well, for one thing, Mochi, I would expect a lot more sniper presence and I'm a little bit scared for matches dito, no? Kasi kung nakita natin kung gaano ka-impactful si Devil in Ankara, I would be surprised if hindi rin natin makikita yung ganong level ng impact dito sa Eagle Eye, especially because of the amount of angles that you could have sa mapang ito, no? And especially because sa BL side, alam naman natin, mahilig mag-antay dito ng pain si Devil. Sa GR side matches where they will be starting off in this map, I think they're gonna be aggressive much. And I don't know if that's the best idea when Devil is popping off like this.
Yeah, exactly. Especially there's a little bit of resemblance na din for Eagle Eye as well as Ankara. Is just about the tower then in the mid area, which gives you a bit more, not just a bit, a lot more angles to look at, especially favoring for all of the snipers na meron dito magkabilang kampo. Pretty curious what's gonna offer to us, no? Especially when it comes to the action. And speaking of action, ayan na ang tagapahagitid ninyo, Salvatore and Sticky Frog. Kayo na to.
Tuloy ang kaguluhan, Sticky Frog heading into Eagle Eye. Ang tanong, Sticky Frog. May strat bang ibabato ang matches tsaka Envy sa loob ng Eagle Eye?
That may or may not happen, pare, no? Kasi last time na nakita natin yung Envy dito sa mapa na to, it wasn't too, structured, pare. Same thing para dito sa matches. So, I really feel like it's gonna be very chaotic para sa dalawang teams natin. At the same time, gonna be very mechanically demanding, especially para sa mga snipers natin, especially yung nga sa opening fights natin dito sa hotel, A side and or mid. A lot of opportunities para dito sa dalawang snipers natin na mag-shine.
Ang nakikita ko ng potential dito actually for this kind of matchup is for them to try and make sure na yung mga long angles dito, whether it would be from LA, LB, or door mid, lahat ng yun dun lahat manggagaling ng fights actually, Depende na lang kung kaya nga nilang i-high-low yung BR pati yung hotel sa may B site, kung kaya nga ba nilang i-high-low yung top A pati yung bunker mismo. It's that contrast na magiging consistent na hindi na ako maugulat kung yun yung paulit-ulit actually, So, it's essentially a team na hindi mo talaga ma-predict kung ano yung pwedeng ibato, knowing na MATTJESS was able to take over against Execration in Eagle Eye. Na alam naman natin, alam mo sa sarili mo, Sneaky Frog, testigo tayo doon na that Eagle Eye attacking side from MATTJESS was nowhere to be expected, Parang hindi natin ina-expect na ganun siya ka-lethal. Pero looking at it in a deep perspective, what was deep? Ano ba yung malalim sa ginawa nila? It was just them winning the fights. So ang nakikita kong laban talaga dito, is just trying to defend it at all costs, Parang defense yung mananaig dito.
Yeah, feeling ko defense is gonna play a very big role, especially when it comes to this map, man. I mean, we have seen GR side time and time again kind of collapse dito sa mapa na to, but at the same time, we have seen GR sides do actually very, very good. And yun nga, one of the main points as well is keeping those long angles locked down, Parang di mo naman pwede bigyan ng libre itong LA and or itong LB. I think hotel and itong mid is a lot more manageable, kumpara sa mga ibang mapa. So, yun nga, it's about those long angle priorities. At the same time, yung mga early reads, especially pagdating dito sa depensa, para I feel like having maybe some early semblance of information baka galing dito sa hotel or maybe from mid or maybe from LA, just to try and guess kung saan nga manggagaling yung mga players na to. At the same time, I feel like yung first half, or at least in the first half, yung GR naman is gonna be aware enough na they can still, spot clues dito sa mapa natin, kagaya nga kung may nagjo-jump peak dito sa may bahay sa A and or dito sa B side if ever anyone's making noise. So it's gonna be a lot of information, pare, flying around, and depende na lang talaga kung kaya nila i-figure out yun.
it's going to be tough, no? To actually delegate kung sino yung pwedeng maging aggressive or sino yung pwedeng maging passive dito. Pero ang pinakamagandang pwedeng kalabasan ng Sneaky is if both teams, NV and MATTJESS, galit talaga sa isa't isa by being aggressive to one another. NL opens up Eagle Eye with a pick dito lang sa may BR. Pero NV Gaming hindi pa rin naliliwanagan dito kung lulusubin na nga ba nila yung LA. That's a lot of respect actually dun sa pagkuha ng top A ng MATTJESS.
Yeah, NL with a better pick off to start ng round. And very nice. I mean, he wasn't expecting si Rels actually to come from that bridge position. Rels expecting na maging surprised itong sniper na nakabantay nga doon, but it seems like no surprise for Envy at all. And speaking of surprise, A-Side's gonna be in for a surprise dito pare. 3 players from MATTJESS defending. Ninkyu spotted dito sa mid-immediate, but Zach with immediate trade. Good shot, Ared top A. Jason will get itong si CJ, pero si Ared na naglinis. The Davao peak is working pare. And Yaba na lang natitira para sa MATTJESS. He's already behind enemy lines actually, so kailangan nila maging careful dito.
Yeah, this is strong actually, no, for Devil. Pero Yaba on the least expected angle na kunin nga yung LA na yun. And there it is, NV Gaming with a warning shot dito sa MJ na hindi makakalampas basta-basta. Knowing na NV just able to challenge the angles really nicely, especially from how well versed they are dun sa pagkuha ng LA. So yeah, it didn't even matter kung ano yung nakuha ng NV in the early, no? Parang nakita na natin na NV Gaming was just able to separate a lot of members of MATTJESS, and yung reinforcements na binata ng MJ, wala rin nga talaga. So now, new challenge awaits NV Gaming kung kunin nga nila yung Dormid or HM, Ninkyu here on lane. Sina-challenge, nagraratolan sa isa't isa, pero CJ, hindi patas lumaban, ginamitan ng harang. And Devil gets the crouch pick doon kay Zach. And that is now the NV Gaming Classic. Get the picks at pasok sa side.
Yun nga, and one by one, no, hulog nga dito yung MATTJESS. It's really about those, I wouldn't say overextensions, but they were just holding angles as per normal. Pero si Nomad naman, now that's an overextension para dito kay Yaba, punished accordingly. Rels will get CJ eventually, pero barag na rin si Rels at that point. He was 1 HP with a sniper. Nomad, though, will get punished for trying to go into that mid position, pare. 3 versus 2. All of a sudden, it's possible para dito sa MATTJESS.
Yep, possible indeed, no, Rels. Can he get the movement enough para talaga malinang dito si Ared or si Devil? One pick here for Jason could be huge, but Ared usually wins those fights, at yun nga talaga yung pagkakataon na yun. Rels now on HM duty, pero wala lang yan kay Boss Nikong. Every fight imaginable para sa NV Gaming, alam mong yung braso nila ang nakataas.
Yeah, 2-0. And ito na kayo sinasabi natin kanina. Who has the better game plan going into this one? If there is a game plan in the first place, pare. But it seems like Rels, it's not as solid as he expected, pare. That bridge peak hasn't been working for him for the past 3 rounds. And MATTJESS, another player down. And Eagle Eye pa naman is one of those maps, Salvatore, na having a 4v5 disadvantage isn't really it, kasi pwede ma-split yung defense nyo into 2. And unlike Ankara, there is not a big HM to go through, pare. Merong pwedeng bumantay galing sa NV. Yun nga, si CJ in that mid position to cut off that rotation, pare.
I'm wondering, no, kung kaya nga ba i-cut off to ng MJ. Pag nakuha nila si Noma, that's going to be easy kasi magkukumahog yung mga members sa bypass. Wait, just a minute. So hindi na sila makakapaglason kasi 4 na miyembro na nga execute dito lang sa may hotel. Not really, they're going under. Rekta sila dito lang sa may EB. Yaba, nag-aabang na nga. Yaba spraying it down. Full magging everybody. 8 bullets na nga lang. At na-anticipate niya pa si NL dun sa may stairs. What a play by MATTJESS, na kung saan si Yaba lang talaga ang gumawa para sa kanila. Devil gets the flank. Ninkyu nakaabang sa may BR. Can Nomad get the swing? Ninkyu gets the spam instead. 4 HP. Humihinga pa si Devil. Nope, Devil! He's still alive, pre!
You spotted?
Spotted na ata to. Devil's cornered. Zach na spraying down. Devil couldn't do anything about that, pre. And Ninkyu is hyping up his countrymen, pre. Oras na para magpanimulaan ng usok dito for MATTJESS. 2-1. MATTJESS still fighting.
Yun nga, stark contrast between yung dalawang teams natin, but Rels finally something going dito sa LB. And ayun nga, it's the individuals really stepping up to the plate, pare. The impromptu move to go into that left side ng ating LA to find that gap. And speaking of gaps, Ninkyu na naman finding itong si Devil nakapatong dito sa box on that long house. And the opportunities just being taken dito ng matches, pare. Their early peaks are now starting to work.
Still a tough call, no? Kung lalaliman pa ba ng matches? Arid nagkasalisihan sila. Ninkyu was able to cross. Hindi ko alam kung alam pa nga ba ni Arid kung bumalik nga ba siya ng stairs. So hindi. Yaba clears out door mid. At mas lalo pa nagiging mahirap to para sa side ng ENVY Gaming. Rels with a readjustment over to NL. That just makes it a 4v1 kung saan Arid talaga wala nang magawa kundi talang tumingin sa langit mismo, no? MJ, 2 quick sequences. Lahat yon pambawi sa nangyari.
Ayun nga, Rel's gonna run it back dito sa BR. Gonna try and see if he can get the pick this time. And accept that, or acceptance. Actually, ENVY Gaming. Uy, they're actually playing it extra careful. They're expecting itong si Rels to peek from either BR, LB, and or Hotel. And they stayed back for those 2 seconds, pare. And Rels, unfortunately, in a bad spot despite the smoke. And Ninkyu, medyo desperado para makakuha ng bawi dito. Ared around the corner, spotted. Headshot, immediately. Devil gonna try to get a return, pero wala siya makakuha dito. Nomad on LB, still fighting itong si Yaba. Yaba will get him eventually. Confirm na walang tao dito sa B, Salvatore.
Yep, it's going to be a full-on blowout dito para sa matches, no? Kung magpapa-ceremonious nga sila dito sa may LA, or they will be just cutting off the forces of ENVY dito lang sa may mid. Pag nakuha nga nila itong hotel na to, it's going to be done for ENVY unless magkaroon ng milagro dito. They're going to win those fights. Devil hindi pa rin natitinag. Whereas NL is already moving outside of A site. Ninkyu with the patience play. Devil still not moving. Time running down. CJ pangat na nga ng tower trying to anticipate kung may manggagaling ng BRO, may manggagaling ng HM. Yeah, slow pace now for ENVY Gaming. Nag-iingat na nga sila. They know every member is accounted for. Kakailanganin nilang isa't isa para dun sa side take, pre.
Mid's a bit loose. Ayun nga, kung if Zach doesn't hit the shot kay CJ, Jason's actually gonna get insta-murk dito sa spawn. So they're gonna have to be very well aware of it, pare. Smokes are gonna start to fly. Pero di yata B-side yung kukunin nila. Zach will get Devil. At mapapaback dito si CJ. Probably information taken dito ni Ninkyu. So Ninkyu's gonna start to investigate dito sa LA. And he's gonna catch NL off guard. CJ not gonna get caught the same though. Nade in the back of him, pare. 75 HP with a EBR. Gonna be a bit tough. And it will be. Zach, final shot on the TRG, pare. 3-2 MJ. 1-point lead dito na sa Eagle Eye, pare.
Yeah, instead of like a B hit para sa ENVY no na oh my God, Devil! Di mo na ako pinatapos. Sige, kumuha ka na ng play para sa ENVY Gaming. Gawin dito ni Ninkyu. Ang lakas ng rebat na para bang si Delo. Ninkyu just shutting down the momentum of ENVY Gaming. Pero di sila matitinag dito. Look at the LA push. Ninkyu is not done. Claiming the scouts para maging tronong uupuan. 3v1. Arid na lang natitira. Zach now trying to push out bunker, pero si Jason ang tatapos nito. Na para bang akala nyo ENVY lang ang pwedeng sumigaw. Sabi ng MATTJESS, meron din kaming baon.
Grabe, what a hater of a shot to get that trade, Salvatore. One tap HK to get the Devil down. And kung ako si Rels doon, I guess I would say to myself, that's worth it. I guess napaforce natin yung A-take despite me dying to a shoulder peek. Pero medyo na-force rin dito yung kamay ng ENVY Gaming. They thought na it was discovered early na walang B-site itong presence nila. So napa-A-site na lang sila dito and MJ was fully ready for that one, pare. Especially itong si Zach.
Who would have expected yung mangyayari doon? Yun yung opening actually, you know, ENVY Gaming was trying to challenge door mid. Pag nakuha na nga nila kagad yun, pwede na sila rumekta ng LA. Yun na dapat eh. Pero because of the absence nung pagka-trade actually no ng ENVY Gaming na kunin kagad yung tower or even yung door mid, kung hindi lang talaga nakuha ni Ninkyu yun, pre, I'm just seeing an ENVY round. Pero iba kasi yung nangyari, no? Iba yung pampiyansang binato ng MATTJESS doon because of how Ninkyu's heroics played out. Yun na talaga eh. Nothing more, nothing less. Ito natin pinaka-passive na round na nakita natin so far, Sticky Frog, no? Wherein like it's not them trying to take aggressive angles kung ikaw ang MATTJESS. This is ENVY Gaming trying to scout out kung may maibabato pa bang utils para magkaroon ng senyas dito yung Envy na baka walang... Oh, and
Okay.
Arid, look at the crouch peak.
Patay
Yaba
si,
still on metal box. Hindi siya mauga doon, pero si Nomad pa mismo ang kukulit sa kanya. Now heading into hotel, si Jason now ang susunod na target. Jason now trying to find a separate member. Si CJ na ang first contact. Nomad, duguan. Couldn't get CJ. And CJ gets the attack. Pasok na nga sila dito sa may Miniter. Zack, hindi makahanap ng pwesto dito. Ninkyu now gets Devil. Hinahanap na nga ni Zack yung mga
Uy!
picks dito. No, and
He's
Zack
out.
nakatakas pa nga siya. What happened, NV Gaming? Nasa na yung entry? Advantage para sa kanang nila, no? Look at the HP bars. Ninkyu now. Last man standing. At onting uga. Pero babalik din ang mas malakas ang NV Gaming after that. Re-engage dun sa may B-side.
Not the cleanest round para dito sa Envy or MATTJESS para it was pure fist fights on that LB position as soon as nakita na nga dito yung dalawang miyembro ng MJ but MJ fighting on back. Zack with a hell of a hold dito sa loob ng cable car with that USP pare. Kaso wasn't enough to thwart the numbers of Envy. NL with the right amount of HP. Buti lang di nag-headshot to yung last player natin ng MJ. And Envy saving themselves a bit of time dito sa loob ng Eagle Eye. EL sign has been a bit of a back and forth para sa kanila dito pero Zack, is he expecting the Devil coming from that tower position? Pero nakita ni Zack, sees the head. Sees the Devil pare and takes him out himself.
Yup, Zack is not a believer of any entity, no? Pinapaniwalaan niya nga lang yung sarili niya at yung TRG niya mismo. Ninkyu now pushing house at ginaraw na nga si NL dito, no? Goodbye to two members now of NV Gaming as MATTJESS now finding the
Grabe.
momentum para makapag-push na nga ng angle. Anong hold? Hindi kami global risk. Gusto rin naming umatake. Arid hinahanap na nga ngayon si Rails and Arid gets the advantage. Yaba swinging, taking down Nomad. Arid na natitira. Nagtatago nga sa bahay. Diyan ka din nila ililibing. Ninkyu finding the last kill. MATTJESS, what a round.
There we go. 2-point lead. First time in a while para dito sa MATTJESS in this game. If they can secure 3 more points going into yung second half natin, this first half wouldn't be too bad para sa kanila dito considering how it started. Pero makikita natin Envy a lot more willing to push this hotel position early. Yaba now warned he's gonna have to fight his way out of this position. Salvatore nakuha niya na dito CJ. A red down to 1 HP pero tignan mo naman si Ninkyu. Ninkyu works fast with this flank. NL gonna be the first one down. Devil makaka-react pa siya in time. Mukhang hindi. Kahit sa pagbalik ng USP, namatay pa rin sa doon. Ninkyu still going strong! And with 4 players down para dito sa NV, it's gonna take a miracle para kay Nomad na makalabas dito. 6-3 MATTJESS. Full control dito sa Eagle Eye by the time na natapos na yung second half.
Yeah, and kung ano mang com siya pang iniistayan ng matches ngayon, gusto nila yung mga nangyayari dito. Alam nilang nananalo yung
Dami
pambato nga
nanonood.
nila dito, no? And ito yung buff eh. Parang medyo lugi dito yung NV Gaming, you know? Wala silang hype man, wala silang crowd, wala silang backup dito, no? And MJ is just free roaming sa kanilang momentum dito. And NV Gaming, tanggal kagad ang ngiti sa mga mukha ng MATTJESS players as NV Gaming just stormed through yung round na yun, pre. NV, what an entry mula kay Arid at CJ na para bang hindi sila GR, pre.
Yun nga, no? MATTJESS, mabigyan mo lang talaga ng 2 or 3 points na lead, no? They're gonna start really pushing the boundaries dito sa ating game. And Envy, unfortunately, yun nga, granted na, or Envy, fortunately, actually expecting yung ganun na type ng round para dito sa MATTJESS. So, it's a good first read in round number 1. Fortunately para sa MJ, meron pa silang leeway ng 2 points dito. So, they're gonna be playing a lot more methodical with their lead. Pero slow take paloob ng hotel but a red in a very nice spot to catch this bridge player pare.
Yun, Rels, pumapasok, tumetesting, nagka-canvas. Pwede ba daw ba mag-check-in dito sa hotel na to para makapagtanim dito sa may B-site? Ared daw, look at the off-angle ni Ared na transfer to Yaba. 360 niya pa dito si Rels. Pakitang gilas para sa NV Gaming now utilizing the strong side, Sneaky Frog. At ang pagbabalik ng mga demonyo ng Cebu Davao is now imminent and in full effect dito sa Eagle Eye. Zack natitira. 1v3. The ace player. The sniper. Ang malakas umasinta. Kailangan mong pumaslang ng 3, idolo. Devil, Ared and CJ trying to play as 3. Hindi sila pwedeng mahiwalay. Yeah, Zack, nasa kanya ang pressure.
Fortunately kay Zach yung C4 dito, no? So there is that setup potential on that A side. Tower could be a position that he could take. Pero grabe talaga, steady lang dito yung Envy. They really aren't pulling any punches. Pero C4, it will be eventually planted.
Uy!
We're gonna have to wait and see ano mangyayari dito. 35 seconds left on the clock. Not much time.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine, Sneaky? Walang nangyayari. Walang tumatama kay Boss Zack. Kailangan niya mag-reposition. Pinupush siya ni Devil ngayon. Pero dalawa nasa likod niya. CJ is going to get the kill. Come, man, Zack had like what? 4 tries para kumuha ng 3. At isa lang talaga ang gumana dun sa 4 na pagkakataon. NB Gaming canceling out the huge deficit heading into the second half. Press 6-5 na tayo, Sneaky.
Yeah, 65. And Envy seems a lot more comfortable pagdating sa kanilang depensa, no? And this is gonna be right up their alley, in all honesty. Pero CJ, around the corner. Uy, naglabas ng smoke na opo, Rels! Oh, Rels! He had a second window para makapatay dito. Pero yun lang. CJ thanking the stars that he does have that additional 2 seconds to pull out that HK417, pare. And Ninkyu looking for an opportunity to trade ng kanyang teammate. Ninkyu na naman will get that headshot on NL. Pero Devil still standing on top of top A. Kailangan pa rin nila maging careful dito just in case that he starts to act up.
Yaba pushing. Tinitesting niya yung high-low ni Nomad tsaka ni Red Prey. Saan ka nakakita ng ganyan, Boss Yaba? And now, disengaged na nga ngayon ng MJ dito lang sa may LB. A lot of stacking members here, especially A-site. Jason! Pader lang ang humahati sa kanilang dalawa ni CJ! At sumenyas na nga ang MJ. Oras na para pumasok. A-site na nga daw ang atake at hindi invited ng NV Gaming dito. Kaya nga mabantayan ni Ared ang exit. Yaba nakaangat na nga. Ninkyu still on room. Nasaan na yung mga sumusunod na miyembro dito? It's just Nomad trying to position himself para manglason or panggaling ng LA. And now, Ared gets spotted! Kenny clear up Ninkyu, nagranadahan na nga siya. Literal na 2 hits na si Ared! Ared! Siya lang mag-isa! Kakampi ko lang sarili ko! Walang pake sa kritiko! Ared saving NB Gaming of disaster!
Uy, Ared with a hell of a 3K. We know how good this guy can get pagdating sa mga headshot weapons natin, and it seems like he's fully activated dito sa mapa. 16 kills, 14 headshots para sa kanya. And he is gonna be just as relentless going into the next few rounds. NB Gaming, the comfortability na kanilang GR side is now starting to pay off. And MATTJESS are caught scrambling dito sa mapa natin for any opportunities. Rels, time and time again siya nakakot dito. Try to get that opening opportunity.
MJ, nandun eh. Like, that was already good. 2v4? Na para bang 1v4 lang kasi si Ared lang yung gumawa dun eh. Nomad matatiming nga. Nasaan yung push? Yaba couldn't get the timing over to that Nomad na iba yung angle yung tinitingnan, pre. But now, the storm settles. Dito lang sa may hotel. Parang hindi pa rin naliliwanagan ng MJ dito saan sila pwedeng umatake kasi kahit anong angulo naman tignan nila dito, there's still a member of NB that's lurking. Naman din na Red, hindi pa nauga. Rels gets the timing bago magtago dun si Red, and that's already 1 para sa MJ.
Yeah, you may tag me at the start of the round, pero I do have the sniper rifle at the end of the day. Sabi dito ni Rels. Despite being tagged down to 20 HP, he can still be very effective with that weapon. Pero Yaba still been holding this hotel position for the past minute now. So I think may push na rin na mangyayari dito eventually. Nomad gonna be a bit of a problem to try and go through, no? Nan HK can shred anyone that is moving into this hotel position. So kailangan yata ng flash or 2. Pero NL rounding the corner, 45 seconds. Wala masyadong oras para sa MJ para makapasok dito. Ninkyu under the bridge caught. Jason with a very quick trade dito kay NL. Pero meron pa rin tao na nasa loob ng hotel, and that's gonna be Nomad. Nomad on his own. Jason with a good double kill. Good patience galing dito sa MATTJESS on these fights. Pero kailangan na nila mag-cross papunta dito ng B-side. 25 seconds na lang. Pero CJ getting Zack. That's their presence on the other side of the map down. Devil sa loob ng RS. Caught dito ni Jason with a double spray. 7-6 MATTJESS. The veteran is bailing them out, pare.
Ako, kailangan paglabas ni Jason sa shop, pre. May coaching na kaabang para sa kanya, pre. Because that round was supposedly for Envy pre na kahit anong pick off ang gawin ni Rels, nakakabawi pa rin ng Envy pre. But from what it looked like, MJ, napulot nga nila lahat ng pwede nga nilang mapulot pre para maging resource yun. At mailipat kay Jason yung lakas pre. Because Jason had no business para manggaling ng under, bumalik ulit ng hotel at i-clear ulit yun pre. So that was very concerning para sa Envy Gaming eh, no? Like, nasaan na yung high-low ni Ared? Nasaan na yung high-low dito ni Nomad, no? Dahil nga na-single out kagad si Ared ng early game, there was no counter-rotation for Envy Gaming, no? Hindi na natin tinulungan si Nomad mismo, no? Not even Devil was in the nick of time para matulungan yung kakampi niya doon. MATTJESS, naramdaman na nga nila, okay yung B-site kanina, A-site naman tayo, CJ nakabang lang sa bunker.
Yun lang, CJ. Gonna get caught? No, actually, CJ catching itong si Ninkyu. Zach will get CJ eventually, and this slow take on MATTJESS. I mean, sobrang confused yung Envy dito kung ito na ba talaga yung take or is it a fake? The timings are so off. Yaba will get the C4 down. Salvatore, nako po. The mind games from MATTJESS are working, pero meron tao na nasa kanilang likod. Jason, are you gonna be aware? Turns around just in time, down to 0 HP. Devil will get Jason eventually. 25 seconds left. Zach, warning shot on the sniper. And let's see what he can do. I mean, USP in his hand. Devil, hindi na nagtapok pare. He wants to be heard in this long take. He wants Zach to see him in this position. 10 seconds left. Not much time for the Devil to act. And mukhang wala na talagang oras para mag-defuse dito pare. Tinalunan na lang ni Zach. 8-6. MATTJESS 2 points away from sealing off yung series natin.
Yeah, the crowd is loving it to sa likod ni Rels. Kita mo yung suporta na dala dito ng kanyang mga kababayan. MATTJESS now on a roll with every fight they're trying to force. Nalilito ang Envy Gaming kung sapat nga ba yung isa o dalawa. So they're now trying to disperse yung opensa ng MATTJESS dito lang sa may LB by trying to make it a double pick or even a high-low. Pero wala lang yun para kay Reds or even kay Yaba. The off angles are just too strong para dito sa MATTJESS and CJ. Nilaban si Ninkyu as Ninkyu was trying to go overly aggressive dun sa may stairs. That's one pick down as Envy Gaming now makes it a calm game. Wala mo ng aggressive pushes. They know Rels and Yaba's tendency na i-push nga to. So doon na nga lang sila kumakapit pa at kita yung bota ni Rels sa likod ng smoke. And the Devil now going into work. 5v3. Yaba and Zach. Medyo nalilito kung kaya nga ba nilang i-push yung kanilang angle, but NL on a strong position dito lang sa may door mid.
Yun lang, Nomad has to be careful about that timing. Pag nabigyan mo tong stairs, this is not gonna be good news para sa'yo. So let's see if this is gonna be the way to go pare. Smoke about to go through potentially Devil around the corner. Nomad na andito sa 2F. Can he take out both players at the same time? Mukhang hindi. He doesn't even get one. A red almost sprayed through the smoke. Nate's gonna go through. Devil now starting to lurk right behind enemy lines. Pero naandito si Zach. Naandito si Zach for the cover. NL spotted. Hotel known. Meron ng pressure all over the place. Kailangan na ni Zach na mag-focus dito sa backline. Yung dalawang rifle. Naandito lang sa loob. Zach with the crouch peek. Devil watching his position. Gets the headshot through the box. Jason will get a red. CJ, ano nangyari sa team mo pare? Nag-aubusan na dito ang Envy Gaming! And the Zach flank watch working pare. That USP shot was nasty.
Zach, paano nangyari yun, Smilegate? Bakit singkas ng penetration ng M4 yung sakit ng USP? Paano
Aray
nangyari yun? Aray mo talaga, Envy. 9-6. As soon as we thought Envy was trying to make a comeback from that huge deficit heading into the second half pre, pakuna ang Envy dito sa 6. Jason and Ninkyu now on LA duty. CJ nasa exit. This is full on execute para sa MATTJESS. Na-anticipate na nga nila to. Kaabang-abang na nga yung pwesto ng Envy. At si NL na corner. Si Ninkyu ng backstab ng CJ. NMJ, surprisingly nakukuha nila yung mga angle hindi natin ini-expect, Sneaky. Down to Devil and Nomad. Can they make another miracle run dito on the 2v4? 37 seconds. All the time in the world para sa MATTJESS na likutin lahat ng mga angulo dito. Nomad, the captain ng El Capitan, ang anchor ng barko ng Envy. 24 on the clock. Nomad, nasaan ka na? Papunta ka ng LA pero hindi mo alam may nasa likod mo. MATTJESS scores their third win dito sa Regionals and you can definitely feel malapit na sila sa playoffs, pre.
Yun nga, and the miracle run continues para dito sa MATTJESS, beating 3 Titans in a row. And grabe man, it's just been such an impressive run, especially Revelation in InQ. I mean, Zach becoming a superstar, Rels now being an entry fragger. Ang dami nangyayari para dito sa MATTJESS and all the right things are happening at the same time para sa kanila dito. And yung pinakahuling hadlang dito ng MATTJESS is on October 4, them versus Vanguard. How poetic is it, pare? You know, Vanguard, the team that got knocked out by MATTJESS on the last year's regionals. MATTJESS obviously trying to get back into that top 4. It's gonna be quite the day, pare. Especially, could be a good birthday gift para sa akin, man, to turn 26.
Advance, happy birthday for Sneaky Frog. Pero we live in a society, Sneaky Frog. Onting reality check muna sa ating regionals tournament, no, na nakatira tayo sa isang lipunan kung saan MATTJESS is bound for playoffs after a win against Vanguard. Pero ang Pacific at Vanguard alanganin pa, pre. Would you believe it? The power rankings of the community and us Stallions, pre, already ranked Vanguard or even Pacific way up in the air. Pero Gaon and MATTJESS having an appearance in the top 4, parang it just blows my mind na ito yung mga nangyayari in the year of 2025, Sneaky Frog. At ito pa, yung naipanalo nga nilang series against ENVY Gaming was no short of something miraculous, no? Paano na itawid ng MATTJESS yung ganong klaseng mentality na heading into that second map, hindi pumabor para sa kanila lahat, no? Parang nahanap na ENVY Gaming yung butas. That was it, no? Kailangan na lang nila gawin ulit yun during Eagle Eye. But for ENVY Gaming, it just didn't seem to work during the second half na kahit anong gawin ni Devil, kahit anong gawin ni Ared, it just ends in an execute na pinapakita ng MATTJESS na it's up to par. Nandoon, nasasabayan ng Pacific, possibly Stallions, no? So, a lot of strong showings dito para sa MATTJESS na pwede nyo nang iboto bilang dark horse entering into the top 4.
Yeah, and this feels like a real dark horse this time, no? Para dito sa MATTJESS, Salvatore. It wasn't like the prior years where you know that they're gonna get 3rd and 4th going into yung tournament natin and you just assume that that is it. Pero there's something different about this new MATTJESS squad, pare. Something more erratic, something more chaotic, pero at the same time it's working para sa kanila dito and I can't wait to see more of MATTJESS going into the next week, pare.
So, it's now something very good, no, para dito sa MATTJESS, no. And good luck to their upcoming matches. Kudos para sa ENVY Gaming. Ano naman na masasabi ng ating malupitang panel diyan, Mochi and Theydom? Ano masasabi niyo?
Man, ang crazy na tong unang match natin for today, no? Thank you so much, Salvatore and Sneaky Frog. All I could say is that they knew their strengths, no, for matches. Alam nila kung gaano sila kagulo, ka-destructive, ka-aggressive, ka-solid, especially doing their individual executes, and where they thrive through chaos, at yun ang ipinakita nila dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye.
Yes, the one thing I could say, ang sagot ko sa tanong ni Salvatore, anong masasabi nyo? The MATTJESS dream is alive, Mochi, because of that win. As it stands, based on sa current rankings, they're sitting at number 3. The only two teams ahead of them, Team Stallions and EVOS Arcilia, they bumped Gaon Gaming down to number 4 and Execration to number 5. Ganon katindi ang pinapakita dito ng MATTJESS, and they definitely have a chance to even secure their slot even further when they battle against Vanguard in their final showing. I believe that's tomorrow or next week, no? But either way, MATTJESS have shown us something, and that something is that they are a threat in this year's regional finals. And I cannot wait what they can do in their match against Vanguard. Kung makakaabot ba sila sa playoffs. Pero ito, ang senyales na buhay ang MATTJESS dito. Mochi, the win in Eagle Eye, and look at Zach with a 2.29 kill per death ratio.
And not only that, Jason as well, I feel like every single time na nakikita natin siya na nasa A natin or tumatao doon sa ating torre, no, manning up, defending itong A, and as well as ang ating lane, laging multi-kills yung kanya nakukuha doon. Which is crazy because that just means na kung Zach and Jason were this comfortable here in Eagle Eye in wrecking havoc, then that just means na talagang napahirapan nila si NV Gaming and hindi sapat yung talima dito ni Devil and as well as ni Red because every time that Devil tries to narrow down the numbers dito sa counterpart, it's hindi nagagawa because for some reason meron na someone na right beside him bumubulo na boss. Hindi pwede yan dito.
Yep. And you have to remember as well, right? NV Gaming, they went through so many iterations of this roster. Finally, na-figure out na nila na si Devil nga yung perfect fit for this type of playstyle na meron sila dito sa regional finals. And MATTJESS nabuwag pa rin nila yon. And it's the dynamic of Jason bailing them out, Zach bailing them out when they need to.
Yes.
Pero pag wala na yung pressure kay Jason at kay Zach, si Ninkyu, si Yaba, si Rels yung umaangat. In this particular set, si Ninkyu yung pinaka-favorite kong panoorin. But it is Jason that is the MVP of this set. The veteran that keeps this roster leveled. Pero once he has built out the team, everyone else is enabled.
Exactly. Kumbaga, yung matindi rin dito kay Jason is super calculative niya in terms of his positioning to the point na nahayaan niya lang na mapag-engage yung mga kasama niya. Pero pag nandyan na siya, siguraduhin mo na lahat ng impormasyon na makakarating sa kanya, magagamit at magagamit niya. Tignan mo, mostly of these skills, no, kung hindi mo mga duels, talagang hindi nakatingin sa direction niya yung mga tao or like na-deny because in their perspective is hindi nila masyado ulinigan kung nasaan si Jason dito. But other than that, before they even discover yung whereabouts dito ni Jason, naku, wala they're already down in the drain.
Yes, and ito na yung ating match results. We're going 3 sets where MATTJESS able to win 2 out of the 3. Sub-base, nag-OT tayo. But in Ankara, they lost. But in Eagle Eye, they dominated with a 10-6 score. Up against NV Gaming, the future is looking bright for MATTJESS. I'm gonna give a big shoutout para kay Ninkyu dito, Mochi. Hindi siya yung MVP, but he did secure 19 kills in the 16 rounds that we've had dito sa Eagle Eye. No? Such a phenomenal performance from both him, Jason, Zach. And well, you could credit the entirety of the MATTJESS roster. Kasi hindi talaga sila takot lumaban up against NV Gaming.
Totoo. Well, sabi nga nila, you have to earn it to win it. And talaga yan yung pinakita dito ni MATTJESS, no? And it is quite insane because every time that we interview them, they always say they're just gonna keep doing their best. They have no plans at all. Pero once they're already in the zone, mukha namang everything falls into place.
Yes.
Especially when it comes to giving the calls here and there and as well as yung prowess nila, not only as individuals, but also as a team as well.
Mm-hmm. And you can definitely see the cohesion getting there, no? I mean, MATTJESS, they've had a lot of criticism in the past where this team is very individualistic, medyo kulang sa structure. Granted, there's still some credit to those criticisms, pero ramdam mo uti-uting na address ng MATTJESS yung mga pagkukulang by becoming themselves. Zach will be the match MVP for this particular series, for this particular matchup, and it is highly deserved so, no? Talagang sinabayan at inunahan niya pa nga si Devil dito on the sniping role with 1.44 KD, a 0.8 kill per round, and still providing a lot of that utility for the MATTJESS roster with a 0.45 average smokes per round.
Definitely became quite consistent as well, no? Especially when it comes down to defending a specific spot, specific angle, or even multiple angles. Si Zach talaga yung maaasahan mo dito. Guaranteed na meron siyang makukuha o mapipita sa iisang round o maybe even more than that. Especially when it comes to things like this or yung mga sitwasyon na tulad nito, no? Which is just crazy for Zach kasi undeniable talaga yung impact na binigay niya dito kay MATTJESS, no? So, nagsimula sila into quite of a negative note, especially nung kanilang mga unang mga serye dito early on dito sa ating group stage. Pero as time goes by, they've been able to capitalize with what they've got in terms of experience. Pretty sure, no, despite of the fact na kahit isa-isa sila naging sayo medyo hiwa-hiwalay, sometimes you can still find some strengths in doing those. Despite of it all.
Exactly. And my favorite thing about this roster, Mochi, is the way they approach, the way they play Crossfire is very unique. It's not standard at all, but they're making it work. They're making it work so much na within touching distance na ngayon ang playoffs para sa MATTJESS, and I'm so excited for the squad, Mochi. I can't wait anong papakita nila in their final coming matchup sa group stage.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure na excited na rin tayo makarinig para sa isa sa ating mga players
Lag.
dito sa
Yun.
MATTJESS. Ninkyu!
Yes.
Hello, kamusta naman ang laro nyo? How are you feeling?
Ano lang po, masaya lang po.
Masaya. Kita namin gigil na gigil ka nung ating mapa ng second. Anong nasa isip natin nun?
Ano lang po, pressure, sobrang pressure po sa laro.
Sobrang pressure daw, Dido.
Pero parang hindi ramdam no? So much pressure.
Ramdam.
First off, Ninkyu, congratulations. Ang lakas mo, boss, dito sa series. Pinapanood kita buong series. Ang lakas mo. Congratulations. Winning against NV Gaming. Eto, I have a very straightforward question para sa'yo, Ninkyu. Konti na lang, makakaabot na tayo sa playoffs. Isang team na lang ang mga kalaban nyo, and that is Vanguard Gaming next week. Ang tanong ko sa'yo, Ninkyu, tingin mo ba mananalo kayo laban sa Vanguard?
Ano lang po, pag manalo kami, tsamba lang.
Uy!
Dahil walang practice lang.
Alright. Napaka-humble talaga nitong mga players
talaga sila,
from
no?
MATTJESS. And ito, Ninkyu, I'm gonna give you the floor. Kung may gusto kayo shoutout, kung may gusto kang pasalamatan, now is your chance.
Shoutout po sa team MATTJESS, tsaka kay Busmat, tsaka sa aking pamilya, at tsaka sa aking langging.
Uy!
Ayun.
Alright. Again, Ninkyu, congratulations. Maraming salamat sa pagsama sa amin dito sa desk.
Thank you po.
Ayan, makakapanghinga sila ng masaya at sana masarap ang ulam nilang lahat, no? Match winner natin dito, si MATTJESS. Sa kinalayo-layo at katinatagal ng ating ikatlong mapa, dito lang para din tutungo, no? It all came down to MATTJESS. And after 3 losses, meron silang 3 wins ngayon, no? And our current standings, and man, who would have thought that MATTJESS has it in them?
Me.
Pero,
I
ayun,
thought that.
Match 1, no? Moji, dito nga pala at the panel, tayo magbabalik para sa ating ikalawang match. Mag-abang lang kayo dyan.
Phoenix na lang yun! At si KSA tapos, KSA gets the 4K! KNP, yo, beb, with that spray down! Oh! For KSA!
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines, pare.
Tuloy-tuloy ang aksyon dito sa regional finals kung saan masasaksihan natin ang pagkalaban ng Execration and as well as Vanguard. Kasi biro mo naman men, pareho itong teams ito not looking good or the way we expected it to be dito sa ating group stage standings. Pero ano kayang mangyayari dito, no?
Yes, exactly. That's why I'm super excited para sa matchup natin na to, no? Lalo na dahil sumali ang MATTJESS sa playoffs contenders natin. So, yung dalawang natitirang slots basically, it's a safe assumption in my opinion na yung Stallions at EVOS papasok na dito sa playoffs. So, parang dalawang points na lang or dalawang slots na lang pinaglalabanan dito ng apat na team natin essentially for the playoffs. At ito, dalawa sa frontrunners, Execration and Vanguard.
Yes, exactly. Pero let us talk about our Execration dito, no? They started it off pretty nice, especially they've got their first 2 series win dito sa ating group stage. But unfortunately, right after that one, everything fell apart, no? And I believe despite of the efforts ay ginagawa dito ni ZYK, which is not gonna lie, very commendable. Hindi nga lang sumasapat ito eh. It seems like medyo kinakapos than what we should be. Parang before we always see CBN, Full X popping off and some at certain times itong si A7J. Pero ngayon, I feel like they are not hitting that bottleneck as of the current time.
Exactly. It's a bit of a weird season for Execration because medyo shaky yung performance na It's kind of plagued with inconsistency. Yes, they were able to take Pacific dun sa unang laban nila, no? And then they were able to win out against Gaon just barely. But then they lost to EVOS and then MATTJESS. So, yung position ngayon ng Execration where they would expect to be safe, medyo hindi na yun yung case, no? And we're down to more than halfway of the group stage. Kanina minireview natin yung standings, no? There's 3 matches left for Execration. Isa ito sa mga yon, and they're going up against Vanguard. Vanguard who also is kind of had an up and down performance dito sa first few matches nila in the group stage, no? So paunahan na lang to makakuha ng lamang between these two, but I would dare say it's gonna be close, Mochi.
Yes, it is a little bit confusing, no? Hindi natin alam where to put our heart and mind in both of these players, these teams, because in general, both of them has really great players, no? But when it comes to like the mid-round calling and as well as when it comes to like being able to end a specific map or a specific match, doon na nagkakatalo. Pero you're seeing our faces here na Execration, no? Nangiti, natuwa. Mukhang okay naman ang ating vibe so far on their team. And here is our team stats. Like tulad ng sabi natin kanina, all of these players definitely sufficient and great in their own right. It's just that when it comes to ending a specific map, minsan the pressure consumes them.
Exactly, no. Sabi nga natin, it's not an Execration match if it doesn't go to set number 3. But this is still Execration we're talking about, yo. This is still a star-studded roster being led by ZYK, of course. And si CBN, siya yung pinaka-level-headed in my opinion sa mga players na to. And I mean, they all can perform, but CBN, when it is pressure moment, CBN always delivers. But you take a look at the numbers, and it's a mixed bag of more or less 1.0 KD. And I think that is the biggest defining factor of Execration as one of our playoffs-worthy teams. Sila yung pinaka contact-heavy and always relies on just fighting whenever there's a lot of pressure on them. And more often than not, it works. Sometimes it doesn't. But against Vanguard, that is a very structured team. I wouldn't know how that works out. Kung maglalagay ako ng prediction, Mochi, I think it would depend heavily on the map pool.
Exactly. And this is also nga, no, parang binanggit na rin natin to kanina yung kanilang history. They started off pretty well, pero as time goes by, it seems to be a bit short, especially with their fight dito kay MATTJESS, no? And if earlier ay nung pinag-uusapan natin itong si MATTJESS and si NV, if they need a pillar, this time they need a catalyst. A catalyst that would enable the other players na kanilang mga kasama in order to perform up to their fullest potential and their best performance. Especially na ito naman din kasi mga players na to, when you think of them or when you look at their faces, matik meron ka ng play agad na mare-recall about them.
And yun na nga, no? A mixed bag of results. First 2 matches panalo, second 2 medyo nagkulang ang Execration doon. And we're down to the last 3 matches nila, no? Starting with this Vanguard, again, one of their tighter competitions dito. And of course, hindi mo mapagkakailan. Vanguard always kind of feels like they're on an upward trajectory. So, hindi talaga sigurado ang posisyon ng Execration dito, Moch.
Yes, indeed. And now na napag-usapan na natin, no, where they currently are at, let us talk into one of their own, no?
Yes.
Dito sa side ng Execration,
Uy.
it is going to be D. D, kumusta? How are you feeling heading onto this match?
Okay lang naman po at ready na kami.
Alright.
Ay, ready daw sila.
You love to hear it, no, Mochi, when players say that. Ito, D, first off, I wanna ask you lang, isang tanong lang to. Syempre, lagpas na tayo sa kalahati ng group stage. Uy, si Bossing sa likod. And we're down to the last 3 matches dito ng Execration. Syempre, Vanguard, tapos Envy, tapos yung dulo, Stallions sa mga kalaban natin, no? Tanong ko lang sa'yo, D, give us a bit of insight. Ano yung game plan ng Execration sa last 3 matches natin?
No, gagawin lang namin yung pinapractice namin.
Ayan. Okay. I like it. And ito rin yung favorite ko sa Execration, the hype from your teammates and syempre sa mga veterans natin dyan sa may bandang likod. Ito, D, bigay ko sa'yo yung spotlight. Kung may gusto kayo shoutout, gusto pasalamatan, now's the chance.
Shoutout sa mama ko.
Sabihin mo ano?
Short and simple.
Shoutout
Ay, wait
sa
lang.
mga
May coach.
Ayan.
Ano ba? Shoutout sa mga mga the one. Day ones.
Sa mga day ones.
Shoutout sa mga day ones ko.
Medyo nalilito na si Boss D dito, so dami ng coach niya. Pero sige, D, the floor is yours.
Sabihin mo ganun.
Ano ba yung wait. Nagugulo mo yung bata mo.
Napahubad na nga ng headset tuloy si D dito. Pero sige, D, anyone you want to shout out, go lang.
Ano yung shoutout ko? Sino?
Shoutout sa mga day ones ko. Pati sa mga young stanos dyan.
Shoutout daw sa mga day one sa mga young stanos.
Alright, maraming salamat, D. Good luck sa laban niyo mamaya. Good luck.
Ayan na, sa paligid na may kaguluhan, bibigyan ka namin katiwasayan. Ayan, mag-focus na kayo sa preparation nyo, no? Ayun, boss ZYK doon. Si Paul ata yun, yung isa pang coach niya, no? Kung hindi nyo narinig, ayun daw, shoutout sa mga day one, tsaka sa mga young stanas.
Yes. Shoutout sa inyo sabi nila. Pero you love to see it, no? The vibe still up para sa Execration. And that's always a good sign. Because this is still a high pressure game para sa kanila, no? Very important to get a better chance of getting into the playoffs. At syempre, tandaan natin na nakataya dito as chance at the grand finals and a chance syempre of winning the regional finals watch.
Other than that, no, kung makapag-proceed sila dito sa playoffs natin, naku po, may chance pa silang lumipad at irepresenta ang kagalingan ng Pilipinas sa Chengdu, China. So, those are the stuff na kailangan nilang consider dito, no? And despite of, once again, 2 wins, 2 losses, I feel like they're still keeping their behaviors or their personalities on check. The atmosphere is pretty light naman dito nung na-interview natin si Dian. Seems like they're more than prepared in terms of their practice. Pero, pag-usapan naman natin ngayon si Vanguard. We were wowed by their initially 6th man na si Dags, who is now SDRL, and as well as Woos, who's been able to put themselves in the top 5 players of the week, no, or players to look out for. And I believe tatlo ata yung kanilang representatives na napunta doon sa top 5 ngayon. But unfortunately right now, parang medyo nagkakaroon ng kakapusan. Pero ito ang ating team stats.
Yes, and you take a look at the newcomers dito, no, Woos, Kid from Hell, SDRL. It seems like they're fitting the memo really well for their team, no, particularly Woos. Grabe ang mga pinapakita niyang highlight plays on that sniper, and usually makes a difference for this team. Nakikipagsabayan to in the likes of Revenge, for example, and or other veterans when it comes to the sniping department. And yun nga, no, with the introduction of Woos, medyo na pagaan yung trabaho ni Tetsu dito. Now has to focus solely on the shot calling, and I'd like to say it works. Vanguard look really good in the current iteration of their roster.
Definitely. And not to mention that when Tetsu also does the calls here, it seems like it's been pretty good so far. It suits the playstyles ng ating mga players dito sa Vanguard. But pretty similar to sa kung anong nasabi natin dito for Execration, there is a difficulty sa kung paano nila natatapos ang mga laban. Especially when these players definitely pop off, no? Nasimulan nila na maganda ito with NB Gaming, but so far from Gaon and Team Stallions, hindi ata naging ganun ka-fruitful ang kanilang laban dito.
And you can see here in the stats, Vanguard, one of the few teams actually, no, na wala pa sa halfway point natin sa group stage. So sila yung may pinakamarami pang games na titira for the next 4 days. Guys, last 4 days of group stage tayo dito, and Vanguard will be facing 4 teams from here on out. Pero balita ko, Mochi, may masasub out dito for Vanguard.
Yes, and it is no other than Kid from Hell, and si MZ ang papalit sa kanya, which is no? Ano kaya ang magiging epekto nito mamaya? I feel like maraming masasabi dito ni Salvatore and si Sneaky Frog mamaya. Tatanungin natin din ang kanilang opinion about this one. But at the same time, no, I heard that MZ has a bit more system, a bit more structure when it comes to doing his execution, kung ano ang kanyang mga naiisip na maaaring gawin in order to lead the team into victory. Malay mo maging isa siya sa mga shot callers natin other than Tetsu here for Vanguard.
Pwede, no? I mean, if I were to put it into a sentence, I would say na si Kid from Hell is more aim-centric, tas si MZ has a little bit more of a brainy approach. It's not as straightforward. So medyo magkaiba talaga sila ng playstyle, both bringing different things to the table, but it's still a big question mark kung gaano siya magpe-perform up against Execration, who you remember is a very firepower heavy team. I feel like Kid from Hell would love the playstyle against Execration, but with MZ, hindi ko alam ano yung type of playstyle na gagawin dito ng Vanguard, of course.
Yes, and I feel like we can ask them directly, no?
Yes.
Just in a bit. I believe we're just preparing for a really short interview, pretty similar sa kung ano ang ginawa natin for Execration kanila. We are also gonna check out kung ano ang headspace nila during this time, kasi biro mo, they started it off pretty strong, pero unfortunately, yun nga, tulad ng nakita natin, yung previous series nila, hindi naging ganun kaganda. But on the brighter side of things, andain nilang tsansa. Unlike the other teams na meron tayo dito ngayon na dalawa na lang, isa na lang, sila ang meron pinakamaraming rooms for possible na pagbawi, no?
Yes, ang ano lang, ang medyo nakakatakot lang for Vanguard dito, mabibigat yung mga kalaban nila. You've got Execration, tapos ang kasunod, Pacific, and then for the final one, or final 2 ones, MATTJESS, which surprising to me na nakakatakot kalaban ang MATTJESS, no? But they are definitely a force to be reckoned with now. And of course, yung final opponent ng Vanguard is going to be EVOS. I'm excited to see, to get some insight from one of the players dito ng Vanguard, or potentially coach, kung sino man makakausap natin later on, kung paano nila i-approach yung mga matchup na yun. Kasi hindi biro, lalo na ngayon, nakausap natin kanina yung MATTJESS, no? Pressuring daw yung game nila. Even more so, I would argue, para dito sa Vanguard.
Yes, indeed. And siguro kung tatanungin ka, Daydum, ano yung mga mapang gusto mong makita dito?
Ako, kung tatanungin ako, kung for Vanguard, I would say na sub-base yung kailangan nilang makuha dito. Kasi in other maps, like in the standard worlds, like Black Widow, Ankara, medyo may konting experience, to say the least, ang Execration doon, no? Pero I believe we're ready with the interview. Sino ba mga kasama natin dito from Vanguard, Mochi? Ayun na nga, si Boss MZ. Boss MZ, Mochi, anong pangunang tanong mo dyan kay Boss?
Pangunang tanong, ayan,
Yes.
MZ, no? Isa kayo sa mga teams na marami pang tsansa dito sa ating group stage. Anong paghahanda ang ginagawa natin para dyan?
Wala lang. Gusto lang namin silang talunin din.
Uy!
Okay.
Alright.
Starting rough pa. Siguro dalawang spicy po dyan direct. No? Ay, oo nga pala, nandito tayo. Pero, Daydong, sige, proceed sa other questions natin.
First off, Boss Ems, good luck sa laban nyo mamaya, no? Ito lang, isa lang yung tanong ko, mabibigat kasi yung mga sunod na laban natin. Siyempre, Execration, tapos Pacific, and then in our final matchup, EVOS naman, no? So, ano yung approach nyo going into the group stage na alam naman natin, medyo alanganin yung mga standings natin. Lalo na, nagpo-perform ngayon yung MATTJESS. Ano yung approach ng Vanguard?
Ayun, try lang namin yung mga best namin.
Alright.
Yun lang.
Alright.
Okay.
Okay, Boss Ems, ito,
Ito,
I'll give
siguro-
you... sorry. Sige, Komochi, go.
Siguro, last question from me, no? MZ, seems like si Kid from Hell ay nasub out. Anong magiging contribution kaya natin sa team?
Yun pa din. Try lang yung best sa team na may
Same lang
panalo.
talaga. Okay.
And now, Boss MZ, I'll give you the floor. Kung may gusto kayo shoutout, gusto batiin, now is your chance.
Shout out sa family ko, sa mama ko, saka sa A4. Yun lang. Saka sa team ko. Saka kay Lito, malaki ulo. AC Benji. Malaki ulo na.
Alright, thank you. Thank you, Boss MZ. Good luck sa laban nyo, mamaya.
Shout out, Ster.
Yan. Ayun, maraming salamat, MZ. Good luck nga sa laban nila. It seems like we're just gonna be waiting for both of our teams to prepare then, no? And also see kung sino kaya or ano pala, rather, ang ating magiging mapa sa kanila maya-maya. But let us check out muna kung sino ang ating key players from both of our teams. At mukhang it's no other than ZYK and as well as Wooz.
Uy, interesting matchup dito. And of course, you have to give Wooz some credit. Remember, Wooz coming into this season, kind of like a rookie, but then outshining some of the brightest stars dito sa Crossfire Stars, no? And no, who better to watch against him than ZYK, one of the most experienced players in the entire league.
Yes, exactly, no? Siguro dagdag na rin natin yung ability and skill ni ZYK. High skill, capacity para makapag-lurk, makapandaga para dito sa ating mga kalaban. Malay mo, may makita siya mga butas dito when it comes to the defense ng Vanguard later on when they are on the BL side. Pero kay Wooz naman is more of the explosive and as well as on-point trade-offs na i-offer niya dito for Vanguard as well. Definitely wowing everyone, no? Also been vouched by the bros in Tondo. Sabi nila, magaling
Yes.
talaga yan si Wooz, no? So, we're gonna see kung i-deliver muli nila ang ganong type of caliber that they have from our first week or maybe even exceed it with flying colors.
Yes, and I'm excited to see just how Wooz will perform against this contact-heavy team. Alam naman natin, snipers thrive in those scenarios. Paano kaya magbabago ang playstyle ng Execration? Feeling ko may masasabi dito yung dalawang casters natin, Mochi. So tawagin na natin sila. Sneaky Frog, Salvatore, punta na kayo dito.
Ayan na.
Uy.
Pero na, nagpe-flex pa ng mga alahas natin dyan. Pero Sneaky Frog, ano nga ating thoughts sa ating serye?
Not gonna lie, very personal para sa akin kasi yun nga, big homies with yung Vanguard, yun nga, obviously been my clan for the longest time. So, would be very nice to see yung clash of yung old teammates dito. I think alam rin yata yan ni Salvatore, yun nga, no, the history behind yung series na to.
Of course.
Salvatore?
0 to paldo lang tayo mga Mat sa mga suporta dyan sa CFPH, no, mga OGs natin dyan. Malakas mag-Roxy ang BG at Exe, pero iba pa rin ang sakay ng eroplano na mananalo, no? Pero other than that, sinadya to ni Buko para maglaban talaga si Lito at MC.
True.
Yun lang analysis ko.
Baka, no? Not too sure. Ganun talaga katindi yung utak dito ni Buko. Pero lato na ang ating map veto for our match number 2. And it seems like, titignan natin kung mamamanifest ba ang gusto ni Dadum dito na makakita.
Oh
ng
my
space.
God, oh my
Mukhang
God.
oo nga.
Yeah!
It is going to be our first map followed by Eagle Eye na pinili ng Execration. At last but not the least, it is gonna be Port. Dadum, how are you feeling? Nakuha ang sub-base mo.
I am very excited dito. This is the one of the only times that Execration did not ban sub-base. Sa lahat ng nakalaban nila, lagi nilang binaban ang sub-base. Especially dahil nakalaban nila yung mga southern teams natin. Talking about MATTJESS, talking about Gaon as well. Pero ngayon, up against Vanguard, madaming strats ang Vanguard dito sa sub-base. At curiously enough, hindi binan ng Execration, actually prioritizing Black Widow. So, ano kayong papakita sa atin dito?
Totoo, no? Lalong-lalo na when it comes to like sub-base, hindi pa natin din nakikita kung paano lumaro si Execration dito ngayon. Sneak, how about you?
I'm actually very interested talaga on how the map number 3 is actually gonna play out para dito sa atin, Mochi. Kasi considering both snipers are doing really good naman and considering na E7J, he does have his bad moments, pero pagdating sa mapa ng just as cut and dry as itong port, I would also want to see yung pure fist fighting. No? Kasi obviously both of these teams very mechanically gifted.
Yes.
Kakataon lang talaga na they really do some egregious mistakes dito sa mga mapa natin, and yeah, I can't wait to see how these maps turn out.
True, she's like a little bit more, and if nadako tayo ng port, it's gonna be quite of a massacre. But how about you, Salvatore?
Ay, nako, Bochi. Wala nang mas Cebuano pa sa map Vito kundi sa ginawa ng Vanguard at ng Execration. No? Kasi kung titignan mo, Vanguard at Execration, may Tagalog na Bisaya, may Bisayan Tagalog. It's the battle of the hybrids. So it's only poetic na pumunta tayo sa subbase at Eagle Eye for our first 2 maps. Pero ito ang issue. Vanguard does not like have that very of a strong of a port. Feeling ko Execration, if they could manage to force this map number 3, mas mahihirapan mag-adjust ang Vanguard for this kind of dynamic na nakikita natin sa map Vito.
Okay, sorry, na-stuck ako dun sa Battle of the Hybrids. Ginawa mo namang kotse yung mga players natin. Pero let us now head on to our predictions here. Execration versus Vanguard. To be honest, nung nasa break kami, pinag-iisipan ano kaya magiging prediction natin dito. Kasi not gonna lie, medyo mahirap. Pero I will go for 2-1 Vanguard. Sige.
Ooh. Mochi, parang hindi yun yung ni-rehearse natin kanina. Pero sige. Sige. Okay, unahan ko na. Pangunahan ko na muna kayong dalawa, Sneaky and Salvatore. I did say na depende sa map dito yung kalalabasan ng matchup na to. We got sub-base first, which I think will go to Vanguard. Pero yung Eagle Eye, man, I feel like dito mafe-flip. Dito mafe-flip yung momentum. In my opinion, medyo experimental pa yung Eagle Eye dito ng Vanguard. It hasn't really found concrete flooring. So I think magiging 2-1 to in favor of Execration.
Feeling ko, now with the map dito, looking at it, pare, I would still put Vanguard talaga. 2-1 Vanguard dito sa ating series. Pero, last map, 9-9 for sure. Mag-overtime yan, men. Pag maabot tayo ng port.
I-continue lang natin yung theme natin, no? Kung umabot ng game 3 ang game 1 na ang series 1 natin, this has to be like a finishing sort of line para sa Vanguard at Exe. Vanguard 2-1 ako dito.
Alright.
Ayan, exactly. Lalong-lalo na they need this series more than ever. Pero kung hahambingin lang natin kung sinong mas may pinakakailangan nito, si Execration talaga, and best of luck to both of our teams. Ayan na ang aming mga predictions. Sana walang magalit. But let's check out kung ano mga i-offer sa atin ng mga aksyon ng Execration at Vanguard, Sneaky Frog at Salvatore. Kayo na to.
Mat Salab, Day Ones dyan, Mochi at Dadum, no? Dito na nga tayo sa ating Rexy, no? Sneaky Frog! Duelo na ng ating mga young stunners dyan mula sa Vanguard at ang Execration, no? And I like this kind of matchup. Not only does it, not only is it a reunion dito para kay MZ at A7J, but this is 2 teams na, alam mo yun, yung gusto namin ng top 4 pre, pero ina-undermine kami ng stats tsaka ng mga numbers, no? Para maabot namin yun. Kasi nandun talaga yung mga matataas na competition like EVOS and Stallions bilang harang, no? Pero you would definitely put XN as well as Vanguard as the dark horses of the top 4 position. Same goes for MATTJESS, no, Sneaky?
For sure. Especially with yung state ngayon ng 3rd and 4th place natin. Yun nga, no? I think it's occupied by Gaon and MATTJESS at the moment. So, feeling ko there's still a lot to, there's still a lot of CF to play and a lot of the standings can change para sa atin dito in just a few weeks. Considering na, I think last 4 match days na natin to, so there's not much opportunity para sa dalawang teams natin to actually, kind of punch up. So, Yun nga, very important match actually para dito sa Vanguard to actually stay in contention dito pare kasi alam mo na yan, once you have 4 losses, it's gonna be a bit rough. Pero yun nga, we are gonna go into map number 1 very very soon. Actually, Salvatore, funny thought na all of the TS players are here tapos si Das nanonood sa gilid pare. Yun lang.
Shout out kay Boss Dustin, no? Ng Pacific, no? Diyan nga na sa dapitan, dito na kami sa kanya-kanyang bahay, no? As now, Vanguard is now entering into Luwag. A7J, Folex, high-low na, pero bumaba nga sila ng missile, pre! Folex, tanggalan ng bungo. Si A7J nasa taguan lang din. Every member of Vanguard is scoring over to Execration, CBNND. Lone member standing, D getting a headshot. CBN hindi pa nagpaparamdam sa site. Pwede nga siyang pumush ng sikip dito pero napaka-challenging yan. Kung ikaw si CBN, Tetsu now with a good elevation. Gets CBN at si D. Mag-isa ka na lang. The super rookie. Legit na nga talaga to. Kakayanin mo nga ba ang tagos ni Tetsu pati ni MZ? Ang kasagutan ay hindi. Panalo ang Vanguard round number 1 sa ating opener.
Grabe man, what a round 1 call or what a Vanguard call no for round number 1. Immediate rush on the 8 side. Tetsu running straight in AK-47 and ayun nga, that's the advantage right now ng Vanguard no. It hasn't been too well known na Tetsu has been having that rifle for the past few times and now Woos obviously no very different playstyle pagdating dito kay Tetsu pagdating sa sniper no. So I think it's the same aggression, it's the same pressure galing dito kay Tetsu pero ngayon naka-AK na siya pare and with the rest of the squad just following suit man, magiging unreal to kung mag-pop off si Tetsu.
Yes, and it's a rare occasion no na makita natin si nowadays na actually no Tetsu not really that kind of a showy of a player pero pag binigyan mo talaga siya ng susi papunta nga syudad talaga you would definitely put Tetsu as like the number 1 player heading into this mismatch of a roster that is Vanguard no. So that's just one chance no. Pero kailangan hindi mawaldas kagad yun ng Vanguard, no? Mostly mauubos talaga yung lakas ni Tetsu doon. So a lot of other players should stand out, no? For Vanguard. But for Execration, I feel like they've already proven themselves na if one does not work, kayang buhatin ng iba niya mga kakampi. A7J now with a strategic hold dito lang sa may second mid. Dracifer susunod nga na target dito. And Dracifer gets the kill. Woos with the lurk. Nakapasok nga ng DR. May taos dito sa may 2F. Dracifer and Woos kulang na ang buhay. Pero humihinga pa si Kosang Woos. Vanguard now, returning the favor, bumabaliktad na sa pabor, papuntang Vanguard. Execration, walang bitaw.
2-0 Execration, second time that they got caught, pero mas calm na yung pace doon ng Vanguard. And on all actuality, I mean, once that opening started para dito kay Tetsu, once that opening came around dito sa MR area as well, it was very, very rough. But second mid, once again, the target para dito sa Vanguard pare. ZYK already down, trying to go aggressive for that early information, but unfortunately, he's gonna pay with his life. Whole lot of EBRs actually para dito sa Execration pare. So, medyo magiging delikado ang mga second mid fights at ayun na nga sinasabi ko.
Ayun na nga. Maraming nagpaparamdam dito lang sa may passage. Wala ka nang nakikitang default para sa Vanguard kung 4 ang puwersa, 4 ang papasok, wala pang nakakaramdam sa may shatter. A7J now with the transfers, he gets the double kill. Tetsu and Dracifer in a really bad spot no? Kasi pwede silang masandwich dito ni Folex at ni CBN. Nakapasok na sila ng 2F dito and Dracifer still fighting. He gets the backstab. CBN standing it down over to Tetsu as Folex gets the last kill. Execration umaangat na.
Grabe, it's gonna be one of those games, Salvatore, na we are probably gonna see, 2v2s, 3v3s, even 1v1s at the end of the round talaga. I feel like both of these teams, in terms of mechanics, are pretty much equal. Pero ZYK, lest we not forget about Aljon, Salvatore, nagpakitang gilas rin siya with the TRG. And let's see what he can get. Naku po, nakita niya si Tetsu. Tetsu around the corner, spotting him twice, pero si ZYK pa rin ang mananalo dun, pare.
Ayan na nga. Medyo poetic tong laban na to, no, Sneaky Frog. Deep cut nga ulit, no, sa mga hindi nakakalam. Ni minsan din, naging black and white yan, si Boss ZYK, no? So, nagkakaroon ulit tayo ng mini reunion na hindi lang A7J at MC, no? So, wina-welcome back nga namin, Boss ZYK. Kung may bala ka pang mag-Vanguard, pag-iisipan ko na po, ni Buko, no? Pero now, going back into the game, that fallout during MR, it's a rare occasion, no, na Vanguard did not throw any counter utils para makancel yung pwesto doon ni Aljon, no. So for Vanguard to be able to be proactive heading into this round, medyo nakukulangan na nga sila ng gulang doon. So nag-ibang angulo na nga lang sila and they got the success dito sa second mid. The thing is, they still have to challenge a lot of the strong angles na kinukuha ng Execration. Na tulad niyan, dalawa kaagad ang tumumba sa kamay ni Folex as he gets Dracifer and the rest of the crew. Execration with a quick sequence para tumabla ang laban.
Grabe, Vanguard not getting as much as they want dito sa mapa natin. Not like itong second mid was as free as it was nung round number 1 at 2. Pero Tetsu taken down both MR players, CPN and D already down A7J. Having to reload SDRL, 1 HP, still peeking around the corner. Dracifer gonna go down! What a double kill by Angelito! Pero Tetsu, sasagot pa rin dito ng dalawa. Fall X, ZYK with their own kills. Fall X versus Tetsu. His old IGL is looking for him around the corner. Pare, passage has been occupied. Tetsu with an AK. But the tap is better by Fall X. Ayan na nga ang sinasabi ko. The one-tap legend. Still well alive in that 1v1.
Oh man, dinala sa ER yung braso ni Folex with that flick, man. Oh my god. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, eh, no? And look at the second mid, pre. Grabe. Sinalo lahat ni Wos tsaka ni Dracifer. Look at this push by Execration. Wala nang pwesto-pwesto, pre. Aggression ang usapan dito ng Exe. Tetsu nakalampas ng passage. Pero nagpaparamdam si CBN dito. He gets the control dito lang sa may DR. CBN hindi nakapag-repossession. A7J trying to save Grace. Binubuhay niya pa ang Execration dito. Kung kakayanit pa nga, pero 3 members ng Vanguard ang hawak ng kanilang mga tagiliran dito. Tumatagas na ang dugo. A7J, can he make it work? 3 na ang nagpupush dito para sa Vanguard.
Grabe si Tetsu, men, dire-diretso lang galing sa passage despite na binabaril na nga siya dito, but I don't think the information was there na nakalagpas na yung passage player paloob ng DR, so he did get the free angle on both. Pero di nakapasok na Shotter. Fall X wanting to go through that Clocker's position. Woos with a nice shot, and I think he also spotted na magagaling dito si Fall X sa MR, so he's gonna be careful about that. D is now dead. Fall X na lang natitira sa loob ng LR, and feeling ko alam na rin dito ni Woos kung saan siya magagaling. Easy angle para kay SDRL. And there we go, 3-3, back and forth game, Salvatore. Nako po sa sub-base pa.
Ayan ang mid-rounding ng Vanguard, eh, no? Akalain mo nga naman, no, na wala ng isang braso yung mga members dito ng Vanguard. They were still able to defend themselves, na para bang full HP nga sila, no, Sneaky. Yung ginawa doon ni Woos was very good, no? Rekta kagad sa lockers, and his double duty dun sa may MR at dun sa may Shatter. Pumaldo siya dun actually, no? So being able to pressure 2 angles at once kung ikaw si Woos, isang malaking trabaho yun, eh, no? And for Vanguard, taking a page out of Execration's playbook, let's play around the smoke, no? Kung paano maglaro si A7J ng M14. Yun nga ang ginawa talaga ni Tetsu, no? And that approach was something Execration should have expected, pero hindi talaga. Look at ZYK with a quick switch over to the USP para makuha si Tetsu at SDRL. Wow! MZ now with a double kill, and MZ is just wreaking havoc dito lang sa may Shatter. Pasok ang buong angkan ng Vanguard dito. Folex na lang ang natitira sa mga dati kong mga kalabay. And MZ was able to clear out Fall X. Vanguard quick to turn around the momentum. 4-3.
4-3, pare, but he saw the macro of that round, pare, the passage, in order to distract yung mga Shotter players natin. And kita mo naman si Dracifer, dire-diretso lang sa Shotter. No single player of Execration was looking at his direction, pare, despite it being a 3v2. It was full B control para dito sa Vanguard. They played that chess game very well, pero the chess master could be here from the behind. Fall X Execration crossing VG in its entirety dito sa Woods and sa A-site. And it seems like we're playing Crossfire once again dito, Salvatore. 4-4.
Yeah. Pre, sabi ko nga sa'yo, ang daming pwede mangyari sa 2025, no? Sa lipunan na to, pre, mas mabagal pa yung sub-base ng MATTJESS at NB kesa sa Vanguard at Execration. Itong dalawang teams na to, na may sariling approach, may sariling diskarte. And for Vanguard, it's for them to be proactive in the second mid and as well as sa luwag angles. A7J with that constant abuse sa M14 smoke, pre. Yan ang pinakamasakit na dinadanas talaga ng Vanguard. Now switching into the Bogdan's Law, pre. TRG na ang hawak niya. Dracifer papasok na nga ng beds ngayon. But there's going to be a possible re-challenge here at Shatter. A7J tutumba. What a poetic entry para dito kay Dracifer. Tanggalin ang dati kong kakampi. D and ZYK on Crossfire duty pero kailangan na magandang timing. ZYK caught lacking. Fall-X dinakdakan ni SDRL. 4v2 suddenly make it a 4v1. Mahirap para kay CBN.
Grabe, the macro is absolutely working para dito sa Vanguard, pare. The well-oiled machine. Everybody taking their turns dito sa shutter. A side being locked down. And grabe, they didn't even need to take luwag para makuha itong A side, pare. The CR presence was already enough. SDRL will take down itong si CBN, and that is a point lead going into yung second half natin. Vanguard starting to pull out the deeper playbook para sa first half natin, pare.
Okay, so it was a close round, no? It was the heroics from both A7J and as well as kay Dracifer, no? But I'm saying, pre, pag game tong pinapanood natin. Pero may talaga nakatayalan talaga dito, no? A7J gets the double kill. Oh my goodness. Glorified pub game lang talaga ang PH Regional Finals, pre. You can never quote me on that one, pre. 3v3, Woos now on his last legs. Pwede niya pa depensahan dito ang passage. D, nilalaban yung sarili niya nga at sa wakas nahuli na nga si Woos. D, palayo na nga ng DR at napunish na nga siya dito ni MZ. Now on the 1v1 in SDRL with the lurk para ma-caught off guard si Folex sa may B-wall. And Vanguard continues to make this an aggressive game.
Tama yung sinabi ko kanina, Salvatore. This is the type of game that's gonna end up on the 2v2s, 3v3s, and the 1v1s. Pero Tetsu, Dracifer making it a 5v3 immediately. Fall-X trying to fight back. MZ spotted sa dulo. Tetsu straight down with the HK417. Pero manggagaling sa kanilang likod. Dracifer trying to sneak past dito sa metal box. But it's not gonna sneak past Aljon, pare. SDRL gusto na rin mag-flank dito fully knowing na free na yung RS. Pero tignan mo si Fall-X. Uy, natingay.
Nakatingin ako.
Uy.
Kaso si SDRL lang hindi pala nakatingin. Siya dapat ang sinabihan mo. Sneaky A7J, paulan bala over to Woos. And Execration and Vanguard just trading haymakers sa parang bang Pacquiao Barrera lang tong laban na to. Vanguard just being aggressive at MR. Meanwhile, Execration trying to divert some form of attention sa mga ibang angulo ng mapa na na-anticipate naman nila at nababantayan nga nila. Yeah, Vanguard and Execration is playing a very messy chess match.
Yun nga, no? And it is quite poetic pa rin na si A7J and si Fall-X, the top two fraggers of the team, no? Former Impact MVP with Vanguard. A7J obviously has his stint as well, pero Tetsu not gonna miss those times anytime soon. Tetsu will get Fall-X as well. Meron pang dalawa na nasa loob ng site Woos. Napatay na nga sa loob ng TR. Dracifer trying to slide on in, but the pressure is mounting too much. Execration has to spread out. Tetsu spotted. That's another one para kay SDRL. Dracifer down to 1 HP. Lito, wala nang buhay dito, pare. 7-5 Vanguard. First 2-point lead in a while.
Okay, so Vanguard, the strat is be aggressive. Yun na lang talaga, no? Like, there's no deep analysis to it. Kung MR, kung shatter, tulad ng ginagawa nga ngayon ni MZ, tatlo ang bulag pero hindi pa umaangat si MZ. Inaantay niya lang kung mag-overextend nga ba. Folex reloading, MZ gets the punishment. A7J now fighting for his life. CBN now with the trade. 4v3, just like that. Vanguard not even wasting any minutes. Pero dalawa kagad ang napilas nga nila. Look at the trade from Execration, making it a 3v2. Mukhang nahanap na nga ng Execration yung tempo para talaga mapunish yung MR pushes ng Vanguard.
Oh, but that's that trademark Vanguard impatience, no? Are they gonna expect this, CBN? D, boy na boy pa, but do they know this boy? Dracifer! ZYK, second mid position taken para sa kanya. Spotted na si Woos. Gonna take down Woos first, most likely. Woos probably gonna get surprised, pero hindi. Niikutan lang dito ni ZYK. Tamang gulang lang galang dito kay Aljon. Dracifer versus ZYK. Main 1v1 versus the Great One, pare. At the same time, Dracifer has had a very good game. 10 kills, 6 headshots on that HK. Pero si ZYK, alam mo naman dito si Aljon, pare. He can pull out some miracles.
Who even? Other than ZYK, no? At si Dracifer na chinaga na i-hold lang yung outer blood. So, advantage para kay Dracifer actually, no? Kaya niyang tingnan yung vents, passage, pati yung MR. ZYK now has all the time in the world. Ang kailangan lang talaga din ng ZYK is yung tempo at timing, no? So now, he's pre-aiming here at outer. Yun na naman talaga yung angulong pwedeng puntahan dito ni ZYK. Unless kung magagaling siya ng MR, pero wala nang ibang oras dito si ZYK. Nakita na, spatan na nga. Dracifer. Ooh, 1 HP. ZYK, 37 ang HK sa katawan. Meron pang TRG. Hinahanap niya na nga yung angulo dito. Now ZYK, both US naunahan para sa dalawang natitira pa. And Vanguard off the back of Dracifer's position doon lang sa may track. Pushes the lead to 3.
Grabe, another 1v1 going in the way dito ng Vanguard. Despite nakahanap dito si Aljon kay Wooz on that TR position. Napakaganda ng position dito ni Dracifer. C4 out in the open. Good position on those BL stairs. And ngayon, Vanguard is now reaping their rewards from those prior rounds. And ngayon, the most passive defense imaginable para sa kanila dito. And a change of pace that Execration are gonna be welcome to do so, no pare. Instant takes sa mid. MR's also in their ownership. Pero di nila alam eh. Wala, zero information on any players dito ng Vanguard pare. And sadya yata yun.
Now, the battle of the unpredictability, no? No information. Walang utils. Wala ring smoke. Not even a single pre-fire para sa isang angle. Sobrang tahimik ng sub-base na to. And look, ngayon lang talaga sila nagparamdam dito lang sa may MR. Pero sobrang obvious nun kung ikaw ang Vanguard. Lot of members already being thrown out here. Dito lang sa may second mid. ZYK ginagapang kasunod dito si A7J at CBN. DN Polex now on duty dito lang sa may CRS DRL. Mag-isa lang na depensa ng second mid. Woos gets the double and Vanguard ang laking harang dito sa sub-base, Nikki.
Grabe, and that's the mad genius of Tetsu, pare. This guy studies a lot of that international play, pare. And sometimes, you're just gonna have to hold and withhold information dito sa kalaban nyo kasi mapaforce talaga sila to make a play that is uninformed. And A-site was the play, unfortunately, para sa Execration. There was 4 players, 2 dito sa may second mid and 2 on that A-site. Grabe, well played galing sa Vanguard. Just using yung pressure of not knowing anything para sa Execration to force their hand, pare.
Oh, man. Ilang oras lang bang lumipas para masabi nating Vanguard is now on match point? This was supposed to be a derby, pre. Suntukan, di gulat sana to. Pero Vanguard is now taking a bit of a road trip, no? Na parang kailangan na nga nilang bilisan to because just like how fast this game is, ganun din kabilis yung pacing nga nila. In order to get that sort of aggression dun lang sa may CR, pre. So ngayon, Woos mapapabayaan dito lang sa may track. And look at that off angle mula kay Woos. SDRL now. Naka-anticipate dito lang sa may bench. At tahanap ka nila si CYK. Woos half blinded. Wala yan kay Boss Woos. Harang ng tondo si Boss Woos. And he was able to lift Vanguard off of its feet. 1-0 para sa VG.
Grabe, steady performance for VG, especially going into that second half. Salvatore, they were speaking Latin on that defense and grabe talaga. Like, the Execration could just not figure it out. Akala ko nung first half, Salvatore, that we're gonna have a really close second half dito considering equal yung reads, equal yung firefights, you know, everyone's getting their due opportunities. Usually, nag-end yung round sa 1v1. Pero pagdating naman dito ng GR side ng subbase, you can really see yung influence dito ni Buko, no? The masterful macro plays, the defense that baits itong Execration to do mistakes, especially in that second half. And actually, by yung mga last 2 or 3 rounds ng first half natin, Vanguard was actually looking really, really good.
That first half, parang, okay, so this is what is ito yung expectations, no? Pero the moment that second half hit, parang binagsak nila lahat ng mga pinag-iisip natin and just tried to play what is essentially not on the playbook of Subbase, no? Aggressive pushes sa luwag, walang ka-default, fake out ng fake out, pero 5-man execute pa rin. It just is crazy, no? Nababasa naman ng Execration. Constant abuse ni A7J dun sa M40 na smoke. May mga magagandang pick-up si Folex, but it does not convert into a round na pwede mong ipagmalaki kung ikaw ang Execration talaga, no? So Vanguard, once the side switched, they just went on and just said to themselves, lahat ng anggulong nakikita nyo dito, isa lang ang pwedeng kumabra neto. Walang double swing, walang crossfire, kung isa lang. Walang ang nagmimistulang naglalurk para sa kanila, pre. So yeah, Vanguard was just playing as systemic as it is. Gaya nga ng sinabi nila kanina kay MZ, because of how proactive he is para maging second layer ng depensa, doon nahirapan ng Exe, pre.
Yeah, and I feel like napakalaking pagbalik dito ni MZ para sa Vanguard. Granted, no, I really did like the last iteration, pero ayun nga, no, you need to step back muna, Frando. Medyo personal yung labanan na to between yung dalawang teams natin, pero ayun nga, they need MZ para sa series na to kasi si MZ talaga, he's gonna have to have the read on at least 3 of the opponents dito, pare. And alam mo naman, MZ, medyo makulit yan, especially to the star players. If he can kind of draw them out, bait them time and time again, disable them early dito sa laruan natin, then Vanguard might have the series. Pero di pa natin alam, man. Execration, always full of surprises. Baka malay mo sa map 2, baka bumawi.
Okay, so pwede pang bumawi ang Execration dito. Marami pang pwedeng mangyari. Ang katanungan kung tatagos nga ba ang Execration sa Vanguard, hindi pa tapos ang kwentong yon. Ibabato na nga natin sa ating panel. Mochi at Dadum, kamusta kayo dyan mga sa?
Salamat sa... Ayan, nasalo ko namin. Thank you, Salvatore at Sneaky Frog. All I could say is I'm happy kasi parang may sense yung mga sinabi ko kanina, no? Parang pinag-usapan natin ano kaya yung kailangan nila dito. They need a catalyst. Anong nangyari? MZ is there. On to sa Vanguard, definitely gave them a much more solidified approach sa kung paano nila ginagawa o nag-oopera dito sa sub-base. Let alone, na tulad na nasabi nyo, this is not normally how sub-base is being played.
Absolutely. And this is exactly why I fear this sub-base para sa Execration, because Vanguard, very, very brainy in their approach. I know it didn't feel like there was a lot of structure dun sa first half natin, but that second half is a testament to what I've been saying dito. Vanguard have definitely got sub-base figured out, especially with the leadership of Buku. And of course, yun nga, pag sub in ni MZ dito, no, in place of Kid from Hell, I think mas naging lalong may struktura, lalong mabagal ang playstyle dito ng Vanguard, and it covers all of their bases, quite literally and figuratively. No, hindi na nga nakapasok ng Execration halos doon sa second half nila, and it's a very different look from what Vanguard showed us in the first half, which I think adds insult to injury dito, no? Parang kumbaga nung una pinakita ng Vanguard, we can play like this na puro laban, but we can also play like this na puro macro, puro strategic approach, kumbaga. And it's two faces of a different coin. Pero this is only sub-base, the first out of 3 sets that we're potentially gonna go to. So Eagle Eye, I think, could be a very different story. But if this continues on like this, if na-figure out na nga ng Vanguard kung paano nila i-ground yung kanilang Eagle Eye, Execration might be in for a surprise in set number 3.
Lalong-lalo na nagwala dito si Woods. No? Actually, hindi lang si Woods. Every single person here dito sa Vanguard talagang nagwala, and they were looking so good than ever before. And so anticipated na rin natin, no? Like it may just go one way or another. Would the fire die down or mas sisilab pa ito? At it seems like the latter. Ito ang ating set summary as of the time being, kung saan free Execration damdam na ramdam at kitang-kita mo yung hirap nila. Hindi makagawa si CBN ng CBN plays, and he has been quite a bit lost and confused sa kung ano ng mga nangyayari dito and all of the things na binabato dito na Vanguard. Before Vanguard though, everyone is over 1 KD.
Absolutely. Si Dre, na dito with a 1.86 KD. But Tetsu, the steady IGL with, I believe that's 14 kills out of the 15 rounds that we have. No, almost 1.0 kill per round. And you can feel that impact, lalo na sa GR side natin. Granted, of course, Wooz and MZ, as you mentioned, still very, very heavy on the fragging department. Pero Vanguard still looking stellar. It's sa unang set natin in sub-base. At si Dracifer na nga siya ang MVP natin for this set in sub-base with a 1.86 KD. Man, what a performance.
What a performance indeed, no? Parang speaking of stellar, ito ang ating star para dito sa ating set. Dracifer has been able to prove that he can do, he has balance in terms of doing the job or getting the dirty job done, or being able to just primarily support yung mga kasama niya dito, especially on the defense. Napakita niya that he can be there everywhere, kanyang-kanya. Ito ate, whatever lang. Sila pa ang umaatake dito, nakakadaga at siya nakakapatay, which is crazy because he can be quiet but at the same time noisy at the same time dito sa Execration.
Talagang nagpasabog dito si Dracifer. And of course, you have to give credit to the structure that Vanguard has as a roster as a whole, no? Kahit na may mga bagong salta sila, kahit na may mga sub-in pa, still feels and looks like the same Vanguard that we come to know and love. Set number 2, Mochi, is going to be Eagle Eye. May pagpapatuloy kaya ng Vanguard ang kanilang pagdomina o babawi na ang Execration? We will find out once we return. This is CFS PH Regional Finals. We'll be right back.
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines Valley.
Welcome day ones! Ito ang CFS PH Regional Finals. Shoutout sa mga audience dyan. Tuloy pa rin ang batuhan dito ng VG at XM. Make sure na tayo ay sasabay sa flow at Vanguard ang namumuno ngayon. Kapit sa inyo mga sa.
Ayun na nga sa at tayo ay magpapatuloy sa bakbakan natin dito. Sino nga bang mananalo dito sa ating bakbakan, Mochi? Well, Vanguard, ang ganda ng unang tira nila, unang bira nila against Execration ka. Pero mukhang may babalik pa dito, Execration eh.
Hindi ko alam man. Sorry must have been the wind, no? Napagsabihan lang ako ni Salvatore. Pero, ayun nga, nagbabalik na tayo dito ngayon sa Eagle Eye 2.0. And earlier naman nakita natin kung gaano ka-aggressive si Vanguard. And I think it is bound that history may repeat itself in just a different location.
Well, there's rich history between these two teams, so wag na nating patagalin to. Let's see kung ano mangyayari. Salvi, Sneaky, take it away.
Maraming salamat, Eya Mochi, dyan sa kosa ko na dyan si Daydo. Mat sa love sa inyong suporta, no? Day ones na mga nanonood dyan, ito pa rin ang duelo ng Vanguard at ng Exe. Sakay tayo papuntang aeroplano, lahat tayo ay magsasayahan dito. Okay na. Tapos na yung persona na yun. Okay na ba yun? Okay ba yun, Direk? Okay ba yun, panel? Rinig ba ako dyan? Si Sneaky hindi na, no?
Sa stand lang ako pare, masyado akong bata para sa mga nangyayari ngayon. But man, OG ako, I am the OG, as the kids like to say. Pero yun nga, VG at Execration going into map number 2. Yun nga, Eagle Eye 2.0 has always been an interesting take going into yung series natin. Obviously, Execration having their strengths pagdating sa mapa natin, but at the same time, Vanguard also having their fair share of experiences pagdating sa Eagle Eye, no? I mean, pocket pick ng Vanguard versus top 3 priority dito ng Execration. It really is a toss-up between yung dalawang teams natin, men.
Well, this is something na bit of the complicated side though, entering into the next map territory. So, Eagle Eye is not something that Vanguard usually likes to boast. Oo, may kalakasan sila dito. Pero kung ihahambing naman natin from the likes of Stallions, in their opponent's Execration, you also have Pacific, no? Parang malaking contrast to para sa side ng Vanguard. So may dahilan nga talaga kung bakit to pinili ng Execration, because they excel in the individual parts and yung aspects nitong mapa na to, no? Pinakita ng matches kanina na hindi lang basta dapat sa execution, no? Kung paano mo bubuhatin yung sarili mo sa mga long angles ng mapa to, dun ka makakasakay na papuntang eroplano, no? And eto na nga, no, mga day ones natin dyan, nood na tayo ng laban ng Execration tsaka ng Vanguard as we now head into our second map. Can Execration for sport para sa ating set number 3?
Yep. Sport would definitely be a great ending to this Cinderella series na meron tayo ngayon para between these two. The show is still good despite the 10-5 and A7J. First blood the entire game, the entire round. MZ is gonna go down saying hi to his old best friend dito pare. STRL will get ZYK in return. So it's a 4 versus 4 pero STRL around the corner inside the hotel position. A7J gets the better timing dito kay Dre. Gets the behind and STRL susunod na rin, and Execration now starting to stretch their legs pagdating sa kanilang BL side pare, and pati si Wooz na damay na rin.
Ayun nga, sabi ko nga kanina pre, no, Execration just knows the bounds of the long angles dito, and especially from A7J trying to roam around the map, no? Yung LB na yun pre, natakasan niya yun, pati yung bypass mismo, no? So walang nag-cover for the side of Vanguard because they're too busy trying to set up the high-low dito lang sa may hotel. ZYK now with the opening dito lang sa ating second round with that pick over to Wooz. STRL mag-isa lang sa hotel at dinaanan lang ni D pati ni FallX. MZ and Tetsu trapped around A site kasi nag-iingay yung mga ibang miyembro ng Execration doon, so it just means Dracifer should be the one defending this one. Tetsu trying to lurk down VRZYK. Makalampas nga, ba't hinarangan siya ni Tetsu? MZ nakahawak pa rin ng HM dito at hindi nauuga yung members ng Vanguard hanggat hindi natatabla tong laban na to. 3 low members para sa Execration as Vanguard continues to push. As D gets taken down, a lot of picks. Pumapabor para sa mid-round ng Vanguard. A7J nagpaparamdam naman Tetsu. What a shot sa may house A. And just like that, the Vanguard mid-round gumagana at pumapaldo.
Grabe, the Vanguard mid-round is definitely no joke. Tetsu, huge contribution dito sa round natin, but we do have another one-tap legend para dito sa Execration, but then MZ just takes him down. 1-1 Vanguard. Honestly, very good defense at the same time. Good pickoffs para dito kay Tetsu. Medyo shaky lang yung naging start ng round natin dito, but at the same time, I think sometimes we forget that Tetsu was a main sniper at one point pare and can pull out that second sniper immediately pare. Yun nga, it's basically you have two main snipers on the Eagle Eye map pare. Medyo mahirap to para sa Execration, pero FallX di siya nahirapan sa pagpasok dito ng hotel. Dracifer gonna back off.
Yeah, you can definitely feel, no, na Execration, they do not like the ideas of full committing, no? ZYK na iwan lang ng mag-isa doon sa may hotel. And I feel like that split second para mag-rotate si Tetsu sa may BR, yun yung opening para mapila si ZYK, no? And that control from both HM pati nga sa BR, malakas yun if you're Vanguard. And so far, Execration has been doing some dirty work dito sa pagkuha ng mga angles, especially on door mid. Racifer tumagal sa laban with Fallex, pero si Fallex ang mananaig doon, who was now with the pick 1v4. Full blind dito lang sa may lane. May 7J gets it done para sa Execration dito, no? So it was a rough round para sa Vanguard as Execration continues to push.
And yeah, a lot of these are very fast rounds actually para dito sa Execration. Immediate LB take, immediate hotel take para sa kanila dito. So the pace has been pumping for this PL side. Pero para naman sa Vanguard, they also want to start upping the pace dito sa laruan natin. MZ finding CBN immediately, and this is what I was talking about MZ, pare. He catches those timings on those very important players, and with CBN out, entry is gonna be a bit weaker para dito sa Execration, pare.
Oh yeah, so it's still something questionable, no? For the side of Vanguard, if they will continue this kind of defense. Knowing na may tendency nga silang kunin yung yung LA, galitin nga nila yung House A, at ayun na yun. Mahihirapan na mag-exec ang Execration dito. So it's now a bit of a confusion, no? If ever Execration could just try and roam around the map, wala talagang lumilikot dito sa Vanguard, no? They are now disciplined like that, and there's no changing of pace para sa BG.
Yeah. Actually, well, there's still rounds dito, no? Similar sa nakita natin dun sa sub-base Salvatore na, they're still gonna be making some noise in and around the mapa natin, but at the same time, making sure that defense is very strong on the sides themselves. Pero isang minuto na lang natitira para sa Execration para mag-decide kung saan sila pupunta dito. Red na ang ating oras, who's steady lang. VG still not giving any information. MZ wanting a part 2, pero siya pala yung mahuhulog dito. Fallex trading his fellow one-tap legend dito, pare. And let's see what they can do on the A side. Pero mapapa-rotate na maaga dito yung ibang Vanguard players since they're gonna realize na wala masyadong tao dito sa B side natin. Oh no, it's a trap.
Now, Execration, nakalampas sila ng lane dito, no? Dracifer hindi na kukunin yung pwesto din silang sa may Ares. Bit of a confusion dito para dito sa Execration, no? Wooz now gets the pick. ZYK now with a follow-up. At natumba si Wooz as D gets also a follow-up. Lahat na nagro-rotate ng miyembro ng Vanguard tumumba. Kay A7J at kay ZYK, pre. What a play by Exe. And that mid-round read para sa Exe, hindi ini-expect ng Vanguard.
Yeah, another hot start para dito kay A7J, no? 8 frags already in the game itself. Now starting to rock the rifles as well. Late push galing sa kanya, preventing Tetsu from making a big play happen. At the same time, Vanguard, MZ getting a bit too reckless on that long A position. Granted, we would have gotten itong si Fallex, but with the lack of map control na meron sila in that mid position, just fully taken advantage of dito ng Execration. So 3-1. Execration, medyo tumahimik na dito sa round natin, but still, fastly taking itong hotel, no? Vanguard naman, they're already inside of the sites.
It's a slow pace here for Execration. Not the usual one, pero para ma-cut off guard lang ang Vanguard muli. Bakit yung gagawin nga nila dito, no? Malakas yung pag-ingay doon nila sa B-site, pero na nga lang ang commitment nila dito. This is now fairly obvious for Vanguard as Execration is now lining up for their utils. So this has to be an A execute. Nakalabas na nga sila ng House A. As Tetsu now, kahit nga ba may ecoms dito lang sa may exit, nakabuelo pa nga siya ng isa. D, duguan na nga yung buhay dito, pero makukuha niya pa rin yung buhay dito ni Wooz. ZYK, makakalampas na naman ng door mid. CBN now on the defensive line. CBN! Parang ganun lang na parang domino yung VJ, isa-isang tumutumba. What a play by Execration once more. 2 rounds straight na meron silang set play, pre. Gumagana at gumagana para sa Exe.
Yeah, and yun nga, VG now starting to disconnect a bit dito sa game natin. And the individual-centric gameplay na nakikita natin so far in this game isn't really working out. Pero MZ getting the better timing. Pero CBN still with the one tap will not get Tetsu in return. Pero si D, nakita na si STRL dito sa kabilang side ng mapa. B is actively being taken. Naandito pa si Lito sa mid to cut off the rotations. VG nagkagulo na ang kanilang depensa. Tetsu na lang natitira. The sniper versus 4. And A7J will shoot his old captain dun, pare. 5-1 Execration. Full control on this BLEE.
Yeah, Vanguard is in a bit of a mix right now. Hindi nga nila alam kung ano yung magandang timing para mag-rotate at ano rin yung magandang rotation once Execration does get that full exec, no? D now gets Tetsu, pero si Dracifer makakuha din ng bawi dito. A quick 4v4 sequence like that, pwedeng yumanig na naman ang depensa dito ng Vanguard kasi parang ang bilis nga nilang magulat, no? The moment na lumaline up ng Execration for their utils, D. Nice patag nga si SDRL, and D can get a challenge, and he successfully defends Hotel. What a play by D. Dracifer nahuli nga rin dito, and oh my god, D now opening the round with a 3K, a CBN finishing things off. Ang laki ng agwat ng Execration, pati ng Vanguard ngayon, langit at lupa ang labanan dito.
Grabe, 5 whole points. Vanguard, the defense isn't even a defense realistically, pare. It was still the fist fights not working out in their favor, pare. Misread after misread. Execration always getting their opening pick despite costing a man. But Execration, full control dito sa mapa natin. And VG, ito pa yung masama sa kanila, Salvatore. They still don't know what defense works.
It just happens, no? Parang the moment Dracifer and SDRL gets the footing, parang ilalaban nila yung Hotel, bigla na lang sila tutupa. Parang ganun lang, oh. Tapos Volex gets the opening dito lang sa may Hotel. And like I said, once that opening is seen by Execration, you can never see them retreat. They will just line up the utils, call for the fake out, dun lang sa may mid-side, and then just go for the execute. Eto na nga, Volex pinapasok na nga as Dracifer gets cornered. Wooz! Pupuntang Hotel! Anticipate ni ZYK! Every kill has been beautiful para sa Execration. Flawless para sa Exe Squad.
Yep, and this is looking likely just an Exe game, pare. I mean, 7-1. Quite a hard deficit to come back to, pero VG gonna try to at least get this last round, get the 7-2, lick their wounds going into the second half, pare. Pero medyo mahirap na rin yun. ZYK is gonna go down. Fall X will get MZ in return. SDRL will get A7J finally. Tetsu will get punished on the A site. CBN na naman, magpapakita ang gila. 6 headshots. Doesn't make it to 7th, unfortunately. SDRL will get him. 3 versus 2. D spotted. Fall X as well dito sa LA. SDRL having to challenge both at the same time. Fall X spotted. Still, D nasa loob na ng bahay. Gets shot in the head. SDRL relentless with the HK. Pero Dracifer will fall on forward. Pero si Woos na pala bahala doon. A bit chaotic, but a win is a win para sa Vanguard. 7-2. Rough spot, man.
Man, yan ang defense ng Vanguard na hindi mo talaga gugustuhin, no? Kung ikaw ang VG. The strongest side of the map, pero kina-counter lang talaga ng Execration via the fakeouts and as well as the defaults. Yeah, that's something na VG should reflect. Pero hindi na nga nila kailangan maglumo pa dito kasi kailangan na nga nilang umatake as D gets MZ. CBN with the pre-aim angle doon kay Tetsu. And that was so easy para dito kay One Top Legend CBN. 2v4, Dracifer gets the man here at lane. Pero pasok pa rin ng members ng Vanguard dito lang sa may site as Woos and Dracifer trying to make things work. Naka-anticipate si Woos dito lang sa may exit at si CBN. Iba naman yung angle ng tinitignan. So it's just D that's going to be entering. Kung mag-extend nga siya dito and Woos, what a hold sa may bunker. Wala pa nakakalampas. And this is now the patience play here for Vanguard. Still not planting down the C4. Pinapadali nga na nila yung buhay nila.
Uy, pero spotted si Aljon dito sa tower. Woos, attention is now on that tower position. Almost. Oh, yun lang. It does get taken down dito ni D. 1 HP para kay ZYK. Dracifer now starting to run towards that B site. Pero kailangan din na magpadali dito bago siya maabutan ni ZYK. Does get on the bridge position just in time for him to cross. And feeling ko, di makakaplant dito si Dre. I mean, the timing's already there. Dre, you're gonna have to look behind you. And you're getting shot from both sides. Yun lang. Execration securing first round of the second half. This isn't looking likely para sa VG, Salvatore. Nako po.
Nako talaga, pre. Aray ko kung ikaw ang VG ngayon. At iba ang bato ngayon ng Execration. Lahat gumagana para sa Exe. 5v3 quickly turned into a 4v2 as Woos will be getting the first pick para dito sa Vanguard sa round na to. D now just is on a roll right now. 15-3-5 ngayon ang rookie ng Execration. Wala man lang nagagawa ang Vanguard dito para ipagtanggol ang sarili nga nila. Now on the 1v4. 1v3 quickly like that. Tetsu gets the man. Si YK and Folex, pwede nga silang mag-duo dito. Or make it just a 3-0 hold dun sa may C4. Si YK nahanap at parang dumadali pa yung buhay dito ni Tetsu. As it's not a crossfire angle para depensa ng C4. Paul X not pushing and CBN with a very disciplined play and CBN now. Naging 1v1 pa nga yun, Sneaky.
Grabe, CBN, 8 headshots, 9 kills in this game. Time and time again, we've seen him on our screens with a headshot dito pare. And it's him and Folex actually. Equal numbers para sa kanilang dalawa. Pero si D alam na may aakit na ng tower. Tracifer immediately punished. A7J sprays down si Tetsu. You can smell the desperation galing dito sa VG. And it's not looking likely. Kagaya nga na sinabi ko kanina, pati si MZ nawala na ng buhay. SDRL up next on the menu. Who's the last one left alive? And it's all 5. Not all 5 just yet. Hold on, Booze. Cheeky 1v5 ba? Bet?
Natin. Montage. Pang story. Pang post.
Ayun
Wala.
lang.
Para sa harang ng tondo. There's Execration. Makes quick work dito lang sa Eagle Eye. And man, Vanguard gets put in their place dito sa mapang to. Yeah, Execration may dahilan kung bakit nga nila pinili to. And they will be forcing forth as our decider. Pinakita na Execration no, na pwede kayong kumuha ng mapa pero hindi yung buong gera.
Yeah, no, it was a very quick affair. Not gonna lie, 10-2, instantly done para dito sa Vanguard. I feel like at a certain point no dito na game natin, they probably just mentally checked out dito sa game natin and just, you know, prayed for port at this point. So, ayun nga, it does suck para dito sa Vanguard considering meron naman silang fair share of experience sa mapa na to and they also know how to move. Problem is, yun nga, every single shot is missing para sa kanila dito. Every single fight is working, you know, CBN shooting everyone in the head, pare Fall X getting as much opportunities as he did. Pero yung pinakamalaking sakit dito ng Vanguard was si A7J, pare. A7J was just busting open yung mga defenses dito, whether it is passive or aggressive. And yung it's the fact that it's him and D busting these defenses open, and the fact that yung Vanguard they couldn't adjust at all dito sa mapa natin kasi every single round is a different offering para dito sa Execration.
Program talaga no yung Execration na mag-hold ng angles, play passive, and I think that was the bane of Vanguard no, na hindi ka nila ine-expect na ganoon yung magiging pace ng Execration dito no. Time and time again we would like to point out na Execration really likes to play it aggressive no, yung mid-round nga nila may kagandahan nga naman. But for setting up the site is even better para sa Execration no. Parang ang naging malaking impact si D no sa pagkakaroon ng space sa mapa no, and especially CBN. Yung duwong yun pre na kanina pa nangongolekta ng bungo ng members ng Vanguard no, it's just flawless for them. It's that simple of an approach and I kinda like how Execration played that out no. Parang tinanggalan nila ng expectations yung Vanguard no, na ganito yung lalaroin ng Execration and every attack was just surprising kung ikaw ang Vanguard.
Yeah, and it sucks. It sucks in all honesty para dito sa Vanguard, but it is what it is. Ayun nga, I feel like there is still a lot to offer para sa kanila dito, but going into map number 3, I feel like they're gonna need a full mental reset, pare.
Well, we'll likely see no kung gano'n nga ba magiging malaking epekto ang mental reset na yan. Pag pumunta nga tayo sa port, yung panel na nandyan nga no, na nanonood sa laban ng Vanguard at ng Exe, ano ang masasabi nila no? Mochi and Daydom, any insights?
In terms of insights, well, that is crazy. Especially here for Execration, it became quite of a reminder na ito pala yung kapasidad at kayang gawin ng Execration sa isang team, especially if they're playing in a comfort map.
At yun na nga no, Mochi, I expected this from this matchup. Execration reversing the tempo dito sa set number 2 natin. Just by holding, just waiting for Vanguard to make a play. As I said, in my opinion, still very experimental ba dito yung approach ng Vanguard when it comes to Eagle Eye. Granted, they've learned from the other teams dito in the Philippines when they played against STS, when they played against EVOS. They tried to adapt to their playstyle, create some of their own as well, flair dito sa mapang ito. But Execration, that made their job pretty simple. Just wait for Vanguard to make the move and let their players pop off. A7J was on a completely different level, and you have to talk about D. So many kills over the course of this set.
Yes, indeed. And it seems like they've been able to adapt after that very, very quick short break. No, ilang minuto lang yun. Pero it turns out, that's all it takes for them to actually perform like this, no? Talagang pinakita nila na kumbaga sa, kumbaga sa matter, they are liquid kasi sa sobrang tinde, no? In terms of the containers, all they have to do is to be fluid and flexible enough to react into it, and they've been able to do that wonderfully. Pero ito, ang ating set summary kung saan na si A7J ay pumatak ng press kasama dito si D. Man, seems like we've been seeing quite of a really strong stats right now dito sa Execration. Nakakagulat din.
Yes. Look at D with a 1.42 kill per round. How many is that? 16 kills? 15 kills? Para naman dito kay sa A7J, no? 16 kills for him with a 3.0 kill to death ratio at lagpas sa 1 lahat ng kill death ratio dito ng Execration. And as I said, man, they just waited for Vanguard to make moves at nakaabang lang sila sa kanilang respective angles. And Vanguard unable to make any of their set plays work dito. Only getting 2 kills, or rather 2 rounds. The entirety of this set it's rough. It's very rough for Vanguard. Let's take a look at who the set MVP nga ba dito, MATTJESS. But I have a feeling it's gonna be D, the rookie, the newcomer. And of course, yes, it is him. Syempre, 3.4 ba naman yung KD up against Vanguard? No joke of a scoreline to from D.
Bro's definitely showing that he is one of the prodigies here in our league, and did it as a testament, as a declaration na ito ang kaya kong gawin kahit bago lang ako dito sa aming team. And it seems like it definitely raised a lot of eyebrows, no? Raised a lot of eyebrows in terms of surprise kasi they didn't expected that D will be this powerful and in our map of Eagle Eye. Lalong-lalo na nung una, we're quite doubtful like ano kayo mau-offer ni D? Would he be able to cover up yung posisyon na nawala dito sa Execration, but instead he's been able to do that ng nakakagulat, literal. Kasi kung gaano katindi ang kanya naging performance dito. But the question is, would they be able to replicate this type of play pagdating sa port?
I think so. But the problem is Vanguard, in my opinion, will also be making plays in port. So I am excited to see just how I'm excited to see just how both teams will adjust in port. Sabi nga ni Sneaky and ni Salvi kanina, no, port will be a very close one. I know for a fact na we will go into set number 3. Pero, bago tayo dumako doon sa set concluder natin, magpahinga muna tayo ng saglitan. Pagbalik namin, it's gonna be port between Execration and Vanguard in the battle for the remaining few points papasok ng playoffs. We'll be having a quick break. Pagbalik namin, it's set number 3. It's Mochi, they don't for CFS Regional Finals. We'll be right back after this.
sa bida ang namumuno. Hindi pre, ang gutis na lang yun. At si KSC, tapos KSC gets the 4K. KNP, yo, beb, with that spray down. Oh, for him, KSC.
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines value.
At tayo nagbabalik dito sa CFS PH Regional Finals kung saan nasaksihan natin ang unang dalawang mapa natin sa laro ng Execration and as well as Vanguard. Kung saan nagulantangan lahat sa sobrang bilis ng mga pangyayari dito sa Eagle Eye natin at as well as kung ano yung pagpapakitang gilas ng Vanguard mula sa ating unang mapa. Pero eto na tayo, dadako tayo sa ating decider. Sino kaya? Kakalimutan natin yung mga laro natin kanina pero sino kaya ang mamamayagpag dito sa mapa ng port, no?
Mahirap sagutin yung tanong na yan, yung Stana. Pero malalaman natin pagdating natin doon. But let's talk about set number 2, Eagle Eye Execration with a complete turnaround. And a lot of it is because of the performance of A7J and D. The rifling of Execration was absolutely on point. In port, it's gonna be a bit of a different story kasi this is a map with a lot more of a brainy approach. Syempre, a lot of our teams already very much familiar with port. But I wanna talk about the sides. Magsisimula ang Vanguard sa BL and then GR naman for Execration. And in my opinion, in port, this is where our snipers will get to shine. And ZYK, ano kaya? Tingin mo outshine niya si Woods dito sa port?
Exactly, a lot of questions pero eto na, sila na mismo ang sasagot yung
Sila
mga
na.
players na natin. Kaya naman Salvatore and Sneaky Frog, eto na.
Ayan na. Eto na. Ang laban ng Exe at Vanguard. Thank you, Mochi at Dadum. Pero heading into Port Sneaky, wait lang. Sige, pahupayan muna natin
Kaya mo,
ang
pre.
tawa at yung halakhak ng mga panel, pati si Sneaky Prog, no? Okay na. Back to earth na tayo, ladies and gentlemen. Sneaky is now a different port. Iba na yung roster ng Vanguard, iba rin yung dala dito ng Execration, no? So, this might affect kung ano yung iniisip ngayon and yung mentality ng both teams. But one thing's for sure, only one team will come out alive kasi malakas talagang mampunish tong port na to.
Yeah, for sure. Especially pag dating sa mga bad BL sides, no? I mean, you're gonna have to have an exceptional BL side para makapantay man lang dito sa laruan natin. Especially at hovering around 6-3, 7-2, mga ganun. And I'm actually interested to see kung ano yung magiging priorities ng dalawang teams natin dito, Salvatore. What's gonna be the main point ng atake, main point ng depensa. Feeling ko, it is gonna be very reliant on individual snipers, especially dun sa A side. And it is gonna be more of a mid-fight between yung dalawang teams natin dito and try and see if they can deny CA, deny Z potentially. So, gonna be very interesting between yung dalawang teams natin, especially fully knowing yung VG, no? They probably have a game plan going into yung PL side natin, pero Execration rin kasi medyo makulit sila dun sa GR nila. Hindi sila yung passive GR na, is just gonna sit in the sides, is just gonna wait for the opponent to come. Ayun nga, no, maghahanap at maghahanap sila ng opportunity dito sa mapa natin.
Yeah, the thing is, yung opportunities na pwede kang makakuha ng pick-off sa port, talagang 30 or even slim, no? Napakahirap talagang bumelo dito sa mapan to, knowing na kung BL ka, kailangan mong layagin yung kabuuan ng LA and not get punished, just trying to blow utils, or even scout out lang kung may nanlalason actually, yung tendency na pwede kang ma-high load dun sa may ninja, or even dun sa may boxes, mahirap talaga actually, no? Kung ikaw naman yung GR at gusto mong kumuha ng BR, kailangan mo din kalabanin yung BR ng kalaban no? So it's now a 50-50, hindi mo pa sure kung mananalo ka doon. So a lot of punishment in this map just for you to gather information, no? Pero kung titignan mo sa Ankara at Compound, di ganun kasakit, no? Kung gusto mo lang naman mag-lurk pero wala naman nangyayaring masama sa'yo. Sa port ka lang talaga nagkakatalo, mas may advantage lang talaga ang GR kasi nga mas maganda yung mga places nga nila to hold off the choke angles, especially from Z or even at LB. Yeah. Kung Execration ka, you just have to rely on what you call during Eagle Eye to be passive, wait for that Vanguard overextension. Kung gawa naman ng Vanguard, you just have to be able to read off the map, no? Na lahat ng movements dito, it's going to be precise para sa Execration kasi.
Exactly. And yung iniisip ko rin, no, para dito sa ating VG na squad, are they gonna be doing something similar nga dito sa dito sa ginagawa ng EVOS, or they're just gonna be constantly taking itong CA, constantly attacking itong curve, making sure that yung rotation lines are very uncomfortable from both sides. Pwede rin nilang gawin yung, straight up executes on some of these sides. There's a lot you can do. Dito sa BL side, it really is just about that opening, no? Someone is gonna be suffering for that entry frag. And ayun nga, it really is up to the support players as well. I think one of the most underrated things as well sa pagkakaalam ko dito sa support is how are you gonna set up these smokes, man? How are you gonna set up these sites? Kasi some of these sightlines are impossible to go through, pare, especially going into curve, into that B side position. Meron pang stairs na kailangan mong isipin. There's a lot to think about kung kayo yung BL dito.
Yeah, lalo na nga rin, no? Kung BL ka, tapos kailangan mo pang kunin yung sandwich dun sa Mazy, tas lahat ng members mo nagagaling pa sa LB, no? You can never really have it too easy. Kung mayroong Arctic na nakabantay lang dun sa may house B, no? So that's one hindrance down. Kung mag-BL ka at gusto mong atakihin naman yung long A, parang ang hirap, no? Kasi may naka-head glitch dun sa may bodega. Pwede may manlasan sa top, sa CA kung may magaling mag-parkour sa kalaban, no? Tapos kung may manggagaling pa ng BR. So a lot of layers actually, no, from both bomb sites. Yun pa lang ang pwede mong problemahin, no? Wala pa dun kung mapipick off ka ng maaga, ma-throw the smoke, mabablown ka ng util, masakit sa ulo ang port. So hindi mo masisisi kung pinipili ito ng Stallions, ng Pacific, pati na nga rin ng EVOS as one of their primary maps para guluhin yung momentum ng isang team. And we would like to really commend EVOS, no, sa kanilang pag-perfect ng port, no, as teams are less likely to counter the shenanigans, no, ng EVOS, no. Pero kung ikaw naman ng Vanguard at Execration na hanggang ngayon dine-develop mo pa rin, you really need to look into yourselves, no. Parang paano ba dumadali para sa ibang teams yung port.
Yeah, and it really is dependent talaga on that entry fragger, pare. Not gonna lie, yun nga, a lot is gonna rely upon yung mga attackers dito ng Vanguard, especially in those first few rounds. Can you actually find those opportunities? Yun nga, dito sa loob ng LB or sa Z or dito sa long A. At the same time, ayun nga, no, can you keep it just as patient na you can also punish yung mga overextensions dito ng Execration, which they're gonna obviously do. And it's gonna be very interesting considering both of these teams, pansin mo pare, they play at the same wavelength, no? Dito sa mga mapa natin.
Yan talaga, no? Pag may flexibility ng isang Manileño at Cebuano, no? Maganda ang contrast na yan. Kinakailangan nyo ng mga ibang team. Shoutout sa Pacific at pati na nga rin sa EVOS, no? Now, first pick para dito sa Execration as they were able to get the pick over to MZ. Dracifer hindi pa naririnig sa pagkakarambwak niya, and CBN nagulat sa may bodega at dalawa ang pinadala nila. Hindi nila alam, may follow-up mula kay Tetsu na kung saan si D nakatanggap din ng bala sa katawan. And D, tinetesting pa nga rin kung may dudungaw dito lang sa may LA. Wala na, pre. And now the storm calms down. Paul X nakakatanggap ng bala dito lang sa may dormid. So yeah, medyo mananahimik na nga ang silid ngayon, Sneaky Frogas. A lot of the members here for both Execration and Vanguard just trying to land warning shots to one another.
Uy, A7J getting a bit too brave. Sa pag-cross ng smoke, di niya alam na medyo thin part na yun naandun sa taas. Fall X finding his way in that B-house position. Tetsu caught at the right time. C4 pa naman ang naibaba dito sa B-house, pare. At the perfect place, perfect time for this flank. Pero parehong bridge ay mafa-flank dito. Fall X, kita na ang kanyang likod dito. Pero Fall X tatalikod. Living temporarily just in time. D trying to go ninja in that mid position. STRL's gonna go down. Woos na lang natitira. The sniper of Vanguard in a 1 versus 2. He did get yung C4 pero di yata aware dito yung Execration na nasa kanya na.
Now down to the 2v1. 43. Woos on his prime gun, no? Ito yung mahirap sa pag-cross ng LA. Can never be too sure kung may nakatago nga ba sa may top A or sa BR at exit. Sila naglalayag. Woos now with the plant. Literally 1 HP. Kaso pang wallbang yung barilan dito. If Olex at the D. And there goes the easiest shot of D. As Execration skates by dun sa round na yun. At a good start actually, no? For both Execration and Vanguard, Execration ang may huling halakha.
Nang bit chaotic to yung mga rounds sa atin dito. In this series, not gonna lie, we started at A site, somehow ended up in mid and almost went to B. So, this is the entire map being used, no, para dito sa VG just to see how much they can get and what map control they can do dito sa mapa na to. At the same time, Execration, ayun nga, better situations para sa kanila dito. Good flank galing kay D. And at the same time, ayun nga, good awareness galing dito kay Follex. No? Like, Follex, he should have instantly died in that position pare, pero dinelay niya lang para sa kanyang kakampi dun.
And that's a strong delay actually, no? Like, yung hesitation ng Vanguard dito na kunin na lang yung LB. Feeling ko yun talaga yung nag-cause para sa kanila, no? Oo, nakakuha nga si SDRL ng pick doon, pero kailangan din nilang i-take into effect na duguan na rin sila doon. So, if ever man na maging post-plant yun, there's still a chance there for Execration to still win that round. Pero nilaro na lang talaga ng Execration doon sa idea na, wait lang, ilaban na lang natin bago talaga sila makapasok ng site. So, they were able to get 100s down, si Wus na lang yung natira. And it's the matter of like just playing it simple, no? Hindi na nga nila pinahirapan yung sarili nga nila. So Execration got a very, very good round, no? Despite no how rough it was for both teams. Ngayon, the second round, feeling ko ito na yung canvas sneaky frag na if ever man dalawang angles will be taken care of, it just has to be A7J. Kailangan si Wus. So depende talaga sila sa mga snipers nga nila, no? Kung magiging effective ba yung pag-take ng LA or kaya ng LB.
Yeah, and obviously we already saw yung early mid presence na nakita natin from yung mga other Vanguard games as well on this particular map. Obviously, CA is gonna be very high priority para sa kanila dito, and also that PR. Inisip ko nga, when is Vanguard gonna do yung mid push nila or their bread and butter pagdating nga dito sa port, which is cutting off that rotation via that RS position, no? And kung magawa nga nila yun, if they can execute that time and time again, they're gonna get some rounds on the board. And I would also want to see a lot more, body system galing sa kanila siguro. I think I can't really blame si Tetsu dun sa 3v3 for looking for space dito sa may house B position natin, kasi yung assumption was Fall X is gonna be playing itong curve position natin. Obviously, it didn't happen and the gamble didn't pay off para dito sa Vanguard. So, siguro, placing themselves in situations that they don't have to gamble too much, siguro Vanguard can maybe get some rounds.
Well, it's going to be challenging, no? If ever man i-gamble nga nila lahat ng mga rounds na yun, no? Pero a lot of teams really live by the idea of being 50-50, no? If it works, it works. If it does not, mahirap na mag-recover kung ganun, no? Unless if you're Vanguard or even Stallions, might as well throw Pacific into that conversation na may talagang malakas na puwersa pagdating sa mga mid-round, no? So, it just doesn't put you in a leverage na umaasa ka sa ganitong klaseng strat just to skate off by. May mga pagkakataon din na tulad na ito, Execration, that can really punish you heavily the moment that they see an opening. And from that eagle eye perspective, the sneaky frag dun sa mapang yun, a lot of times na hinahanap ng Vanguard yung rotation na yun para rumess back dun sa entry members ng Execration. It does not work, no? Kasi may mga nakalurk, may mga nakatago, may mga nakabantay. Yeah, it's that tough to for Vanguard. Yung nga nakita natin sa round number 1, no? A lot of readiness plays here for Execration was very simple but yet effective. So yeah, Vanguard just needs to step up. Ilaban talaga nila yung mga kailangan nilang ilaban. Probably throw a bit of utils kung kailangan nilang i-force yun. It's a complicated fight. It's a complicated map kasi.
Yeah, it's also a test of patience as well para dito sa Vanguard, no? Especially knowing how much you have to wait, especially pagdating dito sa BL side, knowing how careful you have to be considering na, ayun nga, at all times in this map, GRs just have the better angle unless you do set up properly or you do just get the better timing on them. So, ayun nga, it's more of that awareness galing sa kanila dito, and I like yung risk-taking para kumuha ng mid position. Obviously, mid is very important pagdating sa mapa ng port, and you can get access to CA and itong Z, mga initial setups na nakikita nga natin, and or to that B and A site. At the same time, pag nakuha mo yung mid control, you could also start to threaten itong curve and or bodega natin. So, a lot really rides on upon that mid control. But at the same time, kung hindi maka-execute dito yung Vanguard dito sa mga sites, or Execration catches them early mid setup pare, mahihirapan talaga sila dito, pare.
Ladies and gentlemen, nagkaroon na nga tayo ng green light dito na magsisimula na nga ating round number 2 after that dead round. The long wait is now over as we now head into Madness. Dito lang sa may mid, di nakapag-cross pero nabasa din kagad ni Dracifer habang iniimbahan niya nga dito yung mid side. Yeah, Vanguard with one heck of an opening. CBN ang ipapadala nila dito and not an Arctic player. Nakalampas nga sila na CA. Can CBN anticipate this? Dracifer, tumumba. May susunod nga ba? Si MZ, nahanap si CBN, naduguan nga dito. Pero may follow-up lang sa may BR. A7J nakarating na nga ng exit dito. So a lot of members of Execration now closing into the A site. Para sa mga napapalapit na members ng Vanguard, 3v2, ZYK and Fall X not in the best position possible. But they will have to make work of what they have right now.
And yeah, ZYK obviously all the way in spawn, who's somewhat far away as well. Sniper rifle gonna be very important para kay ZYK in order to pick off one of the other players here. Stetsu spotted, headshot para kay ZYK. ZYK gets 2. Woo suddenly in a bad situation. Does miss the shot dito kay ZYK, grazes him. ZYK, does he spot it? Quick scope, not gonna work. Still gets the shot. Fall X around the corner. Woos pa rin makakakuha nun. A big 1v2 for Vanguard to get this early on in this game. Salvatore, 1-1 na yung scoreline natin dito.
Men, Woos, na para bang gawa sa bakal yung ugat niya, no, pre? He was not moved dun sa ginawang play ni Folex at the CYK. And that is expected to at least be a double pick kung ikaw ang natitirang miyembro ng Execration. So, a bit of a miscommunication doon na sa may basura, kaya hindi na nga nila nakuha yung round na yun. So, that was already a second chance for Execration to make some sort of movement. Kasi nga, sumalo na nga si Woos, pero hindi pa nga nila nagawa ng paraan. Tama na yung pinapadala nila dito, it's not CBN. Pero may setup na high-low dito lang sa may exit, and ZYK gets the pick. Iba yung angle ng tinitignan at nalasunan siya ni MZ. Tetsu and Woo still trying to make it work dito lang sa may LA kung ano pa talaga yung pinakamahirap na site na kunin. Sneaky Frog, yun ang pinipilit dito ng Vanguard. Woos palapit pa nga lang, hindi niya mahanap yung blind spot. Tetsu already getting rained down by the 2 members of Execration. Woos down on 11 HP. And he gets dunked on by the high-low of A7J and Fall X. Ayun na nga, Execration gets it done. Nabawi nga kagad nila yung A-site.
Grabe, first 3 players really were just delaying as much as possible dito sa A-site, taking players down with them. A very, very good, very, very well played round sana para dito sa Vanguard if they could have just gotten top A from the hands dito ni ZYK, but unfortunately they couldn't. And the last 2 players coming in from exit pare want a finish. And what the last 2 players really did is create that impact. Pero yun lang, D, out of nowhere, does get spotted dito sa may smoke. I think that was supposed to be somewhat of a one-way smoke dito sa BR, pare. Pero siya pa yung nabiktima dun, ha?
Eh, medyo off yung ginawa ni Tetsu dito. Pero buti na nga lang, nabawi niya nga rin with that lurk over to curve. CBN, nahanap din yung timing dito kay Tetsu. SDRL and Woos gusto na nga umentry. Folex sa malaking harang dito lang sa may B-site. As Woos and Dracifer medyo nag-hesitate na nga kung lulusubi pa nga nila to. 3 low HP bars for Vanguard, whereas Execration pwede pa nga gamitin next round. Yeah, a lot of movement here for Execration. Nasa kanila talaga ang advantage.
Uy, CBN. Getting itong si MZ. Making it slightly easier para sa Execration. But the retake towards this B house might not be the best decision. Woos not even caught. Nakatakas pa dito si Woos. Pero Tracifer looking from the behind. USP gonna be better para kay ZYK. Execration. Precipice of their 3rd round. CBN looking for the last player, pero si Woos nakatama dito kay ZYK. CBN, is it gonna be desperation? No, it's a wall bang with the EBR. 1-3 Execration, 3rd round on the board. Another 1v1 concluded dito, Salvatore.
Yeah, kung di ako nagkakamali, pre, naka-pre-aim na sana dun si Woos, pero nag-hesitate siya. So, ginamit na talaga ni CBN yung advantage niya, which is the wall bang. So, a lot of resources blown out here by Execration para lang talaga magkatagpo sila dito lang sa may B-site. A7J picked as well as Fall X. At nakuha kagad nila dito yung LB, Sneaky Frog. CBN may iwan dito lang sa may A-site. A lot of movements already by Vanguard na nagpaparandam nga sila sa Z. CBN now lurking down the LA. Walang nagko-cover ng SD. Si Tetsu lang pwede mag-anticipate neto. At si CBN hindi pa rin natitinag sa pag-roam around. Ang daming daga dito sa loob ng port at Execration na nagpapadala lahat. Sneaky. Dracifer finally taking down the rat. Si ZYK na lang natitira. (2v1).
Oh my God.
ZYK still has HP, pre. Tinan mo nga naman. Tagal ng sequence ng events. Grabe, si ZYK pa rin ang nakagawa ng paraan.
Pre, oh my God. Tignan mo yung Exa mapa, Salvatore. It's all over the place. The fight, isn't it? In the entirety of port, papaspawn. BL or GR, pare, mapa B-house or LA. And it is gonna conclude on that B site. Woos, sniper rifle, TRG. Can be very quick, but 1 miss. And that's gonna be ZYK possibly giving Execration a 4th. Malaking malaki to para sa Execration, especially inching ever so closer to that 5. Pero ZYK EBR now in his hand. Woo's around the corner, not a known entity. Woo's spotted. And the Vanguard Impatience is there para sa kanya pare. Pero ZYK securing the fourth one para dito sa Execration.
Yeah. This is just Execration being able to play the macro beautifully para sa kanilang strong side no? Vanguard, you can definitely feel yung pagdoble ng effort nga nila just to take a site. But the thing is, the util game, hindi nga nila napipigilan si CBN or even si FallX to try and delay the site, no? So, it's just them supporting one another sa Execration. Kaya talaga pumapabor sa kanila yung mga trades dito, no? So kahit anong cancel pa ng Vanguard rather, mga 2v1 sa mga 3v1s or even just trying to take down the lurks. At the end, if Execration is just able to play around smoothly sa kanilang mga strong side, wala talaga magagawa yung VG.
Yeah, pero D has been so key to this defense time and time again. Sniper now on the EBR para Tetsu. Known entity around the corner. Kita ang kanyang barrel through the door and STRL still gets the trade. 1-for-1 so far pero aware ba siya na merong tao na nasa loob ng CA? Pero CBN mapapaback off na lang. I think he smells something different happening dito sa LA. Peeks around the corner. Uy, naku po. This could be big para kay CBN. Gets one, gets two. MZ Woo's down. Sniper and the lurk out of commission. STRL up next. CBN, another headshot for him. Dracifer na lang natitira dito sa loob ng CA at pati siya na biktima na rin. 5-1 Execration. Nako po, similar to that map number 2 Salvatore, but this is more of a GR-sided map. This could be spelling doom and gloom pare.
Sabi ko nga pre, maraming pwedeng mangyari. Isa na dun is yung lurking na CBN pre. Na para ba sa kanya walang-wala lang yung LA. Ganun siya ka-confident pre, no? Like, no trades whatsoever but CBN still coming out on top. So, di na natinag dito yung Execration, no? So, they might just call for another layer para matulungan si Cloyd. Pero, yeah, it's so imminent sneaky, no? Na dahil nga napapabayaan si CBN dito, they're now calling in for an A execute. A7J papunta na nga, ZYK as well. Lot of members. It just has to be a 5v5 sneaky. Ito na, may fiesta.
Oy, A-site fully taken ngayon ng Vanguard. Tetsu gonna go down and look at A7J. Angelito nagwawala sa A-site pero si MZ gustong lumaban. D does go down and here comes the rest of Execration coming in. A7J. A flurry of kills for him. 6-1. Execration. Nako po, taking full advantage of this GR side. Salvatore, hindi na nakakahinga yung VG dito sa sa first half.
Dahil lang sa isang CBN pre na kanina pa nagdalurk sa LA, doon nagtsagang i-push ng VG, no? But the thing is, it was so hesitant. Parang sobrang bagal ng Vanguard, no? Na they were just caught off guard, no? Sa ginawang high-low ng Exe. Di now in total control dito lang sa may Z. Dracifer medyo nabulag. But A7J now trying to spam out door mid. So gusto na nga ni D na i-push na nga to. SDRL down. Dracifer trying to go to CA pero napipigilin nga sila dito, no? Woos and Dracifer still alive para sa Vanguard. And A7J, what an angle doon kay Dracifer. It's just an Execration game all over dito sa kanilang global rest ng port. Wala man lang nagagawa ang Vanguard. D trying to spam it down and there it is, the power of M14. And that is Execration for you.
Grabe, the EBRs are really just shredding this Vanguard offense. No, any attempt, mapa B, mapa A, mapa mid, it's really not working out in their favor. FallX switching from the HK. Ngayon, AK back to tradition. Dito tayo pare. FallX first headshot. Can he get the second one around the corner? STRL, HK on his hand. FallX and D down. CBN looking for more. At mahanap na dito si Dracifer but he's gonna have to find his way back into Z bago siya mahanap dito ni Wooz. Wooz missing his shot. CBN with the reach, hindi pa rin gagana. And that's MZ getting itong si A7J. VG with the turnaround and a bit of disrespect as well. But you have to remember, it's still 7-1. MZ with the finish. But with a smile on his face, pare, he knows what he did to his former boy. But now the second half, hala. GR na pare.
Alam ni MZ, pre. Alam ni MZ kung ano ang ginawa niya. Hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin natatanggal yung
nag-type pa yan.
ngiti sa mukha niya, pre. No? At lalo na nga rin si Dracifer, no? Knowing na isa rin siya sa mga naging kasangga dito ni A7J at kadugo niya nga rin sa syudad ng Cebu. So, going back into what is now the second half na feeling ko is now a must-win for Execration. Yes, it's a tough task para gumawa ng play bilang BL dito sa port. Pero nandoon na eh. Hinatid na sa inyo yung malaking kalamangan. Gagamitin nyo na lang to the fullest of its extent para makuha nyo tong mapa na to. Vanguard, on the other hand, is now handed, quite frankly, the strongest side of any map na nakita nga natin, no? Port GR, Compound GR, wala yan. Pre, like, this port, itong mapa to is specifically designed for GR players para mag-excel, mag-high-low, gumawa ng double Arctic plays, walang makalampas ng mid, at mag-parkour. Yun na yun, pre. So, this is Vanguard written all over it. But what we saw sa nakita natin kanina sa mga duels na pinaforce ng Vanguard, yeah, I feel like Execration could now play this out in an idea of play for picks.
MZ just straight up missing dito kay Aljon. So ZYK down to 1 HP does get traded eventually dito para sa 4 versus 4. Not too bad of a spot to be in, pare. Pero Dracifer, gusto niyang tumesting dito sa baba ng BR. Nades, flash. It's yung classic VG constant mid presence. No? They really want to pressure yung BR dito ng Execration as much as possible.
Yeah. And now, something resonating here from the Execration play na dahil nga walang masyado nagparamdam sa A-site other than SDRL, they might just bulldoze their way, no? Total, wala pang ibang gustong tumesting dito at kailangan na nila matimingan si Tetsu. But that leaves A-site very, very open. Kung saan si Wuz lang yung nakadepensa. Pinitesting na nga nila at sinugal nga nila yung pag-push as Folex gets traded. And Dracifer with a 180 over to his former teammate. Now down to a 3v2. Tetsu and Dracifer, can they make it work though?
God. Is it gonna be a plant? I mean... Ay naku, nahanap pa si Tetsu. Oh my god, they're reading them like a book here, Salvatore. Nako po. VG, sinabi dito ni Angelito, tumalikot pa siya pabalik ng BR. Hold up, this default looks familiar, pare. Teka lang, alam ko merong Dracifer dito sa mid and Tetsu somewhere in that B site. So let's see, Execration is the read. Gonna be exactly what they need. EBR right behind the smoke para dito kay CBN. Dracifer, nakapatong na dito sa bintana. Pero hindi pa rin nagpa-plant. Hindi pa rin confirm na wala ng tao dito sa HP. So he's gonna plant those numbers on that device, pare. 37 seconds and a crossfire dito sa B side. Fast is gonna go through. Dracifer, first one down immediately. Woo's shot, sniper there. D 1v1 against the veteran, pare. Has won multiple 1v1s dito sa game natin. The pressure is real. Nades are starting to be thrown. The unknown entity dito does have the advantage of the crouch angle. Napaakyat na lang. 8-2 Execration. First round ng second half on their BL. Taking it.
Sabi ni A7J, nakita ko to sa notebook ni Bukoy. Alam ko to eh. Pililikod sa akin pero hindi ko sure kung anong oras eh. Pero the moment that A7J turned around, parang wow, tama nga ako. Nasa notebook nga to ni Buko, pre. So, kahit anong heroics yung gawin ni Dracifer doon, despite the mid-push, man, Execration just proved to be the stronger team during the post-plant. Volex now pushing down Z. Pero walang countermeasures. Actually, iniiwasan to ni Dracifer lahat. So, Dracifer just waiting on A7J and Volex. Pero, sa gantong gulang, pre, baka mag-LB na lang sila eh.
Oo nga eh. Naiinig ko na yung comms dito ni Lito, no? Na meron dyan stair, isa. Sa baba ng PR stair. Trust me, bro, there's 100%. And he is right. Tamang-tama naman siya, pare. Nandyan nga si Dracifer, not just in a wall-bangable angle. Pero still, pressure all over the place para dito sa Execration. No? Showing presence A, showing presence B. Pero wala silang CA control whatsoever. So Vanguard getting an early clue kung saan papunta nga dito yung Execration. Pero tignan mo naman yung setup na nasa loob ng B-house. And this is gonna be one big pour onto the B-side. SDRL, wallbang with the EBR working. Tetsu gumana ang kanyang flank. Does get ZYK. Pero A7J will get SDRL. Can they get space in the B-side? CBN, nakita na ka dito si MZ. 3 versus 3, not yet done. Dracifer, big flank incoming. Could be the difference maker, pero si Tetsu na nauna. Dracifer gets him, and Tetsu will get the second one as well. Nako po, Vanguard. It may be late, but maybe not too late, pare.
Yeah, the rotation game for Vanguard, absolutely flawless. No, maganda yung tawag nga nila para i-delay ni MZ at ni SDRL. All they had to do is antayin lang si Dracy para si Tetsu makababa ng bagon pre. At pwede nang lumarga ulit. MZ and SDRL now with their signature push dito lang sa may LB. Delikado pero gusto nga nilang kumapit sa patalim. A7J swinging. Wala pang follow-up. Paul X nilalaro lang yung pwesto but SDRL gets the wall bag and the re-engage over to Paul X. Vanguard now working their miracles dito sa port. CBN and A7J. Walang nangyayari sa LB. Tetsu gusto ng lurk at nakuha niya yung bungo ni D. What a play by Vanguard. It's not too late. Tama ka nga dun, Sneaky.
The thing is with Vanguard, pare, they do like to troll most of the time, pare, but when it's time to lock in, it's time to lock in. And Vanguard, granted, it's a bad spot para sa inyo, pare, but it's still a winnable position. Fall X, though, doesn't want that to happen. Nakita niya na dito si Dracifer. Immediately will back off. 1 HP para dito kay Fall X. Hasn't been doing too good dito sa port map natin, but can be a difference maker para dito sa Execration.
MZ, nagpapaulan. A7J, alam niya. Dati kong kakampi, kilala kita. Pwede kang pumesto dyan. Pero si A7J, ibang kakampi yung gusto niyong kunin. As MZ fights Polex. SDRL naharap din si CYK. Lot of trades happening here, Sneaky Frog. Least expected
Stuck si
angles.
Woos! Na-stuck si Woos!
Naku, Woos!
Oh!
Pero kailangan mo ng paganahin yan.
Oh! Hindi ko nakita yun!
Woos! No.
Isa pa.
Walang daan, hindi maaari. Pero hindi na kaya. Umalis ni Woos. Dumikit.
Ayun lang.
Sa may ninja si Woos. Pero binigyan mo kami ng isang dilat na mata na play, Woos. Paano nangyari yun?
Grabe, the control was at the right time. Unfortunately, pare, meron ding nagpa-flank sa kanya doon. 9-4 Execration is still match point para sa kanila dito. Fall X, Ninja, gonna work. Dracifer doesn't know what hit him. A-side could be in danger here, pare. Fall X could just pop off onto this. And he's waiting for it. Waiting for the go signal, pare.
Olex, 2
No,
HP. Oh, na-chamba mo pa si MZ doon rather. And now Tetsu trying to challenge A7J through the smoke. And Tetsu claiming back the round para sa Vanguard on that 2 kills. Strong advantage para sa Execration. Tetsu! Lahat ng angulo basa niya. He's on for the ace. Dalawa na nga lang ang pumapagitan sa kanya para makuha niya ang 5 kills. Dating kapitan ng Vanguard, Tetsu now claims another skull. SDRL gets the last kill. Pero kung ako si Tetsu, masaya na ako sa round na yun. Unti-unti, brick by brick, Vanguard still fighting for tournament contention, pre.
Grabe, 4 more points and they're back in the playoff picture, pare. Execration only has to spot 1 mistake. The pressure is real para dito sa Vanguard, but this could be also where they thrive, the pressure, the chaos. Pero Execration looking to pull something fast dito sa B-side natin. MZ, big job for him. Instantly down. SDRL ringing dito sa B-side. Curve gonna be taken. A7J from the behind. Dracifer sprayed down. SDRL up next. 4 players ng Execration pouring on in dito sa B-side. Woo's gonna be up next. Tetsu, last one left alive para sa Vanguard. And he's just staring in disbelief after such an effort dito sa series na to. Playoff contention slips from his hands once again. Tetsu looking for any semblance of hope in this B house. Does get CBN almost spraying someone down, but Fallex with the knife does get it on Tetsu. The first knife of the season. 10-5 Execration could be back in the playoffs, pare.
And Execration just puts the stamp on that series, pre. Putting Vanguard on an ultimatum. Kung pwede pa nga nilang timbangin yung balance ng tournament kung makakapag-playoff pa ba sila o hindi. Pouring them 2 years straight na nagiging alanganin at may taning sa tournament na to, Sneaky Frog. And as someone who is already viewing Vanguard as a possible contender, isa tong sampal sa mukha para sa kanila, pre.
Yes, it is gonna hurt personally, but at the same time, you know, Execration fully deserved para sa kanila dito. The way that they played that GR side first half, grabe. Hindi man, no opportunities were really given para dito sa Vanguard. I mean, the only win na nakuha nga nila dun sa first half natin was, ayun nga, the odd win dun sa end of the round, and that odd 1v1 na nakuha nga dito ni Woos. Rest of the first half really didn't bode well para sa kanila dito. No setups, no nothing whatsoever. It didn't really help dito sa second half nila na, yun nga, na caught off guard pa sila dito sa first round. So, no opportunities to set up whatsoever para dito sa Vanguard. Feeling ko, the tail end of that game really was just, you know, the remaining effort na meron sila dito, pare.
And what a wake-up call, no? Para sa Execration that they still have tournament lives para dito, no? Para magpang-abot pa doon sa number 4 spot na gugustuhin nga nila yun, no? And if ever they do get number 4, they have the chance to face off against EVOS or even Stallions, no? So that's a dream matchup waiting to be happening dito sa ating CFS Regional Finals. But the thing is, this is now Vanguard's way of telling everyone na wait lang guys, parang medyo mahirap na. Yun yung hindi mo gugustuhin sabihin talaga if you're Vanguard, though, because you already had something brewing dun sa Eagle Eye na yun. Pero parang iba lang talaga yung ginawa ng Execration dun na walang ni isa na miyembro ng Vanguard ang nakabasa sa mga pinagagawa nga nila. And using that to catapult even at port, man, another sequence of events para dito sa Vanguard na kailangan nilang harapin, go back to the drawing board, and come back strong. So kudos sa Vanguard. Congratulations para sa Execration.
Yeah, and you know, full credit para sa kanila talaga. I mean, Folex, CBN. I feel like si D especially really did have the spotlight today, pare.
Yeah, you can definitely feel the improvements, no? Habang tumatagal, Execration is climbing up the ranks. Ano masasabi ng ating panel dyan? Mochi and Daydum, anything to say about the fight?
You know what? Not gonna lie, some of the moments there are ineffable. Pero in terms of explanation, kung ano lang talaga, I feel like it's just raw force na talagang inalapag dito ng Execration to the point na hindi na talaga nagawa ng paraan ni Vanguard in order to counter it.
Yes, Execration. I couldn't have said it any better myself, Salvi. They were a wall. Sabi nga niya kanina, no, Mochi. Hindi sila malagpasan ng Vanguard when they were on the BL side, and that's how port should be. Execration, I think they just pulled executed perfectly dun sa GR side nila, and everyone filing on all cylinders dito. We talk about T, talk about A7J and ZYK as well. I mean, there were some heroics every now and then from STRL, Woos na pulling the sniper.
And I feel like it is nice to mention na rin siguro, no, na when it comes to like Execration, it feels like finally they got their retribution series waiting to happen, no, lalong-lalo na that they gotta keep themselves on track, lalong-lalo na sobrang limited na lang ng kanilang mga chance later on. But right now, I feel like it's still notable, no, regardless of the loss na finish ng Vanguard dito. Matindi pa din ang kanilang naging performance, lalong-lalo na itong si Woos, no, despite the fact na talagang na-stuck siya doon sa ating ninja area in port earlier on, he still managed to even get that blind shot with pristine timing dito sa kung sino mang sumilip doon. And as well as yung pang-trip na knife na ginawa ni Folex kanina dun sa huling round natin dito sa Parsville. Like, well, the fun highlights dito for sure. But for Vanguard, I feel like this might have hurt not only because it's up close and personal with Execration and some very familiar faces dito sa ating mga team members, but at the same time, it's because they started off super strong.
Yeah, absolutely, no. In some base, they look like a completely different beast. In Eagle Eye, parang naputulan ng buntot dito ang Vanguard. And when we went into port, it's more of the same story. Let's take a look at the numbers dito, Mochi, the set summary. And it is D and A7J sila pa rin na nanguna in terms of kills dito. And D with a consistent 0.93 kills per round, man. This kid is just on another level. Parang chinanel niya yung pagka-personalan ng match na to. At siya yung naglabas, naghasik ng lagim against Vanguard.
Pretty cool to say the least, no? Kasi whenever that there are highlights or like every single round nakikita natin mga mukha ng mga players natin, parang nakikita mo na they are feeling it. Alam nila, they're confident and kumpiyansa sila na they can actually finish this off pretty quick, no? Very nice na nakabawi ng bahagya si Vanguard heading to our second half, but unfortunately, medyo kinapos sila in terms of, I feel like medyo naging parang momentum breaker yung pagka-stuck ni Wuz doon sa Ninja, which is a nice try for them. But ito, ang ating set MVP, it is no other than D, who's been able to show na time and time again, despite of me being unexpected, being here in Execration, but here I am,
Yes.
proving that I deserve this lot.
Absolutely. This still absolutely performing, no? And typically, you don't see a kill per round na malapit sa 1 unless it's a sniper player. I think that's a trademark of a really good rifler. Kapag nakakuha ka ng kill without necessarily dying immediately, that's what D was able to provide in this particular set para sa Execration. Actually, ganun din yung ginagawa niya in Eagle Eye, no? Able to get a kill and then back on out without falling down. And that really is what made a big difference for the GR side of Execration dito, no? Hindi nga nila hinayaang makalagpas, makagawa, makaset up ng play dito sa port ang Vanguard. And Execration still definitely a force to be reckoned with in the rifling department, no? So there you have it, D, the set MVP, and Vanguard kinulang pa sila dito sa port, eh.
Yes, indeed. Pero ito na nga, no, ang ating overview for our match number 2 of the day, kung saan nakita natin ang feats of both of these teams. Sadyang Execration just stood tall and be able to rise on top. Congratulations for Execration. Nice try to Vanguard and men. Ang tindi nga rin naman talaga ng mga nakita natin dito. Especially when it comes to like A7J and D being consistent this time dito sa ating serye na yon. Usually nakikita natin CV and Paul X, pero ngayon hindi. Iba naman ang mag-shine dito sa kanilang team.
And I love it as well, no? Execration able to pinpoint the exact play na pinapakita dito ni Vanguard. Kanina si Sneaky kinocall niya, no? Sa A7J. Teka, parang nakita ko to sa notebook ni Buko. And that speaks volumes because Execration showing us that they know how Vanguard plays. Sabi nga natin, history is rich between these two teams because a lot of them previous teammates, lahat sila magkakilala, no? So it's a testament to just how well established Execration is. At yun na nga ang ating match MVP. It's going to be A7J, the map reader, the macro player, and of course one of the most experienced players dito sa dalawang roster na to, Execration and Vanguard. This time taking the spotlight with some impressive numbers dito, 1.24 KD and a 0.87 kill per round, consistently finding space from Vanguard.
Definitely undeniable, no? Lalong-lalo na we're also seeing A7J, yung ngiti niya pa lang, no? Pag nakakakuha siya ng mga multi-kills at nasisecure niya yung gusto niyang masecure. Nako po, alam mong additional boost yun. Hindi lang sa kanya, kundi sa buong team nila. Pero ito yung mga highlights, no, na pinaggagawa ni A7J. The spray downs as well as the quick picks and runs na nakukuha niya against Vanguard. And at certain times, hindi pala certain, most of the times, they're often being caught off guard.
Absolutely. Dahil nga aware, some next level awareness mula dito kay A7J, providing him with just the right amount of headspace, just the right approach rather, para dito sa mga games natin, particularly dito in Port. So it's massively impressive para dito kay A7J, but I think the entire Execration roster deserves a lot of credit, particularly D, not cracking under the pressure. Guys, quick disclaimer, quick reminder na itong match na to is probably gonna set the tempo kung sino makakapasok sa playoffs. So the players not cracking is a very good sign for Execration.
Yes, exactly. Just means, no, na the story still continues para dito sa Execration, and I feel like we can hear more about them as we now interview our one and only MVP of the match, A7J. How are we feeling?
Okay lang po. Masaya. Masaya.
Masaya.
Talo yung first time mo matalo si MZ sa si Drake.
Ayun!
Ang init! Ang it! Naliwan natin dito sa interview natin, Daydom. Any
Yes.
follow-up questions?
Okay, ito A7J. First off, congratulations. Alam naman natin na itong mga kalaban natin in Vanguard. Matagal na natin nakakalaro, no? Matagal na natin kilala din. Ito, isa lang yung simple lang yung tanong ko sa'yo, A7J. So, kanina, habang nagkakasta, habang pinapanood namin yung laro nyo, nakikita namin, tumitingin sa likod sa A7J, parang ina-expect nyo yung lurk ng Vanguard. Na ultimately, nangyayari din, no? So, yung tanong ko sa'yo, A7J, is, yung panalo nyo, how much of it, or gaano kalaking parte nun, yung alam nyo yung gagawin ng Vanguard? Yung alam nyo yung call nila, alam nyo yung macro nila na gagawin nila sa round na yan. Ganun ba yun? Nababasa nyo ba? Or nananalo lang talaga kayo sa fights?
Nananalo lang siguro kami sa fights na yun. Yung ginagawa namin yan.
Mga day ones boss, ako makalimutan na.
Okay.
Kumbaga, it's more of a game sense thing. Tingnan mo.
Okay. Impressive.
Hey.
Ikaw mo, Chi.
Impressive.
Uy.
Si Papa, Bumigay sa
grabe
akin.
naman si Papa. Pero other than that, no, I'm pretty sure other than Papa being proud ano mga messages nyo para sa inyong mga proud fans din na sumusuporta sa Execration?
Sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Execration, salamat.
Yung mga natin, day ones.
Shoutout sa mga day ones daw, sa mga young staff, no? At sa mga real ones. Shoutout kay Boss Salvatore. At sa lahat, pati sa misis ko po.
Uy.
Mga anak ng Tanas.
Nagkaka-flashback
Sa mga real ones,
pagka
sa day
narinig
ones.
ko yung yastahan.
Alam mo, mga misis mo, mga misis.
Yung mga
Nako po.
ko yun,
Nako po.
Naku
Gabi,
po,
hindi na ako
nare-reveal
makauwi.
pa.
Pero yun na nga, no?
Maraming salamat, A7J. Mag-celebrate na kayo dyan, lalo nga na total na sobrang high at goods ang vibes ninyo
Masalab,
dyan.
G.
Congrats, Oleno, A7J.
Congrats.
Salam
Congrats.
G, thank you.
Yun! That's very fun, no? Interview to have dito sa ating Match 2 winners of the day, Execration. The aura from these players and how lighthearted everything is after nerve-wracking 3-map match. Pero, by the way guys, hindi lang sa Execration ang pwede manalo dito kasi dito mo pwede ka makakuha ng up to 4 permanent na mga guns sa pamamagitan ng pag-exchange ng points sa ating points shop. Pero paano ba na magagawa to, Didum?
Madali lang. All you have to do is log in to Crossfire gamit ang ating Stove PC Client Launcher. Gawa kayo ng daily requirements natin to get enough points that you can exchange for weapons, for permanent weapons dito sa ating point shop. No? Kitang-kita nyan, yung Chaytak Dominator, yan yung gusto kong makuha dito. Kaso 1,000 points kasi. Kailangan ko pa i-grind no? Pwede nyo rin gawin yun absolutely free of charge. Again, mag-login lang kayo every day to gain points and get enough points to earn our rewards. If you haven't already, mag-migrate na kayo no sa ating Stove PC client. Go to the website cfph.onstove.com/stove client official to do so. Makikita nyo rin dyan yung details ng event natin.
Ayan na guys, inabisuhan na kayo ni Dadum kung ano ang inyong dapat gawin at kung kayo ay naghahanap ng best time to do it, I think it is right about now. Pero yan na ang ending ng ating match number 2 at mamaya makikita man natin ang iba nating mga young stana kung saan laban dito ang EVOS and as well as
Pacific.
I believe ang kalaban nila is Pacific. Man, this is the Gods of Wrath versus the Old Gods. Kami ay magbabalik makalipas ang ilang mga minuto.
Sa bida ang namumuno! Hindi pre! Ang gutis na lang yun! At si KSA tapos! KSA gets the 4K! KNP! Yo, babe, with that spray down! Oh! KSA!
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines Valley.
Once upon a time, andyan si Pacific Macta and now Pacific Esports. But eventually, the EVOS Nation attacked. Nandito na tayo ngayon sa ating ikatlong serye for today. Dito sa ating CFS PH Regional Finals. Kami pa rin ang inyong kasama, Mochi and Didum nga pala. Men, this series is gonna be crazy.
Yes, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be historic for that matter, especially the stakes at which yung pinaglalaroan nila dito, no? Pacific not having the best of starts sa group stage natin, so mataas yung kailangan nilang abutin dito or habulin. But EVOS actually sitting very comfortably dun sa top 2 spot natin, no? But when you consider the history between these two, Pacific ang dating pinapadala sa ating international events at ngayon EVOS na. So it is definitely one for the books.
Yes, exactly. And we're also gonna find out what is going to be the mindset ng Pacific heading into this one, because once again, they are facing a team that possesses what they could have been, no, from the past year. Especially nung nanggaling tayo sa ating regional finals. Yes, last year is natalo sila against Ubek, if I may recall correctly. And this time naman is si EVOS ang kanila makakaharap. I feel like they really would have won that playoffs more than ever, but at the same time, it's not looking entirely good for them.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of an understatement. No, Pacific, we come into this season with very high expectations for this team. A lot of people consider them top 3. Right next to Stallions and EVOS, but they've fallen a little bit hard dito sa group stage natin, no, after dropping a series to the likes of MATTJESS, and that's not something that they expect at all. And remember, last Masters, ang ganda ng poise ng Pacific, the only team that was able to beat Stallions, then Ubek in their coveted map of sub-base. Pero ngayon, when they faced against Stallions, hindi nila na-push into set number 3. In fact, hindi sila nakaabot ng 5 in terms of set score in the entire matchup. So, kailangan talaga makabawi ng Pacific.
Yes, exactly. Because if not, we are gonna be the first people to view their empire gaming or coming into crumbling, which is something that we wouldn't want at all. Pero kita naman din natin in our team stats here, Aiden has been the one to, or like the primary factor has been able to do the most para dito sa ating team, no? Especially with his recent integration. Nakita naman natin how he's been able to fit like a glove dito sa Pacific Esports. Although there are some moments pretty similar to the story of Execration, it's unfortunate that they've been able to be a bit more explosive in their matches, or if meron silang makukuha mga advantages or they will get an edge in a specific team, is hindi rin nila natatapos kaagad-agad.
Ayun na nga, ano, taking a look at their data over the course of the group stage, they did beat NV Gaming, albeit 2-1, no? I mean, in terms of the group standings, you want as much as possible to win by 2-0s. So, ayun, medyo napalalim ang panimula ng standings dito ng Pacific Esports in terms of the group stage, which is a bit of a surprise for a lot of people, myself included, considering how well Aiden fit into the roster. I mean, madaming enthusiastic nung nadagdag si Aiden sa roster ng Pacific, saying na this is the missing piece, the one thing they need to go back into the international stage. But the start of regional finals hasn't been the best for them. But the good thing about the group stage is hindi pa ito tapos. Kakalagpas lang sa halfway point ng group stage para dito sa Pacific, and they definitely have a chance to make a comeback. Problema lang, EVOS yung mga katapat nila dito, Moji.
Yeah, this is gonna be quite a tough one, especially, and I believe we can hear from them personally just in a bit, no, in order to have a glimpse or an insider how they're doing, what's the preparations, anong gagawin, lalong-lalo na ganito ang kalibre ng kanilang katapat ngayon dito sa ating araw. Pero ito na nga, no, here is going to be our representative dito sa ating interview for our pre-match.
Uy!
NBA, kamusta naman tayo ngayon?
Ito medyo masama pakiramdam. May trangkaso.
Ay, get well.
Ay.
Get well.
Thank you.
Okay, so I wish you sana gumaling kayo no Boss MBA. Pero ito isa lang yung question ko, simple lang for you and Pacific. And obviously medyo mahirap yung panimula natin sa group stage, no, especially in the standings. But now we have a chance to come back against EVOS para makaakyat sa ating group standings. Ang tanong ko lang, anong binago, anong babaguhin ng Pacific sa paglaban natin today and in the coming matches?
Konti lang naman binago namin. Tsaka kung ano lang ginagawa namin sa practice, yun pa rin naman gagawin namin. Ayan.
Okay.
Alright. Ito, Boss MBA, I'm giving you the floor kung may gusto tayong i-shoutout, gustong batiin, now's your chance.
Shoutout sa ma'am namin, tsaka sa coach, tsaka sa mga sumusuporta sa amin. Shoutout sa inyo. Yun lang.
Alright. Thank you so much, Boss MBA. Good luck. At sana gumaling na kayo. Good luck sa match nyo against EVOS.
Ayan, no, it seems like we're facing some factors outside na of the arena, which is gonna be quite of a challenge and a struggle para sa kanila. But I really do hope that they can make a move out of this one, kasi mali mo naman maging same pala sa apekto. Kasi biro mo si Kano, di ba? Nag-pop up before, nailagnat, okay lang din naman. Hopefully, it would cause the same thing dito kay FPA. And just being a bit more optimistic on this one, especially that they really, really need this series.
Absolutely, no. If they want a shot of going back into the international stage this year, they have to win. They have to win all the 3 series, all 3 matchups na meron sila, no, coming from today up to the last 4 days, last 3 days na nga lang of the group stage, no. Sunod nila mga kalaban, still heavy hitters, Vanguard, Gaon, at saka, Vanguard tsaka Gaon yung sunod nila mga kalaban, no. So, they have to win all of those matches for a chance to even make it to the top 4. But I believe that Pacific, they definitely have the talent to get there, no? It's just a matter of getting a hold of the current state of the meta and the current teams na meron dito sa regional finals. Pero sino nga ba ang mga kalaban nila dito, Mochi? It's none other than EVOS, the defending champs from Masters.
Nako, ayan na nga, the gods of wrath, ika nga, no. Sometimes it's not always the being top 1 dito sa ating group stage, but what matters the most to them is once that they are already in the playoffs. Pag nandyan na sila sa playoffs, nako po, parang rest assured na merong gulong mangyayari dito at mayayanig yung mga kasabay nilang tatlong teams dito. And since they were already claiming that, pero not gonna lie, in accordance to history, it is bound to repeat itself. Pero ito ang ating team stats, no? Wherein all of our players here almost is over 1 ang KD, which just means that every single one is individually sufficient in their own right.
And still very impressive numbers, no? Despite starting off the season with a loss from their first matchup, no? Ang ganda pa rin ng mga numero dito ng mga players. Of course, you have to address Zetra on the sniping department, definitely setting a standard for the rest of the snipers dito of the regional finals. And then you have the Dark Prince himself, Yobib, who has always been the one to look out for in all the rosters he's been part of. And in EVOS, definitely fitting like a glove dito and still performing at top level. 1.27 KD para kay Yobib and a 0.8 kill per round. Walang kupas dito. And taking a look at their stats, yun na nga, no, only dropping a series to Team Stallions. But ever since, they've been on the up. Parang pataas lang ng pataas ang antas dito ng EVOS Arcilia.
Yun na daw yung moment nila in order to assert the dominance here, and it feels like you love it or hate it, talagang andito sila and they're proving that they are bound to continue this win streak so far. But let us see nga, no, if counter nga ba nila to na maganda. Kasi piro mo, just by basing here dito sa ating mga matches so far, if there are some moments here na hindi makapag-online si Yobib or anyone from them, it is always someone else being able to cover up for each other, which is crazy. because they always thrive in chaos, pretty similar to what happened to MATTJESS kanina, but they also thrive in as well as the motivation na talagang papakita nila na kami talaga ang mas angat dito sa entablado.
Yes, and yun yung nakakatakot dito sa EVOS, they're a 5-prong strong team. Kapag may isang medyo hindi maliwanag, nagsi-step up yung apat, no? That's what makes this team very, very scary. Couple that with the guidance of Coach 02, no? Talagang may structure yung approach nila sa mga mapa.
Yeah, I feel like it's undeniable that they are definitely one of the strongest contenders here, and seems like we're gonna be seeing more of that, especially once na mag-head na rin tayo sa ating map dito. Pero ito na nga, no, I feel like we're gonna be hearing from the men themselves for EVOS. It is all done, Coach 02. Kamusta naman po kayo?
Okay, teka lang, may correction ako agad sa'yo, Mochi. Hindi po kami contender, we are the champions. Hindi kami contender, we're the champions. So, yeah, correction. 2 points ka na sa akin, Mochi, we're the reigning champions, so we're not gonna contend. But correction lang, guys, di ba? Reigning champions.
Totoo naman. Totoo naman. Coach, first off, congrats sa mga recent wins nyo sa group stage, no? 3 consecutive wins tayo dito sa group stage. Ang tanong ko lang, itutuloy ba natin ang win streak today?
Yes, alam ko magiging mahirap dahil, well, MATTJESS, legendary team, to tell you the truth. Pero, of course, hindi namin bibigay basta-basta to. Again, sila yung unang naging harang sa pagiging kampyonato namin. Siyempre, ngayon, may pagkataon kaming harangin sila para makapasok ng playoff, and we are going to make them lead to get that. Kasi pinatugo nila kami ng 2 seasons Naalala nyo? Pinatugo nila kami ng 2 seasons. So, again, we will return the favor. Kung hindi sila, they're not ready for war, they're gonna lose. So they better be ready kasi ibabalik namin yung favor na binigay namin nila sa amin 2 seasons ago. So again, we are ready for war against MATTJESS.
Grabe talaga,
Quite
Coach.
of a
Walang
strong preparation.
Yes.
Yeah. And it feels like it's gonna be a challenge din kay Pacific, no? Lalong-lalo na parang tulad na nakita naman natin kanina, may sakit nga daw si MB kanina.
May sakit? Get well soon.
May sakit daw po siya.
Get well soon, NBA. Nahawa yata kay Aldrin. Di ba may sakit si Aldrin nung last time?
Ay, yun nga po.
Kay Aldrin yata nahawa Get well soon na NBA. Pag sa labas ng laro, get well soon yan, pati kami. Pero sa laro, war tayo.
I mean, of course, always the nice mindset dito, no, Coach. May tanong ka ba kay Coach dito, Mochi?
Mochi ka. Mochi, ha?
Ayan
1 week pa, 1 week.
1 week?
Grabe naman, Coach! Ay, recognize ko naman lagi ang lakas niyo. Ay, pero ano po nga mensahe po natin? Last question po for before na makapag-focus po kayo sa inyong laban.
Ano po yung question nyo?
Message.
Message! Okay, message is again, yung mga walang pamato dyan na mga bayan-bayan. So ano ulit yun? Ilocano, Bicolano, saka Ilonggo. Dito kayo sa EVOS. Diba? Tayo magkakampi ngayon. Okay, so shout out sa mga fans namin. And of course, sa kabila. Ito yung pinaka-message natin ngayon. Yung mga kalaban namin, kung sino ka man, mga kalaban namin semis. Maganda kayo dahil you are going to lose.
Alright. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Coach ko. Good luck sa laban nyo against Pacific.
Ayan. Hindi lang hari ng tondo ng Crossfire, no? Hari dito sa Pilipinas when it comes to the Crossfire scene and possibly making the standard higher para dito sa ating competition. Pero let's check out sino naman ang ating mga key players here in our matchup. Man, I'm quite excited for this one. It is gonna be Eden versus Cetra.
And kita mo naman dito yung numbers ni Zetra, no? In all but 2 of the stats, siya yung nangunguna. Sa buong group stage, pinakamataas na KD, pinakamataas na kills per round, at pinakamataas na smokes per round. As the sniper player, this is absolutely impressive from the EVOS Arcelia player, no? Just such a consistent performer in any and all scenarios. And especially when you give him that TRG, man. Nakakatakot kalaban, etc. But Aiden, of course, fitting the bill very well para sa Pacific. I mean, nakakagulat nga, no, Aiden, when it comes to pressure moments, siya yung nagpo-perform for Pacific.
Exactly. And man, hindi maalis sa utak ko yung laban ni Cetra dito before, no, wherein everything seems dire already. Tapos siya yung nag-step up, siya yung nakakuha ng ubos 30 kills ata yun. You see the TRG, I believe the map during that time is Ankara. He's been taking angles that are definitely hindi na-expect dito ng kanilang mga opposition at that time, to the point na wala nang naging balik dito sa kanila noon. And I guess we are gonna be seeing more of these players later on, lalong-lalo na that when it comes to our map veto, I'm pretty sure that they'll be choosing where the most applicable maps that would serve as a playground for these key players will be shown later on. Pero ito na nga, no, maghanap na tayo at magtawag ng ating mga kampi. It is going to be Salvatore and Sneaky Frog pa din on your caster desk. We are gonna be asking about their thoughts in this matchup. Sneak.
Yun nga, no? Generational, historical, ang daming adjectives na pwedeng i-describe yung series na to. But I'm looking forward to, a rivalry anude, no, pare. One less person from yung past few years. Actually, two less people for the past few years. But I feel like there's still that animosity between yung dalawang teams natin dito, which I'm really looking forward to seeing.
Well, ako naman dito, no, parang it just feels like a trip down back to memory lane, no? Way back in the days of SGJ versus Pacific, no, na kahit papano, nabigyan hustisya na nga ng SGJ yung pag-i-ensayo nga nila and ultimately taking down Pacific. Pero as the years go by, parang SGJ na ang nananaig ngayon, and it's no other time kundi ngayong araw na to na ibalik ng Pacific ang kanilang imperyo.
Yes, exactly. And I feel like just in a bit, makikita rin natin ang ating mga mapa na paglalaroan ng dalawang kampo natin for our last series for the night. Yun nga, we're already having our expectations here. Wala na si Compound, wala na si Mexico Matic. And we are gonna having Eagle Eye.
Wait,
First,
hold on.
Ankara, second.
Oh my God.
And I feel like decider natin ang port.
Yeah, syempre. Kinig naman natin sa reactions dito ni Salpi at Sneaky. Why is Port the last map? And that's, I think, a big tell of what both teams are going to show dito. Eagle Eye ang pinili dito ng Pacific Macta, no, which is quite surprising. I'm checking the stats dito. No, I don't think they've ever first picked an Eagle Eye map. Yeah, yun na nga, no? Never first pick an Eagle Eye map dito, which is why it's a little bit surprising that we haven't seen them prioritize this map before. At yun na nga, magsisimula pa sila on the GR side, which could really throw a curveball to EVOS' playstyle. But I think EVOS has got Eagle Eye figured out as well. So I don't know ano yung papakitang bago sa atin dito ni Pacific Esports, because when we go into Ankara, it's not hard to come back if you haven't secured the Eagle Eye. So yes, I'm a little bit unsure about Eagle Eye as a first map for Pacific.
Yes, Sneak.
Yeah, I see your point naman dito, Dadum, na medyo unsure din ako sa Eagle Eye. Yeah, just like you said, it was the first time that it has been priority picked dito ng Pacific, and usually it is just an answer to whatever has been thrown by yung team that is picking first. Pero meron yata silang game plan going into Eagle Eye 2.0. Maybe they're gonna try to counter them early dito sa ating GR side. Ankara is gonna be very interesting considering this was one of the best maps ng Pacific Esports, but at the same time, EVOS time and time again has played this map, and yun nga, no, the amount of comebacks, yung kanilang solid defense, plus their very, very nice executes. It's a tough job to get this over to 3, pare, not gonna lie.
Salvatore.
Well, a lot of things to be sure, no, is hindi mo dapat china-challenge ang EVOS sa Eagle Eye, no? Pero Pacific is gladly to take that as some sort of motivation para talaga pagbutihin tong serye to, no? A lot of teams tried, Execration, Gaon Gaming, Vanguard, all of which failed. Pero kung ikaw naman ng Pacific, malaki ang kargado nga nila heading into that first map, and that's one map na feeling ko malaki yung pagkukuha na ng momentum.
At hindi na natin papatagalin to. Ito na, predictions na natin. All hands on deck here. I will go for, unfortunately, sorry na agad sa Pacific. It's 2-0 EVOS. How about you, Didum?
Yeah, I think as it stands, I'm gonna have to agree with you, Mochi. I mean, taking a look at the statistics, taking a look at the map veto we have, and the recent performances dito, I feel like EVOS just is still the best team when it comes to PH rosters. So there you have it, 2-0 EVOS ang aking prediction.
I think I can kind of agree with that. I feel like, yun nga, no, granted, sobrang galing na team talaga ng Pacific. No? They're still probably able to make playoffs in their top 4 form. Pero up against EVOS, it's gonna be very tough, pare. I would also go...
Yeah.
Actually, no. Feeling ko EVOS 2-1 to me.
My heart speaks, no, Pacific, kasi like I've been friends with Pacific for quite the longest time, but in terms of competition, they know their bounds and limits. I'm putting my vote here on EVOS 2-1.
And there we go here. Predictions already right in front of our eyes. It is quite of a heartache, no? Na Pacific has already been there. Pero yun nga, tulad ng sabi ni Coach 02, he is gonna be bringing back the favor here of crushing them twice. And he's bound to do the same. And I feel like just a little bit magpe-prepare na ang anting entablado. The set was gonna come right in front of our doorsteps. Nikki Frog and Salvatore, kayo na to.
El Clasico renewed. Mas malala pa sa Ginebra versus San Miguel. Mas malala pa sa Pacquiao versus Barrera. Ito nga pala ang Pacific versus EVOS. Welcome everybody to our main event para sa ating huling laban ngayong araw ng Sabado. Ang dalawang teams na naghubog sa itsura ng ating tournament ngayon, no? At wala nang iba kundi ang dekadang team kundi ang Pacific at ang paangat na papunta sa langit dahil sa kanilang kalakasan, that is EVOS.
Yeah, and this is very symbolic as well, man. We were in attendance for all 3 finals ever since 2022. So, ayun nga, it's nice na you somehow magically popped out today, pare. Paano kaya yung rason? Pero yun nga, no, I feel like this is gonna be, you know, a series that we're either gonna remember for the longest time or it is gonna be one of the most depressing series that we are gonna watch. Hopefully, it is the first one, pare. Kasi, ayun nga, Pacific, obviously, they have had their shining moments dito sa tournament na to, but unfortunately, I feel like yung strength of the other lower table teams natin has now started to kind of climb up slowly and slowly at pas nakakahabol na sila, or at least yung mga peaks ng mga lower table teams natin, nakakahabol na sila dito sa Pacific. You know, case in point, yung nangyari dun sa MATTJESS. So, ayun nga, it's a question of what level is Pacific gonna play at today? Kasi obviously EVOS, you know, granted, you know, there is that looming thing around them that says na, hey, yun nga, granted your EVOS, but there's still, you know, the possibility of, you know, maybe an upset anytime soon. Pero para sa EVOS, I feel like rarely lang sila ma-upset dito sa mga tournaments natin. Granted, you know, maybe a team or two would get a map, pero I cannot recall a series in a group stage na upset na dito yung EVO. So, you know, Pacific could be the first, but it's gonna be a tough one, pare.
Yeah, parang regionally speaking, no, EVOS has been the most consistent pagdating sa ating mga long series, long gameplays. And ramdam ng EVOS, no, yung kanilang kalidad ng yung kanilang kalidad ngayon is talagang mas angat pa kumpara doon sa mga ibang teams, no? Teams like Stallions can be exposed, Execration, Vanguard, and even Pacific, no? Pero EVOS, parang bilang pa rin sa daliri natin kung kailan nga ba huling beses silang natalo talaga ng husto, no? Kung may matatalo man sa EVOS, no, and that's going to be Stallions during last best of 3 during PH Masters, no? Pero ito, pre, sa nakikita pa lang natin ngayon, Stallions pa lang talaga ang nakakuha ng numero dito ng EVOS, and I think that's going to be the narrative for quite a long time. As EVOS and Stallions continues to innovate and evolve, yung mga ibang teams nangangarap na sana nandyan na kami sa pwesto ngayon ng EVOS. And Pacific has been that legacy of a team na matagal na actually, no? Like, aminin nyo man sa hindi, maraming teams talaga ang kumukuha ng pahina dito sa kung paano maglaro ang Pacific. And EVOS, they branded their own style of Crossfire. At yun na nga yung huling pyesa ng puzzles ni Pro kung bakit nga na 3-1 ng SGJ ang Pacific MACTA last year during regional finals. And that was the start of something fresh para dito sa EVOS, no? And time again, ang bukang bibig pa rin talaga natin is EVOS, they're back-to-back champions, being the representatives, palaging lumilipad papuntang ibang bansa to compete. Napag-iwan na ng panahon ng Pacific at wala nang ibang magandang araw at poetic na panahon para simulan ulit ang pagwagayway ng Pacific, kundi ngayon kung matatalo nga nila ang EVOS Arcilia. Heading into Eagle Eye, map number 1, ladies and gentlemen, El Clasico! Sinimulan kagad ni Zetra!
My God, Revenge already out of the picture. Zetra, of course, the guy who's been the best player para dito sa EVOS, bar none, pare, has been absolute impact para sa kanyang team. Pero MVA around the corner, hiding behind the hotel side. Pero yun lang, MVA nakakuha na ng dalawa gamit ang kanyang HK. Pero yun lang, nalikuran na siya dito ni Yobib. With the help of Zetra as well. MBA out of the picture. Medyo messy ang start ng round dito sa hotel, no, Salvatore? Not gonna lie. Ayun lang.
Still fighting. Justin! Ang tagal ng laban na yun. Buti na nga lang sinalba siya dito ni Aiden. Kapalit naman dito yung katabi niya nga kanina na nawalay na nga. Zetra gets the final touches dito sa ating round number 1. At grabe yung paboga doon ni Boss Zetra. 3 kills over at LB. Nung saan wala nga man lang sumabay sa kanya. It's all just Zetra.
Yeah, nothing new, no? Nothing new actually dun sa default na ginawa ng EVOS. It's still the same old. Be execute na nakikita natin with that, signature late push na ginagawa ni Elvin in order to get that second mid, that second mid pressure that EVOS kind of needed, especially in that B take para, para ma-dissuade man lang yung mga ibang mga mata from those stairs position. Pero, yun nga, same old para dito sa EVOS, no, holding at the start of the round. PE, obviously, not that desperate para kumuha ng opening pick dito. So, both of them just waiting for any mistakes. Pero, yun nga, no, judging from yung positioning ng EVO, seems like they're planning on taking itong B side with another B split, pare.
It's just a mind of its own para dito sa EVOS, no? Kasi now lurking around hotel, nakita nga si MVA repositions back to bar. Aldrin na nga ngayon ang pwedeng bumelo dito lang sa may EB kasi siya nga yung posible maging first contact dito. MVA just needs to get the timing right. At pumunta sila under. Bumaba sila ng BR Price. So ibig sabihin, babalik pa din kay Aldrin yung first contact dito. And there goes the flash. Napakaganda para sa EVOS. At si Aldrin umaatras. Kellar wins the duel over to MVA. Elvin also gets the kill. EVOS flawless so far. Apat na kagad ang napilas dito, Sneaky. And just like that, EVOS doing what's best. Individual game style, Sneaky. And EVOS just proved to be the better man dun sa kanilang execute.
And yeah, no, there's a B execute going on at the same time. Elvin, instead of mid-doors sa A-site na nga siya naghanap ng pick dito, and that he did. And grabe, EVOS is all over the map, pare. PE, just their defenses are wearing thin because of the presence na ginagawa ng EVOS. And this is yung strength ng kanilang BL side, no? They can kind of really fight individually, which makes yung map control nila a whole lot bigger than expected. And ito namang Pacific Esports, they're gonna be forced to react kasi they cannot just simply give this much map control for free. Pero Zetra, crouch peek onto Justin. Aiden looking for the trade. It's a good, well-oiled machine here, Salvatore. Pero si Revenge, kuha niya na si Elvin. But Elvin, that's a reasonable casualty, pare.
Good. Like, ginamit niya nga talaga strategically yung House A, pati na nga rin yung stairs doon no? But that's about it. Bigla na lang tumahimik dito yung LA ng Pacific and same goes for EVOS. Wala nga silang inaamba dito. Zetra still holding down bypass. Yeah, less movements. Heading into the mid-round, Sneaky, no? So, puro amba ang binabato ngayon ng Pacific if ever man na gawin nga nilang lurk to. There is still a chance. Aldrin and MVA not rotating. MVA papunta na nga ng BR dito. Pero na pre-aim kagad yun ni Zetra. Every angle. Basang-basa, bukang libro ang Pacific para sa EVOS. Revenge. Nakabuelo pa rin dito lang sa may RS. And now Kellar just runs down over his co-captain dito sa laban na to. Oh my goodness, EVOS, what a 3-round stretch para sa kanila, pre.
Grabe, I mean, Zetra, this kid can do every variation ng sniper, no, Salvatore? Lurk, entry, having to go superstar mode pare in the clutch. This kid can do anything, man, on the TRG and or the AWM, pare. And grabe, EVOS, really what a start to the Eagle Eye game. PE, wake-up call para sa kanila dito. They need to get points, pero si Kel R, nakisnipe na rin. Revenge, 4th time down in this game, trying to look for an opener, pare, and EVOS can take full advantage.
And the advantage already presented itself, no? Na parang EVOS can just run over any angle and they could just get that kill miraculously, not even blowing down any flash or smoke. Kita mo nga kanina, no, like how much time did it take for Pacific to rotate? Sapat na yun. Pero yung late rotation naman ni Zetra, mas maganda pa nga talaga. Aldrin now on double sniper duty at nagpakita ng bungo si KSA and Aldrin collects it. Kellar and Yobib hindi pa rin natitinag. Gusto pa rin kumuha ng B-execute dito. And now the dust settles. Pacific now on the move.
Grabe. Aldrin with 4 less layers than last week, pare. Might be able to kind of perform slightly better para dito sa PE, and they need him desperately, no? I mean, Aldrin, it's gonna be him up against itong KSA potentially in the head-to-head matchup, so that step up is well needed for the vet dito ng PE. But look at this A site, Salvatore. A setup potentially. KLR with the sniper tower presence can be very important, pare. Kung makaabot nga siya doon. Aiden could be a problem, pare. And yan na nga sinasabi ko. Aiden peeking around the corner. Yobib is gonna go down. KLR though can deny the B site players. Aiden scared to exit itong bahay. Pero instead, isa pang sniper ang mahaharap niya dito. Zetra will get him. Elvin will get Justin. It's a slow roll towards the A site. Aldrin nakakuha pa ng isa gamit ng kanyang sniper.
Si Keller.
Wait, Keller. Ooh, just dodges the nade. Barely Salvatore. Pero 39 seconds finally on the clock. Aldrin on a sniper. An unfamiliar weapon. 4-0 EVOS. Hell of a start dito sa Eagle Eye. PE stunted dito, pare.
Pre, wala ka pang nakikitang bahid ng kamalian ng EVOS, pre. Matitira 2, 3, but it's enough for them to get a sight. Like, you could never pinpoint anyone sa EVOS na gumagawa ng mali talaga dito. Elvin gets caught. Si Cetra nandito na nga sa tower. And MVA scouts it down. Keller gets the trade. Mukhang naghahanap pa rin ng bawi ngayon ng EVOS as 2 kagad yung napis nila dito. KSA now gets the caught off guard revenge. Rekta kagad dito lang sa may stairs. Nice blind here for Pacific para makapag-delay pa nga. No lurk whatsoever. So this is now a full commit para sa EVOS and full on defense para sa Pacific.
And yeah, no, seems like PE has turned into good offense dito sa ating depensa, pare. And, you know, 3 versus 3, not too bad. Aiden can easily guard itong A site with the HK417. Problema nga lang, look at the patience galing dito sa EVOS, no? Yung PE players natin are a bit antsy para makahanap ng information, just a slight bit of a pixel, pare, even just a name of a player just to confirm where this push is going. And yun yata yung pakay nila dito, second mid in order to get some hotel control. Pero KSA naaamoy na meron nagpupush dito sa kanyang likod. Justin finally a kill on the board. 1 for 1 so far in the 2v2. EVOS mid-rounding, usually very good. Pero mahanap pa nila yung picks in time. Aiden already na dito sa LA. KLR, nice shot! With the TRG, headshot on the sniper. Justin na lang natitira dito, pare.
That double sniper for EVOS, knowing na attacking pa nga sila, is already paying dividends. Now Keller as the first layer of defense dito. Justin now looming in LA. Hindi makaangat ng bunker si Justin at si Keller. Nagpadala ng barikada dito lang sa may bunker. Walang makakalampas sa Pacific. Pakong-pako sa 0 ngayon ang dynasty ng Pacific Esports, Nicky Frog. EVOS yet to score a mistake.
Yeah, 5-0. Perfect game so far and it's gonna get more perfect. Zetra, nakita na nga dito si Aldrin. Hotel control, potentially MVA, known entity around the corner. Pwede sila mag-flash galing dito sa bypass in order to guarantee a clear. Pero MVA also knowing where this push could come from, where that flash can come from. Kailangan niya na mag-forward dito para makahanap man lang ng opportunity para sa sarili niya. Pero MVA mapapababa dito sa BR. Yobib will go down. That's the C4. That's the MVA they need. Pero hindi niya alam na meron pang pangatlong player dito. And that's gonna be KSA. Turn around. Matt Zera down. Unfortunate. Justin nandito pa nga sa hotel. Grabe, man. It's once the fight start, they really don't stop para dito sa dalawang teams natin. And it seems like it's a temporary pause. Pero A-site na naman.
Pero pre, every time Pacific finds that pick, parang nababawi pa rin ng EVOS eh. Yun na lang din talaga yung nagiging issue ng Pacific dito kung ba't di sila nagkakatapult into a round. And look at that! Na walang bisa kagad yung depensa ni Aiden. Kung kakayanin niya pa nga ba dito si Elvin. And now Justin now for the follow-up at na-corner na nga si Elvin. Round number 6 was the miracle para dito sa Pacific Esports. EVOS gets picked left and right, all thanks to Aiden.
Yeah, sigh of relief para dito sa Pacific. No, finally getting around on the board off of the backs of Aiden at kay MVA, really making their own risky plays on A and that B site. So EVOS, obvious reaction galing sa kanila dito, sit and wait around. And Justin, a bit too aggressive dito sa mid doors, baited by the shots ni Elvin dito. And ngayon, mapapa 4v5 na naman yung PE. Problema nga lang, you know, they're gonna have to commit someone dito sa mid doors natin, and that's gonna be one less player on A or B.
Look at the slow pace now for EVOS. After that one pick, atras ka agad sila. reminiscent of how Alcancia plays Eagle Eye pre. Yun din yung ginagawa nila pag port pre. So EVOS is kinda inspired from the number 1 team out of Brazil. Pero ito pa rin talaga ang issue dito, Sneaky. If EVOS could just be more proactive sa kanilang mga post-plant, I don't know pre kung sinong pwede magpatumba sa kanila. Pero in this specific fight against Pacific, kahit hindi nga nila i-force yung pagtanim na C4 pre, kung usapan ay duel lang at pag-reposition sa mapa, you already have EVOS as the champions of that narrative. Revenge and MVA. Iniispatan pa rin ngayon ng LA. Aiden nasa may lane lang. Nakakalampas si Yobib pre. Nasaan ang security measures? Pinadala na nga ngayon ng Pacific as MVA gets a double. Aiden now with a follow-up as well. 2v3. Aldrin. Hinahanapan ng butas dito yung exit at nakuha niya nga rin dito si Elvin. Cetra now on the 1v3. Look at the hard angle na kinukuha dito ni Revenge, and that spot was so good. Pacific utilizing the strong side at nahanap nga nila yung isa pang round.
Yun yan, despite the amount of space na nakuha ng EVOS dito sa A site, no, hindi nga nila matulak dito yung LA. They couldn't get the top A player in time, neither the room A player as well. So unfortunate pace change para nga dito sa ating EVOS. They're gonna have to go a lot slower if they do want to penetrate this kind of defense, pare. Pero PE now more reliant dito sa kanilang mga players on in terms of the trade. So it's not as disconnected as before na nakita natin.
Kind of feel like EVOS just didn't have any firepower na pwedeng ibato nga dun sa entry nga ni Yobib. Like, oo, may smoke nga no, pero nakakalampas pa rin si Aldrin. And not to mention, yung mga backup players na meron dun si Yobib got picked off. So, hirap na rin dun si Golden Boy kung kaya niya nga ba i-clear yung lane, pati nga rin yung room eh, no? So, that defense from Aiden and MVA, absolutely flawless. Walang bayad ng mali dun. And now, a major adjustment now. Heading into Pacific's direction. Masyadong tahimik yung A site. So, this has to be read off by Pacific, no? Walang ingay sa A, so it has to be a B execute.
EVOS inching ever so closer dito sa B site natin. Aldrin nakaakyat na ng 2F position. Pero Yobib around the corner. Spotting tong si Aldrin. Good parkour from him. Pero MBA around the corner. HK could be very effective. KSA first one down. Yobib still trying to get into his position. Pero naandito na si Justin para tumulong. KLR trying to finish off NBA. And that he does. 2 versus 3. Revenge. Aiden spotted mid at RS para dito sa PE. Pero hindi pa tapos ang labanan dito. KLR coming out in the open. Aiden will get him eventually. Pero nasa na ang mga ibang miyembro ng EVOS dito, Salvatore? Seems like they're too far away.
Elvin, he just needs to get the timing right. Papasok na siya ng exit. But Revenge on the second. Re-engage. Grabe, pre. Nakatingin lang siya sa BR kanina. Tapos bigla na siya napalingon ng exit. Narinig ata doon si Elvin. Or it was a good read from El Capitan. Nagkasali si Revenge. Look at that movement here from Revenge. And now suddenly a 2-round deficit na lang para sa Pacific. But EVOS made it sure na hindi magiging madali sa Pacific na makuha nila yung round na yun.
Yes, first half efforts para dito sa EVOS to build that big lead. Unfortunately, not gonna be as big as they think. Could be 5-4 potentially with this amount of momentum na nasa side ng PE. And it seems like this 3-man stack on the A side has been working out in their favor. And the fact na pinapabayaan lang nila yung hotel dito for EVOS to set up, for EVOS to actually run into them, speaks about yung confidence ng kanilang mga anchors dito. Aldrin, AK-47 in hand. With one spray, this entire offense could be over, pare. Pero NBA, kailangan rin maging careful dito. Justin almost spotted NBA trying to chase down Cetra, but Cetra still gets him. Yobib, wallbang, Aldrin now down. Justin nasa loob ng site na naka-EBR, pero hindi mangyayari para dito sa PE. EVOS completely sweep it with the name of one man. The Dark Prince has come in the B site. Aiden na lang natitira. Yobib will go down. Pero man, EVOS, one fell swoop, men. Pagkapikit mo, men, nasa kanila na yung B-site.
At hindi pa natinag si Yobib doon, pre. Full magging the 3 members of Pacific. Aiden, not the spot na ina-anticipate dito na nandoon si Cetra. But take a look at that hold from EVOS. It's not just one member that's putting the work. It's not just to pre. Lima silang gumagana ang utak dito, Sneaky. And that's one scary EVOS Arcilia. That first half was so strong para sa kanila. Pero kailangan na kanila magbagong anyo pre. Depensa naman ang kanilang usap-usapan dito. No, Aiden catches KSA off guard na nakatingin lang sa may lane. Kellar. Muntik na kung sakaling tumama yun pre. Mapapa F11 ka nga naman talaga. Aiden now. Nahanap na nga dito yung angulo dito ni KLR. And it's now 2 EVOS Arcilia members down. 5v3. Tough call para sa EVOS pero kailangan ng depensahan to because Pacific's now looking towards that 40-second execute.
Yeah. 2 headshots para dito kay Das pare pero problema nga lang buhay na buhay pa dito si Zetra. 11-4 in this game and this kid has been hitting unreal shots in this game. Not that one though. Could have been a really nice pick to reduce yung numbers dito ng Pacific down to 4. Pero meron nga, papunta nga dito sa A-side. Yobib on that top A position. Zetra, quick scope. Gonna hit itong si MVA. Pero Yobib mahuhulog agad. Aiden spotting Zetra through the smoke. Elvin, last one left alive. The lurk. I think everybody knows where he's gonna come from dito pare. Yeah, that's the fourth I think.
And Elvin just gets cornered. Doon lang sa may one box pre. Pacific just scathing by every round. You can definitely feel no na parang kailangan nga nilang magdoble ingat sa mga likuran nga nila pre. Just so EVOS couldn't get the lurk. Kahit na nga ba late sa entry si Elvin, I think that was already a good call for EVOS, no? Now, look at the adjustment. Hindi na si Kellar at si Zetra. It's just Elvin that's holding it down. Dito lang sa may top A. Revenge, gusto nga i-challenge tong si Yobi but si KSA. Yeah, it's a weird angle para dito sa EVOS, no? But it has to work. They just have to rely on their duels alone. Press, Zetra. Bit of an open spot, no? Just one swing, pwede itong ma-pre-aim to ni Aiden. Lalo't kung dalawa ang papasok dito. Diyan din naman si Elvin. But here comes the adjustment para sa EVOS.
EVOS still steady dito sa kanilang depensa pare. PE starting to explore yung mapa natin. Still, LA could be taken. Not much fight, no? Galing dito sa EVOS. It is mostly itong si Elvin who's gonna try to live as long as possible dito sa A-side and be as annoying as possible para makarotate yung EVOS in time. But the hesitation galing dito sa PE could be a sign for EVOS to start stacking itong site. Elvin gonna be a bit of a sacrifice here for information. Elvin getting across. Members full on the side. Zetra missing actually, pero nandito naman si KSA for that quick trade. Elvin still being very annoying. That M4 shredding through Aiden and Aldrin and MVA. Yobib na lang ang papatay dito kay Revenge. 7-4 EVOS looking like full control para sa kanila dito pare. Their GR side is now starting to work. PE has yet to crack yung kanilang defense pare.
Pre, paano mo nga naman talaga gigabain yung pundasyon ng A-site na to? Kasi kung hindi si KSA, kung hindi si Yobib, kung hindi si Zetra, pre, you can definitely feel every player of EVOS is just a one-man wrecking crew, pre. Na kahit sinong ipadala mo sa A-side, pre, it's just that guy na kayang ang depensahan yung sarili niya. 1-for-1, both snipers taking down their opponents. Aiden and Yobib, both fraggers down para sa EVOS at Pacific respectively. Pero ang mas malaking epekto dito actually is yung pagkawala ni Yobib. That's one belt of util down. Purong smoke at purong flashes na lang ang meron dito sila KSA at si Elvin. But then again, inuunti-unti lang to ng Pacific. Hindi sila makapag-play around ng play for picks. Pre, Zetra missing. Rare occasion. Pero pinapakita lang ni Zetra na tao lang din siya. That's an opening para sa Pacific.
Uy. I mean, a lot of missed sniper shots. KSA crossing for the second time. Still will come out alive. Zetra is very scary man. No, rarely misses. And does miss again. What's happening with yung mga TRGs natin dito, Salvatore? Everybody's missing at the same time. Keller finally a shot hitting for that M4. Pero Zetra on the fourth attempt will finally get itong si Aldrin. MVA will get a quick trade. Pero tignan mo naman si Elvin, men. Tamang steady lang dito sa A-side. Pacific looking for answers where there is full of questions dito sa Eagle Eye. At walang maisagot dun pare, MVA. It's gonna have to be him, man. Kailangan mag-activate ni Matt dito.
Matt Zera, MVA, iisang tao lang. Pero isa lang din ang hangarin niya makuha tong tatlong bangkay. Pero isa-isa sila nakapila dito. Na-anticipate nga ba ni MV? He gets Elvin! And there goes the 2. Isa na lang ang natitira. 15 segundo na lang. Kel Arnau nagparinig. And Kel Arnau playing around the smoke. 20 HP. Sa gambungo. And there goes MVA. 1v3. Umaangat pa rin ang Pacific sa okasyon, Sneaky Frog. MVA scores the clutch.
Grabe, it's been a while since I've seen an MVA step up, pare. And it is very timely para dito sa Pacific. Being stuck in 8 would have been a very bad situation para sa kanila dito. But MVA methodically slicing the pie. 1 versus 1 taken between 3 players. Grabe naman, he wins that every single time. Matt. Ayun nga, mechanical greatness nga talaga dito ni Matt, no? One of his most underrated things as a player here in PE. And titignan natin if PE can do that exact same thing. Fire behind them, Salvatore, because of that last round. EVOS. Are they gonna douse the fire dito, pare?
No. Huge swing para doon sa Pacific, pre. No doubt about it, pero this is still EVOS that has the capabilities pagdating sa mid-rounding. Nakita si Cetra. Pinaglalaroan lang din tong LA na to. Tila tumahimik na nga ang silid. Pero si Aiden ayaw sumunod sa ordinansa, pre. Bawal ang mag-ingay. And now Aiden now going back into house A. And Revenge peeking out of the smoke. Oh my goodness. Ginulang na kagad si Cetra dito, having a very off second half. Sneaky Frog. At yun na nga tayong hinahanap dito ng Pacific.
Grabe, parang nawalan ng putok yung TRG na dito going into the second half. Not really hitting the mark as much as he did in the first. Pero meron pa namang 4 na players dito. Yung EVOS, PE, full on rush on that A side. KSA looking to disturb that presence dito sa A side with that mid push. Elvin nakakuha na nga ng isa. KSA with the spray on that HK. Elvin will get another one. Pero Justin will get Elvin in return. It's a 1 versus 1. Justin versus Yobib. Grabe. These two fighting for the longest time. The original Prodigy versus Prodigy. Justin around the corner, but Yobib will find him. 8-5. EVOS 2 points away from sealing off yung EE natin.
At pinaparamdam na nga ng EVOS na isang mortal sin ang pagpili ng Eagle Eye against EVOS that has continuously innovated and improved this map for over 2 years, pre. Noong unang beses na lumabas to sa radar ng EVOS, hindi na sila nawalan ng oras para pag-ensayuhan to, pre. Justin, nirekta agad ang EV, pero pinatigil din siya ni KSA. Cetra na with the pick. At tila na ibaliktad na nga ng EVOS ang kalamangan ngayon, pre. And now on the 3v2, Revenge and Aiden still fighting. KSA nagpakita ng puyo, pre. And now KSA now going back into RS para ma-challenge na lang tong site na to, pre. Wala nang off-angle. Kung rekta sa mukha. And Pacific now has to work with 2 members alive. Pero tinan mo naman yung 3 nabubuhay pa para sa EVOS, pre. The 3-headed Kraken ng EVOS just couldn't get chopped down. Kahit gaano pa kaasintado, kahit gaano pa nangunguna si Aiden at Revenge.
We need a rewind round, man. We need a rewind round. We already had one para dito kay MVA, but as a clutch galing kay Revenge would send them flying. Pero Revenge, KSA spotted dito sa likod. But Zetra though, look at this distraction. And he does die for it. Pero Revenge, could actually slip on by USP in his hand. And Elvin, if he can actually actively challenge tong si Elvin sa mid, this would be a possibility. Hold on. Wait a minute, pero KSA, actually looking at this, Elvin going the entirely different direction. Pero nakita na dito si Revenge. Nako po, full spray ng HK sa mukha. 9-5, EVOS, 1 more point from taking Pacific's map pick.
At yun pa yung posisyon para sa EVOS na maglaro para sa sarili nila, pre. They're not even playing for retake. Elvin humiwalay dun kay KSA, pre, which is not the optimal play. Pero gumana, no? And MVA now pushing door mid, pero mabilis lang din pinalatan kagad ni Cetra. KSA nakapasok na nga to add more defense dito lang sa may BR. And KSA collects 2. And Revenge patatahimikan na nga ngayon si Yobib. Isang kapitan na lang ng barko ang harang dito ng EVOS para makuha nila ang Eagle Eye. 1 minute and 52 revenge. Crouch picking KSA. Nakita na nga ni Elvin to. And Elvin sprays down EVOS Arcilia. Tinatanggalan ng pagkakataon ng Pacific makita ang top 4. And that is a statement of a game, Sneaky.
There it is. Old rivalries renewed, pero EVOS, seems like the young stars are really looking to seal this one off now and forever, pare. Pacific, obviously, still a dynasty to respect, pero EVOS, at the same time, wala nga silang... They really just don't discriminate on who they beat dito sa tournament natin, pare. And yun nga, Pacific is definitely one of them that... ayun nga, that was a masterclass. Galing sa kanila dito, especially going into yung second half natin. Ayun nga, granted, medyo nakabalik yung PE on some of these other rounds, but at the same time, the recovery was so quick para dito sa EVOS na hindi man lang naka-enjoy dito yung PE going into the next one. So, EVOS, impressive stuff galing sa kanila dito. They're locked in.
Yung pagpulot ng EVOS sa sarili nila, heading into mid-round, or even to a dire spot na kailangan nga nilang itaguyod yung 2v2, yung mga 3v1s. That is the strong asset na meron dito ang EVOS Arcilia, no? Comparing it to Pacific, they're just putting in the stops, whether it would be from clutches, yung picks. Nandun na yun eh. Parang napaka-fixated na ng Pacific na umasa sa mga picks na meron sila and then try to execute a site na alam mo talagang tinataguyod pa rin ng EVOS, no? So it's a tough angle. Na mawawala nga si Yobi pero nandyan si Cetra. Mawawala si Cetra but there's still Elvin na naglalurk, no? So you can never be too sure kung ikaw ang Pacific na makakakuha ka ng dalawa pero nasa iyo na ang round na yun. Only EVOS can do what EVOS does best, is to return the favor, pre. Kung ano yung kinuha mo nung una, yun din ang ibabalik namin sa inyo.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the classic EVO, so nakita natin. I think they also usually do this pagdating sa mapa ng Ankara na where they just really hit A site as much as possible and then by the time na tail end na tayo na first half, that B site's wide open, pare.
Man, the cracks in the foundation nakikita na nga natin at open kill contract na ang EVOS para sa kung sino-sino dyan. Eagle Eye tapos na as we head into the next map. Ano ang masasabi ng ating panel? Mochi and Daydom, what are your insights?
Insights, man, all I could say is this seems like another lesson, no, para kay Pacific Esports to not choose Eagle Eye against the EVOS themselves, no. Para sila kasi nagpasimuno ng mga primary na mga galawan dito sa mapang ito na kinukuhanan na ng inspirasyon ng ibang mga kampo natin dito in the CF local scene and also harsh reality for Pacific that in terms of being online, dapat lahat, hindi lang ilan.
Exactly, no? And I feel like EVOS still are in firm control of this map. Now, granted, there are times we've seen them falter a little bit dito sa Eagle Eye up against teams like Stallions, no? But Pacific attempted that today with no dice, no luck dito. EVOS just felt like they were in complete control of the entire set. Even in rounds na nakakakuha ng rounds dito ang Pacific, no? The adjustment is just so quick from EVOS. Talagang kitang-kita mo ang dami nilang prepare for this map. And as Salvi and Sneaky were constantly bringing up, no, it's because of years of practicing and honing this particular map up against not just Philippine teams, no, international experience din. Madami din silang international experience that come into play dito sa mapang ito. And Pacific, unfortunately, are reminded harshly of that today. Napakatindi ng adjustment dito ng EVOS through each and every round. And of course, you can never count out the riflers and the firepower of EVOS. Whenever there is a moment where they need that to come in, it will. Itong moment ni KSA dito at the end of the game, paulit-ulit na siyang power position dito sa RS just because pinupuntirya yun ng Pacific. And that's the adjustment I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly. And the crazy thing here is pagka nakita ni EVOS na, uy, okay, medyo natalo tayo, naputol yung 5-round streak natin nung umpisa, ang bilis nila mag-adapt, nakapag-adjust sila kaagad-agad. And here is the current set summary na meron tayo ngayon, no? Tignan mo naman, 2K Cetra and the rest nakatungtong ng 1. On the other hand though, for Pacific Esports, it seems like everyone's disoriented. It feels like everyone's grasping for air here in order to keep themselves in check. But at the same time, feels like despite MVA having a, a bad day, currently dahil may sakit daw siya. Tignan mo naman, 1.23 pa rin ang kanyang KD and he's been able to perform so well. But unfortunately, some of the others haven't been able to follow up.
Absolutely. It's still EVOS, of course, that come out on top. Sabi mga everyone with a KD of more than or equal to 1, but it is Zetra that still is the standard bearer of a 1.2 kill per round. Talagang ibang level ka, Zetra. Among the best, you are still the best. At syempre, sino pa ba magiging set MVP natin? No other than the sniper of EVOS, Arcelia. Granted, no, 0 yung headshot per kill niya, but you don't need headshots when you're a sniper player. You need kills per round. At yun nga, 1.2 kills per round for Zetra and a 2.0 kill to death ratio. What more do you need from him?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yan lang din gawain niya dito, no? Makapitas at makapagbigay ng impormasyon sa kanyang mga kasama. Ika nga niya nung ating siya in-interview na nakaraan. And he's been able to do that well. I feel like well is an understatement. I feel like phenomenal yung pag-carry out niya ng kanyang trabaho dito, doing the dirty work. Unang first contact, especially when it comes to these types of situations, he's been able to perform up to his fullest. And the oftentimes, no, despite online lahat ng kanyang mga kasama, minsan kaya niya mag-isa no? Ganun katindi ang isang Zetra dito sa ating mapa ng Eagle Eye. And I am really curious now what's gonna happen here once we head into our second. Is there gonna be any changes? Is there gonna be any adjustments? Because if that would be the case, it feels like that's gonna be quite of a amount of work na kailangang i-address dito ng Pacific. Lalong-lalo na when it comes to their mental fortitude.
Absolutely, no. It's gonna be hard to come back from, especially after picking up that map. But, malalaman natin yan sa pagbabalik ng CFS Regional Finals. When we return, it's going to be Ankara in the battle of EVOS and Pacific. Kami nga pala ang paano nyo, Datum and Mochi. We'll be right back after this.
bida ang namumuno! Hindi pre! Ang tagonista lang yun! At si KSA tapos KSA gets the 4K! KNP! Yo, with that spray down! Oh! KSA!
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines battle.
Tuloy pa rin ang laban ng old and the new. Dito sa ating ikalawang mapa ng Ankara, Mochi and Datum nga pala pa rin ang inyong mga panel for tonight and we are gonna be witnessing further action later on.
Yes, Mochi. Ang tanong, makakabawi ba, makakabangon ba ang Pacific sa ating istoryang ito? Istoryang parang kasing tanda na ng Crossfire Philippines itself that is now coming into its precipice once more at Pacific fighting for tournament life. You have to remember, Mochi, pag natalo ang Pacific dito, they might as well say bye-bye to the playoffs ng regional finals.
Yes, which is another heartbreak, lalong-lalo na sa mga loyal fans natin dito for Pacific, no? And as well as the ones na matagal nang nakakatunghay ng kanilang istorya. Tulad na nasabi na, it's been going on for quite some time. Tale as told as time. Ika nga dito sa ating regional finals and man, it seems like EVOS has been able to crush them dito, no? Sa Eagle Eye, to say the least, because they weren't been able to answer back, no, sa EVOS. Pero let us see ano ang magiging outcome dito naman sa Ankara. Would this be a decider or not? Salvatore and the Sneaky Frog, please relay it to us.
Ito pa history lesson lang muna, no, sa ating mga manonood dyan. Pacific has never missed the top 4 since 2013. Sneaky Frog. Even nung panahon nung CFEL, even nung panahon nung nagko-compete pa sila sa WCG in order to para mapili natin kung sino ang magre-represent sa Pacific. In the year of 2025, may taning na ang Pacific heading into top 4. Being overtaken by Gaon Gaming, Execration, Stallions, and EVOS. We live in this modern age, Sneaky Frog, na lahat ng teams dito is an open target to be eliminated at para mabigyan ng kalungkutan. And this is the spirit of competition.
Yun nga, no? I still remember back in 2016, pare, commuting all the way to the north, pare, just to, cast yung 2016 CFEL, and Pacific was really on the top of their game, pare, when ZDD, was really leading the charge para sa team na to. And ayun nga, it's quite the nostalgia trip for a bit, pare, seeing this matchup once again. But at the same time, it could be, a conclusion of a dynasty, pare. Parang nga dito sa CFPH at ayun nga, it is definitely gonna be heartbreaking if it does happen. But at the same time, we all know yung Pacific, pare, they still have some fight left in them. And ayun nga, with Aiden leading the charge, having that youth on the team, pare, and the rest of the squad now slowly starting to activate, possibilities are endless para dito sa map number 2. But Ankara ang ating mapa, pare. EVOS, time and time again, proving us wrong about yung kanilang bad start sa mapa na to, pare.
Well, andito na tayo sa part, Sneaky Frog, no, na we just have to put it out yung stakes para sa Pacific. A symbol na hindi natin aakalain na pwede nga natin sabihin ngayon, no. If Pacific gets 2-0 right now, they will be tying Vanguard and as well as possibly NV Gaming in the bottom 8 para hindi na magkaroon ng pagkakataon heading into the top number 4. So ang tuluyan na maglalaban dito talaga in order to get at least some form of bragging rights is going to be Vanguard and as well as Pacific. Pero pre, sa tinagal ng panahon, pre, hindi natin binibigyan ng ultimatum ang Pacific. They've always been that team. Pero we are here to experience at sabihin ng mga masasakit na mga katagang gone are the days. Napaglipasan na ng panahon ang Pacific pero kailangan na nalang tanggapin. Pero eto na yung huling pagkakataon ng Pacific bumangon ulit mula sa laylayan. Can they get Ankara to force a map number 3 heading into port? Or will EVOS be the Dream Crushers once more dito sa CFS PH? Kel-Ara, rumekta kaagad sa TV as EVOS gets 2.
Grabe, the stakes are high in this game, but aggression is still the same para dito sa Pacific. And look at that other opening para dito kay Aldrin. Getting itong si Elvin. Pero Zetra, very aware of that push. Bypass position has been taken para sa kanya dito. KSA getting Justin. All of a sudden, it's Aiden in a 1 versus 2. C4 nakababa dito sa baba ng CA. Hukay position has yet to be taken. Pero tignan mo naman si Aiden. Second mid could be taken para sa kanya. Maybe he does want to go through bypass. Pero tignan mo naman ni EVOS. You know damn well they're gonna take their sweet time dito, Salvatore.
Yeah, timing is in the favor of EVOS actually, no? Like they could push any site and it would be a 50-50 still for Aiden, no? Unless Yobib tries to do something here, pero yun nga yung hindi mangyayari. Yobib will be winning the duel here at CA. And now EVOS gets the opening dito sa ating Ankara.
Yeah, and that's just EVOS stretching their legs, no? Dito sa mapa natin, checking if second mid is gonna be wide open, TB is gonna be wide open, and yun nga, KSA getting that very forward position really isn't ideal para dito sa depensa ng PE, who's trying to peel a bit far back to try and see if they can, you know, withhold information against itong EVO squad natin. But looking at this Vence, Aiden could be a victim, and that he is. Vence position taken dito ng EVOs. A site is under danger. Justin mag-isa lang dito sa top A. Pero Aldrin trying to see if he can trade this boy, and that he does. 3 versus 3. Aldrin Natron on top A. Zetra around the corner, pero Revenge very tight angle, still getting the headshot on Zetra. 3 versus 2. Medyo mahirap na to para sa EVOs, pare.
I mean, mahirap kasi you essentially have a gamble of sites na pwedeng dalawa, isa lang ang nakatao doon. But look at KSA individually playing down a site na may iwan si Elvin na nakalurk. Even the post plant, nandadaga pa rin si Elvin. How could you put your trust into KSA? Makikita nga natin kung may tataguin nga ba ito ni KSA nang siya nga lang muna mag-isa. No util whatsoever. KSA gets one! Parang matatahimik din siya ni MVA dito. Revenge in MVA. Teammates of the Dynasty ng Pacific. Nagparinig na nga ng defuse dito si Elvin. Look at that post plant. At si Revenge nagpapakita ng hibla ng damit. And MVA gets the save. And a beautiful post plant para sa EVOS, but an even better retake para sa Pacific.
Yeah, very nice job para sa Pacific. No, I was actually wary para dito kay Elvin if he's gonna pull the trigger on that CA push para makarating sila dito sa exit with that flank. And it seems like that hesitation is not gonna really help EVOS pagdating sa kanilang opensa dito sa A side. So it's back to basics para sa kanila dito. Just a default at the start of the round. Making sure na PE is gonna feel some presence in both A at B site. Pero tignan mo naman yung PE, no? Medyo peel back sa mid yung kanilang depensa dito. They really do trust Aldrin to hold the entirety of B site and HM. Pero nandito naman si Revenge. That's a shot. That's gonna change something dito sa round natin. KSA down 4 versus 5.
Yeah. What could be the outing of this 5v4? A lot of sequences during that Eagle Eye na kahit anong kunin na pick-off dito ng Pacific na ibabawi pa rin talaga ng EVOS. So it's now a strategic approach. Kung may makukuha nga bang isa ang EVOS, then execute, or kuha ng isa, sabay pabalik ng RS. Tumatakbo ang oras though, 1 minute and 17. I'm not really sure if EVOS still has enough resources and time para gawin yung isang pick sabay sibat. HM still being covered by Aldrin. Nagpaparandam sila sa CA pero wala pa ata silang kaalam-alam na merong mga nakapwesto na dito lang sa may TB kasi sobrang open ng HM Sneaky Frog. So Pacific now has to work individually kung papaganahin nga nila yung depensa. Yobib dry peeking this one. Kahit tumalon si Yobib, Revenge was able to pre-aim the angle. Kel Arang galing ng TB prep pero hindi naman sumunod si Cetra. He gets baited out of the fight. Justin and Revenge making it happen dito lang sa may B site as EVOS gets overwhelmed.
Grabe man, EVOS getting a taste of their own medicine don, Salvatore. You know, as far back as possible yung depensa dito ng PE really is just realistically a bear trap dito, and EVOS unfortunately walking into the wrong site with the wrong timing para sa kanila dito. Revenge, really good opener, and that's all they had to get pare for EVOS to get a bit desperate dito sa mapa natin. And PE now starting to get a roll dito sa Ankara. To be fair, Ankara not too far of a shout para dito sa PE. It is one of their main maps as well. Pero Justin, spray gonna be good for one. Revenge gonna try to cover his boy, and that he does. Keller mahuhulog dito. Zetra na lang natitira with the sniper. And PE, Pacific Esports, the defense is now starting to roll dito sa Ankara, pare.
Pacific just overtaking everybody at this point. Sa puntong pala na to, Sneaky, doon pa lang nakakuha ng lakas at momentum dito ang Pacific. And Cetra just quickly making work of Aldrin. But then again, the C4 is trapped dito lang sa may EA pre. Pwedeng ma-anticipate to ni Revenge kung makikita nga sila si Cetra na nasa arko na nga. Cetra mabibigyan pa ng pangalawang pagkakataon. Can he win this? I don't think he will be able to challenge Revenge. Na medyo mahirap nga mag-triple pick kung ikaw ang nakapwesto lang sa may LA. Si A na ang napusuan dito ni Cetra, and Revenge gets the better timing sa pag-crouch pick. And now Pacific putting a stamp dito sa kanilang first half.
Pacific Esports, seems like the revive is still here para sa kanila dito. 6-1 for Revenge after having not so good of a game pagdating dito sa Eagle Eye map natin. So, this resurgence galing sa PE, is it gonna be enough to really thwart itong opensa ng EVOS? EVOS still gonna take that very slow pace. At the same time, PE not really minding na ganito kabukas yung kanilang mid position, no? Considering na covered naman ng second mid player. But that's a lot of trust to have on one person, and EVOS can take advantage, no? Pwede sila mag-body system in order to clear this. Pero wala rin, far back talaga.
Man, like, you can never be too sure, no? It's really tough to even call any aggressive plays kung ikaw ang Pacific. It's not always Christmas, no? Kung gagawin at yun nga yung hangarin mo. It worked 2 times, pero EVOS is not that far from the tree pre para basahin kung ano yung nangyayari sa mapa ngayon. So may early information ng Pacific because of the chip damage na nakuha ni KSA. At the same time, this is EVOS that is slowly now executing their play into B site. Pwedeng mag-ingay dito lang sa may HM, magugulantang yung tatlong nasa A site pre. So now, Aldrin now on TB duty. Revenge nasa HM na nga. Look at the separation now and the divergence of the smoke covered kagad yung RS pre. So this is not the chance for EVOS to make a play nang pwede maiwan si MVA and as well as Elvin. So yeah, it's tough. Both teams have setups pre.
Dominates. Grabe, they're taking their sweet time itong EVOS. Salvatore making sure all those nades, all those flashes are not going to be available para dito sa Pacific. Aldrin around the corner. See if that flash is going to be effective. Even the peek before the flash, KSA still gets itong si Aldrin. Revenge still on the side. MVA Justin actually following suit dito sa loob ng RS. Pero pa rin tao na nasa loob ng batteries. But of course, Elvin denying Aiden that flank as he flanks himself. Keller wanting to enter the site, and that he does. Wala na si Revenge, wala nang sniper yung PE. C4 plant available para sa EVOS. MVA around the corner, getting KSA. Dami pa pwedeng kunan dito. MVA gonna go down, and KLR around the corner will get Justin. EVOS, the machine is now starting to roll dito, Salvatore. The BL side ng EVOS starting to come alive.
Yeah, EVOS now kick-starting ang kanilang makina nga dito, no, para gumana nga yung slow pace na push dun lang sa may B market pre. Could you have imagined? Oh my goodness! Teka lang, KSA, na para bang meron kang software na nakabukas na hindi namin nakikita. Oh my God. Si Revenge pa talaga ang nakuha mo? Full bloom na yung smoke? Oh my goodness. Kamot sa mga parte ng katawan na hindi naman dapat kinakamot pre, kasi masakit yon para sa Pacific. That is now 1 Arctic down, pero si Aiden ang susunod na may hawak ng Mjolnir dito ni Revenge. And now, a 5v4 heard around the world dun sa pick-off na ginawa ni KSA as PE now on their second phase of defense. 3-man stack dito lang sa may LA.
Yeah, 5 versus 4. I mean, HK pre-fire, no? Straight up laser yan, pare. Pag finastap po rin kasi, you know? I mean, if you know exactly where a player is gonna stand at a certain point, pare, why not? KSA, look for more opportunities. Dito sa HM, Aldrin could be up next on the menu. USP in his hand, still gets itong si Justin despite him going through the window. Zetra will get Aiden. MVA? Quick trade, pero Zetra is quicker. Aldrin na lang natitira. AK-47 nasa kanyang kamay. 2 nades. And EVOS. Tie point potentially dito, pare. Aldrin. Yun nga, pulag. Sinabugan na dito, pare. I don't think this is gonna happen.
33 on the clock.
Yup.
KSA with the easiest pre-aim angle of his life sa may exit. Yeah, that post plant is something that every team, every aspiring team na nangangarap na ganun nga sila kalakas. Kalingkinan pa lang yan, 1% pa lang ng EVOS ang pinapakita nila every time there is a mid-round and post plant.
Uy, full on aggression.
And it's now an aggression here dito lang sa may mid-side. Reminiscent of 8v8s dito lang sa may Ankara, pre. Pero ito may mga nakatayang pride. And it's now Pacific that has the number. And Keller gets taken down. Susunod ngayon si Elvin. Justin. Minamap lang yung floor dito lang sa mid. And Pacific stopping the EVOS momentum with that aggression sa may CA.
And this just goes to show na PE can also throw curveballs dito sa game natin. The aggression coming in from TB and LA at the same time. EVOS obviously trapped in that situation, pare, as they were trying to take itong A site. And unfortunately for them, too many players in front of their crosshairs is gonna overload them. Revenge is gonna get itong si Kellar, though. Presence on the other side of the map is a bit thin. Pero EVOS, they're just gonna send it on A site, pare.
They have enough resources. I think sapat. Kompleto pa yung sinturon dito ni Yobib pati ni Setra. But Yobib not getting the timing right. At si Aiden full blinded. Pinalampas ni Yobib. Pero Elvin gets the good swing. 1v3 na nga lang to. And that is a misplay para sa EVOS. A rare occasion na nagkakamali nga sila sa kanilang mga timing. But Pacific just threw one heck of a util dun sa may vents. At nagkukumahog at tila na bulag lahat ng EVOS.
Yeah, that really late flash galing dito kay Justin, really doing quite the delay para dito sa EVOS na pare. Na-stuck sila dito sa loob ng vents. KSA obviously not too blinded, climbing up on the box, but unfortunately he is expected nga dito ni Justin. So the A-side defense now starting to work para sa PE. And EVOS, you know, low-key having to go back to tradition, pare. Some of these rounds looking like 2022 finals. With the pure executes, no information being given dito ng PE. This is feeling classic, pare.
3 members. Kung hindi mo isasama si Elvin kasi pinaglalaroan niya lang bypass pati itong mid-side na to. Yeah, 3 members na nag-aamba ng ingay dito lang sa may EA, pre. And that is a direction na EVOS wants to take, pre. Yung pag-aamba, yung pag-iingay, yung paghalakhak ng Pacific na pwede na tayo mag-rotate, pwede na. Yun yung hinahanap na opening ni EVOS, pre. Now, it's as simple as trying to take handy off a baby here for EVOS as they're just holding down every angle that Pacific has the tendency to be aggressive to. Pero hindi na, pre, like ibang anyo na ngayon ng EVOS. It just took too long dun lang sa may A site. And they're now going back to mid. Might be a TB execute at inaantay lang nila kung may mahanap si KLR.
Oo nga, ang ganda sana kung makahanap nga si KLR ng spot dito. Just a tiny distraction para sa hotel players. Pero Aldrin around the corner, AK check. Yobib down, Zetra. Waiting for that full swing galing dito kay Aldrin. Quick scope gonna work. C4 still known entity dito sa TB. Pwede pa silang bumalik dito sa HM in order to gain some space. Pero Justin, live and alive dito. Double nade. Avoided dito ni KLR. Zetra making it to CA. But no, Justin with a wallbang. EBR effective for that one. 4 versus 3. EVOS. The slow crawl. PE welcoming it, pare. And wala na sila mapuntahan dito. Vents position. KSA, it's a bit desperate. 10 seconds left on the C4 plant. He's gonna need to swing hard. Takes 2 seconds to plant. KSA. Flash dodge. Not gonna work out. Revenge looking for KLR. Mamamatay siya dito. Elvin will get the C4 plant. Pero hindi niya makukuha yung round. 6-3 PE. What a derby dito sa Ankara, pare.
Men, we are getting treated to a slugfest, pre. Labanan kung sino ang may matigas na mental talaga, pre. That slow pace from EVOS, definitely unexpected call mula kay KLR, pero naisip lang din ng Pacific nang wala naman nangyayari sa mapa, ba't kailangan nating lumikot? Men, what a first half for Pacific. I guess you could say this is a rare occasion, Sneaky, na minsanan nga silang makakuha ng isang magandang half. But from what we've seen from the past 2 weeks of tournament competition, mapapasabi ka na nga lang talaga na minsan lang mangyari to para sa Pacific. Yo, Bib! Kumukuha muna ng onting alas mula dito kay Cetra as he gets the control over here at Hotel, and he gets another one, punishing Aiden with that push. And this is now the indestructible GR side of EVOS. At alam ng Stallions ang naging tadhana nga nila nung nilaban nila ang Ankara up against EVOS in this particular side.
Yeah, and that double sniper is gonna be one of the main reasons why this defense is so annoying. Salvatore, Yobib has had his fair share of being the main sniper of the team. And now, it's paying off para sa kanila dito. Justin will go down. Revenge will get Elvin in return though. 1 HP para dito kay Revenge. MBA not too healthy as well. Medyo mahirap na to para sa PE. EVO starting to clamp down yung kanilang depensa. Their signature defense on Ankara, one of the hardest in the league to actually penetrate. Pero Revenge, any opportunity is still an opportunity. KLR, nandito lang sa RS. Wala talagang pinapakita dito. Ang EVO's KLR will show himself. MBA around the corner. Pero tignan mo si KLR, that's an info play para dito sa HM.
Oh my God, NVA, if you get KLR, that's total control of Ares at pressured na si Yobib dito. At KLR! Oh my God, KLR! The wall bang of the M4, hindi pa napapanahon, Sneaky.
Yun
It's
lang.
still that effective para dito kay Michael Alfonso. And EVOS just signaled the horns and the rally. Oras na para gumawa ng malaking harang dito sa GR side ng EVOS Arcilia. 5-man stack dito sa LA.
I think this is gonna be a full execute para dito sa PE. EVO's gonna have to be a bit quick with the reactions. KLR bawas na agad. 2 HEs to his head, pero mapapaback dito yung PE. I think they thought na, yun nga, we're getting a bit too noisy dito sa LA for a full-on execute. So, it's just gonna chill for now. Pero ang ganda ng ginawa nila doon. They did feign that A-side presence dahil nga doon, B-side is a bit thin. And PE gonna have to take advantage of that timing, pare. Pero EVOS, similar sa ginagawa dito ng PE at the start, where they're not really minding itong mid. KSA, bit of a joust dito sa fence. Oh, pero Cetra will taste the dirt. KSA will get 2. 3 versus 3. Aldrin around the corner, pare, will get him. PE on a roll to this A-side, Salvatore.
And it's now time for EVOS to make a move. Pero Pacific, alam na nila sa sarili nila, meron silang kalamangan dito. Yobib, walang nagpaparamdam sa default, Sneaky. So, this is just timing para kay Elvin na either umikot or pabayaan nila na lang A-site na to. So yeah, total control now of Pacific. No one's looming into the radar of Yobib, and there goes the plant. Time running down. Ang layo ng pinanggalingan dito ni Elvin. Nagmula pa siya ng bypass pre, now heading into LA. There is enough coverage para sa A-site, pero bababa na nga ngayon si Revenge. MVA na on EA. 19 seconds pre. A tough task para dito sa dalawang natitira na lang sa EVOS. Sa dalawang Prodigy, can they make it work? Headshot para kay Elvin. MVA now going back into room A. Mahaharangan nga dito si Elvin at wala ng oras dito si Golden Boy. Aldrin just playing around the time as the C4 explodes. EVOS took their time, pero yun yung kulang sa kanila pre, oras.
You can really see Pacific actually telling itong si Revenge to kind of pull back dito sa may Vince position natin, Salvatore, but he's gonna go for that second peek every single time. But the absolute delay na ginagawa ng PE on these retake situations is really hurting this offense, but the defense is now starting to act up as well. Revenge nakuha si Elvin, pero dalawa na naman ang namatay para dito sa PE. Justin and Aiden out of the question. Now they only have MVA and Aldrin as their attackers here. Revenge, kailangan niya makahanap ng pick dito, pare.
EVOS is on a mountain right now. para talaga angatin yung 3-round deficit na meron nga sila. Aldrin able to clear out RS pre, pero nandoon pa ang dalawang puwersa ng EVOS dito lang sa may batteries and as well as sa may tower.
Hindi alam.
Hindi pa nga alam, hindi pa alam. KLR not cleared, pero MBA and Aldrin spraying it down. KSA now on the 1v2, 38. Tila nawawalan na ng mid-round ngayon ng EVOS as Pacific just getting the frags down so effortlessly. And the gunfights are gunfighting para sa Pacific, pre. EVOS throwing caution in the wind, pero Pacific, kita mo nga naman nang wala lang yun para sa kanila.
Pacific Esports looking for that poetic map number 3 here, Salvatore. Port would be quite the exciting map to play out if ever makaabot nga tayo doon. PE, 2 more rounds to close out EVOS' map pick of Ankara, pare. And as we do see PE, yung PL side nga nila dito sa mapa na to, obviously also one of the hardest to play up against. I mean, you have Revenge, Justin, Aiden looking for opportunities sa start ng round always. And you still have NBA also making presence known dito sa A side, pare. PE are all over the place dito sa mapa na to, but seems like a B commit yung gusto nilang gawin dito, men.
Yeah, it's still a tall order para sa EVOS, no? But at the same time, you can never be too sure that this lead is going to be something that Pacific is going to take on a chokehold. Yo, babe! Look at that aggressive swing. Justin naging biktima din ng pag-hold ni Yo, babe, as Elvin is now the second layer of defense. Hindi niya nga matataguyod yung depensa dito lang sa may B site. Now 3v2. Buti na nga lang nandun nga si Cetra to save the bacon now of EVOS. As Yobe and Cetra was able to garner a lot of kills para mahirapan dito ang Pacific.
Ares.
Now time running down. Aiden nakalason.
Kaso aware yata si Aldrin eh. Aware yata
Rinig
si Aldrin. May tao sa likod. Aiden about to check KLR, and I think he actually spotted nung si KLR thanks to the death cam. So known entity yung dalawang players. Aldrin, information on 2. Pero sniper ang kanya hawak dito. That's 1. 2F player confirmed. So hindi alam kung saan magagaling itong si Cetra. KLR showing presence, pero Cetra wanting to confirm na naandito pa siya sa bottom mid. Pero tignan mo kung saan nakatingin dito si Aldrin. Aldrin finding his way back into tunnels B. Mukhang hindi. He might just get shot. Guaranteed. Scope right then and there. Evo securing the round 8-5. Still fighting dito sa Ankara map natin. PE still opportunity para sa kanila dito to end things. Pero EVOS, hindi nila bibigyan ng libre dito.
And this is now the EVOS that should know bounds. Parang hindi na nila afford magkaroon ng pagkakamali dito because Pacific really knows how to punish those mistakes. Kaya nga, nasa sitwasyon na tayo na 8-5 na yung scoreline nga natin. And every round has to count. Every risk has to be taken. Yun na yung ginagawa dito ng panunugal dito ng EVOS. 1 layer down for Pacific. There's still more to go. Wala pang aggression nagpaparamdam dito para sa Pacific. EVOS na mismo ang gumagawa ng paraan, Sneaky.
Yo, Bib, looking for that other player na nasa bypass. That's gonna be Justin down. 3 versus 5. Tragic start to the round para dito sa PE. Pero Yo, Bib, individuals are now starting to shine para dito sa EVOS, especially when the pressures are on its highest. Pero Revenge gonna hop his way back into CA. Sobrang low na yung HP ng mga PE players. Not gonna be good news para sa kanila if ever they do run into an M4. Put the cross into HM. Gonna be there for free. Elvin Yogbib not minding. Pero si Zetra yung nakabantay dito. RS now has been delayed. Information, Zetra. Papasok nga dito sa RS. Pero Elvin double headshot on the M4. Instantly finishing off to Zetra getting Aldrin. And in an instant, that round was over. 8-6. EVOS.
Oh my
2
God.
points away from PE, pare.
Pre, sino ba yung nagpakalembang dun kay Elvin para umalis dun sa TV, pre? Kina-crouch pick niya lang yun, and then the moment na nakaramdam siya ng pagyanig, pre, umalis na kagad siya. Yo, Bib, not getting the first one, but the second one is gonna hit through the smoke as the Golden Boy is making diamonds out of the pressure na binabato ng Pacific.
Hala.
NBA now with the entry dito lang sa may bench, pero umaatras na nga si Yobib trying to reposition himself. KSA now, added defense. para sa pumapasok na members na Pacific. KSA 1, another para kay KLR, double! Can he get that triple kill? Yes, he will! El Capitan para isalba ang EVOS Arcilia. What a triple by KLR!
Grabe naman yon, KLR with a triple kill enabled by KSA. Nakita mo si KLR, di ba, Salvatore? He just walks straight past KSA because he knows that left stairs is gonna be safe thanks to his entry fragger, pare. Grabe naman the full trust on his teammates. KLR getting a better position on that top A better angle. And PE are stunned. Granted, this has been a great game para sa kanila dito, pero EVOS, they're not the type to take this one lying down, pare.
We were convinced, Nikki, no, na yung 8-4 na yun parang pagkakataon na ng PE after Cetra not getting any shots. Yobib, tila kinuha na ngayon responsibilidad dito ni Cetra, KSA as well. And the moment that Elvin and KLR was able to just wake up from the slump ng first half na yun, nag-ring na yung alarm clock dito ng EVOS para gumising na nga. Aldrin now with the lurk dito lang sa may hotel. BR no longer covered here by EVOS, and that's a huge threat down para sa Pacific.
Gonna be a bit of a quieter round para sa PE, knowing na nasa kanila na yung first pick. Elvin out of the picture already. Second mid control. Not gonna be in the hands dito ng EVOS. Instead, they're gonna be pushing their full focus dito sa TB. Cetra na bahala dito sa hotel area natin. It's gonna be the double sniper that's gonna have to do the most work dito sa kanilang depensa. Aiden waiting for the perfect timing around the corner, pero si Yobib na mismo ang titingin. Quick scope gonna be there. That's the first player down. Zetra, that's gonna be Justin. The double sniper is doing its work here. Salvatore, the defense is so strong, pero Yobib surprised with the USP of their own sniper this time. Pero EVOS, Zetra seeing two around the corner. You see that headshot? Oh my God, nasabukan ng bungo dito si Matt. Revenge. Last one left alive, dumbfounded. What happened to this B push? I thought we had it. Pero hindi pala. KSA around the corner, jumping shot on the HK. It's gonna take a miracle para kay Revenge na makabalik dito. KLR, M4, spray, headshot there. 8-8. EVOS are back.
Back indeed. And in tiger form nga naman, pre, now hunting down their prey. That is Pacific. Lumalapit na nga ang EVOS, pre. A huge deficit of 4 points para sa Pacific. Tila naging bula na lang na pinutok na kagad ng EVOS, pre. Just like that, we are now into 8-8 score lines, Nikki. And would you believe it, the double sniper, the one strat na kinatakutan ng Ubek Maniac last year during regional grand finals is now biting Pacific in the behind, pre.
Grabe. And this double sniper, man. I mean, Zetra and Yobib. Like, how do you stop that? Kung kayo yung kabilang side ng server dito, pare.
You don't. You just can't. Pre,
force a miss.
Ilan yung naging chances ng Pacific na i-double, i-triple pick, lasunin si Yobib at si Zetra. Last round pa lang, pre, testamento na yun. No? Gusto nga nilang i-double pick si Zetra. Anong nangyari, pre? You just can't, pre. They're always just one step ahead.
A-side looking dangerous. KSA repick, not ideal para sa kanya dito. 2 nades on that top A position. Mapapaback si KSA, pero Yobib right on the heels dito ng PE. Revenge on the behind. Still gets killed! Nakatingin na sa zone! How did Yobib hit that shot? 4 versus 4. It's not yet over. Meron pa na nasa loob ng vents. That could be a difference maker. KLR can set up one flash that can disintegrate itong buong retake defense ng PE. But who is gonna strike first? 25 seconds left para dito sa EVOS na makapasok ng A-site. Aldrin na dito sa room A exit. Assault on all sides para dito sa EVOS. Justin's gonna go down. Keller's gonna come first on the top A position. Both floor A players die. The spray's gonna go through Zetra. 1 versus 2. 10 seconds left. It's not gonna be enough. Aiden, 2 HP as he clears the last of EVOS dito sa top A. PE hang on for 9th dito sa game natin. EVOS cannot win the fight sa A-side, pare.
And si Zetra ang naiwan sa may ladder, pre. Bakit nga ba hindi pa sumunod si Zetra kay KLR? Nagka-opening na si Elvin at si Yobi pre sa may LA. All they had to do was play the timing right.
I think KSA
Nung nawala na yung smoke, Keller had the angle. But it just didn't work kasi MVA and Aldrin just had the better spacing. That execute was already good para sa EVOS pre. Talagang milagro yung nagsalba sa Pacific and their own position as well. No way. No way in other timelines pre na Pacific should have won that round. Pero Aiden and MVA, isang malaking pasasalamat kung ikaw ay kadugo ng Pacific ngayon. It's now time for EVOS to lay it all on the line. 4 more rounds ang hiling ng EVOS Arcilia dito. And Aiden, naispatan si KSA. And that's already one information handed by a silver platter here for Pacific.
Now, it is up to PE to read this defense right. Alam pa nila na naandito si Elvin as well as that anti-flash position in order to help itong si Kellar to clear this EA players. But it's gonna take one good shot to take out itong si Kellar pare, and the rest of the site is gonna fall. Pero PE, actually backing off of this A-take pare. Interesting decisions para dito sa PE, and napapick dito si KSA. Oh no. Could be the beginning of the end. Pero Yobib spotting itong si Aiden. Aldrin could not get him. It's a 1-for-1.
And Aldrin didn't even bother to re-engage all the time in the world, and as well as advantage para sa EVOS. And once more, multo na naman na A-site entry para sa EVOS, but this time they now have to make it work up para makita pa kanilang extrang 4 rounds. Elvin with the miraculous double kill. Ang lalim ng kinuha. Bakit ka nandun, Justin? Bakit? Bakit ang lalim ng kinuha mong pwesto? No way! EVOS Esports pushing it to overtime, and the derby is far from over, Sneaky Frog. After the fumble from Pacific, bakit ginawa ng Pacific yun?
Grabe man, the old kings are called kings for a reason dito pare. Pacific Esports, it seems like they're not ready for their dynasty to be over yet dito sa CFS PH. And they seem like they still want to be alive here, man. Ankara, a map that's all too familiar with Pacific pare. And finally, they've gotten to a point where they have gotten toe-to-toe with one of the best in the Philippines. Grabe EVOS, man. Just as lethal pagdating sa mapa na to, Salvatore. I mean, Zetra coming alive in the second half. Yobib with his revelation on that double sniper, pare. It really is just the occasional overextension, that occasional missed fight na nangyayari para sa EVOS. And the margins are getting thinner, pare. You can feel Pacific Esports starting to level up dito sa series natin. And EVOS, they're gonna need to end it right then and here, pare.
Na para bang naglagas ng balat tong EVOS na to, na nagpakita muna ng vital signs. Pero yun lang pala ang pagkakataon ng EVOS na mabait out ang Pacific into forcing those A sites and as well as mid-action. Aldrin and Aiden palagi na lang nahuhuli. Revenge trying to challenge out LA. The moment na nahanap ng Pacific yung opening dun lang sa may A site, they've always made sure na yun nga yung site na makukuha nga nila. B site is a paradise para dito sa EVOS kasi hindi nakukuha ng Pacific talaga eh.
Okay.
And wait just a minute, Elvin Moleno. Hindi na si Yobi bang may hawak dito. And Revenge gets traded quickly. And what is this adjustment by EVOS? And Elvin, hindi niya makukuha dito yung bangkay ni MVA. Now 3v3, Justin now on exit duty. Central, look at that HP bar. Makakasalo ng boga si Justin and Aldrin. But it's not enough for them to be taken down just yet. The chip damage is just too strong. EVOS now on the post plant.
Uy, Kellar. Can't spot itong si Justin around the corner. Good flash. Oh, he still gets si Justin somehow on the reflick. Kellar, fully blinded. He sees the light, but he sees red as well. Top 8 position. Last left alive, Aldrin. Trying to scramble para mahanap itong si Zetra pare, pero si Kellar nakatakas na dito sa exit. Somehow, someway, Aldrin ended up in a bad situation. EVOS! How have you turned this? What?
EVOS has a different dimension, pre. Saan ka nakakita na tila ba advantage na ng Pacific yung blind na binato nila, tas si KLR pa mismo yung Yamado. Tapos, after that blind, Cetra was able to reposition para ma-sandwich pa si Aldrin, pre. And that is the 1% I'm telling you, Sneaky Frog. Yung post-plant na meron ng EVOS, hindi ko mahulma sa isip ko paano nangyari yun.
Ay, benta pa sa akin yung late yung dodge na eh. It's like the dodge came in 1 second later and the reflex still hit. So, God bless you, Kellar. He somehow hit that shot. Pero LA, target yata dito ng Pacific. I mean, CA, at least alam dito ng PE is gonna be not occupied for now. Pero tignan mo na, look at how far back EVOS are playing, pare. That's your second nade, man. You know, can't be wasting flashes dito sa Salvador.
Wala eh, pre. Gumastos na nga sila eh. But, you can't even call it a fake out. Hindi mo pwedeng tawagin na abahan lang yun.
Ay, sorry for tumama.
Na para bang pag binato nila yung flash, pre, may na-flash, pre, may na-flash. Hindi, pre.
Pero di ko yung boss hindi tasto na.
Hindi ganun yun. Ay, nako. Well, yun talaga eh. Yung talagang pingutan na ng tenga lang. That's all EVOS could bank for, and same goes for Pacific. And now, once more, the 40-second execute patented para sa EVOS. The control dito sa may CA, that's the threat. Pero mas masakit pa to kung manggagaling ng LA yung tatlong pwedeng pumuelo dito lang sa may Vents or even EA. Elvin still has the flashes and as well as the smokes para kay Cetra. And KSA now with the fake flash. Nakakalain nga nila sa hotel sila manggagaling. Pero si KSA nang setup lang ng mousetrap dito. As he is now the lurk that is being threatened now here by Pacific. Aldred blinded, hindi siya makapag-re-engage dito. 20 seconds left. C4 nasa bench pa rin at KSA nakuha ang opening dito kay Aldrin 15 seconds. Eden and Justin nagro-rotate. May kalaban kayo sa room A and Elvin now spraying it down. Pacific gets caught off guard. What a call by EVOS.
Grabe, what a call. HM distraction B site. Make as much noise as possible. Napaalis sila ng A dito, pare. Kellar will get MVA. Revenge will go down.
Oh my God!
The macro masterpiece of EVOS in that round, pare. Napaalis tuloy sila doon.
Oh, akala ata ng Pacific, no time, pre. Trap ng EVOS. Hindi nila alam kanina pang nakataguyod yung camping trip ni ni KSA doon sa may HM and let alone Cetra on Vents. That flash single-handedly broke down the foundation of the dynasty, pre. Hindi barel, hindi maso, hindi martilyo at hindi rin armas. Isang bulag sa mata ang humiwalay sa Pacific para makita nila ang playoffs. At yun ang pinakamasakit na dinanas ng Pacific, pre.
Grabe, EVOS stringing PE along dito sa mapa natin. Grabe man, pati yung desperation na fake dito ng EVOS. It really is jarring to see kasi yun nga, PE struggling, EVOS hitting them with something new, no? Some new macro. That 2025 macro na pinag-uusapan nga natin dito. It's not always about that mid-rounding. The creativity is now starting to show for the younger players. Pero EVOS, steady dito sa kanilang hold. Steady sa kanilang dito default.
Absolutely, pre.
Oh, but KSA, I mean, pati ako, hindi ko alam gagawin na EVOS dito.
Pre, I'm telling you, pre, that 40-second execute, doon pa lang tayo makakaramdam. And they're now playing their time once again. And there goes the flash. Dito lang sa may EA, pre, tatlo na yung pinadala nila. Medyo naaambahan na yung PE dito lang sa may A site. And can EVOS scatter around para malaman nga nila na iisa o dalawa lang ang nakatao dito lang sa may B site. Revenge on TB. Pero the Crossfire, look at the execute. Sumala si Kapitan. Oh no, Pacific crumbling under the pressure. Elvin and Aldrin. Wait, Aldrin. Si Aldrin pa lang gumagawa dito. Yobib getting the lurk. Si Aldrin natrapan pa rin dito lang sa may batteries. Yobib na lang ang natitira. 20 seconds. Yung C4 nasa batteries. Harang si Aldrin. Aiden challenging. Yobib, the golden boy.
10 seconds.
9 seconds left. Aldrin now setting down the challenge line drawn in the sand. And Aldrin saving grace para sa Pacific. 1 round lang ang pagitan ng El Clasico natin.
Grabe, Aldrin. The man who willed Pacific in this OT, back in this game. Grabe, the one-man defense on that B side. 5 headshots on the AK-47, pare. And there's no words, man. Mind-blowing gameplay galing dito kay Aldrin in the times where Pacific is most desperate, pare, for anything to work. Aldrin is there to step up to the plate, pare. But Pacific, small leeway para sa kanila dito sa series natin. And are they gonna take advantage? I mean, EVOS, obviously, second half ng ating laruan, it is gonna be that fated side para sa kanila dito.
And I just couldn't. Pre, hindi ko ma-intake. Parang kulang yung tubig at pagkain para bumalik yung anyo natin dito, pre. EVOS just throwing every precautionary measures para mag-ingat sila sa HM, pero nadali pa rin sila ni Aldrin. And prior to that round, basag ang mental ng Pacific, pre. So that recovery time was so short, pero napagana pa rin ng Pacific. And it's now time once more to put even more pressure dito sa Pacific, pre. The strongest side of EVOS dito sa Ankara, as Pacific's hopes and dreams to making it dun sa kanilang top form, nandun pa rin. Nasa gilid lang. Ang tanong, maaabot nga ba ng braso nga nila?
Yeah, double sniper setup, no, para dito sa EVOS once again. Yobib back on the TRG. Has been one of the main problems dito ng PE, no, especially in those 4v5s. Despite them having the advantage, you know, they get too overconfident in swinging some of these corners. And I like yung ginagawa dito ng EVOS, actually. The longest ranges you can possibly ask for. 2F and itong RS. Pero Zetra, fully aware of that position. Yobib. Ooh, Revenge actually getting Yobib. A very nice shot from the original Filipino sniper. But let's see if the B side could be wide open dito, pare. Nades, flashes. Everything is gonna start to get thrown. Zetra will get Revenge somehow, some way. Thin margins. But he still gets him. MBA.
Oh my God.
Stuck sa loob ng batteries dito, pare. Rest of PE holding it down. Pero EVOS, magkakalat yata sila dito, pare.
Kailangan, pre. Individual play na naman ang kailangan iba to dito ng EVOS, kasi si Justin at si MBA hindi mo maramdaman sa site. 22 seconds. EVOS is blowing so much precious time. Justin nakahawak sa TV. Nakita niya na nga si Elvin. And look at this post plant by Pacific Esports. Napakaganda nga. Nagpapadala na ng mensahe ang Pacific na buhay pa rin ang Dynasty. What a hold by Pacific, and an even better post plant. Ubos ang lahi ng EVOS kahit anong rotation pa yung binato nila.
Be 11 to 11. And this is the point where you start wishing dito, if you're on either side of the server, who is gonna get the first crack. Dito sa game natin, flash dodged. Known entity itong si Yobib sa loob ng CA. He's been trying to get picks over and over again. Pero MBA will actually just hide. Yobib will get itong si Aiden for free and will get away just in time. Pero ina-assault na yata dito yung hotel, pare. Aldrin looking for any opportunities.
Okay, now, holding si nahuli si Elvin, pre. Masyado daw malikot sa mapa. Nabasa pa ni Aldrin yun. KSA now on his last legs, pre. At kinuha niya na nga yung Arctic. Oh my God, it's a triple sniper setup now by EVOS. Lahat tayo pamilyar na pamilyar kung gaano ka-deadly to. Pero nandyan pa rin ang pagkakataon ng Pacific para maging laro nga nila to. 1 minute and 23. Kung gapang para sa Pacific, itong second bid na to bukas, na para bang nagka-canvas lang ng bakanting lote ang Pacific dito sa may B-side, pre. Libreng-libre, walang binayaran. Rekta kagad sa tanim ang Pacific.
EVOS, retake possibility, KLR. Will get itong si Justin, doesn't have to commit to that fight just yet. B-side has been confirmed, pero alam ba nila na naan dito si Aldrin inside of that respawn side. Yobib turning around in time, pero nakabaos pa nga siya kahit papano. Kellar around the corner, predicted by MBA. KSA, Zetra na lang natitira. Aldrin will be shot down. Revenge MBA, last two left alive, last two bastions of this PE retake defense. KSA around the corner. Quick scope gonna hit on Revenge. MBA spotted. Zetra nakatalikod. KSA looking for the 1v1, pero wala na yata oras dito, Salvatore. That's PE for 12.
That is so sure para sa Pacific. Kahit nga ba naging aggressive dun si Revenge, yung alay ng buhay niya doon para talaga i-force ni Cetra tsaka ni KSA yung laban na yun, pre. Was much precious time na sinaya nga ng EVOS, pre. Huli na ang lahat, EVOS. Wala na silang nagawa doon. Pacific, it took time. Pero gumagana na ngayon. Na-expose na ang GR side ng EVOS during the overtime. At ito ng pinakamahalaga, pre. Kasi patapos na. Hindi sa kung paano ka nagsimula, sa kung paano mo tatapusin. Pacific, medyo nadihado during the second half. Pero kung sa overtime naman magkakatalo, kukunin na ng Pacific yun. And now EVOS, with allotted time on their hands, meron pa silang oras dito para makapag-isip-isip kung i-stack nga madali ang A or mag-HM na lang sila. Aldrin, look at the patience, pre. Na para bang statwa lang siya.
Zero info talaga, no, Salvatore. No one's getting any info whatsoever. And I think aware na yata yung PE na Yobi will either peak itong CA and or second mid with that TRG. Will always look for that first opportunity. Kaya sobrang play safe lang dito yung PE. They're trying to put the Dark Prince offline early. Dito sa overtime natin, Yobib still aggressively looking. Pero nag-iba siya ng baril dito. That could be bad news. Aldrin, very aware of his position now. TB ang gustong kunin dito ng PE. Pero EVOS lumipat na dito sa A side. The fake is gonna work. And there's only two players defending. Nades are gonna go fly. B side wide open. And it is another free B side pa na naman to. Revenge, nakuha na naman si Zetra. B side, ownership of PE. Elvin out in the open dito sa HM, punished by Aldrin. A 3 versus 5. A misread of epic proportions para sa EVOS. They thought it was A, but it's gonna end up in B. And that's gonna be PE 13 and 11. We go to port.
And that is the series. Now wherein, pre, like, I couldn't even put into words kung gaano kagulo yung angkaran na yun, pre. Pero kung ipapadala mo ang old gods kasama ang new gods, pre, lahat ng basyo ng bote, lahat ng kalakal at lahat ng pundasyon ng building dito sa Angkara, pre, gugunaw at gugunaw talaga sa init ng laban, pre. That Angkara, parang naglalabanan talaga ng utak na parang hindi na baril yung kinalaman dito, eh. Pacific just showcasing everybody. Wala pa. Buhay pa ang Pacific. Hindi pa tapos hanggat hindi pa sinasabi naming tapos. Pinalamang na kayo. Gusto nyo pang manalo. Yun ang sinabi ng Pacific, pre. And EVOS Esports tried. Nandoon na, pre. It was handed every information during that second phase of the overtime. It just felt like nothing, pre. Grabe.
It comes from the classic players as well. Galing dito sa PE, no? I mean, Aldrin and MVA, both of them stepping up in very, very crucial rounds dito, pare. PE on another level. I feel like Ankara is a lot more comfortable para sa kanila dito. And ayun nga, it's just jarring to see na EVOS, after having such a good read after game number 1 at game number 2 for most of the time, a misread, a simple fake galing dito sa PE on that A side, and they bit hard on it, which is very uncharacteristic para sa kanila dito. And obviously, Zetra, yun nga, no, that downturn of performance para sa kanila dito, forcing Yobib to also go on that sniper, even though usually yung nagsa-second sniper naman sila dito. But ayun nga, no, I feel like we needed more punch galing dito sa EVOS, pare.
Nawala na. Tila ba hindi na kinaya ng gods abutin yung lupain na kinatatayuan dito ng Pacific, pre. And there couldn't be any more of a way to end the day sa isang El Clasico na kailangan nga talaga sa port mismo maghiwalay, pre. Ang mapang ipinanalo ng SGJ last year during that Grand Finals, no, pre. Pero kailangan muna nating humiwalay muna dito, Sneaky Frog. Ibato na natin sa panel. Ano ang emosyon dyan? Kamusta ang kalagayan? Buhay pa ba si Mochi at Dadu?
More alive than ever, no? Salvatore and Sticky Frog, maraming salamat. Sobrang tindi ng mga nakikita natin ngayon. Lalong-lalo na nung umpisa naisip na natin, parang mahihirapan si Pacific dito. It seems like they lack the flexibility na meron dito ang EVOS, but instead, they broke down through their mindset, through what they think is currently happening here in the last few rounds na meron tayo dito on overtime. And look what just happened. We are now down to 4th.
Yes, Mochi. That was a world-class set in Ankara. This is top-level Crossfire talaga. And, nakalamang ang mga Pacific nung first half. But then, we went on to the second half and it was an impenetrable defense from EVOS. The double sniper mula dito kay Yobit at Zetra, parang hindi nila malagpasan But then we went into OT and that same defense was nowhere to be found. Ang ganda ng mga execute dito ng Pacific, and time again they just slithered through mid into RS, into that P site na paulit-ulit hindi nabasa ng EVOS Arcilia dito. The mind games are just next level, the executes are next level. And it is just a very well-deserved win para sa Pacific dito. Binigay nila lahat dito, Mochi. Ramdam ko, binigay ng Pacific everything that they could up to almost the golden round. And in that BL side in OT, hindi na nila pinakawalan itong lead na to, Moch.
Exactly. And what this reminds me of is parang nanonood ako ng dalawang grandmaster na naglalaro ng chess. Kasi may mga times na yung mga moves nila hindi mo na mawari ano yung gusto nilang gawin, and it will all make sense once a certain second hits dito sa ating timer. And I feel like that also was seen dito sa ating mga casters as well kanina, no? To the point na especially pagdating doon sa ating 20th and 21st round, ang tindi na naging calling dito ng EVOS. But Pacific discovered na, you know what? Pag nakuha natin either like Yobib or Cetra, I feel like we're good to go. And that is something that they held on to until the last few moments here in Ankara, which resulted to what we have now. Pacific Esports mukhang talagang pinangunahan dito ni MATTJESS na Revenge ang kanilang gawain dito, especially when it comes to the pickups na ini-spearhead ni Revenge, proving na he's one step ahead in the last few moments here. And EVOS, despite of all of the cooked na strats dito sa napakakapal nilang playbook, they were shut down.
Yes, massive shoutout though to EVOS Arcilia. No, they put up some immaculate offenses when they're on the BL in OT. I think that was around 20 or 21 yung nag-intay sila until the last second, getting up a flash to set up the high mid bait, tapos nilipat sila ng A site. No, picture perfect yung execute nila doon, and EVOS Arcilia pushing, proving that they're still forced to be reckoned with dito sa Ankara. But Pacific just one step ahead at the set MVP, Mochi. I think it's very fitting that it is Revenge able to hold down the even two snipers na meron dito ng EVOS Arcilia, and with a 1.25 KD, definitely proving that he is still the one and only Filipino sniper of old, si Revenge.
Yes, and kitang-kita din naman nagigil si Revenge dito sa picture niya dito, no? It is nakakatuwa tignan, no? And ito nga yung mga highlights si Revenge. And pretty much been able to take down the legs of Cetra, the legs of Yobib, and the best angles na definitely a good read, anticipated kung saan to pwesto. Ito, no? Like minds think alike, and definitely they were able to show na kaya nilang tapatan. But I wonder, would it still be the same story, the same chapter as we head into port? Mochi and Dedom here on the panel. Kami magbabalik makalipas na ilang minuto. Guys, ito na yon. It's the old and the new na naman muli sa ating third. Kami ay magbabalik.
Ang gutis na lang yun! At si KSA tapos, KSA gets the 4K! KNP, yo, babe, with that spray down! Oh! For KSA!
This will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines Valley.
Ito na naman tayo, no? We are now back here sa ating huling match of the day. Nagsimula tayo with a win here by the Tigers and now mukhang pinapakitaan tayo ng tsunami ng karagatan ng Pacific Esports here in Ankara. And now, Porta, kanino naman kaya ito, Dedum?
It's gonna be hard to say, no, but one thing's for sure, Pacific, they got through in Ankara. I dare say it's gonna be even harder here in Port. Tanda naman natin, no, this is a map that EVOS absolutely loves in Ankara. I think it was a story, and Port is gonna be a completely different playing field dito, Moch. We saw the double sniper from EVOS kanina and Pacific. Hindi ko nga tanda kung sino magsisimula dito on the BL side, no, so I don't know, man. I want to get this on the road kasi that last match was absolutely mind-blowing.
Exactly, no? May makita nga natin din yung triple din. Parang at some point din kanina sa Ankara, nakita natin siya, no? I feel like si Elvin ata yung may hawak ng isa. So, a lot of stuff might possibly happen here. Hindi na natin din mapinpoint kung ano yung mga i-expect natin because every single time, we always keep getting surprised of all of the things na inilalapag nila dito sa ating broadcast. Definitely vying, definitely proving, definitely showing kung ano ang kanilang mga baon na experience and as well as how great they are as a team and as a player. Pero just in a bit, makikita na rin natin no maging action dito. I'm pretty sure you're just gonna be preparing our teams here, lalong-lalo na hindi talaga biro at walang nagbibiro pagka dito sa laban natin ng Pacific and EVOS.
And you have to remember, Mochi, this is Pacific's last and only chance to keep their playoff streams alive, and this is a chance for them to make an ode to their past, no? Kasi remember, katulad ng sinabi kanina ni Salvatore, no, Pacific has never not made it out of the top 4 contention, has never not made it out of into playoffs, no? And EVOS have a chance to make history today. Pacific, will they finally falter or will they stay alive? In Ankara, Mochi, 2 rounds lang ang nagsepara sa kanila from the group stage into the playoffs, into getting a chance pa rin. But task is not done. We're going into Port and it's even gonna be a bloodier battlefield dito, Moch.
Is a bloodier battle indeed. I feel like we've been able to talk about this na rin kanina, no? Here in Ankara, what's pretty crazy is we have like this thick playbook. And sometimes it all boils down to mind games, which has been thrown by Pacific to EVOS earlier on, no? Parang those type of small things can actually mean a lot, especially when it comes to winning these types of matches, like do or die, no? And I feel like despite of the limits na meron dito si Pacific, despite of a lot of people having mixed opinions about their flexibility, how they innovate yung kanilang mga gawain and their yung mga galawan nila, it still boils down to somehow just knowing where your remaining cards can be used in the best or the right time possible.
Yes, and I think a lot of the people na say na Pacific are a team that gets tilted easily. I think this set is proof that that's absolutely untrue, no? Coming back from a set where nakakambak na ang EVOS and it all felt nothing but inevitable the loss, nakakambak pa rin sila, nakapalag pa rin sila, and it's all through these mind games. And I feel like ready na dito ang pareho nating teams, Mochi, so let's call on Sneaky and Salvatore to call this game.
Hindi pa tayo handa lahat sa pagyayanig ng Port sa ating game number 3 sa laban ng Pacific at ng EVOS. Kaya wag muna kayong gagalaw dyan, tumuto kayo sa kung saan man kayo nanonood ngayon at tunghayan natin ang lakas ng isang Pinoy. Pacific, the constant representatives over a decade versus EVOS, back-to-back champions ng CFS PH, trying to ruin and destroy what Pacific has built for over than 10 years. KSA, wala pa. Eme lang. Sinong naniwala? Joke lang, guys. Dead round daw. Dead round.
Well, yun nga, no? Kind of anticlimactic start to the game, pero we're gonna be right on back, no problem, guys. Ayun nga, you do have a point that there is legacies on the line dito, pare. EVOS, obviously, losing here would mean, PE still in contention, still one of the most dangerous teams dito sa tournament natin. Yun nga, pag natalo dito yung PE, yun nga, no, that creates a lot of conversations around the team, pare. I mean, no playoffs para dito sa PE hasn't happened since 2013. So, a lot of pressure on the line, no, just bearing itong PE name, pare.
Man, you can never disassociate the word Crossfire Philippines and Pacific talaga, no? Parang kahit anong mangyari, kahit pagbalik-balik ta rin mo yung mundo, nandiyan pa rin talaga ang Pacific Esports. Nung mga panahong pinupuno nila yung Megadome, no? Nung mga magkakampi pa, si Aljon, si Aldrin, pati na nga rin si Revenge, si Kram, RGM, si Bayo, AZ, Eli, pre. That has been the Pacific Dynasty. Pero dahil lang sa isang roster change ng Arcilia or ng SGJ, pinasok nila si Cetra. Eto na yun, pre. Tanggal lahat ng mga alaala ng mga tao na kung ano man ang naging dynasty ng Pacific, pre. As EVOS now on their home court. How will they make this work, Pacific? Ball on your court.
Yeah, Pacific obviously having better side dito sa mapa natin, going into Port GR, obviously having its fair share of advantages, pero EVOS navigated time and time again yung kanilang BL side to getting some of these rounds. PE not gonna get baited to fight dito sa LB this time. And it's a pretty slow round para dito sa PE, no tester rounds for either side. EVOS wanting to strike first dito sa mapa na to, especially getting that round number 1 on that PL side, pare, can really turn the momentum pabalik sa inyo.
Yeah, like how will this be a very complicated rotation is beyond me, pre, kasi simple na lang to. EVOS time and time again just tries to execute a site na binubulldoze na nga lang kagad nila yung under, pati na nga rin yung GB. Yun na yun. Nothing complicated from that, and they just rely on their raw gun skill. Whereas Pacific, not really sure kung paano nga nila lalaroin yung mga nanlalason na lang ng EVOS. Yun na talaga yung dilemma nila dito. KLR makakapasok ng curve, hindi sa exit siya manggagaling at nahuli niya si Revenge. And KSA finds the underplayer. Bulag na bulag si Aiden, hindi makakita ng liwanag dito, pre. NBA Aldrin trying to make things work para dito sa Pacific, pero wala nga talaga. Tingin sa harap, likod, kaliwat, kanan, merong miyembro ng EVOS na binutasan ng katawan ni Aldrin. And what a start for EVOS.
Grabe, I mean, every single player ng EVOS getting a kill each. And you really know it's a well-oiled machine, pare, kasi yun nga, you see the fake on that A site. Obviously, Revenge and etong si Aiden was actually kind of jaded dito sa A site. So they really thought that it was gonna be an A commit. But that slight timing galing dito kay Keller, recognizing that gap in the smoke could be tap walkthrough. Nakita nila pa kasi Revenge mid rotation, and with that distraction play, na-distract yung bottom B players natin, and that's a freebie to go into the site para sa EVOS. One trade later and they get B. So the macro is definitely on point in this BL side ng EVOS, no? And PE now having to play a lot more careful dito sa laruan natin.
Well, yeah, Pacific now on the slow pace of trying to garner angles dito lang sa may LA. Now the stack. Dito lang sa may LB. E1 si KLR. This is good opening here for the side of EVOS. If ever man na makapag-ingay dito si KLR, that's going to be 2 members that's going to be rotating, heading into exit, and that's already controlled papuntang LA. Aiden now on Crossfire. Kasama niya nga si Justin at Aldrin dito, but still something tough para sa Pacific. Kanina pa nang bubulldoze ang EVOS pagdating sa kanilang mga entries, and there should be some fine line of respect kung ikaw ang Pacific dito. Once more, the patented 40-second execute. Cetra, what was that? Napagana mo pa yun. Aiden now down. No more control sa exit. Justin na lang. Cetra now on the lurk. Hindi allow. Where's the communication? Pacific, nasaan? Nahuli na si Aiden. Pero wala pa rin nakatingin sa curve. No absolute way. Ninakaw ng EVOS yung round na yun.
Grabe, on the poor TL side of all things, pare. Zetra creating opportunities in the exact same position na nakakita dito si Kellar ng opportunity. And grabe, I mean, Zetra, what can I say, man? Sharp shot dito kay Aiden. Diretso nga dito sa baba ng B-site. And even the 180 on the RS player, pare. This is EVOS that we want to see.
Oh my God. Man, kaya na bang lunukin ng Pacific na hindi magiging madali ang strongest side ng mapan to? Hanggang ngayon, nagsisink in pa rin ata sa kanila paano nakalampas si Cetra doon. Yeah, a lot of diversion plays na tinawag ng EVOS, but at the end of the day, it's still Cetra that made it work. Revenge. Sumasalang isa, pero tumama kay Cetra. That's one Arctic down. KSA making it work and he gets the double kill. Wala na nga ngayon si MVA at si Elvin. Look at the late entry dito lang sa may CA at Justin. Pinatumba ni Elvin. And EVOS, the 3-0 start by the Tigers pre. Semangat EVOS. What a 3-round stretch.
Yeah, EVOS full control dito sa BL side. Once again, opportunities being taken dito ng EVOS, ng PE. Playing as far back as possible, not really paying off para sa kanila dito. They've always getting spotted in individual positions, curve exposed time and time again, pare. And now I'm waiting for anything galing dito sa PE, no? Something more proactive galing sa kanila dito. But EVOS also expecting exactly that, pare. Nakahold lang sila sa start ng round, so they really are looking to see if PE is gonna get a bit impatient, pare.
Now, everything is now sinking in. Pumasok na dapat sa sistema ng Pacific. Fourth, global risk. Kahit sino team, magpapasalamat dyan, pre. That's one opportunity na hindi mo dapat sinasayang. And for EVOS, binigay na nila yun, pre, willingly. And taking a look at the BL of Port, hindi yan biro, pre. Napakahirap. Saksi ang mga naglalaro ng ADA PUB game. Alam nila yung pakiramdam na umatake kung nasa port ka nga. Revenge kahit sang katerba yung blind. Hindi pa rin natinag. He's still at top A. Oh my God, Revenge. What a hold. He gets the triple kill. Walang nagawa ang EVOS sa may mid-side at hindi nila napunish yung rotation dito ng Pacific. As MVA and Revenge saved the bacon of Pacific. Pero malaki pa rin ang kalamangan nila dito, Sneaky.
Yeah, you simply cannot straight up push itong A side without having to handle or having any way to dissuade ang vision dito ni Revenge from that top A position, pare. And with that, they paid the dear lesson. MBA around the corner. Dito sa LB, nakakuha ng 3. And the individuals para sa PE now starting to step up para sa kanilang depensa. It's a good start para sa EVOS, but PE, they can start rolling the momentum dito sa laruan natin.
Now, multiple picks now here for Pacific. Wala nang nagawa ang EVOS doon. And this is now the difficulty na meron ka kung ikaw ang blacklist dito. Dito constant abuse ng global risk para makuha talaga yung LB. Yun ang masakit dito. So it's now going to boil down na kung kaya nga bang paghiwalay ni Cetra at ni Elvin tong mga members ng Pacific na alam mo nga naman na parang Tower of Babel, pre. Tingnan mo, like yung every angle of the map, there is already a blue outline, pre. Pahirap ng pahirap at pagulo ng pagulo yung challenge dito ni Cetra at ni Elvin. Aiden constantly moving. Pumasok na ng Z. Cetra sumala sa kanyang crouch peak. Elvin na lang natitira. And Aiden with a spray down as Pacific finally finding the sequence that they needed to push it to just 1 para sa EVOS.
Yep, and they're really trying to figure out what kind of defense works, no, para sa kanila dito. But it seems like being more forward sa LB at some parts of mid is actually benefiting itong PE. So EVOS interesting take para sa kanila dito. 4 players into that side. NBA turning around, still getting the headshot kay KSA at Yobib. Taking out the attacker duo, pati na rin si Kellar, sinama na rin. Oh my word, NBA with an HK pare. Relentless dito sa LB.
Hanggang wala nang kinikilingan dito ang Pacific. Kung usapan ay aggression, sinasabayan lang din ng Pacific ang iip ng hangin na binabato ngayon ng EVOS. It's really good, no, na Pacific is still alive. Pacific is still fighting, sumusuntok, humihinga. Maangat, bumabangon pa rin ang Pacific. Just for the sake of that miracle run. Saan ka nakita, Sneaky Prag, sa isang storyline? Kailangan mag-Cinderella run ng Pacific para lang umabot ng number 4. Hindi pa garantisado yun. Dahil sa kaguluhan na meron tayo sa standings pre. Pero Pacific now, they just have to make things work dito sa GR side nila. At makakatulog sila ng mahimbing. Pero yung second half na yun, kailangan din nilang magising kaagad. Elvin and Cetra, napakaramdaman na nga dito nila MVA. Elvin now entering into Z and he gets cleared. What an entry by Elvin, pero 2v3 pa rin to, Sneaky.
Yeah, slow methodical way. As is per usual para dito sa EVOS. Slowly starting to dissect some of these defensive players. Pero meron ding si Revenge still watching that curve position. Zetra opportunity to create an angle para sa kanya dito. Pero Justin peeking around the corner is gonna pay the dear price. Elvin will get itong si Revenge. Aiden will get Zetra eventually. Elvin versus Aiden. M4 versus EBR pare. C4 nasa kamay dito ni Aiden. Aiden, he can also decide to go all the way around. Pero ngayon nga, Elvin gonna take his sweet time.
Bumalik pa ng
Pero
court.
bumalik pa siya dito pare. The C4 hasn't been taken yet. Elvin finally takes it. Pero Aiden gonna investigate, or is he gonna investigate the wrong angle pare? Yun lang, Elvin. The better lurk at that very moment pare. EVOS getting their 4th of the game, and yun lang, this is not gonna look good for the second half ng PE.
Tie game na sana, naging bato pa pre. That 2v4 was not in my bingo pre. Isipin mo pre yung kailangan nilang isacrifice para lang sa what? Sa pwesto ni Elvin na hindi naman nila nakapitalize pre. So yeah, it was a tough call para sa Pacific na kunin na kagad yung LB dun pre, or even the Z. Pero the moment na MVA was cleared, I think it was the beginning of the end para sa Pacific dun, kasi if Elvin was winning that fight, what more pa sa mga paisa-isang pasok dito ng Pacific. So yeah, EVOS was just that alert sa playstyle dito ng Pacific.
Yeah, I was so surprised actually na Revenge missing the shot dito sa curve. As nakatingin naman ako dito sa minimap, he was actually looking straight towards it. So it's a missed shot para sa kanya dito. Not gonna be boding well para dito sa PE, especially EVOS now starting to look at that top A position. Could be very vulnerable para dito sa PE. More of the focus is on that B site, but the quick rotation galing dito kaya MVA could make all the difference. Pero si Aiden, nandito na rin sa mid position as well. Pero hindi niya kasi pwede iwan tong mid, no? Like, he's gonna have to stay there just to make sure na walang makalagpas dito na Kellar or Elvin.
Now, 57 seconds. Wala pa ring malalim na pwesto dito ang EVOS, kundi itong bahay mismo sa B-site. Napakadisiplinado ng Pacific, no, not even a lurk or even a counter rotation just yet, kasi sobrang bulag sa impormasyon ang Pacific dito. Hanggat walang nagpapayanig, walang kikilos. Aiden, nakita yung panlaso ni Elvin. Pero senyas na yun para papasok na yung mga tatlong miyembro dito lang sa may house B. KLR, parotate si Adrin, tumatalon, pinatumpa rin ni KLR. MBA with a clear over to GB. KLR nahanap din si Aiden. Cetra, kino-corner na lang dito lang sa may house B. Nakuha pa rin ni Cetra si Justin Pre. C4 drop, KLR 1 HP. Revenge nang galing pa ng Z. What a hold by Pacific. And that for you is a Pacific hold of the century, pre. Kahit anong tinagal ng EVOS, kahit anong diversion, tumba pa rin yung dalawang nanlason.
Grabe, Aiden backing off at the right time, at the right moment dito sa Z, catching the first player off. Kellar, despite getting itong si Aldrin, no? I mean, it was still contained basically para dito sa PE, especially on that B site. None of the B players reacted to that mid play at all. And grabe PE. A reliable defense amid finally sprouting para sa kanila dito. MVA 13 frags, 8 headshots on that HK. Si Aldrin gustong dumagdag. Keller down, Elvin down. 2 quick ones make it 3. Revenge will get itong si KSA, but look at the numbers. Zetra, Yobib. It's the 2 players that can be the difference maker para dito sa EVOS, but it is gonna be very tough. MVA spotting both already. Zetra around the corner, could be a fast sniper, pero Yobib making sure na may clear na dito yung CA, pero MVA from the top side, getting itong si Zetra, instant headshot. Yobib slipping on by enemy lines. MVA not noticing na meron ng tao na nasa kanyang likod. Aldrin still around, pero Aiden Justin not spotted. That's information on 2 players. That's 2 kills para kay Yobib, and he knows where Justin is, and I assume na alam niya kung nasan dito si Aldrin. Justin on that bridge position. Di pa
nagsalisihan.
nakagat dito si Yobib. Yobib spotted on that LA side. Pero Aldrin mapapabalik dito sa BR instead. Justin still dissuaded. Wrong read para sa Pacific. Potentially, Justin could die here. Oh! Pero Aldrin not a double peek. Yobib seeing both. I think alam niya na safe na dito yung top A. Siyempre, Rizal yan. Pinoy ka, my friend. Pero hindi pa. Yobib gonna go back to the B site, man. It's so confusing. Even a singular member ng EVOS is doing fakes.
Now, committed na si Yobib dito to play the post-plant pre. Pero, paano mo itatawid ang Yobib na 1 HP? And Justin now with the read over to LB. And what an anticlimactic finish, pre. Pero, EVOS Esports did what they can. Hindi nila mapilas dito yung pinagagawa ni Yobib. And that is now the dead round, pre. So, at least, we have a room to breathe. Pahinga muna. Kasi yung port na yun, hindi para sa tao yung mga nangyayari dun, pre. Kailangan talaga matigas ang puso mo para indahin yung kaguluhan ng port na yun. And kudos to Pacific, pre. Like, that GR is hell para sa kahit sinong team. Pero para sa kanila, okay lang. EVOS as well. They're giving us a very, very good series.
Yeah, EVOS giving us a very, very good series, obviously, pare. And grabe yung back and forth na nakikita natin on the first half pa lang. I mean, EVOS, I already knew na they were gonna try to do something different pagdating sa kanilang PL side. And ayun nga, this is what I expected, no? Pure mid control galing sa kanila dito. Zetra obviously slipping on by sa backline defenses. Keller doing his thing, no? This is just the usual default na nakikita natin from this EVO squad. And para naman dito sa PE, I feel like they're kind of tweaking yung defense actively dito sa first half. And by the time na patapos na yung half natin dito, they kind of figured it out. And then, dun na nag-adjust yung EVO. So, EVO's really keeping this PE squad guessing. But at the same time, PE, yun nga, no, some of these rounds, you know, could be a blessing in disguise, pare. Could be possible delay in the second half.
Well, it's still tough para sabihin dito na meron ng komportabling pwesto ang Pacific dito sa hapagkainan. Kailangan pa rin nga nilang puwersahan yung sarili nilang pressure, and at the same time, they have to face off against EVOS members that feeling ko, pre, hindi mo talaga pwede tanggalan ng momentum, no? It's like a mini game. Makakuha ka ng isa, pero bigla ka na lang malalason sa likod. You can never be too sure about anything pagdating talaga sa usapang Pacific versus EVOS. Yeah, EVOS constantly just putting every angle of the map. Very, very tough para hindi maging ganun kadali para sa Pacific. Kita mo naman, pre, Keller and Elvin doon lang sa may lurk sa may door mid, 'di ba? So hindi nakaka-rotate kagad sila Aiden heading into exit papuntang RS. And at the same time, you have MVA and Aldrin na dahil nga sa kilos nila sa mapa, nawawalang bisa dito yung ginagawa ng EVOS. So it's the trading of haymakers. So wala pang consistent na game plan dito.
Yun nga, no? These are very, very long rounds, pare. No? Even in the 3v5 sa may disadvantage dito yung EVOS, ayun nga, I feel like they're really making Pacific work for every single round dito, pare. No? Kahit yung mga 3v5s natin, di pa rin naging madali para dito sa Pacific. Usually, they lose 2 or 3 members. And it's still some pressure galing sa kanila dito. And having Pacific work for this every single round, pare, isn't really boding well para dito sa Pacific, no, for some of the rounds having to figure them out, at the same time having to watch some angles dito, pare. So Pacific going into yung second half na to, they're really gonna have to rely on Aldrin and or kay Aiden to really open things up para sa kanila dito, kasi that top A position looks scary enough, pare.
Well, I could never I could never really pinpoint no kung anong pwedeng gawin ng Pacific, pero I could never really pinpoint din kung anong pwedeng gawin ng EVOS dito, no? Kasi yung unpredictability na nakita natin sa Ankara, it's still prevalent at nakikita pa rin natin dito ngayon sa port mismo, no? 2 rounds straight nakuha ng EVOS because of that very flawless execute din lang sa may B site, and same goes for A nung round number 3. Ang ginawa lang talaga ng Pacific, nag-adjust kagad talaga sila. Binigyan nila ng pagkakataon si Revenge, Makabuelo, the flashes and the smokes para humarang kagad yung under ng top A, so hindi makakapag-ninja yung mga tao doon. The CA coverage was also good. Less lurks para sa Pacific actually, so alam mo talaga sa sarili nila sneaky frag na harap-harapan lumalaban ng Pacific dito. And that's the Pacific way. May trust lang tayo makakita talaga ng lurk, minsanan lang kay Alden or even kay Justin. Pero in this kind of map na port na alam mong nandun din si Elvin or nandun si KLR, that's a lot of respect para sa Pacific now. So it's just reaction and pure adjustment. And that's the tactical approach I really like to see.
Yeah, and I feel like people really overestimate yung size ng port. Kasi, yun nga, no, guys, if you don't know, Port is actually a pretty small map. If you guys don't notice, you know, nade from one side to the other, pare, it's very PvP-ish. And feeling ko, ayun nga, with both teams, obviously, mechanically gifted dito, pare, both teams hitting the shots.
Yeah.
Ayun nga, it's gonna be basically a battle of the minds dito from both sides. I feel like macro is definitely the way to go dito sa laruan natin. I feel like the reads is the way to go para sa laruan natin. Granted, no, NBA, Matt especially, man, 13 frags dito sa first half natin so far, and he's been really dragging itong PE from the usual sadness na nakita natin kanina.
Well, it's still something na kailangan pa rin i-reflect, not just for Pacific. If you're also EVOS, you should be trying to go back to the drawing board right now on what works and what's not. Kasi hindi pa rin nakakasiguro ang EVOS at Pacific dito. Ano nga ba ang pinakamagandang approach sa isa't isa para mahanap natin yung momentum na yun, at yun talaga ang inaasam ng Pacific at ng EVOS ngayon. Para masara tong araw na to, pahinga daw muna tayo, sabi ng Crossfire, kasi masyado nang mainit ang laban. Onting ayos lang muna ng ating wiring sa likod at oras na para magbakbakan na ulit dito sa loob ng port. Ako nga pala si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sticky Frog. Ito pa rin ang CFS Regional Finals Philippines. Magbabalik kami after this break. ang gotis na yun! At si KSA tapos, KSA gets the 4K! KNP, yo, babe, with that spray down! Oh! KSA!
This will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines Valley.
Welcome ladies and gentlemen, ito nga pala ang CFS Regional Finals no? Ba't ganun parang nag-freeze yung POV ko, no? Sorry nga po sa ating production. Pero ito na nga, okay na nga ulit. Medyo inaaway ako ng internet ko kaya. Pero going back into the series, no? Onting linis nga lang ng laban dito sa loob ng port. Pero moments away, magsisimula na nga ulit ang duelo ng Pacific pati na nga rin ng EVOS, no? So nasa point na nga tayo na I believe 4-4, no? Sneaky Praga. Pero under review pa yung scoreline nga natin dito dahil dun sa confusion na nangyari dun sa dead round ng round number 1. But it's still being reviewed right now kung ano nga ba ang magiging decision dito. But as it still stands, it's still a stalemate at least, no? Sa nakikita natin ngayon.
Yun nga, no, stalemate for now. But of course, fully knowing na yung PE pa nga ay naandito sa GR side natin, yun nga, no, still gonna be a hell of a way to get back into this, especially knowing yung second half, it is gonna be that EVOS defense na ine-expect nga natin. We saw it on Ankara, granted, yun nga, no, didn't work dun sa mga crucial rounds up against itong PE, but then, yun nga, no, it could work in one of their favorite maps, if not their favorite map, which is itong port. And ayun nga, alam ko naman na confident sila with their double sniper setup potentially, maybe with Yobib, Zetra obviously gonna be going back and forth, no, between itong A at itong mid position natin. So gonna be very interesting kung anong gagawin dito ng PE on how they counter that kind of play actually.
I can never be too sure about anything, no, pero I agree on you that one, no, Sneaky Frog. The moment na nahanap na ng Pacific yung laban nga talaga, you can definitely feel na ino-overtake talaga ng EVOS ngayon para talaga ma-take down yung momentum na inahanap nga nila. I feel like the dynamic now of this match is now far from I think the dynamic now from the match na meron tayo is now far from the Ankara one na nagpapalitan lang ng suntok. Ito pre talagang nagtatagisan na lang ng talino no? Like one person from the side of EVOS is just trying to make sure na lahat micromanage, perfecto at malinis. You have now on Pacific na isang tao na nag-uumahog, tawag ng reinforcements. But at the same time, you can never be too sure na yun ang dapat yung ipapadala mo heading into the opposite side of the map. Like tipong si Aiden at si Aldrin re-rotate kagad doon ng B side. So yeah, a different contrast we're seeing right now in this game. Pero maganda yun actually. This is the living embodiment na panaglalaban talaga ang Pacific tsaka ang EVOS hindi ka talaga madidismaya.
Yeah, it is gonna be slightly worrying, no, para dito sa PE, especially going into yung second half. Yun nga, no, one of the crucial points ng kanilang opensa dito is really taking that CA position, and obviously, yun nga, no, mid is gonna be one of their focal points pagdating sa kanilang opensa. So, yun nga, obviously, LA gonna be a bit difficult to take, pare, pero feeling ko most of their A-side takes are probably gonna come from either BRCA and or itong exit. So, ayun nga, I feel like EVO still has to prepare for that. At the same time, yun nga, PE can play into that, pare, once they play a few rounds like that, feeling ko, they can kind of lead on the defense a bit. But at the same time, yun nga, no, you still have to hit your shots, pare. And ayun nga, some of the other members are actually a bit cold para dito sa PE.
And it's going to be taking a lot of time para malaman nga natin kung makakapagbanat pa ba ng boto dito ang Pacific, no? Because you can essentially see na two players are trying to make things work. Other than NVA with their rotation, Aiden with his very good picks, pero it's something tough. It's something tough na kailangan isipin ngayon ng Pacific kung nako-convert ba yung mga ganong klaseng mentality sa isang round. You have essentially EVOS that is trying to put everyone on notice na meron kaming execute sa lahat ng mapa talaga, whether it be from Ankara, Compound, and in this case Port talaga. Itong Port na to nakasalalay talaga sa isang magandang pick sa early game and then the execute during the mid round. Kumpletos regados to ng EVOS, so that's one good thing that they could look forward to. Pacific naman, maganda sila sa adjustment, they could read off the map, and they have this perfect balance na they can also fight, but at the same time, magbato ng util just so that they could delay yung assessment dito ng EVOS kung pwede na nga pasukin o hindi. So, I like this differentiation, no, na kung ano ang meron ng EVOS dito, meron din ang Pacific, vice versa, and Nakarinig din pala ako ng kalembang, ladies and gentlemen, na ang ating scoreline officially sa laban ng Pacific at ng EVOS in this sport map is going to be 4-4. So tie game nga tayo, tabla, pero maya't maya magsisimula na ulit ang laban ng Pacific at ng EVOS.
Ayun nga, no, hopefully we do get to start doing it soon naman because there's only one round going into yung second half and we're gonna have to do this all over again. Pero yun nga, we're gonna have an audience comment dito sa ating screen and we're gonna come from Russell Gabito. Momentum nasa Pacific. I mean, yes, sure. Maybe.
Kinda, pwede. Anong ilang spicy yan, Boss Dig Prag? Hindi, joke lang. Pang-previous yun na yun eh. No? Pero, kaya nga nasabi namin kanina, Boss Russell Gavito, hindi namin mapinpoint kung ano yung ibabato ng EVOS sa Pacific and same goes for Pacific and EVOS. So, hindi natin sure kung ano nga ba yung momentum na meron dito. Kasi tie game tayo, 4-4. So, wala tayong ma-distinguish kung sino nga ba yung isang player na yun ang pwedeng magdala ng quote-unquote momentum na sinasabi nga dito. No? So, shoutout nga pala kay Boss Russell Gavito. Maraming salamat sa comment mo. No? At sa mga gusto nga pala lang sumabay dito kay Boss Russell Gavito, mag-comment lang kayo dyan at baka sakaling ma-feature din kayo sa ating community comments. No? Baka naman sakaling magkaroon din ng kulay ang ating broadcast. No? Ma-feature kayo. Kayo mismo ang nagiging dahilan kung bakit nagiging mataling haga at mabuhay ang broadcast natin dito dahil sa inyong suporta, sa pagko-comment, sa pag-share, sa pagla-like dahil sa inyo. Kaya patuloy lang sa pag-like and share sa ating mga streams dito live sa Facebook page sa Crossfire Philippines. Maraming salamat Crossfire community, nang dahil sa inyo mabuhay pa rin ang eksena ng Crossfire dito sa Pilipinas.
Ayun nga, it's still live and alive dito sa Pilipinas pare and it's just getting better every single year. Every single time na pumapalo yung Masters dito and atong CFS PH Regionals, it seems like viewership is on the up and tama lang ang pag-join nyo dito sa ating Regionals fanbase kasi yun nga, stuff's getting weird dito sa Regionals pare. It's not the usual na nakikita natin for the past few years, so this is peak entertainment. Pwede nga natin tawagin.
Tama. Yeah, peak. Actually, and I can't believe na nasa September pa lang tayo, no? Meron pa tayong inaantay na CFS Grand Finals na gaganapin sa Chengdu, no? Kung hindi nyo pa nga alam ang dates na meron dito para sa ating CFS Grand Finals. So, yung nagkakamali, December 3 to 15, no? Or December 3 to 14, no? Check nyo na lang sa page ni CFS, no? Nandoon ang full-on announcement at maraming teams ang dadayo, especially, no, sa mga favorite teams na maglalaro din sa ibang bansa, no? Abangan nyo lang din ang mga balita dyan, tingin-tingin lang din sa mga page ng Crossfire para malaman nyo sino nga ba yung pupunta, sino yung mananalo, and all of that stuff. I-follow nyo na nga para makasiguro kayo, no? So, eto, Sneaky Frog, no? So, after tomorrow, isang linggo na lang ang pumapagitan sa atin and then playoffs na tayo. A lot of things can happen in that next week, pre. Kasi seeding na yun ng playoffs. Yung seeding ng playoffs na yun, pre, depende. 1, 3, 2, 4, diba? So, pwede tayo makakita ng what? Execration versus Stallions, EVOS versus Gaon Gaming, EVOS versus... pwede nga magtagpo actually, no? EVOS versus Ube. Kung sakaling mang magkagulo yung standings natin dito, I like the playoff picture. Ano ba nakikita mo sa playoffs natin, Sneaky?
Yeah, I would still reckon it's still gonna be itong Stallions at itong EVOS kind of staying on the top of yung standings natin. I feel like that third and fourth would still be a mix, no? Kasi di talaga natin alam, is it actually gonna be Exe, Pacific still in the picture if ever na makakuha sila ng win series na to. And obviously, ayun nga, one of our miracle runs dito sa tournament natin, MATTJESS is still well alive dito sa run natin. So there's a lot that can change in a week's time, pare. And yun nga, no, what a time to have a birthday, that's for sure.
Yes, sir. No, abangan nyo na, no, baka magpa-giveaway dyan si Boss Sneaky Prag sa kanyang birthday, no? Pero we can never be too sure, maraming pwede mangyari. Abang-abang lang. Pag nakita nyo na nga, no, na nagsiselebrate at nasa labas yan si Sneaky, senyales lang yan na 25th birthday na ni Sneaky Prag, no? So, sa mga gustong bumati dyan ng advance happy birthday dyan sa comments, no? Baka ma-feature kayo dyan mamaya sa community comments natin dyan. Kaya comment lang ng comment dyan. Advance happy birthday, Sneaky Prag. Ano ba ang handa? Paano ba nagsiselebrate ng birthday si Sneaky?
I mean, 3 days pare, one with family, one with friends, and ayun nga, one with a loved one pare.
Yun. One with a loved one. Pero that's Okay, ladies and gentlemen, no, nagbigay ng senyales dito ang production natin na we need to take this break, no. Medyo onting ayos lang for sure pagbalik natin, promise. Sure pa sa sigurado 100% maglalaban na ulit ang Pacific tsaka EVOS. Ito pa rin ang CFS Regional Finals Philippines, Salvatore and Sneaky Frog para sa huling duelo ng EVOS versus Pacific. We'll be right back.
of Crossfire Philippines pare.
Welcome back ladies and gentlemen. Sa wakas, the long wait is finally over. Meron na ulit tayong laban ng Crossfire dito after that huge break, no? Salvatore and Sticky Frog pa rin ang mga kasama sa action na to. Port pa rin to. Laban pa rin ng Pacific at ng EVOS. Pero officially, meron na nga tayong score heading into the second half, which I believe is to be 5-4, no? Sticky Frog. Pero nonetheless, bago nga tayo magtawag ng isang mahaba na break, nakita pa rin talaga natin gano'ng kadikit yung laban na yun. Nagpapalitan lang din ng playstyle tong dalawang to. Pero hindi pa rin talaga natin maturo kung sino nga ba talaga may tunay na kalamangan dito.
Yeah, and especially yun yan, no, they are being a bit long can actually come into effect para dito sa dalawang teams natin. Obviously, PE with some sort of momentum going into yung end of yung first half natin could be lost on that. But at the same time, EVOS could have easily lost their heat dito sa ating first half pare. So it's a fresh second half para sa dalawang teams natin at paunahan na lang talaga kung sino ang mas uminit dito.
Now, finally, we can now see daylight dito, no, Sticky Frog. Meron na ulit Crossfire, meron na ulit Port, meron na ulit mga baril na hawak tong mga players na to. It's now time. Make sure na itong araw na to justifiably matatapos na may isang team na mananalo nga talaga. Is it going to be Pacific? Is it going to be EVOS? Iparinig nyo ang ihaw nyo dyan sa comments. Now, already revenge! Nagpaingay na nga kagad dito as Cetra couldn't get that position at nauna na nga pinangunahan na kagad to ni Revenge, no? What a start. So, for Pacific.
Yeah. Good pre-aim for him as well. And Revenge just gonna shoot off any extra bullets na meron siya dito. Obviously, Yobib still ready to swing around the corner dito sa HP. Pero EVOS, fully knowing them, they're just gonna have their hands tucked into the ride. Pero KSA, kailangan na maging careful dito. Revenge still lurking around. And obviously, PE, hindi naman strange para sa kanila na gumamit ng oras dito.
Once more na napakita ng EVOS, no, na they should have the strong footing on this one. Pero kung magiging aggressive nga sila at ita-challenge nila lahat ng mga angles dito, baka doon na lang talaga kagad nila madali dito. And yun na nga, KSA, kinalembang na nga dito ni Revenge. And there goes the setup. KSA now on his prime weapon. Gonna get one. Pero Justin now jumps over na parang linuksong baka niya doon si KSA, pre. Now on the 2v1. EVOS now with a strong footing on this one. Heading into the 48 seconds mark of the game. C4 nahawak ngayon ng Pacific. Justin, he gets sprayed down by Yobib. EVOS pushes the lead to 2. And EVOS, grabe, no? Kahit nawala doon si Cetra kagad. Tignan mo yung bounce back ng EVOS.
Yeah, good discipline para dito kay Yobib, no, to keep that trigger finger on just in case that he has to shoot. KSA obviously having to, defend the front line para sa kanyang teammate dito. And just like that, PE dismantled ng kanilang opensa with one single crossfire and very fast boost actually para dito kay Yobib na makapunta ng 2F agad. So, good on EVOS to have that early setup, especially dito sa B-side and confusing PE early. And I like yung playing of attention, no, between yung dalawang players natin na si Yobib at si KSA kasi, ayun nga, PE doesn't know where to look.
Now, a simple setup here by the side of EVOS Esports, no? You definitely feel, no, na Pacific is trying to take their time. Kasi nga, yung kakayahan dito ng EVOS na tumingin ng BR, tumingin ng LB, it's those kinds of milliseconds na pwedeng ang bilangan dito ng Pacific for them to make an opening. Yung kinakailangan nga nila dito, no? Strategic approach here, heading into mid. Aiden and Justin nagpaparamdam, onting paulan bala lang dito. I feel like it's going to be pretty obvious for Cetra, and as soon as nauubos na nga yung smoke, Cetra, nag-neuron activation na nga as he gets the skull of Aiden. And that's just one pick para dito sa EVOS. KLR naman ang susunod na target dito. As Aldrin nagparamdam sa Z pero nagkasalisihan lang si Dilitin na KLR. LB nagpaparamdam lang din kasama niya na nga si Cetra ngayon. B-site. They want this B-site so badly and KLR niratolan lang si Aldrin.
Yun nga, Justin, here for the chase on the trade pero siya pa nga hindi makakuha dito kay KLR, pare. And this is what I was worried about para dito sa Pacific Esports, Salvatore. That mid-control that they cannot get. Keller being so annoying and he's allowed to be so, pare. Napakalakas ng anchors for A and B. And Keller has free reign para magkulit nandito sa mid, pare.
down to the 5v2. Re-roam para sa EVOS, no? I can definitely feel na pwede nga silang mag-aggressive dito, no? But MVA getting that wall shot over to the top A. Pero hindi yun sapat, man. The forces of EVOS just too damn strong. At hindi na nagiging maganda to para sa side ng Pacific. Bilang na lang ang oras na meron sila dito, Sneaky Frog. Though if they don't make a move right now, pwede na nga nilang halikan na paalis yung mga pagkakataon nilang makapasok pa ng top 4.
PE, still, he can see that they still have that fighting spirit in them pare na gusto pa nilang lumaban in this game. They know what is on the line dito sa series na to. The next 3 rounds could decide whether or not they're in or out dito sa laruan natin. And it's still the exact same defense para dito sa EVOS. Yun nga, Kellar kumukulit lang dito sa mid. B-site held by their frontline dito. And Revenge looking for any semblance of a boost. Possibly, pero KSA, presence known dito sa harap ng HP. Pero Kellar gusto rin kumulit. Aiden already in that Z position. Still picked off. 3 in a row. Ang pagkamatay dito ni Aiden in that mid position to Kellar pare. Aiden is suffering in this second half.
Man, no movement whatsoever. Pacific, kahit nga sila yung nagpo-force dito, they are being held onto the ground, pre. Na para bang hirap para sa kanila yung LB or even the LA Cetra gets outclassed here by Revenge and makes it an even game already para dito sa Pacific. 1-2-1. And that's already a vital member sa EVOS down. No second snipers, just pure on-wall banging dito para kay Kellar at kay Yobib. Meanwhile, Elvin and KSA, the tendencies are there para talagang maglikot sa mapa. Then on the next target is now up in the heavens, Preno. And kita mo nga naman, pinulot kagad yung Arctic ni Cetra. At ginulang na kagad to ni Kellar. KSA also with the follow-up, Justin getting the skull of Elvin as well. But it's now down to the 2v1. Napakadali na lang para dito kay Yobib as he gets the bloodied up MVA. Duguan na nga at hindi pa binigyan ng mercy dito, no? EVOS after that sequence of events. Tinamo nga naman ang kalamangan, pre.
Yun nga, storming out of the gates dito sa first round ng ating half, and it seems like they're not gonna stop anytime soon. PE, second half hasn't been boding well para sa kanila dito, but at the same time, we did kind of expect it. EVOS has had one of the best defenses dito sa mapa na to for the longest time. And PE, time and time again, di nakakita ng opportunity dito sa Aiden to open things up. Pero Elvin has to back off. He's the only one on that A site. Zetra still alive and available dito. Elvin will take down Revenge. So that's gonna be slightly better para dito sa EVOS on their retake. But still, PE on the site itself. C4 is waiting to be planted, pare.
Yeah. Turning things around. Para nga bumaliktad na to sa pabor ng Pacific. They need this kind of hold. So parang EVOS pa mismo gagawa ng paraan in order for them to get exit, pero napakakapal ng smoke ngayon. Hindi yun nakikita ang harang ni Yobib. KSA already nakuha na nga yung control ng site. Everyone from Pacific is just bowing down to the kings of Filipino Crossfire, pre. EVOS Esports couldn't do anything wrong during that retake.
Yeah, and this is the worry about that second half, pare. You could have that close first half, but at the same time, yun nga, EVOS, pag nandito na sila sa kanilang depensa, komportable ang mga Tigre dito. So EVOS, 1 point away from sending the Dynasty out of playoffs. And they know what's at hand dito, pare. Any win from PE, they're gonna fight tooth and nail for this last round. Pero EVOS fully aware of it. KSA, very passive hold on this B site. Gonna back off immediately, waiting with the flash in hand. Pero PE, slowly but surely, gusto na pumasok dito sa B site. No more lurks. It's just straight up fight in this B position. KSA spotting itong si MVA. Almost taking him down. Justin gonna fall down instead. Yobib still getting itong si Aldrin with the wall bang. And Kellar gonna be here to help itong si Yobib. And look at the repeat. Galing dito sa EVOS. Aiden is down. Revenge is out. And Pacific, the Dynasty falls out of playoffs. And EVOS get the revenge.
What an end to a very lengthy day, pre. And that series could have just held on for much longer, pero ayaw na ng EVOS patagalin pa. Mochi said it best. Kung may pagkakataon na tapusin kagad ng EVOS, hindi nila papabayaan yun. And take a look at that game, pre. Buong side ng GR, sakal na sakal ang playstyle talaga dito ng ng EVOS rather. You can definitely feel na Pacific is trying to fight back, pero mas lalo lang din di nakahinga dito ang Pacific heading into that second half, pre. Momentum after momentum play, just favorable too much. Parang gano'n na talaga ang nakatagta dito ng Sticky Frog at wala tayong magagawa, no? At iyan talaga ang nakasulat.
Ayun nga, no, at the end of the day, you know, EVOS, they're really, really, really good team and you have to respect that. And ayun nga, as the multiple local champions dito, pare, they're gonna prove why they will still be in contention para dito sa ating season. Pacific, obviously, you know, still a dynasty that you have to respect at the end of the day. Multiple years of domination dito sa Crossfire in the Philippines. And this could be symbolic, Salvatore. This could be symbolic kasi it seems like CFPH is now turning a new leaf. The youth is now here to present themselves and show their talents in the world stage, pare. And grabe, it's jarring na nandito na tayo.
There's now a transition. Maraming magsasabi na hindi nila gusto to, pero marami din magsasabi na tama lang to para sa competition, pre. We are now in the era of the Stallions and EVOS, pre, na walang makakatibag sa kanilang pwesto kundi sa isa't isa lang, no, pre. If EVOS can defeat Stallions, then Stallions can defeat EVOS. Pero it's still absolute. Ito pa rin ang nakatakda, pre, at nakasulat. EVOS is still the kings of Filipino Crossfire, being the back-to-back champions. 2 years, a year straight, pre. Magkasunod na taon nilang tinanggal ang Pacific from both group stage and as well as playoffs respectively. And that takes guts. Sinong makakapagsabi na nagawa nga nila yon against Pacific? Tanging EVOS lang, pre.
For sure, for sure. And grabe, I mean, even back in the day, SGJ, no, they're very, you know, very scrappy team. You know, it really wasn't as organized as it was now. Pero yun nga, no, you really do see the evolution of yung mga younger players natin. And parang pinag-uusapan lang natin in just a podcast episode what will happen when they finally meet their potential, pare.
Pero yun na lang ang oras na meron tayo dun, Sneaky Frog. Maraming salamat sa panonood. Crossfire Philippines, we bid goodbye para sa lahat ng sumuporta mula sa unang segundo hanggang punong dulo. Pero yun na nga lang ang meron kami dito. Salvatore and Sneaky Frog, wish you guys goodbye and good night. Iba na natin sa panel. Mochi and Daydom, give us your amazing insights.
Maraming salamat, Salvatore at Sneaky Frog, at napakatindi ng hype commentary nyo, no? Para sa ating Pacific and EVOS, man, it seems like this is it, the dawn of the new generation patungo dito sa new Crossfire scene na lalong bumubuo at lalong mas tumitindi sa pagdaan ng panahon.
Yes, it is official, no? CFPH is now in the Stallions and EVOS era at walang makakapag-challenge nun. At least sa ngayon, no? Now that Pacific is out of playoffs, sino ang papalit sa kanila? Sino ang bagong contender na papasok sa top 4? At sino ang makakalusot at makakapagpatumba sa dalawang higante natin? It feels like wala pa, no? But the fact is, this is a new era we're entering and everyone is up for it.
Yes, indeed. It's pretty, I feel like there's a lot of people here na masugid na tagapag-suporta nitong Pacific. Has been like pulling on their heartstrings, no? Nalungkot. But at the same time, parang wala minsan talaga pag hindi ka makapag-conform sa bago, hindi ka nakapag-innovate, hindi ka nakasunod, or hindi ka nakapag-brainstorm to something new in order to keep yourself up and running, well, man, it is just gonna be quite unfortunate. Minsan kasi kumbaga sa isang makina, it takes more than just maintenance. Sometimes it needs new parts, sometimes it needs to evolve further, and unfortunately, hindi natin yun nakita dito sa seryeng ito.
Yeah, let's talk about this last set muna, no, in port. And let's talk about that second half dito ng EVOS Arcelia, no, when they are in the first half. Dikit ang laban, 5-4 ang score, remember, going into the second half, but then nawala yung DR natin, and it was the impeccable GR side dito ng EVOS. I mean, yes, the GR side of Pacific was pretty strong. They got the advantage, but in the other half, hindi na nakascore ang Pacific. Hindi sila nakapasok, and when they did, lightning fast retake para dito sa EVOS Arcelia, no? And you could definitely see the disparity between these two.
Yeah.
and EVOS showcasing just why they are touted as the kings of CFPH. The numbers will reflect it, Mochi. Let's take a look at them right now in the set summary. At yun na nga, 10-4 with EVOS taking the cake in a dominating fashion.
Yeah, and seems like MVA is the only person who has been able to hold out dito sa Pacific Esports. No, other than that, seems like the rest of the squad here hasn't been able to follow that closely alongside him. But on the other hand, here EVOS, I feel like it's just a matter of mastery dito sa mga mapa na meron tayo so far. I feel like ever since nalam natin ang galing si EVOS dito in terms of Eagle Eye, Porn, Company. This is also even banned earlier on, no, by Pacific themselves, but right now it just shows na talagang they are on their best shape more than ever, especially here na talagang isa sila na sobrang gigil na gigil talaga to opt for that repeat in order to opt for this revenge dito sa Pacific after making or defeating them a couple of times. But ito ang ating set MVP. It is older than Yobed, the Dark Prince himself. Definitely consumed itong Pacific.
Yeah, 2.0 KD is no joke. 1.0 kills per round as well. And the impact could not be overstated para dito. Exactly, Yobib, no? Naka 0.5 pa nga yung smokes per round. Garantisado every 2 rounds naghahagi siya ng smokes, no? As a contact player, no less, is absolutely mind-blowing para dito kay Yobib, who is, of course, still performing at the tippy top of Crossfire dito sa Pilipinas. And you can definitely see just how much impact he put up even on the GR side dito. Let's take a look at some of the highlight plays that he has pulled out dito sa ating set number 3. And playing the M4 no less. It's chef's kiss para dito kay Yobib.
That's also the beauty of the roster of EVOS as well, no? The fact that they've been able to switch up whichever weapon generally. Kasi they can perform. But then, regardless of that, they still got the comfort, they still got the mastery, they still got the synergy regardless of whichever weapon they play alongside each other. Pero ito ang ating overview of what just transpired sa kinahaba-haba ng ating journey dito sa ating ikatlong serye for tonight. Dito tayo napunta. Dito tayo napunta sa panalo ng ating new gods here in the CFPH local scene. And definitely Pacific Esports, man, they got denied their pass here towards playoffs.
Yep, for the first time in more than 10 years, Mochi, hindi natin makikita ang Pacific in a national stage tournament playoffs. It is the dawn of a new era dito sa Crossfire Philippines, and the EVOS are the kings. Ang tanong, Mochi, will they still be the kings by the end of playoffs? Yan ang gusto kong makita pagdating doon. Pero I don't wanna get too ahead of myself, no. This is a win in and of itself for EVOS, taking down their old rivals. And I think this is a sign, Mochi, that Zetra and the rest of the EVOS gang are moving on from Pacific and setting their eyes to new horizons. May bago ng target ang EVOS Arcilia.
Nako, I feel like kahit hindi natin sabihin kung sino yan, alam na natin kung sino at anong ang inaabangan ng EVOS dito. Parang nagbigay na rin ng declaration din dito. Kanina si Coach, no, sabi nila kung sino man ang makatapat nila sa semifinals, matik yan daw sa kanila yan. Pero ito daw ang ating highlights dito from Cetra, man. I don't know. But every time that we watch this dude, no, kahit kung hindi tayo yung nagkakas, sometimes thankful pa nga tayo na hindi tayo yung nagkakas. Kasi nakikita natin, natutuwa tayo, all we need is our popcorn and let this guy do his thing.
Yep. And that's no different dito sa ating 3-set matchup dito, no, up against Pacific. Zetra still absolutely performed. I think a highlight of his performance talaga, no, is both in Ankara and in Eagle Eye, kung saan napakaganda ng mga numero na nilapag dito ni Zetra, no? Particularly in Ankara, no? Really grounded the performance of EVOS even in the map where they didn't win. Ang ganda pa rin ng performance ni Zetra dito. Goes to show you he really is absolutely a world-class player. Still performs under any and all scenario, kahit naka-pistol nga lang dito. So absolutely impressive from the match MVP.
I don't even know what to say, no? Rather, other than the fact na consistent siya and this dude never fails to perform at his fullest, no? And pretty much every time that we see him doing these impossible shots na nagugulat na lang tayo, napapasigaw tayo dito sa ating call and hear even sa broadcast. And I believe we are gonna be hearing from the man himself just in a bit, no? Because tatanungin natin kung ano ang mga kaganapan at pakiramdam nila dito sa ating recent Crossfire series. Pero ito na nga, Cetra, hello. Good evening. Kamusta naman?
Good evening. Okay naman, medyo inantok. Ang tagal ng antay.
Ayun na nga, no? Pero you still won once nagpatuloy tayo. So, congratulations sa iyo, Cetra. Ito, Mochi, una na muna akong magtanong kay Cetra. Ito, Cetra, for the first time, kayo ang dahilan kung bakit hindi makakapasok ng playoffs ang Pacific, no? The team na dati sila yung pumipigil sa inyo makapasok ng Grand Finals, dati pumipigil sa inyo manalo. Syempre, mga idol mga to, yung matagal na silang nasa Crossfire. Syempre, si Revenge, andyan na yan for the longest of times. Ito, tanong ko lang sa'yo, Cetra, what does this change mean for you na kayo yung nakapagpatumba sa kanila? Syempre, yung mga idol natin, napatumba natin. Anong ibig sabihin nito para sa
galing sa OFW.
Ewan, hindi ko alam kung ano sabihin ko.
Sige lang.
Yeah, take your time. Kahit yung personal perspective mo, siguro.
Pwede namang walang ibig sabihin. Yun lang. O pwede rin.
Wala akong masasabi.
Alright. Parang take it as a win and move on. Okay. Winner mindset pa rin para sa EVOS. Ikaw, Mochi.
Okay, I'm pretty curious, will there be any changes as you guys proceed dito sa ating playoffs? Kasi biro mo naman, alam naman natin, almost every single map na pinalaro nyo ngayon, majority of those mastered nyo na, and seems like you're building more ito sa playbook nyo. But are there gonna be any anticipated changes other than that?
May mga bago ba?
Nakikita natin so far, oo.
Yes po, marami pong...
Okay. Bless you. Okay.
Yes po, marami pong may mga changes po na mangyayari.
Excited to see. Excited to see those changes. Zetra, we will give you the floor. Kung may gusto ka i-shoutout, gusto ka sabihing message, now's the time.
Yes, shoutout po sa mga sumusuporta sa EVOS. Pagpatuloy nyo lang yan. Saka... Ilonggo. Shoutout din po sa Bicolano, Ilonggo, tapos ang isa, Ilocano. Supportahan niyo kami, guys. Tapos sa family ko po, shoutout. Shoutout po na si Revenge.
Yan.
Revenge.
Ay, baka may pahabol pa.
Shoutout Revenge.
Patay ka, Mochi.
Comeback stronger si Revenge. Kaibigan ko yun. Ano ba? Shoutout po kay Revenge, sabi ni Coach.
Uy. Alright. Okay, congratulations, Zetra. Pagpapahingahin na namin kayo. Congratulations.
Thank you po.
Thank you for your time, Cetra. Pero ito na nga, no, ating overview. Once again, match winners natin, EVOS Arc, first ever team to deny Pacific MATTJESS that playoffs prestige after a decade. 10 plus years here in the Crossfire scene.
Yep, and they have made history. Yet again, EVOS Arcilia. And what can I say? Very well deserved ang pagkapanalo nila dito, no? Definitely living up to the hype and living up to the words dito ng EVOS, no? I mean, I love it. The character of this team. It's very unique. It's very loud. And what can I say?
Proud.
They live up. They bark as loud as they bite, no? Sabi nga nila in English, hindi ko na rin alam how the saying goes. But EVOS, they will be moving on deeper into the standings at halos sigurado na rin naman, no? Yung spot nila dito sa playoffs unless may upset yung mga sunod nila mga kalaban. But I think highly unlikely with the form that they are showcasing. Hindi ko talaga makalimutan yung isang BL-sided round nila doon sa Ankara. World class yung execute nila doon. But Mochi, that concludes that concludes our match up for today. What a day of Crossfire it has been. It has been a lengthy day pero sulit ang pagod.
Yes, exactly. Men, tatandaan ko yon 20th round sa Ankara ng kalaban nila yung Pacific Macta kanina. Ang tindi ng play nila doon. Pero alam niyo kung anong mas matindi is yung pamigay dito ni Smilegate. Kasi
Of course.
balita ko, pwede kayo makakuha ng up to 4 permanent guns sa pamamagitan ng pag-exchange ng points sa ating point shop. Paano ba nila pwede gawin yon, Dido?
Madali lang, mag-log in lang kayo guys sa Crossfire using our Stove PC client launcher. And you have to collect points every day para makapag-switch kayo into weapons sa ating point shop. Check nyo lang ngayon sa page natin na cfph.onstove.com/stove-client-official. And if you haven't already, make sure to migrate your account to the Stove PC client. Guys, mabilis lang yan. Less than 2 minutes, I would say, no? Mabilis lang talaga. Use the same credentials and you're good to go. And you're good to join the Stove PC Client Showcase event. If you're playing Crossfire every day anyway, why not? Do this. Makakakuha ka pa ng libreng permanent weapons. Up to 4. Ang dulupit pa ng mga weapons na yan. J-Tac, may M4, may AK.
Yes,
Ayan,
sir.
kita nyo naman. Yes.
Ayan, and hopefully meron na kayong mga inaasam-asam at gustong makuha dyan, no, from our showcase na nakita nyo ngayon sa ating screen. And habang kami ay nandito, nagbibigay ng kaunting reminders and as well as later on is yung overview ng ating updated na standings after today's matches. Makikita nyo yan. Mag-migrate na kayo. If you haven't been able to do so, you can do so right now. I'm pretty sure right after ng broadcast na to, baka may mga ginanahan dyan after makita nila yung flick ni Cetra or whatsoever. Mamaya bigla silang mag-rank o maglaro pa further ng FFA natin pampatulog. So, be sure to check it out and get up to 4 permanent guns kasi sayang naman, no, kung hindi niyo makukuha yun.
Absolutely. And guys, by the way, madami tayong ongoing events ngayon sa Crossfire PH. One of those is the preview show. Dapat meron tayo nung kahapon, nung Friday, pero na-move onto Monday, no? So, make sure you're not gonna want to miss that, syempre, because of the games we already had. Magkakaroon tayo ng updated standings. Syempre, may guest tayo, either a player or a coach or someone from the Crossfire community, maybe a streamer. And syempre makasama din natin si Vil doon, no? So make sure to check that out sa Monday yan, sa hapon. I'm not particularly sure what time, pero abangan nyo na lang sa Crossfire Philippines page. Follow nyo na rin yung page, no? And dyan tayo naglalagay ng updates natin about everything Crossfire in the country, whether it be Impact, Fall, or regional finals, or yun nga yung preview show. At pwede, syempre para na rin sa CFS Grand Finals happening later this year, sa December, first and second week ng December.
Ayan, so be sure na antabayanan niyo yan. Pero bago natin tapusin itong broadcast natin, let's check out ang ating updated standings on this one, kung saan, ako po, kitang-kita kung sino ang mga umaangat at bumababa. Parang spaghetti lang. 3 and 4th place, Execration and MATTJESS, and Gaon is already out of the equation. Not unless na maipanalo nila ang kanilang susunod na schedules and something comes up dito kay Execration and MATTJESS.
Exactly, no? And it's weird to see Vanguard and Pacific both underneath Gaon. Usually, nakikita natin sa standings, sila yung nasa taas ng Gaon Gaming, no? So, Gaon Gaming have a real shot of making it into the playoffs. Pwede nilang paltan dito either ang MATTJESS or ang Execration, no? So, that's going to be an interesting one to see. Bukas, guys! Meron ulit tayong mga laro, syempre, for regional finals. And we've got the first match, Execration versus Envy Gaming. Match 2, EVOS versus Gaon. And then match 3, Pacific versus Vanguard. You're not gonna want to miss these.
Alright. And kung ako sa inyo, no, mag-set na kayo ng alarm sa inyong mga cellphone, lalong-lalo na linggo pa bukas. Baka mapasarap ang tulog nyo at malampasan ninyo ang umaatikabong action na meron para sa ating schedule for tomorrow. You may not want to miss this, lalong-lalo na nalalabi na lang ang iilang mga araw natin dito sa ating group stage at konti na lang malalaman na natin ang ating Final 4.
Yes. Last 3 days? Last 3 days of group stage starting tomorrow. So, guys, patindi ang laban natin. Nakita nyo naman kanina gaano kadikit ang mga laban. Upsets happening here and there. Will there be an upset sa top 4 teams natin? No? Pacific will be down, pero still in the fight ang Execration, Vanguard, MATTJESS at Gaon Gaming. Yan ang mga nagtutunggali para sa ating last 2 remaining slots in the playoffs kasi halos sigurado na rin naman ang EVOS Arcilla at Team Stallions. Pero Mochi, we are about to wrap up our day of Crossfire Regional Finals dito. Any final thoughts before we end the day?
Elfanitos, ang masasabi ko lang is matulog kayo ng maigi. Hopefully, kung natamaan kayo ng bagyo, no? Hopefully, okay pa din kayo. And kung meron mga nangyari, nakakabangon din tayong lahat. And once again, guys, ito na ang marka ng ating araw ng isang CFS PH Regional Finals. Mochi and Daydum nga pala on the panel and as well as Nikki Frog and Salvatore on the caster's desk. Kami ay magbabalik bukas. Abangan ninyo yan.
Setra gets one pero may dalawang magkasunod. Sa kwentong palagi sa bida ang namumuno. Hindi pre, ang gotis lang yun. At si KSA tapos KSA gets the 4K. Yo, Beb with that spray down! Oh! KSA!
Will be the peak of Crossfire Philippines, pare.